A new player like him was already able to unlock incredibly powerful hidden classes. He even saw through the guide goddess and realized she was a villain. Edrio the demon, a fiend that specialized in deception and feeding on despair, but that was not all. He discovered something unusual behind his chair. He immediately stepped closer. Inside was a mysterious class he had never seen before, one with astonishing power. Seo Hyun took the sword without hesitation. A notification panel appeared at once, confirming that you had chosen a support class. He froze for a few seconds, utterly stunned, and he kept questioning the admin about why they would keep demons like that around. The goddess beside him laughed gleefully, as if mocking him. It turned out to be nothing more than a sub-bot. Haha. Seo Hyun was both shocked and hurt by being teased like that. He had played this game for 8 to 9 years. He was regarded as the most dominant player on the server, although Astra Online had failed when he came here. Released virtual reality version caused a massive sensation. It drew in tens of millions of players from all over the world. As soon as Seo Hyun logged in, he opened the status panel. He wanted to run away on the spot because his basic stats were so poor. His skills only included defense and shields, yet he still maintained his reputation. Seo Hyun attacked Slim Kuma with basic damage. After only a few blows, he could already tell this was a low-level monster. He used only basic moves to handle it. He kept attacking his marked target, but someone else stole his target, leaving him irritated. Worse still, that man was only an ally. A single shot was enough to bring the monster down. This ally was so weak that he felt helpless. He told himself he needed support from a main damage dealer who could read the battle. Looking at the new players struggling and screaming behind him, Seo Hyun coldly refused to help. Weaklings like that did not need support. At that moment, he realized there was someone who fit his standards perfectly, an old friend from his days fighting in Astra Online. That person ranked second on the AIN server. Back in reality, Seo Hyun logged into EASIN Online, and the system announced success. He smiled to himself at last. He had returned to the game after a long time. The moment he entered the game, a new notification caught his attention. Seo Hyun immediately headed to the grand arena, where the wolf entity sat motionless, and he called out loudly. Approaching his old friend, Seo Hyun wondered aloud. This was their first meeting after so long, yet she was still here, and he had something to say. But a crimson system warning appeared. Ian used Beast Hunt, and the wolf entity's eyes instantly glowed red. She roared and rushed into the basin area, begging him to stop. Facing the wolf's ferocious attack, Seo Hyun could only blurt out, "Good grief, how could an old friend act so strangely?" Ian immediately activated a level 4 skill, unleashing a powerful flame slash. Seo Hyun calmly dodged and teased her, "I guess you have not changed much." He countered with his sword, creating an explosion of blue lightning, then stood in the middle of the arena and laughed heartily. PvP right after meeting. That is enough, haha. Ian still tried to recover and charged forward like a wild beast. She rushed in frantically, intending to crush her opponent with her sharp jaws. But Seo Hyun managed to cast level 4 protection in time, blocking the deadly blow. Immediately afterward, he unleashed the full force of his level 4 divine convergence skill chain. Pure light erupted violently, like both blessing and punishment. It drove back the monster behind him in the battle. After the warm-up, Seo Hyun wiped away his sweat and thought that was enough, but his opponent still refused to stop. Ayan roared, her entire body glowing red as she pushed her physical power to the limit. She dashed forward at an absurd speed, sending terrifying tremors through the ground as she closed in on Seo Hyun. In the end, Seo Hyun had to use level 4 body pact and final punishment. Ayan was not inferior, unleashing level 5 eye convergence combined with hidden claw and claw. The blue and red energies collided head-on, creating an earth-shattering explosion. He smirked arrogantly after the match. "I was faster." Seo Hyun refused to back down either, and immediately shot back with a mocking reply, saying that yes, he was faster, but only faster at getting taken down by me. Those words drove Ayn mad with rage, and she growled as if she wanted to rush into a rematch right there. Seo Hyun hurriedly waved his hand to stop her, saying he had something very important to discuss. The two went to a tavern. Then he asked Ayn directly whether she knew Astra Online had been remade with virtual reality technology. He revealed that the mage class in the new version was extremely appealing, then invited Ayn to form a party with him. Hearing that, Ayn instantly flew into a rage, loudly blaming Seo Hyun for planning to abandon her and move to the new game alone. Seeing that she had misunderstood, Seo Hyun hurriedly coaxed her, saying he was not leaving you behind. He was only going over to see whether the game was worth playing, then coming back to bring you with him. When Ayn pressed him about the way they addressed each other as brother and sister, Seo Hyun continued persuading her, saying that if they joined forces, the two of them would become the undefeated Daeho team just like they were now. Ayn was still hesitant, unable to understand why Seo Hyun kept pushing her to choose mage instead of berserker, which had monstrous damage. Seo Hyun secretly broke into a cold sweat, because his plan had almost fallen apart, so he immediately switched to provoking her pride. He declared that mage was a class that demanded extremely high control, and only someone with godlike skill like Ayan could draw out its full power. Ayan was indeed lured in. She laughed in delight, and said she felt a little embarrassed being called a saint of control, while Seo Hyun secretly rejoiced, because he had grasped her weakness. In the end, Ayan nodded and agreed to join. even admitting that although Seo Han was physically weak, he had an incredibly sharp mind. Top 1 and top 2 players were about to sweep the entire map again, brothers. Seo Han told Ian that from now on, she absolutely had to listen to him, especially when choosing a class, because Kedrio would appear. In response to Ian's confusion over the familiar name, Seo Han explained that the two versions had many similarities. Ian immediately became excited and went to buy a new gaming device, replacing the old one at home that kept short-circuiting. A few days later, the city gate of the Holy Kingdom Levia was still as crowded and bustling as usual. Seo Hyun had arrived on time, standing amid the busy stream of people and muttering that he did not understand why his partner still had not appeared. He suddenly remembered Aen's instruction that she would stick a feather on top of her head as an identifying mark. Seo Hyun hurriedly checked the system again, only then realizing that he was the one who had forgotten to equip the item. He quickly attached a blue feather to his forehead, telling himself that now the other side would surely recognize him right away. Suddenly an excited voice rang out from behind him. "Ah, you are Seo Hyun, right?" Seo Hyun turned around in confusion and saw a tall blonde man. The man was thrilled that he could finally see Seo Hyun's real appearance after so many days of only meeting through a screen. Seo Han politely replied that it was a pleasure to meet you. I am Seo Han. The strange visitor looked extremely honored, then said he had something very special he wanted to show him. Just then, a clear voice rang out from below. "Where are you looking?" "I am over here." Seo Han turned around in shock, then froze at the appearance of a petite girl. She had short brown hair and striking crimson eyes. Just who was this girl? She smiled with confidence, then announced loudly and clearly, "Nice to meet you, I am Aen." Seo Hyun was stunned when he realized the true appearance of the famous Rank 2 monster. It turned out that all this time she had actually been an adorable girl, just a little short. Seo Hyun still did not dare believe it, so he raised a finger and asked another question to verify it. "Alright, let me ask one more thing. What is Werewolf Aen's main skill?" Aen confidently answered that it was physical enhancement, then wondered why he was asking about that. Seo Hyun secretly thought he really could not believe Aen was a girl, but then he sighed and confirmed that this was indeed the Aen he knew. He pressed her, asking whether she had truly chosen mage as he had instructed. Aen firmly declared that of course it had to be a hidden class. To prove it, Aen excitedly opened her status window for Seo Han to check. Looking at the glowing virtual screen, Seo Han was stunned to see that her class was hidden melee mage. He froze, wondering what a melee mage even was. Did it mean fighting with a magic staff? Seo Hyun immediately checked the skill set of this strange class first. The skill window appeared with only Flame Claw, which covered the hands in fire and dealt heavy damage based on magic power, but consumed 10 mana per second. Seo Hyun also noticed the title Deceiver that Aen had received after tricking Kedrio, which increased magic power by 15. He quickly calculated and realized that each strike could deal up to 225 damage, but her meager mana only allowed Aen to fight for about 45 seconds. Seo Hyun's face darkened, understanding that Kedrio had played a trick on his friend, and he inwardly lamented that his party was basically finished. Meanwhile, Aen was still cheerfully showing off her blazing hands, feeling no pain at all. Immediately after that, the flames went out, leaving Aen bewildered while Seo Hyun could only clutch his head in helplessness. Seeing that her boss seemed depressed, Aen worriedly asked whether something was wrong, but he could only force a smile and brush it off. Aen excitedly urged Seo Hyun to go hunting right away to test her new power. Seo Hyun panicked and stopped her, because the two of them were in a level 60 area, while their current level 1 strength meant rushing would only get them completely wiped out. Seo Han pointed ahead and suggested using all the gold they had earned to move to the next town, because staying here was no different from seeking danger themselves. Hearing that, Aen immediately pouted in grievance and complained that it was Seo Hyun who told her to come to Kantak's castle, so she was here because of what he said. Seo Hyun pondered in silence, understanding that before stepping into danger, he had to test the actual damage of Aen's new class. Seeing Seo Hyun remain silent, Aen grew even more impatient. She snapped in irritation. "Hey, say something already. What exactly are we doing here?" Here it was. Seo Hyun suddenly made an interesting suggestion. "Fine, let us have a friendly duel." Aen's eyes immediately lit up, and she eagerly asked if he meant it. Seo Hyun smiled challengingly and said yes. "Let us fight, your eyes are lighting up already." Although she was very excited, Aen still did not forget. She mocked him, saying that with a support class, he had no chance of winning. Seo Hyun calmly replied, "Not necessarily. Just go all out and attack me." Aen entered a battle stance with fierce valor, as if the shadow of the beast from years ago had appeared behind her. She declared that she would not hold back, while Seo Hyun secretly thought this posture did not look like a mage at all. The system lit up and announced that the request from the two players had been accepted. The moment the starting signal sounded, Aen shot forward as fast as an arrow tearing through the wind. She activated Flame Claw, letting flames cover her hands, then confidently shouted that no matter what Seo Han did, he could never defeat her. Facing the blazing attack, Seo Hyun remained extremely calm. He told himself that he had to check her damage first, then recklessly decided to let Ain land one hit. A violent collision erupted right after that. Immediately, Seo Hyun collapsed to the ground with his health bar completely emptied. As expected, being weak and still wanting to test the wind only ended with him lying flat. A notification appeared congratulating Ayan on her victory, but even she was baffled, not understanding what had just happened. Seo Hyun sat flat on the ground, clutching his wound and groaning that it hurt exactly as expected. Even though her level was still low, Ayan's damage was truly impressive. Ayan worriedly asked why he was acting like it really hurt. Was this game synchronized with sensations? But right after that, she became annoyed because winning so easily was unacceptable. She even threatened that if he did not go all out this time, she would end the match for good. Han forced himself to stand, his gaze serious. Fine, he would give it everything this time. The rematch began and Ayan charged forward with eyes burning with determination. Seeing her attack head-on, Seo Hyun thought to himself, a straight charge again using immortality would be such a waste. He could dodge this. He slipped past the strike with ease and felt disappointed that Ayan was still slow, exposing many openings compared to when she was in Asura. She had probably only just started getting used to her new class, so she was not proficient yet. After being dodged far too easily, Ayan growled, "What is wrong with you? Fight back." Seo Hyun stood firm and challenged her. "Can you even hit him?" Those words were like pouring oil onto the fire. Ayan clenched her teeth and growled. She rushed in again. Seo Hyun thought she only knew how to charge straight ahead, but his expression shifted as he slipped aside. This time was different. Ayan's speed suddenly surged. Cloaked in a stream of firepower, she shouted and activated the Fire Claw skill, her eyes blazing brightly. Seo Hyun realized he could not dodge in time and gritted his teeth. Her speed had increased. He could not avoid it. Then, he immediately poured all his strength into executing a protection skill, creating a radiant shield of light to withstand the devastating attack. Ayan froze in shock. What? In a flash, Seo Hyun immediately activated the shield. The system announced Seo Hyun's victory, leaving Ayan able only to scream in frustration. She angrily demanded an immediate rematch. Though he truly was BK's war god, facing him was far too difficult. Ayan snapped, saying what kind of cheating skill was that? He was not a normal support, otherwise she would have won. She remained confident. Now she could counterattack and neutralize it. Faced with Ayan's competitive streak, Seo Hyun quietly observed her. She emphasized she controlled her skills better now. He would lose next time. Seo Hyun calmly said that was his trump card. Hearing that, she laughed happily. He must be trying to scare her. Then Ayan quickly changed the subject. But when are they going hunting? Seo Hyun smiled mysteriously and ordered her follow him. The two stood before a gloomy glass castle in the silent night. Hiding behind a rock, Seo Hyun said softly, if everything went smoothly they would test the class and gain experience here. Beneath the crescent moonlight, Yahello and a troop of skeleton soldiers armed with swords and bows guarded the castle gate. In the dark night, the demon fortress loomed imposingly, recommended level 60. Concealed behind the rocks, Ayan asked anxiously Seo Hyun. She had followed him, but what were they doing here? Looking at the patrolling skeleton soldiers, Seo Hyun calmly said, just one glance was enough to know they were not mobs they could hunt. Seeing Seo Hyun's serious expression, he reassured her, do not worry, they were not hunting them. Them where? Ayan looked at him in confusion. Seo Hyun smiled, neither of them would directly take action, but they would still level up as usual. Ayan snapped, he was making her even more confused. Was he planning to challenge her again? Seo Hyun apologized, then affirmed, simply put, they would not hunt monsters. He pointed toward the guards on the wall and revealed the real plan. The NPC guards would do it for them. The plan was to gather the monsters, then lead them over, lure them to the guards so the NPCs would destroy them, while they took the experience. This was a simple tactic from the Asura era, requiring little thought. Later games blocked this tactic by not counting experience if NPCs took part, but many people today had already forgotten it. Ayan wondered, did he mean the Asura tactic was still usable? Seo Hyun confirmed, Asrian used Asura's foundation, so the basic mechanics had not changed. Ayan said cheerfully, yes, then let us strike while it is hot, brother. For them, skeleton soldiers trudged through the night. Leading them was an imposing horseman, a level 80 phantom commander. Seo Hyun carefully reminded her, Ayan, listen. The mage concentrated and a stream of firepower gathered. Her hands were ready to erupt, prepared for the dangerous hunt. Seo Hyun explained, speed was the most important. Ayan would start the fight first. He pointed out that the mounted monster was the commander, and she only needed to attack it. Daeho's entire squad immediately targeted her, however, because the level gap was too great. Ayan could have been terrified, but the synchronization mechanism kept him clear-headed. It felt as though she had to stay lucid to control her body immediately. Seo Hyun shouted, "Run straight toward him, Ayan." They fled together through the forest as skeleton soldiers chased after them. She said. Bang Hong realized that the moment had been dangerous because she could not lift her feet. If Seo Hyun had not warned her, she would have died. Ian understood that even though the game resembled Asura, they still had to consider many real factors. When Ian led the commander to the place, Seo Hyun immediately called out the name. "Provoke the commander and bring them here." Seo Hyun ordered them to split the monsters to attack, while Ian wondered how could he draw aggro when he had no ranged attack. Immediately, Seo Hyun activated it, creating a vortex of blue energy that knocked back Daeho's guards and stunned them. Seo Hyun confirmed that he had now become the target. Everything was going according to plan and urged Ayan, "Just run straight ahead." The target was the first gate of the Math Castle wall. The fortress appeared faintly in the dark night. Atop the wall, two guards argued about changing shifts. The late guard explained, "Sorry, he was late, just switch shifts." His colleague snapped that the shift had ended long ago, and he was always using personal matters as an excuse. The guard sternly warned him if he kept this up, he would report him to the boss. The latecomer promised he would arrive earlier next time. Both were stunned as they sensed the dense demonic aura and the thunderous footsteps approaching, one pointing downward in panic. Oh. Looking down, they froze at the sight of a swarm of Daeho assassins charging through the night. Leading them was the Daeho commander riding his horse with blazing eyes. Guards on the walls screamed alarms, warning of the sudden attack. Defensive magic on the walls flared, ready to strike the Daeho assassins. Amid the chaos, Ayan ran while asking, "Seo Hyun, how long have we been running?" Seo Hyun encouraged, "Almost there." Seeing the Daeho demon squad chasing from behind, what did Seo Hyun do? Worried they might catch up before both reached safety. As NPCs came into view, archers on the walls fired, magic and arrows raining down like a storm. Seo Hyun quickly pulled Ayan into cover to avoid the area attack. "Quick, Ayan, hide." The explosion shook the surrounding space. The assassin commander and his subordinates were engulfed in a sea of fire. Escaping in time, Seo Hyun sighed in relief as the lure plan succeeded. Ayan complained about nearly being burned. Seo Hyun still unsettled after the previous strike. He had expected the guards to fire a few arrows, but they unleashed a full storm of area magic. Seo Hyun admired their powerful spellcasting. Suddenly, Ayan froze beside him, eyes wide in surprise. A series of level-up notifications appeared. The game felt easy. Ayan excitedly asked, "Seo Hyun, since I leveled up several times, do you also get experience?" Seo Hyun smiled. The experience gained exceeded expectations. Proud of leveling up, Seo Hyun explained the point distribution system based on overall contributions like healing, damage, monster control, the game optimizing support for NPCs. Thanks to leveling, they felt more confident and safer. Seo Hyun analyzed that at higher levels, fear effects decrease, making tasks easier. He reassured Ayan, "Everything's fine now." Under the moonlight, Seo Hyun looked at Ayan with tenderness and trust, then returned to work. "We have no time to rest." Ayan enthusiastically responded, "All right, let's go all out." Returning to apartment 101 after a tense session, Seo Hyun sat at the computer, scrolling through forums. He sighed, "No useful posts here." Suddenly, a target caught his attention. His own, showing effective critical strike methods. Diagram appeared highlighting deadly weak points. Head, heart, sternum, joints, lower body, and 11 others. The author emphasized focusing to maximize damage. He immediately thought of Ayan, who possessed supreme melee skills. Targeting weak points, she could land critical hits with every strike. Seo Hyun wondered, should I let her know? Returning to Azrian, he looked at the results and thought, "I've leveled up a lot, let's check the stats." At that moment, a notification lit up. Ayan logged in. Seo Hyun smiled, punctual as always. He noticed Ayan logs in consistently from 5-6 p.m. and plays until 3 a.m. Seo Hyun guessed she was a high school student yet played intensely. He chuckled, realizing he was also addicted. Ayan appeared cheerfully, asking, "What's up, Seo Hyun? Going demon hunting today again?" Seo Hyun greeted, "Oh, you're here." Ayan still marveled at the bizarre farming methods Seo Hyun had shown. In just 3 days, she reached level 40. Seo Hyun humbly credited Mime's capability. Now at level 42, Seo Hyun stood decisively, declaring today's hunting target, monster generals instead of fake archers. Ayan questioned the new target. Seo Hyun explained, stronger monsters but massive rewards. Guilds were preparing ambushes. He wanted them to claim the first rewards. Ayan was eager to rush in but was held back, focused solely on special level monsters with valuable stat point rewards. Seeing Ayan about to dash off, Seo Hyun hurriedly intervened, held her back, reminding her to allocate stat points. Checked Ayan's status board, surprised to see she only had 70 points instead of 78. Seo Hyun asked where the remaining 8 points went. Ayan flinched, admitting she had allocated all to strength. Seo Hyun was shocked that a mage increased physical power. Ayan explained her habit of playing wolf characters, hoping skills would compensate. Seo Hyun was exasperated, asking for help reallocating the remaining points correctly. Later, Ayan's level 40 stat board appeared, showing an anonymous melee mage profession. Seo Hyun silently calculated Ayan's low HP was due to her profession, but with support skills, the issue could be managed. Noticing Ayan could deal 500 damage with fire claws, Seo Hyun reserved the remaining 39 points for unexpected situations. calculating with his support, they could defeat high-level monsters in 5 minutes. Ian's maximum power was aided by profession support. Ian was impatient. I want to hunt now, but first decide which monster general. Seohan was still considering. Elsewhere, 2 players Heldust and Agnang were. They smugly looked at the money from selling equipment. Surely, we'll earn a good amount today. Heldust and Aknan were very proud that after playing for less than a month, they had already earned a sum worthy of the effort they had put in. They believed this market was becoming more and more attractive, especially now that the number of participants had surpassed 10 million. The 2 even dreamed of the day they would become tycoons, believing that breaking into the rankings was entirely possible. After all, the person currently holding 10th place had only just reached level 35. Along the way, they met a lower-ranked member hurrying toward them and immediately spoke up to ask, "Hey brother, you are heading to the guild meeting too, right?" The young man excitedly confirmed that the meeting would discuss the raid to hunt a special grade monster. At the Gijin Guild headquarters, a major meeting was being held. The important meeting took place in a solemn atmosphere before a large gathering of members. The Guildmaster loudly announced a special area that had been discovered a few days earlier in the dark forest. It was a blue temple standing in the middle of a clearing. A monster named Leopard had appeared, and he immediately issued a decisive order. "We will temporarily halt all guild activities and devote every resource to defeating this monster. This is the necessary turning point for Gijin to shine and affirm its position." Returning to Seohan, he said he had also finished preparing the list of monsters that needed to be hunted. Seohan was certain he would win the special reward from this mission. The greatest goal of Seohan and Ian was to become the first people to take down the boss Leopard. Amid the dense fog and anguished screams, a young man trembled in utter terror. He screamed in despair, "Thousand, please stop." Seeing his teammates fall right before his eyes, he could only cover his face and sob in shock. Why did everything turn out like this? Why did that happen to us? A few hours earlier, before the tragedy had descended, Gijin's expedition team was advancing deep into the dark forest to search for the boss Leopard. Among the group, the red-haired man Heldust turned to his partner and asked, "Hey Agnang, what do you think about this?" Agnang replied that early expeditions were usually used to analyze the attack patterns of special monsters, but perhaps this time they might succeed right away. The old man turned to ask the blonde boy accompanying them, "What about you, Tater?" The 16-year-old boy named Tater could only scratch his head awkwardly, perhaps because he was still a novice. Seeing that, Heldus put an arm around his shoulders and encouraged him, "Come on, boy, be confident. A man cannot be weak." The old man told Tater he should be proud that he had reached the level required to join the expedition. The entire group suddenly stopped before a gloomy ancient structure. The leader declared loudly that this was the entrance to the tomb. He warned everyone to be ready, because they could be attacked the moment they stepped inside. The expedition leader sternly reminded the entire guild to stay absolutely focused, and if anyone discovered anything unusual, they had to report it to the others at once. This was their first official raid, so everyone had to pay special attention. The enormous stone gate lit up with a strange flow of magic power. He loudly ordered, "Now let us move out." The expedition team silently crossed the long stone bridge and entered the dark dungeon. Guildmaster once again reminded everyone to maintain discipline and absolutely not act on their own, because there was no reward for those who rushed into death. In the thick fog that obscured their vision, a bone-chilling cold suddenly surged in, leaving no one able to see clearly ahead. Guildmaster immediately shouted, "Everyone, stay calm and hold your positions." The system repeatedly warned that GZ was slowing the entire group's movement. Cries of pain rang out everywhere as the members were fiercely assaulted by the freezing current. One player wondered in panic, "Is this the end?" But the martial artist Nguyen Jiang immediately denied it. "No, there is definitely something else." At that very moment, a gigantic magic circle blazed overhead. The guildmaster roared a warning, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The special boss monster is appearing." The old man warned that this boss had the ability to manipulate the senses, so everyone had to be extremely cautious. From the blue light, an old mage with long white hair and blazing eyes slowly emerged. The old man looked down in contempt and muttered, "So it is the insolent vermin from the surface." The forgotten mage Leopard officially revealed himself, then coldly declared that no one who entered this place would leave alive. Before that terrifying power, all the players fell into a paralyzed state, completely unable to move. Realizing the situation was critical, Agnang immediately ordered the entire guild to quickly form ranks. The old man judged that the enemy was an ice-type mage, while warning everyone to beware of wide-area spells now that their speed had been reduced. Agnang urged the vanguard group to attack at once. Heldust charged forward fiercely with extreme confidence, shouting, "Brothers, support me, I will take it down beautifully." But before he could even finish speaking, his body was struck by a fatal blow. The Player death notification appeared, making everyone understand that recklessness would only invite failure. Witnessing the leader collapse after a single strike, all the members were frozen in stunned silence. The Jin Guild immediately fell into utter chaos and shock. Amid the ruins, the Vice Guild Master shouted for everyone to stay focused and absolutely not let Agnang's sacrifice become meaningless. Leopard narrowed his eyes slightly in irritation at the useless noise, then coldly declared that this was only the beginning of the tragedy. The mage raised his staff high and cast the Ice Spear skill, pouring a rain of sharp, freezing ice shards down on the entire group below. The expedition leader immediately commanded, "Tanks, move forward and block this skill. Protect the main force at all costs. If they lose any more people, they will have no chance left." But very quickly, another teammate was taken down. The system warned that the heart had suffered a critical blow, and the player would be unable to log in for the next 48 hours. Each member of the expedition fell one after another. The system reminded them that internal injuries could not recover before they returned to the temple or were defeated. The expedition leader closed his eyes and shouted again and again, "Spread out, do not stand together. That mage is using piercing magic." He had only just reminded his teammates when, in the very next second, his hand was struck. Looking down below, the expedition leader could not help being shocked, since when had it already, turning his head to watch his teammates fall one after another, he trembled and wondered what he should do, whether victory was still possible. He kept thinking it over, because someone around level 30 definitely could not possibly face it. After taking everyone down, Leopard complained in boredom. How dull. Meanwhile, the leader of the expedition still could not stop thinking 60, no, at least level 70. He should have been more careful before getting close to it. Raising the scepter in his hand, Leopard shouted loudly again, "Lift your heads and behold my power, mortals." Very quickly, the leader regained his composure and encouraged everyone. "Everyone, try to dodge its attacks." He kept commanding the situation. "We have to survive longer to observe how it attacks." After that, the leader was also taken down by the second attack. Watching them struggle, Leopard burst into gleeful laughter. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. Keep running if you can." Then came a series of terrified screams. Leopard looked at Seo Hyun with excitement and sneered, "Are there any more little rats?" Tater hid in the corner, trembling all over as he thought to himself, "What should I do now?" He shut his eyes tightly, no longer daring to keep watching. Could all the other members have already died? Remembering the scene just now, he felt chilled with fear. "I ran away as soon as I saw Agnang collapse. Being pierced through the heart like that must have hurt terribly." Tater curled up in the corner, silently thinking that even if he survived, they would still drive away a burden like him. He secretly looked outside, constantly asking himself what he should do. Should I attack the boss and just die? Thinking that, Tater tried to encourage himself. Right, this is only a game, but it is too terrifying. I will not really die. After that, he made up his mind and stepped out to fight like the other members of the guild. Tater glanced outside and told himself, even if I am weak, I should still be able to land one hit. But the moment he looked toward the door, he saw Seo Hyun and Ayan appear and immediately cried out in shock. "Huh, the newcomer is in this place too." Tater looked at the two of them, his heart filled with confusion. "Who are those two people?" Ayan pointed down at the road below and asked, "Hey, Seo Hyun, is that it?" Seo Hyun nodded in confirmation. "Yes, it seems that is indeed it." As he walked, he spoke curiously. "Why has the boss already been released? Did someone try attacking it?" Ayan also asked suspiciously, "Could they have angered the boss too?" Seo Hyun answered helplessly because he had not thought of that. Probably not. Leopard is a level 95 named boss. Even 1,000 level 30 players could not defeat it. Ayan thought for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Since you said so, I will do my best." Suddenly, Seo Hyun switched to a whisper. Before that, Ayan, come a little closer. An indistinct figure stood with his back turned to the two of them. A gloomy voice rang beside both their ears. "Looks like there are still a few small fry wandering around here. Your lives end here." Leopard suddenly spun around behind him, the scepter in his hand flashing with light. Ayan lightly blocked the attack he had just brought down. Leopard widened his eyes nervously, unable to believe it. "What?" Seo Hyun immediately asked if it had worked. She quickly answered, "Yes, my arm is a little numb, but it worked." Seo Hyun grasped the situation and agreed at once. "Good, then let us begin." Leopard continued raising his scepter, launching the next attack. He suddenly shot forward, unleashing the skill One Moment of Immortality. Ayan coordinated with him with extraordinary rhythm. A thought flashed through Seo Hyun's mind. Even with 1 moment of immortality, blocking a direct attack from Leopard, a level 95 monster, was impossible. As long as he was hit, it would be a finishing blow. The only way to defeat it was to deflect the direction of the attack somewhere else, as long as the reaction was fast enough to keep the blow from landing directly. In that case, the damage would be low enough for 1 moment of immortality to withstand it. The problem was that this was almost impossible without outstanding reflex speed. Hill concluded that this was almost the complete opposite of finding a critical point to attack. Ayan asked doubtfully, "Can that really be done?" He reassured her, "You do not trust me. I am sure you can do it." Seo Hyun sank into his own thoughts. I came up with this plan because I know An's reaction speed is extremely good. After being praised, An shyly turned away, trying to keep a cold expression. Since you said so, fine, and you have to aim at the weak point in each attack. Attack, got it. After saying what she wanted to say, she cried out happily. Alright, I am gradually understanding how to do it. I can keep going like this. Seeing her full of vitality and excitement as she accepted the task, he could not hide the joy in his heart. I knew this was the way to solve it. Back in the present, Leopard provoked him with a reminder. How dare you be distracted while facing me? Do you truly not know fear? Seo Hyun did not answer Leopard and simply leaped up, striking him with one moment of immortality. The defense this time was somewhat difficult. He calculated again in silence. Task dodging while using a skill really is difficult. My timing was a little late. Before he could give the next signal, Seo Hyun saw Ian rush in from who knew when, throwing a punch at him. Flame Claw. She said seriously to Leopard, I think you are the one who needs to pay more attention. Caught by surprise, he could not dodge in time and took Ian's punch head-on, roaring in pain. Enraged, Leopard slammed his scepter hard onto the floor and cursed, You damned mortal, how dare you? His eyes turned bloodshot, his voice roaring with menace. I will erase you from this world. He swung his scepter and cast Ice Shield, still roaring that he was not done yet. Stand still and feel the majesty of a great mage. Seeing Leopard's power surge sharply, Ian froze and asked, Seo Han, what do we do now? He reassured her. Wait a moment, I am thinking of a way. At that moment, he broke into a smug smile because he had thought of a good idea. He turned to the side and said to her, When I give the signal, rush toward me. Leopard froze, unable to understand what plan he was plotting. Seo Hyun immediately shot forward, leaving him no time to react. What? The skill he used was the shield's effect, causing stun. He seriously laid out the plan. A multi-layered attack like that can be completely blocked with one moment of immortality. Now I will use the shield to interrupt his spell casting. Choosing the right timing, Seo Hyun signaled to Ayan. Right now, he is stunned. This is the moment for us to attack. Ayan charged forward in excitement, confidently saying to leave it to her. The system announced that status had been restored. Ayan successfully struck Leopard's weak point, causing his health bar to drop very quickly. He groaned in pain. What RGH? Ayan had completed the task brilliantly. She reported, Done, Seo Han, we did it. Seo Han received the cheerful signal, decided to leave the support part to her, and continued the quest. After being attacked by a child, Leopard roared in fury, How dare you people attack me? His body gradually weakened, forcing him to lean on his staff to stand straight, while Ian remarked, It looks like that man is close to death. Seo Hyun also agreed with Ian's assessment. It was just the right moment to deliver the final blow. He laughed loudly, his furious voice warning them, Playtime is over, I will attack with everything I have. Seo Hyun guessed the move Leopard was preparing, and Ian was ready to respond. Seo Hyun and Ian coordinated seriously to take down Leopard. He seized the right moment to signal her. At the same time, Ian leapt up to attack, and the lightning-fast strike vanished. Seo Hyun stood behind her, supporting her enthusiastically, ready to eliminate the target at once, and rushed forward at the speed of light. Her smile was full of power meant to intimidate her opponent. From left to right, Ian displayed her mastery. She used her sharp hands to suppress Leopard's entire body. His eyes widened in surprise, his plan ruined. Anna successfully knocked him down. Before closing his eyes, he uttered his final words, An angel like me dying at the hands of common criminals. Ian and Seo Hyun silently watched Leopard fade away, and the system announced that the quest had ended. Mage Leopard had been defeated. Seo Hyun let out a sigh of relief. That was really difficult just now, while Ian exclaimed excitedly, We won. The system displayed a congratulatory message. You have conquered the boss with a two-person team. Hader hid while listening to their exchange, recalling the moment he had nearly died here. The boy hid behind the wall in panic, unable to believe those two were like this. Afraid everyone would go mad if they found out. Seeing Hyun and Ian's forms, Tater wondered who these people were. Seo Hyun recalled the entire battle, including Leopard. They had defeated 18 named monsters and collected items. They received 20,000 gold, 9 rare items, and still lacked one unique item to complete everything. While Ian was choosing her reward, he told himself, Ian is a damage-dealing mage, so she should use the staff, and I will take the rest. Seo Hyun explained a unique item is worth 10 times more than a rare item, so if you take the unique staff, it makes sense for me to take the remaining rare items. Ian quickly agreed, then I will leave it to you. Holding the staff, she asked what she should do, since her weapon was a pair of gloves, and Seo Hyun suggested using the staff to cast spells, and also in case they lacked gold. In his imagination, Seo Hyun saw that dividing items within a team was always difficult. He imagined Ian going berserk over the items, with only one share of a unique item to divide, and he had already prepared his explanation. Returning to the present, he asked for her opinion, hoping she would not think she had been tricked. Gripping the staff tightly, Ain replied, I agree with every decision you make. She was cheerful, and he silently thanked the heavens. Seo Hyun suggested going to the enchanter to find more equipment, and Ain flinched as she repeated the word equipment. The cityscape was beautifully harmonious. This was the largest city in the magic kingdom of Lucra. Ayan stepped inside, her eyes shining with happiness. He grew excited and pointed it out to Seo Hyun. The developers had put great care into it, and the city was impressively detailed. Ayan darted off, wanting to explore, telling Seo Hyun to enjoy the scenery for a while. Suddenly, a blade appeared in front of her, and Ayan flinched in surprise. An NPC soldier appeared. Judging by your clothing, you are a dark prisoner monk, and are not allowed to enter the city. He politely requested that they leave the city immediately, leaving both of them confused, while Seo Hyun and Ayan repeated the words dark prisoner monk. Dark prisoner monk. Dark prisoner monks use common dark energy. This is a simple explanation of them. Dark prisoner monks differ from ordinary monks. They use dark energy and are not treated well by other NPCs. Because of the classic hierarchy, they often face restrictions on entering cities and important areas. Seo Hyun awkwardly protested, "We stole these outfits. We are just ordinary players." The NPC soldier hesitated, finally agreeing but warning them, "Fine, pass through, but do not cause trouble." Seo Hyun passed through the city gate smoothly, thanking him in confusion, while the NPC wished them a good day. Along the way, Seo Hyun and Ayan struggled because of the gossip, and they could hear every word clearly. "They are dark prisoner monks." Oh no, they were allowed inside. Seo Hyun silently questioned the outfits. Seo Hyun and Ayan successfully found the item shop. He opened the door and stepped inside, where the high-ranking NPC greeted them cheerfully. "Hello." Charm talismans cost 500 gold, rare items cost 200 gold, special items cost 8,000 gold, higher grade items have varying prices, and the success rate of enchantments is based on probability. Failure would not be compensated. Seo Hyun was surprised, while the NPC remained professional. "Hand over the item when you are ready." He looked for a place to test the item and asked if this was a changing room. The high-ranking NPC smiled warmly and guided him attentively. "I will take you there right away." Immediately, Seo Hyun and Ayan were brought into an instant teleportation space, and the new sensation delighted him. Long-distance teleportation, a high-ranking NPC, Ayan cried out excitedly that she could hardly believe it. Seo Hyun moved quickly, taking off his shirt to change items, and his natural manner made Ayan panic. Now it was time to test the new equipment. After he finished changing, Seo Hyun politely left her some private space, saying he would go out first, and Ayan shyly agreed. When she stepped outside, Ayan was still looking at the clothes left on the chair. He went out to pay the high-level NPC, the total cost to fuse the rare item requiring a 2,000 gold deposit. Seo Hyun eagerly anticipated, "Yes, please help me." The item to be created was the rare golden water dragon armor. With all materials collected, she began fusing the item, her face full of passion and determination. A layer of iron armor was successfully fused. Yet Seo Hyun's expression showed clear disappointment and frustration. The NPC remained optimistic, announcing, "Failed, do you want to try again?" Having no choice, he accepted to continue. Could not succeed on the first try, 45% chance. There must be a successful one eventually. Try this. The next item was the rare Book of Dulai. Another loud explosion rang before Seo Hyun, while the high-level NPC calmly continued fusing the rare item. Try after try, several rounds passed with no success appearing. Annoying notifications echoed in his ears. Isto's rare life was destroyed. Lamcot armor rare was destroyed. Lamyo armor rare was destroyed. Seeing the streak of failures, Seo Hyun was furious and incredulous. At least one should succeed. The NPC replied calmly, the rate was just probability, making him suspect it was a scam. Suddenly, Ayan's excited voice rang nearby. "Success." Seo Hyun immediately turned. The high-level NPC noticed and said, "Oh, seems the girl did it." Her face beamed, congratulating Ayan for the very low chance of success. Ayan's new item specifically was special brown leather gloves, requiring 120 magic power, durability 50-50, simple design, easy to buy in stores, but increased magic power by 50% and enhanced ice magic. Others' success felt like a slap to Seo Hyun, staggering him because he had failed completely. Ayan opened her equipment interface and suggested, "You can try this." He pointed at Ayan's item and criticized, "Looks like trash, you really want to fuse this?" She reminded him it was not disposable. "Try it." After a while, Ayan handed Seo Hyun a cloak and told him to wear it, leaving him confused, not understanding what was happening. The cloak reminded Ayan. She said it was the one he had worn. The cloak radiating aura was the rare Night Demon Commander cloak. Level 70 plus equipment, full body cloak with hood, dark color easily mistaken for a dark priest. Combined from Blood Fairy cloak, increased defense 22%, and activated frenzy when power was low. Holding the precious gift, Seo Hyun was moved to tears. "You fused this for me." Recognized for her talent, Ayan proudly crossed her arms. "You deserve good gear." Seo Hyun choked out thanks, silently grateful she was an excellent assistant. Outside the park, a different scene unfolded. Alone Fing in the lake, Tater sighed sadly, thinking he had been expelled from the guild. Recalling the recent events, the expedition leader slammed the table and shouted, "Why did you post this video?" He pointed at Tater, blaming him, saying the guild had barely discovered that high-level boss. Not only did he flee and hide while others nearly perished, he also shared information with the community. Facing the expedition leader, Tater could only lower his head and explain softly, "I thought many people should see the video." He became even angrier, shouting that the achievement was lost, the hunting ground would soon be claimed by a high-ranking guild, and the world now knew how to defeat the boss. Poor Tater could only apologize, "I'm sorry, I will," but he coldly cut him off, "Leave the guild." Back in the present, tears brimmed in Tater's eyes. He blamed himself for being useless, even thinking he should have fallen to the boss. Suddenly, a finger lightly poked his shoulder from behind with a voice, "Hey, hey." He turned and heard Agnan carrying voice, "Why do you look so sad?" Heldust also stepped forward, ruffling his hair and comforting him, "Real men must go through things like this." Encouraged unexpectedly, Tater stammered, not knowing what to say. Emotions he had suppressed erupted. He cried and repeatedly apologized. Heldust casually draped an arm over Tater, teasing, "Don't worry, kid." Tater said sadly, "I mean, only I survived." Heldust understood, calmly replied, "Yes, you should survive. It is better if someone survives to bring back the information." After a while, Agnang gently said, "Tater, don't worry, we also left the guild." Seeing his surprise, he explained they played for life, did not want rules to restrain them, and did not want to follow a leader scolding a 16-year-old. Heldust clearly returned to the main topic and advised, "But Tater, you should remove the video you posted." Tater froze and turned pale when reminded of the embarrassing matter, quickly apologizing for revealing information about that monster. Agnang reassured him, "Not because of the guild. You should not post others' videos without permission. Moreover, it involved profit." Hearing the unexpected news, Tater's eyes widened. They are players, not NPCs. But Nedit said they were NPCs. A series of information was confirmed, including rank 1 Lattice. He handled all DPS, but the gear was indeed overpowered. That is, Lattice could be a secret class. Do you think secret classes appear easily? The in-game players are skilled enough. Could also be NPC. Scrolling on his phone, Agnang shared the gathered information, gradually clarifying everything. He pointed out what Tater was wondering. See, he broke the freezing effect. NPCs cannot do that, only players can. Only those not in conflict within a party could do that. Tater was stunned, still unable to believe what he had just heard, confused what to do and worried about privacy violations. Heldust and Agnang comforted him, advising to speak to them directly. Since the video was trending, they would likely contact first. Back in Seohyun's space, Ian was charging at him with Fire Claw. System announced, critical hit caused 214 damage. Ian was countered strongly by Seohyun, and he began assessing as all her points focused on magic power. Her defense was too weak, but her reflexes helped avoid most attacks. Only Ian could do that. Ian refused to yield, continuously shouting and charging toward the target, Seohyun. She suddenly paused. Seohyun had grasped Ian's abilities, but with target lock or area skills, she could not rely solely on dodging. He proudly unleashed the final move, 1 second of immortality. Ian happily received the supportive energy from Seohyun's skill, "Thank you." In his mind, Seohyun silently calculated how to maximize his support skill. All plans gradually came together, a super mage dealing damage while supporting. Ian used Fire Claw to test skills, making Seohyun secretly pleased, thinking they truly were the perfect pair. After Seohyun completed the training successfully, the lever cup officially to a close. He happily looked at himself just as the system sent a notification, "You have reached level 50 and can now participate in the awakening mission." Receiving this unexpected opportunity, Seohyun was so overjoyed he wanted to cry. He had patiently waited for a very long time, causing Ain to ask in confusion what was happening. Upon reaching level 50, players unlock a new feature, specifically Awakening, allowing them to learn special skills. Awakening is a skill known for its power far beyond ordinary abilities. That power is like transforming a weak person into a strong and robust figure in an instant. Simply put, it grants a significant boost in strength. Seohyun had preserved skill points all this time just for this moment. Seohyun smiled and decided, then let's try the awakening mission now. But life was not as he wished. The system immediately dashed his hopes with a notification that he could not participate in the mission. He hugged the distorted screen, shaking it and yelling in frustration. The system added that a companion truly shines when playing with others. To join the awakening mission, he needed an ally of the same level. The image of Karo flashed in Seohyun's mind, and he habitually called him Cam. Thinking of the blocked mission notification, he angrily cursed in frustration. The area where Seohyun and Ian stood suddenly changed, and the system announced that it had extracted an emotion keyword. The mission description clearly stated that to awaken maximum potential, one must reach the deepest part of the subconscious. The deeper one ventured into the subconscious, the stronger the awakening skill received would be. Before the abyss of the mind and the recent changes, Ayan exclaimed in amazement. The system continued to notify that there was only one chance to reverse time, making her look around curiously. Seohyun began to worry, wondering if the ability to reverse time was related to the time keyword. Countless questions arose in his mind, especially the thought that if he could go back before dying, wouldn't that be incredible? The system confirmed the target had been successfully transferred, and the constructed area was complete. A line of text appeared before them. Seo Hyun asked Ayan if she was ready, then encouraged that they would dive as deep as possible. Before the mission began, the system issued rules. All stats temporarily reset to 10, skills reverted to default, skill points were erased, and everything would restore after completion. Seo Hyun quickly understood that the system would never allow them to reverse time for free. Resetting all stats to the beginning was the limit set to exchange for the chance to reverse time. After the transition, both Seo Hyun and Ayan turned pale. He asked if she was okay, and Ayan answered with difficulty. She said she felt nauseous, and Seo Hyun reassured her that as long as she could respond, it was fine. Despite not feeling well, Seo Hyun was excited at the start text. He told himself the journey had begun, so let's depart. He thought that reciprocation is the key, from leading the rankings to becoming a support. That rule never changes. The system loaded data rapidly, placing Seo Hyun in the proper location to execute the mission. The awakening mission started on floor 1. He was quite surprised at the mission's quick start, feeling even more tense and wondering if something unusual might happen. At that moment, Ayan's scream beside him snapped Seo Hyun back. He looked in the direction she pointed. Before them appeared two flickering figures resembling Seo Hyun and Ayan. He realized they were copies of both, standing opposite a sinister smile. Seo Hyun suspected they were created from data when they played together. He guessed the condition for completion was to defeat the copies, while Ayan was still amazed at how identical they were. Before the battle, Seo Hyun felt no fear, even feeling disrespected. He believed artificial intelligence, no matter how good, could hardly compare to real humans. Then asked Ayan what she thought. Ayan replied excitedly that fighting a copy of herself sounded very interesting. Seo Hyun stared at the opposing copy, coldly saying someone needed a lesson. The two illusions remained unafraid. He immediately took the initiative to charge forward, excitedly wondering if he should test someone's skills. The Ayan illusion quickly unleashed a fire claw, but Seo Hyun easily dodged the attack. He paused briefly, suspecting that Ayan's copy seemed somewhat clumsy. The system introduced Ayan Imagination Level 1, HP 60 of 60, Mana 100 of 100, all stats 10, and Fire Claw skill level 0. Seo Hyun read all the information and noted the stats were not much different, but the control ability lagged far behind the real Ayan, and the movements were predictable. Seo Hyun summoned his sword and quickly slashed the approaching Ayan copy, causing 23 fire damage with Fire Claw level 0. The system immediately calculated and notified that he had dealt over 33% of the target's maximum HP in a single strike. The target lost part of its body, and Seo Hyun calmly said it was too easy. On the other side, Ayan had also finished handling the Seo Hyun copy and turned back. He breathed lightly and praised that he was just a minor spearhead compared to her. The system quickly congratulated them for completing the first abyss. The reward was each member receiving an additional 20 temporary stat points, and floor 2 would start immediately. The system required distributing points as quickly as possible, causing Seo Hyun to mutter that this was truly a roguelike game. He understood that each descent would gain additional points. Ayan was happy to receive skill points, while Seo Hyun pondered why stats had to reset. The elevator began moving, and Seo Hyun said they continued descending. When Seo Hyun and Ayan stopped at floor 2, shadowy figures gradually formed shapes before them, prompting her to ask. Ayan asked Seo Hyun if he saw it, and he confirmed it was approaching. The two Seo Hyun and Ayan illusions quickly took form, descending with a dark aura to the ground. He announced floor 2 had begun. Looking at the Ayan illusion before him, Seo Hyun saw it was much the same as before, even copying Ayan's smile. Seo Hyun gripped his dagger, ready to face the new battle. He nimbly launched multiple successive strikes at the Ayan illusion, reducing its health continuously and surpassing 33% of maximum HP. Seeing the Ayan illusion in pain from the attacks, Seo Hyun silently judged it far simpler than the real one. The battle ended astonishingly quickly, and Seo Hyun asked in surprise if floor 2 only had this level. He continued to receive rewards for completing the second abyss. Each member gained an additional 40 temporary stat points. Then the system required rapid distribution before floor 3 began. Ayan returned safely, and Seo Hyun asked if she was okay. She responded energetically that there was no problem at all. The surrounding space began to change color. Before him was the teleportation space. Ayan shouted, "It is blinking." Seo Hyun and the illusion of Ayan were forming. He reminded it is about to appear. The Ayan illusion stepped forward calmly. A deep smile became terrifying as it stared at him. The system displayed Imagined and level 3, health 450, 450, mana 600, 600, strength 10, speed 35, vitality 30, magic 60, flame claw, skill level 2, level 0. Seo Hyun gradually lost his composure, the stats increasing, the question marks indicating supplemental skills. Before he could regain focus, the Ayan illusion rushed forward. He dodged tensely. She attacked too quickly, leaving him no time to react. The danger level surged abruptly. Seo Hyun had no time to adapt, cursing inwardly. Ayan's hand lunged madly with flame claws. Moving like herself, he likened her to a wild beast. However, Seo Hyun countered with a strike, maintaining inner calm, realizing the opponent was only an illusion. The system reported you dealt 22 damage. The Ain illusion reacted to the strike, grinding her teeth in pain. Seo Hyun was exhausted, face tense, telling himself he had aimed at the weak point but missed. Now in battle, he had to continue, trying to stabilize his mind. No time limit. Even if others improved, we still have the advantage. With continuous strikes, Seo Hyun carefully reminded himself of each step. No need to rush, damage will accumulate over time. The Ain illusion concentrated all her strength. He thought, excellent, almost done. The Ain illusion sprang forward swiftly, exactly as Seo Hyun had predicted. One more strike, he just needed to avoid mistakes. He welcomed the final strike with joy, imagining a bright future and victory. Suddenly, the Ain illusion changed the attack direction towards Seo Hyun's arm. The system reported you received 58 damage. Seo Hyun stunned. What? The system continued reporting. You received damage over 33% of maximum health. Losing part of your body, left arm injured. Need to reassess the Ain illusion. Seo Hyun still could not believe he had successfully blocked, unless damage surged suddenly, which did not happen. Task introduction. Imagined Ain level 3, full 450, 4 or 50, mana 600, 600, strength 10, speed 35, vitality 30, magic 60, flame claw skill level 2, purge skill unknown level. When health below 10%, damage doubles. Seo Hyun realized this was the Ain illusion's hidden skill, doubling damage below 10% health. He hugged his injured arm, realizing his mistake in not considering passive effects. If it continued, even completion would struggle to clear the floor. System notifications made him widen his eyes. Teammate Ain had died. The system added that she could not revive until time was reversed. Time passed, he still had not regained composure. Ain lost a support. New notification. Ain must face. Imagine level 3, health 112 300, mana 18 200, strength 10, speed 25, vitality 20, magic 20, empathy 40, God's protection skill level 8, increases defense in 20 on by 100 for 1 second, creates an illusion sword attacking with mana absorption damage 50, lasts 100 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Seo Hyun illusion controlled Ain, doubting the power of the illusion sword. Series of doubts arose. Is the illusion sword a weapon support skill? System confirmed God's protection level 8, increases defense for all allies within range, creates an illusion sword with attack power based on absorbed damage, mana 50, lasts 100 seconds, cooldown 10 seconds. Seo Hyun realized this skill was completely different from one moment immortality. Seo Hyun understood this was a damage skill based on absorbed damage. Ain was knocked into a corner. Seo Hyun reacted, discovering a new attack ability, launching an attack. Ain was defeated by his illusion sword strike. Upon defeating Ain, Seo Hyun's illusion face was full of pride. He silently remarked this was a dirty trick skill. Handling Ain made him excited yet anxious, boasting and gaining motivation. Even though the task was incomplete, the system rewarded items for clearing floor 3. Each member received illusion stat points, plus 80 illusion skill points plus 50. Holding the sword, Seo Hyun exclaimed, "Good, we cleared it." Notification from the blue screen unlocked Awakening Skill Support Shield Counter and Awakening Skill Close Range Magic. Only one can be chosen, requiring careful point allocation. He thought now Awakening skills will unlock at Asura, floor 4 difficulty increasing sharply. Most players had not passed floor 3. This was only the beginning. Seo Hyun needed to be stronger, even without Ain, must still increase damage even in support position. Blue screen notification indicated all points allocated to God's protection level 8 sword usable. Rename the skill 1 moment absorption. While operating the Hyun screen, he collected maximum information before returning. Ain's voice rang beside him. "Seo Hyun, do you have something fun?" He heard her ask, "Are you watching?" Ain detailed, "Yes, I was watching. After dying, I turned into an animal and wandered around. You fought well, making me flustered. Really? Looking at you going in circles." Ain reminded, "Even if you searched, you could not find." Seo Hyun agreed, "Seems right." Before returning to battle, he instructed Ain, "When I rewind time, you will revive." Ain paused, "Really, I will stay here and watch." Flames blazed, preparing for the 4th battle. He announced. It had begun. Ain stood beside him. Suddenly receiving an invitation, Ain was stunned. Hung stood beside. Seo Hyun quickly explained, supporting him in case of ranged attacks. Ain understood, sighed, "That's it." New task. System introduced brief character info. Seo Hyun illusion floor 4. Health 4000 4000, mana 300 300. Strength 10, agility 35, resistance 40, magic 30, intelligence 100. God's protection skill level 8, shield level 3, levels 2 and Euro unknown. Awakening skill counter shield. Seo Hyun faced 2 illusions. Ain level 4, HP 6000 6000, mana 1000 1000, strength 10, speed 50, agility 60. Magic 100 skills including flame claw level 4, purge blade level 2, some unidentified skills level 2 and 1, along with awakening and residual technique level 0. The increasing power left Seo Hyun in disbelief, unable to imagine they were this strong. He agreed, yes, truly difficult. Seo Han would have a chance if he used the illusion sword. He gladly accepted the task. No need to remind me, I understand. Opposite him, Seo Han's illusion unleashed a strange move. Ain wondered, wait, what is he doing? Ian's illusion immediately rushed forward. He was stunned, unsure what skill it was. Ain quickly asked, Seo Han, do you have that skill? A memory flashed in Seo Han's mind. He remembered it was a support skill, Great Magic, increasing the range of magic attacks. If the enemy was within range, they took 1.5 times additional damage. This was a skill to extend attack range and increase damage, with easily usable energy. Very strong, Seo Han shared. I will deal extra damage if trying to dodge. Need to get close to increase range. The illusion's eyes were sharp as he launched instant absorption. After checking the skill, Seo Han decided to strike. He used absorption damage, flying high while combining the skill. Illusion sword. Seo Han's illusion landed opposite. He tensed and cursed inwardly. Damn, although the sword was strong, damage remained limited. Hearing the breaking effect, the attack likely succeeded. The opponent only used Eternal Instant to reduce damage. Seo Hyun remembered fighting one-on-one on floor 3, so forgot some enemy details. Ain continuously reminded Seo Han be careful. He could not find an opening to counterattack, dodging consecutive hits. He suspected the enemy used absorption like the illusion sword. They were coordinating. Suddenly, Seo Han retreated. The illusion stood still smirking. He spoke, I was nearly dead at first, trying to regain composure. Out of nowhere, Ian's illusion rushed to slash him. Ian warned from behind. Fortunately, Seo Han was unharmed. He tried to be more cautious. Damn, they gave no openings, a moment's lapse, and he would be defeated. Not resting, Ian reminded in space. Seo Han was startled, reacted too late, taking a sudden hit, cried out in pain, Ian's voice growing clearer. The system announced he received 52 normal damage. Scratches appeared on Seo Hyun's face. Ain asked Han, okay. Seo Han replied, yeah, somehow I can resist damage with my hands. He suspected, damn, the assistant had a ranged skill, introducing Seo Hyun's illusion skill. Support flame level Zoer, throwing illusion projectile at the enemy causing 3x intelligence damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Seo Hyun's confidence vanished, he felt powerless. Things worsened. Ain quickly offered Seo Hyun, we have no other choice. Let's reverse time, he resisted, wait. Seo Hyun's illusion seemed tireless, rushing to attack. Seo Hyun insisted no, there were still many things to do. He gradually accepted reality. Seo Hyun reminded him to watch closely. Instant absorption. Two sources of power collided, creating a skill explosion. Seo Hyun's force was slightly weaker, still taking much damage. You received 784 damage. He groaned lightly. Receiving damage as predicted confirmed the initial estimate was correct. The blue screen announced he lost 33% total HP from a single attack. The system reminded, body severely burned, cannot heal HP until burns subside. Ain shouted worriedly, Seo Hyun okay. Time reversal skill activated, HP dropped below 20%. Fairy blood cloak effect used. He quickly utilized the power just received. He said, look closely. Two illusions stared wide-eyed at the strange scene. Seo Hyun slowly said, now eyes sharp, sending gaze at the opponent. Intimidating. He was faster. The system reported speed increased 50% for the next 60 seconds. Seo Hyun attracted the enemy illusion, causing him to rush forward anxiously. He opened the battle with only one target, catch him. All plans calculated carefully, abandoning defensive skills. Using the familiar illusion sword, all attacks were predicted. Seo Hyun's illusion remained grim, not yielding. He told himself it was not enough damage to kill him. Counting down each second, instant absorption nearly expired, he tensed. Will and power urged Seo Hyun to strike again. The body felt strange. Seo Hyun's illusion noticed and moved away. Seo Hyun's body was enveloped in power. He was amazed. System introduced skill awakening counter shield level Zil. Receive 95% less damage for 5 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. Gaining great insight, Seo Hyun shared, wonderful. Ain could hardly believe, asked Seo Hyun can do that. He confirmed yes, but not finished. Seo Hyun grasped weaknesses, calculating in mind. Everything improved, I have mastered all assistant skills, no exceptions. Ain and Seo Hyun's illusion still fought simultaneously. He observed carefully instant absorption. I have waited long enough, shield. Seo Hyun calculated each step carefully. If countering both attacks simultaneously, system warned of abnormal status, weakness. Gripping the sword firmly, he said, they cannot defend. System introduced power, illusion sword. Consecutive slashes struck down, he said, done yet. Blue screen reported a continuous attack, causing 33% HP damage to body parts. After the fierce struggle, he landed, sighed too difficult. Skill notification, fairy blood cloak effect expired. Seo Han looked at the opponent, not finished. Seo Hyun's illusion seemed to gradually lose power, ultimate skill lasted only 5 minutes. I cannot defeat him immediately. Ain provided supplemental support. Assistant alleviated exhaustion. He reminded Ain, no need to speak further. She was embarrassed, brave. Seo Hyun was confident, knowing he could handle it himself, fully aware of all of that man's skills. Nothing remained interesting or mysterious. Seo Hyun's face shifted rapidly under the illusion effect. As the 5-minute effect ended, he dashed forward to attack again, leaving leaving that man with nothing. A series of notifications rang out. Reward for the first kill. All members received extra illusion stat points. Illusion skill points increased by 150. Seo Hyun knelt in admiration. While Ian praised him, he unlocked a new skill, awakening support to reflect soul and near-range magic of ruin technique. At this time, Ian expressed doubt about the ability to reverse time. He agreed to probe a few things and then return. She confirmed in surprise. He nodded. The fifth head chief opened. He announced, "We've entered the next area." Seo Hyun asked Ain, "We should understand the power of those we will face, right?" The system reported the current location, 5th basement. Ain sensed the approaching source of power, checking the illusion stat panel. Before the fight, she grasped the INR level 5 mission character data. HP 300,000, 300,000. Mana 3,000, 3,000. Strength 10, Speed 120. Endurance 1500, Magic 300. Fire Claw skill level 9. Burning Ritual level 4. Healing level 3. Mana Recovery level 3. Defense Reinforcement level 3. Mana Armor level 2. Elemental Rotation level 2. Rebirth Step level Nur. Awakening Ruin Technique skill level 3. Seo Hyun was astonished, wondering, is this the boss? Is the difficulty always higher? He had reached floor 5 in Asura but did not remember it being this hard. He discussed the upgrade with Ain, and while out of control, a swift figure approached. Ain warned, "Seo Hyun, stay alert." Ain's illusion appeared quickly. She smiled cruelly and whispered, "Reversing time." He gasped in shock. Seo Hyun did not know what had happened, since when Ain helplessly shouted for him. Seo Hyun's face was horrified, trying to resist the attacking power. Ain's hoarse warning echoed nearby, "Watch out." As her voice rang out, a hand struck toward him, emitting bright golden light. Ain panicked, her body tense pale green. The light approached Seo Hyun's face, and he felt fear. The world turned blue as if a system glitch. A notification asked, "Do you want to reverse time?" Within seconds, Seo Hyun agreed immediately. A clockwork glass activated, turning back time. He drifted, lost in the flow of time. Seo Hyun experienced it like slow motion, realizing it was a memory from the awakening mission. The system announced that time had been reversed. Seo Hyun sprang up, cold sweat running, breathing heavily. Turning immediately, Ain stood beside him, happily exchanging words. He realized time had reversed, saw Ain was safe, silently thanked heaven. Ain looked at the system panel, said, "We nearly died. If I had not warned you, you wouldn't know what to do." Seo Hyun agreed, thinking continuously, finally reaching floor 5. "Harder than floor 4. Seo Hyun suggested, "Fetching water." Ain responded. Seo Hyun immersed in his own world, needing time to think. The status screen reported resting. Seo Hyun wore a black shirt, drinking water to regain strength. He stood by the window, drank the bottle, exhaled lightly, throat dry and parched. He remembered Astra. Floor 5 awakening mission was difficult. Now surely twice as hard. Many gave up, but he could not. Top honor was threatened. He had to find a way. Leaning on the window, holding the bottle, he said, "It's cold today." Seo Hyun looked up at the clear sky, wondering if there was any wind. Light accumulated in one spot. He wondered, unable to see clearly what is happening. The system reported Seo Hyun had exited resting status. Seo Hyun, alert and excited, asked Ain, "Ready?" She replied, "Ready for a long time." He stepped forward, "Let's go." Notification of pre-awakening phase. Seo Hyun reminded Ain to proceed as quickly as possible. Immersed in their own world, no need to worry about things already handled. Seo Hyun and Ain coordinated seamlessly, system constantly reporting. Crossing the first abyss, Seo Hyun told himself to hurry, system reported next. Crossing the second and third abyss, Seo Hyun confirmed effectiveness, launching moves while staying alert continuously. System reported, cross the fourth abyss, rest, use accumulated points. Seo Hyun looked down, told Ain no problem. She looked doubtful, hasn't used the ultimate move yet. He looked at the control panel, replied, "We can think about the trump move after finishing the mission. Focus on upgrading stats and skills first." Ain understood. System continuously reported current location on the 5th floor. Ahead was a tremendous purple power, golden light binding like fire. Seo Hyun asked Ain if she had a plan. She agreed. Two figures, big and small, radiated intense purple light, their terrifying faces opposite Seo Hyun and Ain. He said, "Let's give it our all. Give 200% effort." Two purple figures coordinated, Ain in front with red light like divine fire, Seo Hyun behind with white light. Moving toward them, Seo Hyun warned about combined force, beautiful blue light. Seo Hyun smiled, drawing his sword to assess, different from the first time. System reported sword image, sky white and blue. Seo Hyun successfully struck the illusion of Ain with a sword. She was thrown out. He seized the initiative, said, "Now we have the advantage." The white blue sky was beautiful. Seeing the opponent try to escape, Seo Hyun shouted to Ain, "Handle it." Ain in front, he turned and smiled in agreement. The direction of her blade left the opponent nearly unable to react. Observing the situation, he thought the illusion's sword damage was equivalent to all absorbed strikes quickly. There was still limitation when taking hits without receiving damage. The red one continuously had less than 5,000 defense, 5,000 illusion sword, 5,000 damage to take, no damage. The blue one also had 5,000 defense, 28,000 illusion sword, no damage. He pondered long over taking multiple hits and absorbing them more efficiently than a single strong strike. He continued thinking, wanting to maximize the power of the Shadow Sword, so he told Ayan to learn wind skills and temporarily disband the team, causing a green wind from her hands to swirl. Seo Hyun still drifted in thought. If I absorb all of Ayan's wind strikes, I can use that damage for the Shadow Sword. Ayan unleashed wind power towards Seo Hyun. He happily took the hit and absorbed it, maximizing the Shadow Sword's strength to block the monster's strike. He slashed strongly at the purple figure resembling himself. Excitement filled his heart. Balance was broken by Ayan's wind-bearing skill, restored after blocking the strike. Ayan gave full support to Seo Hyun, strong enough to make him step back 1 foot. Seo Hyun thought ahead before the Shadow Sword's endurance reached its limit. He leapt, holding the glowing green Shadow Sword, his face serious, determined to close in on the enemy. Sword slashed across the monster. He happily said, "Good, they won't be able to use skills anymore." Through battle, he realized Ayan distracted enemies by moving continuously. Ayan moved nimbly, only to have her shadow mislead the Shadow Sword. He used the wind shield to block the strike. He advanced toward his Shadow Sword, thinking to seize the moment while Ayan performed well. Seo Hyun reminded himself to quickly deal with the enemy, slashing his Shadow Sword, surprised when the opponent laughed wildly. Everything turned purple. He was astonished, pausing for a few seconds. Wait, this is... Flames rose scorching around. Ayan shouted Seo Hyun's name. He crawled out of the fire. Ayan panicked, asking Seo Hyun, "Are you okay?" Seo Hyun panted, "This is not good." He replied to Ayan, "It's fine, it's not an offensive skill." The flames blazed. He thought using an offensive skill would be even more effective. The Shadow Sword was swept into the sea of fire. Seo Hyun muttered a curse at the bastard, using his trump card. The system announced awakening the Mirror Soul skill. If the target's level is lower, can create a copy for 20 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Ayan's illusion submerged in fire. Ayan reacted too slowly. Her illusion ran in another direction. She ran to support Seo Hyun. Ayan shouted a warning, "Careful." Turned, astonished. What? Seo Hyun was surrounded by 2 illusions. Hearing Ayan shout a warning, it changed target. Power surged. He reacted slowly. Changed target. What do you mean? Quickly sensed an attacker behind, refocusing. Surrounded by 2 illusions, he realized his reaction was too slow, hard to escape. 2 attacks nearly hit. He panicked. Is it over like this? Blue light surrounded him, protecting against the 2 illusion strikes. Red-purple all around. Ayan rushed to attack the illusions, shouting, "What are you doing, Seo Hyun?" Seo Hyun also startled, calling back, "Ayan." Ayan attacked while reminding focus, continue the strike. Seo Hyun regained composure, agreed, "Thank you." He stood facing the 2 illusions. Ayan shouted, "There must be a way to deal with them. I will support, try something." Seo Hyun touched his weapon, thinking, "I've always supported, now it's interesting, I have my own plan." He looked at the 2 illusions with glowing purple eyes. Surrounded by mystery, he wondered what to do with them. Ayan in the sky shouted, "Seo Hyun, are you okay?" Sword blade bleeding, panting for 10 minutes since entering floor 5. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth. It's a bit hard to hit. System warned, blood cloak effect activated. Seo Hyun stood firm in the blood-red space, told Ayan, "It's fine, I can continue, 25 seconds left, but situation is not good." He asked if filmed, it would look like a crazy movie, right? Ayan's illusion rushed to slash, golden flame appeared. He thought the opponent could defend with absorption, hard to dodge with blood fairy cloak active. Everything around blazed red. Ayan's illusion attacked continuously. He dodged, assessed, next strike would come from a blind spot. Ayan's illusions searched for openings relentlessly. He thought with Ayan's support he could still resist, but it was already near the limit. Attacking once on one of 2 illusions was hard enough. Was there no other way? The 2 illusions were identical, blazing red. Seo Hyun and Ayan stood side by side, facing 2 illusions in the sea of fire. He said, "At least one," making Ayan flustered. Ayan's illusion moved its hand. Ayan noticed. Seo Hyun, look. Ayan's illusion raised a hand toward the 2. Ayan asked, "What is she doing?" Seo Hyun also flustered. "I'm not sure about that action." Looking at the flames around, he said, "They are converging." He advanced following Ayan's illusion hand. The flames combined into a sphere controlled by her. Seo Hyun shouted, "Ayan, that's the ultimate." He thought everything starts from one point and spreads across the universe. Finally, everything returned to nothingness. Divine power erased existence. You all immediately warned, dodge, system announced. Level 3 explosion traces gathered all surrounding mana. Shot forward, cooldown 120 hours. 2 Ayan illusions emitted powerful fairy flames, cutting through the area, advancing towards Seo Hyun and Ayan. Ayan made both of them immediately dodge to the sides. Seo Hyun leaped away from the flames, exclaiming, "What is this? What kind of skill has destructive power capable of destroying the entire game arena?" Suddenly Ayan shouted, telling Seo Hyun to look forward. He turned, face pale in disbelief, asking, "What?" He landed, looking at the 2 Ayan illusions, shouting, "That is another ultimate skill." They used that skill again. The sky seemed to change color before his eyes. The system notified that this was a skill with damage proportional to the mana used in the area. Seo Hyun thought further, if combining mana from the first and second skill, how great would the damage be? Gripping the blade tightly, he thought, defense is nearly impossible. Can I block it? He affirmed to himself, that is the only way. He told himself to act, rushing the blade forward with strong force. Thinking further, he changed the attack direction at all costs. Fiza blade embedded in the right hand of the Aeon illusion, distracting her. At that moment, the Aeon illusion realized something and panicked. Everything around was blazing with red flames. Einar's attack was scattered everywhere. Seo Hyun raised his hand to shield. Ian shouted his name, red sparks flying everywhere. He heard them. Ian warned him to retreat. Seo Hyun tried to shield. He held firm, thinking about the terrible destruction if that strike hit his face. At the spot where the Aeon illusion appeared, a purple hole formed in the ground. Seo Hyun shouted, "What is she doing?" He yelled. The large hole was about to collapse, sucking in the remaining Aeon illusions. The system warned the floor was collapsing and energy was leaking out. The remaining Aeon illusions screamed pitifully. The system continued to warn, "Be careful of a normal person." Seo Hyun pushed himself back. The system reported he could not resist the abyssal time energy for the remaining 10 seconds. Ain landed beside him, asking Seo Hyun, "Is she dead?" He replied seriously, "Probably." Looking at the holes and Ain illusions resisting the pull, he thought luckily there was one left, but the short sword and blood-stained robe had lost effect, not wanting to use that strategy. Seo Hyun said seriously, "Ain, this is our chance, follow me." He leaped up, leaving Ayan behind, heading toward the Ayan illusion ahead, telling himself there was no other choice, though unwilling to admit this was the limit. The Ayan illusion saw Seo Hyun behind and panicked. He thought further. All prepared strategies had failed. This is my limit. Seo Hyun approached the Ayan illusion, shouted, absorbed for 1 second, resolute, loudly calling, "Ayan, push me." The Ayan behind reacted, striking towards Seo Hyun. He held the Ayan illusion in his hand, thinking, "We still have a way to overcome, but do not want to end like this." He jumped down with the Ayan illusion, thinking, "If we meet again, things will be different." The system reported you cleared the 5th trial. A voice shouted, "Wow, that was insane." A pair of hands clapped as praise. The voice continued, "They did it." Others confirmed they had defeated Floor 5. The white-coated doctor praised, "Oh my god, how is that possible?" At the Azrian Assessment Center, Marilev said, "Incredible, how did they clear Floor 5? Song Chian trembled, sweating cold, biting his nails. Was it because the environment was wrong so the map broke? I did not calculate it." Marilev looked at the images of Seo Hyun and An, asking about their awakening skills. Kang Seong Cheon replied, "Unknown, all depends on how they used them." Robert Connor raised his hand, ignoring awakening skills. Was the illusion sword too overpowered? Marie Guattaro said, "It has too many limitations to be called overpowered." Robert Connor replied, "I see." Half a face emerged from the shadows. It was Fred Gass. He reassured everyone, "Azrian is a complete game, only authorized people can touch it." Fred Gass continued, "So we just need to observe." Everyone focused on the screen where Seo Hyun and Ayan appeared, and cried, saying, "No, this is not fair." The system reported, "Past traces have been destroyed." Ayan continued, "We worked hard to defeat the 5th stage." The system reported, "You cannot view skills from other provinces." Ayan complained, "It is unreasonable not to choose awakening skills due to breaking the arena." The system reported awakening skills were automatically selected, both surprised. Ain cried and shouted, "I want to choose the skills myself." Seo Han comforted, "We cannot change what has happened, check the skills first." Ayan sniffled, agreeing. Two opened the skill inspection screen. Both were surprised by the results. They happily looked at each other, calling Seo Han Ayan. They said in unison, "This skill." Next morning at a pizza shop, everyone ate happily, laughing and chatting. "Hey, I also started playing." "Oh, you play too?" "The pizzas were plentiful, guys. I reached level 48 before realizing, wow, are you planning to become a streamer?" Seo Hyun sat on the side, expressionless, thinking like the class reunion they still talk about ASEAN. He cut his portion with the knife and fork while thinking. Even though they were college students, they still only talked about games, so he knew he didn't need to join in. He still felt lucky to eat for free in such an expensive place. Hand tapped on the table where he sat, asking, "How have you been, Seo Hyun?" which made him pay attention. The person was Kim Jae-hun, a student at Korea University and the organizer of the class reunion. He waved at Seo Hyun and said, "I recently started playing ASEAN. Do you play too?" Seo Hyun ate while avoiding her gaze, replying, "Yeah, I'm playing too. It's nice to see everyone after such a long time." Kim Jae-hun continued, "Right, it's great. I wanted to ask you something. The game you used to play was Astra Online, right?" This also caught his attention. Kim Jae-hun went on, "As I remember, you've been playing this game for quite a while." Seo Hyun nodded, "Yes, about 7-8 years." He felt quite surprised, truly impressed. Kim Jae-hun continued, "So have you ever considered going pro? Are you interested in becoming a professional gamer?" Jae-hun asked Seo Hyun if he knew the game Stardust and revealed that he was preparing to become a professional gamer. He said that Stardust was urgently seeking experienced players. From Astra, information from this game would become extremely powerful weapons within Astra. Seo Hyun thought. Of course, that brutal game now has only about 300 players left. When Jaehun invited him to join, Seo Hyun flatly declined. Sorry, not at the moment. This invitation was rarer than finding someone online during Stardust's peak hours. Despite regret, Jaehun cheerfully respected the decision and told Heehoon to keep in touch if he changed his mind. In response to the expensive meal and the invitation, Seo Hyun smiled and revealed some information about a hidden quest to his friend. He thought this was the most fitting repayment he could offer. Immediately afterward, the scene shifted to the magical kingdom of Rebia with grand Russian-style architecture. In his familiar robes, Seo Hyun walked through the bustling streets, telling himself that even though being a professional gamer had its perks, he still preferred the freedom he had now. Recalling Jaehun's delighted reaction to the hidden quest information, Seo Hyun thought meeting and talking about Azrael was pleasant because Jaehun was a good person. Ignoring the scrutinizing gaze of the soldiers, he continued straight ahead. Putting aside side matters, Seo Hyun reminded himself what was important. The most important thing was to test the new ultimate skill he had learned before An arrived. He entered the shop and said, "I want to rent a mannequin." With the owner's consent, Seo Hyun entered the display area to find a human-like mannequin and ensured it would be suitable for testing attacks. Seo Hyun pointed to a small mannequin in red and black attire and decided to take it. The shop owner bowed in thanks and warned that after 3 hours or if destroyed, it would dissipate into mana. Immediately afterward, Seo Hyun carried the dummy to a rocky area near the Mage Kingdom, where creatures, like giant beetles, crawled clumsily across the dry ground. Wasting no time, the dummy launched from above like an arrow. It activated the neutral wave skill, creating a powerful shockwave across the ground, causing monsters to pause. The dummy spun continuously, unleashing sharp sword strikes in succession. It cut down surrounding targets at a dizzying speed. It looked more like a sword performance than combat. The level up notification appeared, making Seo Hyun very pleased. Indeed, this was a high-quality ultimate skill. Currently, his soul had merged with the dummy. This skill allowed him to lock onto targets within 20 meters to control together. It simultaneously boosted the host's stats based on his power. The dummy, controlled by Hull, now reached level 55 with superior strength. He analyzed the level 2 neutral wave skill, which reduced enemy defense by absolute value based on attack power. 130 attack, he could deduct 260 defense points from enemies within range. This meant, unless facing level 200-300 bosses, most enemies' defenses were reduced to 0. At that moment, a boss appeared, Russia, level 70. Facing the giant monster, Seo Hyun remained calm and maneuvered the dummy to prepare for battle. The combination between assimilation and defense reduction created a perfect resonance effect, allowing the dummy to tear through the boss's hard shell with a powerful slash. Witnessing the destructive power, Seo Hyun smiled proudly. Good, this level is enough. Ayin looked around in surprise and asked, Seo Hyun? Seo Hyun confirmed, yes, that's right. Looking at that monster, we know we're in the right place. Before them, at the Calabos Mountain ruins, a giant ice golem walked, astonishing Ayin with its size. The scene was so grand that just looking at it was overwhelming. She worried. That's a level 150 ice golem. Can we really take it down? Seo Hyun confidently replied. We couldn't before, but now we have the ultimate skill. As the target prepared Dian, he immediately activated the Assimilation Awakening skill. He used Soul. Seo Hyun fully merged into Ain's body, creating a strong pressure wave across the space. Ain was thrilled sensing the change. Wow, Seo Hyun, it's amazing. Seo Hyun acknowledged that entering another's body felt entirely different from using a dummy, an experience absent from any guide. Initially, the fusion was slightly awkward, making Seo Hyun uncomfortable, a bit strange as the two consciousnesses overlapped. Seeing him flustered, Ain teased, "What's wrong, Seo Hyun? If you're too uncomfortable, I can fight." Seo Hyun immediately got serious. No, just silently observe. He controlled Ain's body, raised his hand, and activated the neutral wave skill, causing the ground to shake violently. Seo Hyun coldly said, I'll show you how I use skills effectively. He calculated that if the level 70 dummy could defeat the boss through defense reduction, Ain's combined damage would be even more tremendous. Meanwhile, Ain was astonished sensing the control and top-tier combat skill from Seo Hyun right within her body. Under his skillful guidance, Ain darted forward like an arrow. She unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at the enemy. Unlike Ayin, who was only confident in one-on-one combat, Seo Hyun radiated mastery when facing crowds or conquering difficult dungeons. She could feel Seo Hyun's strength directly within her own body. Ayin thought this might be the chance to uncover Seo Hyun's superior secrets. Under her control, a fierce explosion of fire erupted, forming colossal pillars of flame all around. If there were a leaderboard for the fastest monster damage, Seo Hyun would have topped it long ago. Damage notifications continuously jumped over 16,000, leaving Ayin astonished. Seo Hyun analyzed that previously, seeing damage in the tens of thousands required reaching level 250 in Astra. Yet now, they achieved that at level 50. The firepower shredded the ice golem into pieces and collapsed it completely. Witnessing this, Seo Han began to question the game's balance. Halfway, his soul separated from Ain, returning both to normal state. Seo Han calmly asked, "How is it, Ain?" Still excited, Ain replied enthusiastically, "Amazing, Seo Han. Shall we hunt another one now?" Seo Han said everything was far from over. While Ain was still dazed from the rapid battle, dry applause sounded from behind with praise. Impressive. It sounded more like they had performed magic tricks than cleared monsters. Seo Hyun glanced over, realizing the real target had appeared. An old man with a mysterious smile stepped out, calling the recently defeated golem his child, criticizing it for only being strong in damage but unreliable. His calculating eyes met theirs. "Do you wish to hear my request? The reward will be worthy." Instantly, the system displayed a hidden quest panel, warning that the old man was not very kind and the quest details would remain locked until the challenge was accepted. The old man assured that the reward would satisfy them both. Seizing the rare opportunity, Seo Hyun agreed. "Of course, I will do it." The system updated the quest information immediately. The old man appeared pleased and explained the job was merely to guard the ruins gate. He emphasized that constant guarding wasn't required, only 1 hour from midnight when the lunar moon reached its peak. The mission: stop or eliminate any intruders. It sounded simple, but the risk was very high. Before leaving, the old man warned not to enter the ruins, and Seo Hein replied straightforwardly, "Understood." The old man's shadow vanished, and Ain curiously asked Astra if there were similar missions and why Seo Han knew so clearly. He explained it was told by a guildmate. Ain's expression changed, asking who it was, whether it was a girl. Seo Han awkwardly said, "I don't know either, I always thought she was a boy." Ain, disappointed, urged him to prepare, leaving Seo Han confused, unsure of what he misunderstood. The first day of the mission, at midnight, a massive column of light from the mountain peak amazed the guards. Contrary to Hume's cautious demeanor, Ain was extremely excited. "Awesome, like a laser show. If tickets were sold, Ain would top the list," she exclaimed. Seo Hyun felt the scene resembled a level 5 awakening ultimate skill. The first day ended without intruders. Bored, Ain challenged Haiwoon, and he struggled to stop her. The quest reward was 2 skill points, which Ain generously handed all to Seo Hyun. A mysterious figure used a branch to carve strange symbols into the ground, idle enough to nearly play a solo duel. On the second day, Ain impatiently asked, "Seo Hyun, anyone today?" He calmly replied, "Who knows, but be ready to fight." At the mountain's base, a group of adventurers advanced, one praising, "Saren made great progress today." Another added, "Indeed, I didn't expect him to get such a great quest." Saren modestly said, "I didn't do much. It was just luck in receiving the investigation quest and wanting to invite everyone to join." The group continued to praise Saren and promised a more generous share of the reward. Approaching the radiant light column, they were excited as the path was clear. "We've arrived, right? The light column is beautiful," they said. Saren suddenly froze upon noticing something unusual. "Wait, over there?" A member anxiously wondered whether it was a monster or a person, as the figure looked exactly human. The figure blocking the path was none other than Ain. She said coldly, "You cannot pass." The adventurers were surprised. Ain emitted a blazing aura with a challenging smile. "If I tell you to turn back, will you listen?" Realizing the danger, the leader shouted, "All needed to." Despite preparing to fight, it was too late. Ain surged like a firestorm, throwing the ranks into chaos. A member at the rear couldn't retreat in time and was engulfed by flames. The system immediately reported death. Saren was horrified as the leader fell. Instantly, Ain closed in, delivering a direct fire punch to Saren. Death notifications came in succession. Teammates fell one by one. The remaining could only scream. Ain's eerie smile, "I knew you wouldn't turn back anyway." The pink-haired mage trembled and retreated. She tried to form a defensive magic circle and shouted, "Stay back." Only now did she remember retreating was too late. Before the streaks of radiant magic lunged, Bien deflected everything barehanded, leaving the enemies rooted to the spot. How is this possible? The mage and her allies collapsed, seeing all attacks ineffective against the superior opponent. Ain walked through the barrage of magic, bare hands knocking everything away like a harmless game. A heavily trembling member recognized the outfit, skills, and magical reflexes. "I've definitely seen this somewhere before." He recalled it was a character seen on social media. The most terrifying part was Ain's expression, a blissful smile while instilling fear. They believed this was no player but a terrifying NPC. "Job done," Ain stretched contentedly. "Ah, that's a relief." Seo Hyun asked, "You're happy?" Ain replied enthusiastically, "It's been a long time since I enjoyed real PvP." Seo Han thought the opponents were just weaklings but had to admit the adventurers coordinated well. At that moment, the mysterious old man appeared, his dry smile praising their work. He handed a sparkling purple vial, a Heavenly Realm elixir replica, increasing 20,000 HP and tenfold faster energy recovery for 1 hour. After combat, they could claim the reward, a proper 2019 service. Seo Han was astonished. Oh, a heavenly realm elixir again? He knew it had been extremely rare in Asura before. Seo Hyun handed the vial to Ain. You keep it. He explained he had assimilation skills to protect himself, and Ain on the front lines would use it most effectively. Ain received the gift, beamed a bright smile, and sincerely thanked Seo Hyun. Seeing her happiness, Seo Han thought to himself that Ain was truly delighted today. Receiving a gift personally, it's only natural to be happy. Under the serene moonlight on Mount Calabos, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Returning to reality, Jaehoon eagerly invited Seo Hyun for a lavish pizza meal and said with excitement, Seo Hyun, eat as much as you want. Today, I'm treating you. Jun couldn't hide his joy as he recounted that thanks to the hidden quest, Seo Hyun had leveled up 10 times in a single day. In response to the continuous thanks from his friend, Seo Hyun modestly replied, it's nothing big. But Jaehoon firmly said, no, that was truly amazing. To return the favor, Jaehoon took out his phone, saying he had just received some hot news and had captured a screenshot in time. Seo Hyun glanced at the screen, then froze instantly upon recognizing the information. The quest he was undertaking, Baron Ain's request to investigate the strange light column at Mount Calabos, with a reward of 10,000 gold and 80,000 experience. Seo Hyun immediately understood this quest was meant to stop what he was doing. While Jaehoon excitedly talked about the gaming team going chaotic over the huge reward, Seo Hyun coldly said, no one will be able to complete this quest. Jun paused and asked, huh? Hearing that when he was so pumped deflated his mood instantly. Looking directly into his eyes with utmost seriousness, Seo Hyun gave the final warning, Jaehoon, don't accept this quest. Taken aback by this sudden decisiveness, Jaehoon asked in confusion, huh? Not do it. Why? There must be a reason. Seo Hyun was slightly embarrassed, unsure how to explain reasonably. He thought to himself that if he told the truth, everything would fall apart, so he simply said, just don't do it. If you have to face me, it would be awkward. This vague answer left Jaehoon even more stunned, feeling more confused than before. Nevertheless, faced with Seo Hyun's serious expression, Jun finally accepted. Returning to the gate-guarding quest at Mount Calabos, Ain looked at the quiet night and muttered, Seo Hyun, probably no one will come today. Seo Han nodded slightly, still remembering the scene of persuading Jaehoon. He quietly exhaled, relieved to have temporarily used a trick to stop his friend from rushing into danger, and told Jaehoon to trust him for a few more days. Seeing Jaehoon promise to try convincing the gaming team to stop, Seo Hyun felt relieved as he didn't want to intervene directly with his friend in the game. The third night of the quest passed quietly. Ain felt slightly disappointed as she wanted to PvP, while Seo Hyun felt guilty for accepting Jaehoon's meal yet still stopping him from gaining rewards. At that moment, the mysterious old man appeared with a hoarse smile, praising their hard work. The third day ended with no intruders. The reward was an extremely valuable, unique grade sword. 3 peaceful days and still getting a premium gift, truly wealthy without fighting. Yet, that tranquility was just the calm before a great storm. On gaming forums, news about Baron Ain's quest to investigate the strange light column was exploding, causing a stir among the gaming community. Not only huge gold and experience, this time the reward also included skill points, an extremely rare reward never before seen in ASEAN. Sudden increase in difficulty to level 50 plus along with attractive rewards caught the attention of all major powers. From the third-ranked Singhua in South Korea to Darkness, the strongest force with top 2, top 7, and top 9 masters in the Hall of Fame, all rushed to Mount Calabos to compete for the juicy reward. Hearing the reward, everyone was confident, but the real battle would reveal the truth. This event truly exploded, with the online community buzzing non-stop, even treating it as a global event, everyone eagerly waiting for the live broadcast to enjoy chicken and watch. Mount Calabos, Seo Hyun quietly asked, Ain ready? She confidently replied, of course Seo Hyun, but probably still no one will come today, right? Seo Hyun observed thoughtfully and realized that even before midnight a large crowd had already gathered. Perhaps the quest rumors had spread. Today they must be extra careful. To prepare for the battle, Seo Hyun reminded her that this was the last day and she must not be careless. Immediately after, he activated the Assimilation Awakening skill and merged into Ain's body. At the same time, the heat of the quest had spread to the media. Game TV began live coverage of this shocking event, with announcer Lim Sung-jun and commentator Kim Soo-young from Team Stardust. The atmosphere was tense as if the World Finals were about to take place here. When asked if Stardust would participate in the quest, Kim Soo-young hesitated slightly. He recalled the mysterious warning from his friend that an Astra Master once claimed this place was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he could only answer that the team withdrew upon realizing the risk, even though the rewards were truly attractive. Meanwhile, at the scene, Singhua, the third-ranked force in South Korea, was the first group to reach the target. Wanting to finish everything before darkness appeared, the vice president and main damage dealer of Singhua advanced alone. The small figure was already there, astonishing the commentators. The audience hadn't even finished their fried chicken when the incident struck. The figure was Ain. She calmly blocked the vice president, who was full of determination. Seeing a girl standing alone in a dangerous place, he sneered, asking, Hey kid, why are you here? Doing the quest alone is dangerous. Ayan looked up coldly and asked back, "Who are you, sir?" Offended, he snorted and boasted, "Hehe, who am I? Have you heard of the third-ranked Singhua in South Korea? I am the vice president." At Ayan's question, the Singhua vice president still didn't recognize the danger and arrogantly said he wanted to enter the ruins, haughtily telling her to step aside if she knew what was good. But before he could finish, a fierce light tore through space, hitting him and causing the vice president to collapse before his stunned team. Ayan stood in the halo of light, coldly declaring that no one was allowed to enter. At the same time, the system displayed the supreme command: protect the entrance to the ruins within the time limit. Surrounded, Ayan smiled mysteriously as she saw the crowd trying to bypass her. She was like the final boss waiting for players to come and meet the quota. The quest clock began the final 60-minute countdown. Witnessing the powerful vice president being defeated in an instant, the Singhua members began to panic, scream, and frantically charge in for revenge. In the consciousness space, Seo Hyun calmly asked Ayan if she could handle it. Without hesitation, she excitedly affirmed, gaining absolute trust from Seo Hyun. As Seo Hyun activated the Harmony Wave skill, Ayan dashed like a blazing red flash. A fierce fire explosion erupted, engulfing the vanguard in a sea of flames. The scene resembled a free server reset, only players had no resurrection rights. Despite their numbers, the adventurers began to fear, focusing their firepower from afar as they realized one opponent alone was overwhelming. Some began to suspect she was an assassin sent by the rival guild to sabotage the quest. Ayan's speed was too fast for the naked eye, terrifying the crowd who wondered if any player possessed such abnormal power. She casually deflected all ranged attacks and continued. Charging straight into the enemy formation, she shattered their ranks with powerful slashes. Horror spread across the battlefield as they realized all physical attacks were almost ineffective. Many began to suspect Ayan was not a player but a humanoid monster created by the system. In despair, the remaining ones could only watch their teammates fall one by one before the blazing sword, eyes filled with fear. Ayan coldly looked at the remnants, slightly mocking the battle as too boring. She seemed like someone who had just watched a bad movie and regretted the ticket. The survivors lay scattered, trembling, wondering if she was the quest boss with abnormal strength. The studio commentators gasped at the scene unfolding on the screen. Broadcaster Lim Sung-jun reported disastrous collapse of South Korea's third-ranked guild as their guild master fell in battle. Expert Kim Soo-young remarked that this boss was not only powerful, but extremely cunning, plunging into the crowd to dominate the fight entirely. He affirmed that a level 50 player stood no chance against such advanced AI, noting that humanoid NPCs were always scarier than giant monsters. Witnessing the overwhelming strength, the remaining guild members had no choice but to flee to save their lives. Immediately after, another shocking report emerged as the top South Korean guild, Ho-Rang, announced abandoning the quest, recognizing the enemy's overwhelming power. Their turnaround was so fast they would surely win gold if it were a race. However, the focus now shifted to darkness. The world's top guild, Guildmaster Likerji, quietly surveyed the battlefield with calculating eyes. From afar, Ayan slowly wondered if this was the person he had met before. A viral video of two people conquering the boss began to attract the gaming community. Footage captured the two completely defeating the hidden leopard boss with remarkable skill. One of the two had unusual combat style, burning his hands to deal direct damage to enemies. Ikrazi, Guildmaster of Darkness, watched carefully and recognized the signature style, stunned to realize that one of the two, known online as the heretical Dark Priest, was this quest's boss. Ikrazi turned to ask Reina, Deputy Guildmaster of Darkness, about their chances of winning. Jaina gripped her magic staff tightly, estimating the victory odds at around 50%. Ikrazi was shocked that even mobilizing all key members gave only a 50% chance. Jaina explained the opponent's strength and the valuable skill points at stake made it clear this would be no easy challenge. Nevertheless, Ikrazi decided to go all in on the slim 50% chance. He ordered all personnel summoned. Jaina, it's our turn now. Ahead, Ayan still stood alone, unyielding. He guarded the entrance to the ruins under the red moon, the time pressure mounting as the system announced only 40 minutes remained for the quest. Ayan sighed in frustration, hoping next time to encounter more competent allies. The surviving guilds were dull. Seo Han, in a spirit state beside her, noted that those approaching were distinctly different this time, real predators. He noticed their movements displayed caution and discipline, rare among domestic guilds. Seo Hyun observed the fully equipped warriors approaching, wondering if they were world-ranked players. Seo Hai noticed something unusual. Only a single vanguard advanced. Soon, he understood the strategy. They concentrated all buffs on one person. This was a one-carries-all tactic. A single mistake meant the whole team would reset. The mages behind continuously cast spells, creating a massive swirling vortex of energy around the lead warrior. Feeling the power surge through his veins, he excitedly swung his weapon. Incredible, it felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, weightless. Watching his delight, everyone could tell. He looked as if he had just downed 3 strong cups of coffee. From behind, Reina shouted to urge, "Pierce, attack quickly. Buffs only last 5 minutes." Pierce, member of Darkness, ranked 9th in the world, replied confidently, "Yes, I know, he's charging like an arrow." Pierce roared and lunged at Ain with a massive pillar of fire, seeming ready to one-shot the boss in an instant, confident that his enhanced stats and charge skill would leave the opponent no time to react. However, the smile vanished as Ain suddenly closed the distance and blocked the attack within his gloves. Damn, the charge was nullified, leaving Pierce stunned and recoiling. He could not believe anyone could react fast enough to match his fully buffed state. Seeing Ain's mystical smile beneath his helmet, he trembled, wondering, who is this, faster than me even with all buffs active? Seeing his friend flustered, Siohain reminded, Ain only needed to stand back to counter. Charging straight in was too risky. Ain remained exhilarated. Without doing so, I would have let him slip past. This makes it more interesting. Siohain sighed in agreement. But I will assist when danger arises or from ranged attacks. He worried for her fragile body if struck critically. From afar, Darkness members were stunned to see Pierce, possessing maximum power, being overpowered and pushed back. Pierce gritted his teeth in despair. At this rate I will lose, forced to shout for help from allies. Mayday, assist me quickly. The battle erupted with clashes of spears and fire, the tension so high it seemed HP bars would be nearly depleted. Siohain quietly assessed that Ain was performing better than expected. As he observed abnormal magic appeared beneath his feet, Siohain shouted, Ain, magic at your feet. Ain flinched as a sharp ice pillar erupted from the ground. Noticing the opening as Ain was knocked back, Pierce roared in excitement. Got a weakness, looks like he hit the jackpot. He poured all his strength into the fiery attack, certain it would finish the opponent on the spot. Ain could only exclaim in shock, bitterly realizing he had been too focused on the duel to watch his surroundings. Yet, just as Pierce's strike was about to hit, a surge of blue energy suddenly erupted, blasting him back, leaving his teammates stunned. Pierce was dazed, unable to understand why his attack failed. At this moment, Siohyun's spirit appeared behind Ain, calmly stating, I will handle it when danger arises or from ranged attacks. He explained having activated a 1-second absorption to nullify the sneak strike. Ain smiled in relief. Siohyun seized the moment, ordering an attack. Ain responded excitedly, got it, charging in. Under Siohyun's control, Ain delivered a fiery punch straight to Pierce. Despite trying to resist, Pierce's body lost control, yelling in desperation, I cannot die like this. An explosion from the central wave skill erupted, blasting everything nearby. Witnessing this, Darkness members stood frozen, unable to believe Pierce had fallen so easily. Amid the chaos, a commander shouted to rearrange the formation. Hold your positions, it's not over. He asserted Darkness was still strong, ordering the next plan deployed. Soon, a giant shield warrior advanced under the mage's buffs. The more rigid the formation, the better. The opponents ignored the rules. Siohan noted, they are coming again. Ain this time is the tanker, receiving all buffs. He wondered if Ain still had enough energy to fight. She drank the sparkling potion in one gulp. Yes, finish it first, now it's fine. He released his grip, letting the copy of the celestial elixir fall and shatter on the ground. She was ready to enter the upcoming, exhausting battle. Suddenly, he said he wanted to use his ultimate skill. Siohyun gasped and shouted, reminding him they had agreed to save it for hunting the boss after the quest. But he just smiled. Did I ever say that? Ignoring Siohyun's warnings, the red-eyed sorceress declared excitedly. But Siohyun, this is much more fun right now. Thanks to the elixir, his health increased by 20,000, and energy regeneration was 10 times faster. He surged forward like a massive fireball, leaving Siohyun helplessly screaming. On the opposite side, the Darkness Guild members, still believing that no matter how strong she was alone and exhausted from the fight with Pierce. The next to step forward was Berceus, ranked 7th in the world. Confident in his solid defense, Berceus was horrified the moment they collided, realizing the opponent had not even unleashed their full strength. A colossal pillar of fire erupted, engulfing the 7th-ranked expert in the stunned eyes of all witnesses. Everything happened too fast. The spectators were stunned before they could comprehend it. Berceus, fully buffed in defense, was defeated with a single strike. No one could believe the irrational power manifesting before their eyes. Amid the blazing sea of fire, he stepped forward slowly like a majestic fire deity. It was the awakened skill Resolute Flame Annihilation, turning him into a fire wolf, tripling fire damage and upgrading all fire skills by 1 level, even continuously losing vitality and unable to receive healing from allies for an hour. That power still made him a nightmare on the battlefield. On set, announcer Lim Sung-jun couldn't hide his shock seeing a seasoned expert fall so quickly. All eyes focused on him as he advanced straight toward Dae-ho, the core of darkness, in the imposing figure of a fire deity. Expert Kim Soo-young observed, like players who save their ultimate skill until the last minute, this boss had also kept its secret ability hidden until now. Excitement mixed with anxiety was evident on the commentators' faces as they realized Phase 2 was truly beginning, while he smiled dangerously. Smoke and fire covered the battlefield as explosions echoed continuously. Amid the rubble, Douglas Gothett reminded members to maintain formation to avoid being wiped out. Although Reina still tried to coordinate and refused to give up, guild leader Ikrazi sensed extreme danger. He ordered the team to keep distance, only using long-range attacks against him. Ikrazi gritted his teeth, admitting everything had gone beyond calculation. and the original plan now resembled a hastily scribbled draft before an exam. He bitterly realized his greatest mistake was measuring strength by the Sinqua Guild, while the opponent before them was an unmeasurable monster. Watching him rampage through the sea of fire, Ikrazi saw their chances of victory slipping, and they needed a variable to turn the tide. At that moment, Mayday, the world's second-ranked player of darkness, suddenly requested to join the attack once more. Despite Ikrazi's worried questions, Mayday looked straight through her glasses and affirmed she was fine, fully capable. Remembering the previous counterattack from the strange skill, Mayday focused on preparing her next move. She asked the long-range group to draw him away to create space. Seo Hyun had already seen through the plan. He immediately ordered him to change direction, then directed the soul to repel a flying demon sealing spell at the last moment. Seeing him stunned by Seo Hyun's observation and reflexes, he casually joked that the long range should leave everything to Seo Hyun. Nevertheless, he reminded him to be extremely careful, as this opponent was truly no simple foe. Spotting the enemy targeting a blind spot, Seo Hyun instantly commanded a change of direction. He reacted so fast it seemed to break the game's difficulty, then unleashed mana to nullify the ambush. Mayday trembled in shock. She could not believe the attack from outside her sight was dodged so easily. What? Clearly, how could she possibly avoid it? Before she could compose herself, Mayday froze as she met his blazing red eyes through the flames, realizing her position had been seen. He charged like a whirlwind, leaving Mayday only time to utter despair before being defeated. Impossible. How does she know my exact position? Witnessing this, Ikrazi gritted his teeth in pain, realizing even hidden strikes were useless. At this point, his plan was only to retreat with minimal loss. He bitterly admitted the opponent was unstoppable and ordered Reina to withdraw Daeho immediately. Calm down, everyone fall back. We've lost. Watching Daeho in darkness retreat silently, Seo Hyun calmly realized the enemy had finally given up. He cheered excitedly that with him and Seo Hyun, defeat was impossible, while he thought the current Azrian player still resembled a novice compared to the past Azra expert. With the quest time almost over, he told him to take control for a while. Seo Hyun revealed that this hidden quest still had another method of completion that he knew. He had heard of this method before, and now was the time to execute it. At that moment, the mysterious old man suddenly appeared, laughing madly. Wahaha, finally completed. The old man rejoiced as the result of 4 days of effort neared completion. He felt his body being cleansed by celestial light. But the smile vanished instantly when he saw him silently approaching. He roared in anger. Who are you? Didn't I tell you to guard the entrance? Do you want to taste suffering? Seeing the opponent still advancing relentlessly, he began to panic. He threatened and lured, promising 10 more skill points if they retreated immediately. Desperately, he shouted as victory lay just 1 step away. But Seo Hyun, in his body, coldly unleashed a fire attack. The old man could only scream in hatred before being engulfed in flames and completely vanishing. The ending was so swift that there was no time for a final word before being erased from the game. He asked in bewilderment, he ran away already? Seo Hyun calmly confirmed everything ended as planned, the quest clock stopping at the last 5 seconds. Before them hovered a deep blue crystal, emitting pure magical energy. It was the sky fragment, the true target Seo Hyun had aimed for from the start. He affirmed it was among the most important items, likely the first possession in Azrian. Seo Hyun was certain they were the first to touch this treasure. As the sky fragment merged with their body, the overwhelming energy surged through, causing him to groan in pain. The system repeatedly displayed notifications. You have received the sky fragment. Its power permeates your body. An unexpected variable occurred when the system recognized 2 souls coexisting in one body. Therefore, both Seo Hyun and him simultaneously received the title Celestial and protection from the heavens. Seeing the blue light envelop both, Seo Hyun smiled with satisfaction. Success. He could clearly feel a new source of power surging fiercely through every vein. Seo Hyun could not hold back his excitement and burst into a hearty laugh. Seeing his friend use his own body to laugh foolishly, Ayan blushed in embarrassment and immediately told him to stop. Thanks to the celestial title they had just received, both of them gained permanent 50% resistance to ice and lightning, and no longer felt cold. The system also hinted that this noble title could bring many more special things in the future. While the battle was throwing the online community into an uproar, a man quietly watched the live stream with a sharp gaze. He was as calm as if he were watching highlights, not a server-scorching combat encounter. It was Kang Chaewon, a veteran former player of Astra, nicknamed Steelstone. Looking at the comments constantly praising the mysterious Dark Priestess on the screen, he silently judged that she was fighting very well. Not only did she possess formidable damage, her movement skill set was also truly impressive. However, Cheon VKFI was suspicious of the opponent's profession. He felt those movements were strangely familiar. Suddenly, he froze if he had just realized something. What was this deja vu feeling? Those movements, I have definitely seen them somewhere before. Could it be a boss I once faced in Asura? Cheon Donwai's hand holding the mouse abruptly stopped. He was still calm to the point that it seemed like he was watching highlights, not a server-burning combat encounter. He narrowed his eyes and stared closely at the screen, where Ayan was unleashing terrifying firepower in her awakened state. A shocking truth emerged, leaving him stunned as he blurted out, "Wait, could Ayan be a girl?" It seemed that, like Seo Hyun in the past, Cheon VKFI had always thought his old teammate was a boy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Darkness Guild was unusually heavy. Ikrazi and his teammates trudged along, bitterly admitting that they had failed completely. They had thought they could win, but they had been far too careless. From now on, he would definitely have to reflect on himself more seriously. Just then, a ping from the system rang out, making everyone stop short. Ikrazi raised his head in surprise, wondering what was happening. A dazzling notification panel suddenly appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the quest." This plot twist left the whole group frozen, as if they had just lost the match yet were handed the championship trophy. Ikrazi was stunned and confused, while the others shouted in a commotion that the quest had been completed. None of them could believe it, even after they had just fled in disgrace before Ayan's power. At a bustling street corner, Kang Cheon still had not recovered from the shock after watching the live stream. His expression was no different from someone who had just discovered the final boss was actually an old teammate. Noticing this, Barat, a former Asura player, immediately spoke up to ask about him. Kang Cheon firmly stated that he had recognized Ayan instantly, because he had once memorized every movement of that opponent very carefully. Barat also admitted that he had faced Ayan in the arena countless times, though every time he had been crushed. The two walked on while still immersed in the shock of Ayan's true identity. Kang Cheon was extremely bewildered after learning that Ayan was actually a girl, because he had always thought the other party was a burly berserker. By contrast, Barat was calmer and thought it might simply be appearance customization with long hair. Even so, Barat quickly emphasized that Ayan's gender was not the most important issue right now. He judged that the players who had once fought through Astra were growing stronger at a frightening speed, and Ayan was not the only exception. There were still many other anonymous experts using the store of information from the old game to break through in the new world. Barat emphasized that the gap in information was what created a massive difference in growth potential between groups of players. Kang Cheon solemnly admitted that, although they had started at the same time, Ayan had already reached a level far beyond the rest. Suddenly a name surfaced and stirred his curiosity. "Then what level is Seo Hyun at now?" Hearing that name, Barat asked in astonishment whether that legend had also joined Asrian. Kang Cheon confirmed with certainty that he had, because someone like Seo Hyun, who had once held the absolute #1 rank during the Astra era, would never pass up this masterpiece. He silently wondered how terrifyingly powerful that king would become after stepping into Asrian. Kang Cheon thought to himself that if Ayan and Seo Hyun, that terrifying duo from the past, were to stand shoulder to shoulder again in this world, how tremendous the shock they created would be. Just imagining it was enough to make the other top server players want to log out for peace of mind. Looking at the video, he temporarily breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two were still acting separately. But the pressure remained crushing, making him anxiously urge Barat to go hunting at once. He immediately understood that before being left far behind, he also had to raise his strength quickly. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was still glued to his computer screen. He kept scrutinizing every frame of Dark H4T's battle. He examined it so closely that if the screen could speak, it would probably ask for leave. He wondered what exactly that was. How could someone perfectly evade attacks from blind spots like that? Although expert Kim Soo-young on television said that movement far exceeded human limits and could only be done by AI, Jaehyun had a different intuition. He pondered that no matter how he looked at it, it felt strange. In his view, the opponent's willingness to use mind games right in risky close combat was far too human. Although the character's handling of long-range attacks was almost perfect, there were still moments when very small openings appeared. Jaehyun realized that if he ignored the overwhelming destructive power, the character's tactical thinking and way of controlling the battle were what deserved to be studied the most. Time was becoming extremely urgent, because only 3 days remained until the game team's trainee evaluation. The pressure came so relentlessly that every passing second felt as heavy as the alarm bell on a Monday morning. Jaehyun told himself that he had to use every second to analyze that playstyle carefully, hoping he could create a major breakthrough. At the same time, in a secret location, an emergency meeting was opened to discuss the heavy losses from the recent quest. The leader solemnly declared that this was internal information about the one who had caused their crushing defeat, Dark H4T. At the Darkness Guild headquarters, Ikrazi suddenly put forward a conclusion that shook every core member. Discovered that person is not an NPC, but actually a player. Those words fell like thunder in the meeting room, leaving everyone deathly silent. Faced with his teammates' astonishment and questioning voices, that man began to explain more clearly. Ikrazi recalled that when the whole guild was retreating, the quest completion notification suddenly appeared, making everyone rejoice. However, when he calmed down and checked the system log again, that man discovered an extremely unreasonable point. The key lay in the contribution score. According to the log, Team Mayday only reached 4%, Team Belsu reached 1%, while Team Pierce had a mere 0.2%. The total contribution of all darkness combined was still not even 10%. According to the rules of the game, contribution points were only counted from player actions. An NPC intervention was absolutely not recorded. From this data, Ikrazi was certain that a player had participated in the battle just now. Quest boss they had faced was actually a player who had accepted a completely different quest and directly clashed with them. Ikrazi further analyzed that the opponent's overwhelming power likely came from stats enhanced by a special quest. That man also suspected that the girl's profession was not Dark Priestess. It was very likely another extremely rare hidden class. Hearing this, Jana immediately came up with an idea. If that person really is a player, does that not mean we can recruit her into the guild? Ikrazi smiled in agreement, because that was exactly what that man was calculating. That man stressed that before this truth spread, Darkness had to act quickly, before the other guilds had time to set their sights on her. Recruiting that anonymous female ranker who possessed such astonishing power was the guild's top priority right now. Meanwhile, in real life, Seo Han leisurely sat eating instant noodles in front of the screen, the coincidence between the game and reality creating an interesting contrast. He scrolled through forums and saw the netizens buzzing everywhere, only mentioning Aen's name. Seo Han thought, perfect, everyone is mistaking her profession for Dark Priestess, which makes me more relaxed and less noticed. He considered that because Aen's skills were so unique, the confusion was understandable. At the same time, he was slightly curious about what Aen was thinking at this moment. Suddenly, an urgent notification appeared on the screen, updating the official content of ASEAN. The main storyline would begin in 4 days with many new features. Seo Han excitedly exclaimed, finally, the first update has arrived. Looking at the notification, Seo Han thought, arena, huh? Hearing arena, even noodles taste better. The system announced that arena features would be added to all major cities, allowing players worldwide to connect and compete. He thought Aen would definitely like it, as she had always stayed around dueling areas in the past. Finishing his bowl of noodles, Seo Han told himself that with Azrian finally starting the main storyline, he would surely be very busy after the update. Returning to the game, Seo Hyun intended to hunt before maintenance but unexpectedly received an unidentified message. Message from Aen. Seo Hyun, I won't be in the game for about 2 days, don't grind alone. He was a bit stunned at the sudden absence of the main damage dealer, making the plan to hunt high-level monsters difficult. However, Seo Han thought this was a good time to undertake a smaller quest rather than the major awakening quest at level 50. The system guided him to the Sunset Temple to investigate. Wanting to explore enlightenment related to the special profession, he decided to complete the quest while he had time. Upon reaching the Sunset Temple, Seo Hyun was awestruck by the ancient structure under the crimson sky, so grand that if it sold tickets he would even want a student discount. He stepped in cautiously, wondering if this quest area had appeared in Ezra before. Though he did not remember this location, because it was the Hidden Profession Awakening quest area, Seo Han knew he could not skip it. The deeper he went, the more it looked like ruins rather than a temple, sacred yet as if it had been bombed, making him doubt its credibility. While observing, a female voice suddenly sounded, "Oh, a guest has arrived." Seo Han was startled and turned around stunned. In front of him was a beautiful woman, fiery red hair, dressed in a seductive white priestess outfit. She smiled and greeted, turning out to be a player welcoming him. Her bold attire made Seo Han wonder if any priestess actually dressed like that. Seo Han walked briskly on the red carpet inside the temple, feeling the atmosphere slightly strange and alien. Looking at the priestess beside him, Seo Han hesitantly asked, "Priestess, do you hold a high position?" because her uniform was different from the others. She smiled confidently and replied, I designed this uniform myself. Pretty, right? Looking at Seo Han flustered, she waved her hand to dismiss it. Don't mind, don't ask too much, leaving Seo Han awkwardly responding, still suspicious, because everything here was hazy and incomprehensible. Afterwards, a system notification appeared, welcoming him to the Sunset Temple, hoping this would be an opportunity for him to explore his true nature. Seo Han worriedly wondered if everything would be all right. The priestess raised a radiant cross staff, excitedly asking, "You came to awaken, right? Let me check your soul." Yun was slightly anxious but nodded in agreement, "Yes, please." Her eyes sharpened, focusing her power to activate a glowing magic circle, and said, "Then let's begin." The system announced that Sunset Priestess Lutia was conducting a soul check on Seo Hyun, pledging absolute secrecy as red magic surged covering both. He observed carefully, reading closely. Seo Hyun hoped that since this was a hidden profession, there would surely be something special, preparing himself to hear the future revealed. Suddenly, Lutia widened her eyes in shock, exclaiming, "Heavens!" Porter found her reaction over the top. Seo Han was startled, worriedly asking, "Is something wrong?" Lutia changed her demeanor, laughed heartily, waving her hand to explain, "It's fine, just the first time I've seen this profession really strange." Seo Han replied, "I'll be going now." Seeing Seo Han about to leave, Lutia hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, not finished yet." She gave a mysterious look and asked, "Don't you want to know the true empathic power?" Seo Hyun froze, wondering if it was just a stat for support roles. Ludia insisted it was not simple, staring into his eyes and introducing a new concept. "First, one must talk about the superhuman." Ludia said, "A superhuman is an entity above human level, often called an angel or demon, with empathic power clearly linked to them. Sounds sacred, but also makes one wonder if they are praying or activating the cosmic Wi-Fi. Through human prayers, the superhuman will receive empathy from which prophecies or protection are granted to influence the world. This is also why priestesses train day and night, praying to transmit empathy to the supreme being." Ludia approached, bringing her cross staff to Seo Hyun's face, excitedly proposing, "Do you want to learn how to pray?" So close that Seo Hyun felt if he refused he would be compelled. Immediately, a system notification appeared about the priestess Ludia's offer, though the system warned it might waste time. Seo Hyun was still astonished at having to learn to pray. Seeing Ludia's expectant look, he thought to himself, though futile, it directly affects special stats, cannot be ignored. Seo Hyun reluctantly agreed. "Alright, I will learn." Ludia explained, "The prayers of those with great empathic power can more easily reach superhumans." She emphasized, "This stat is usually innate. Even priestesses must exert extreme effort to slightly increase it. Therefore, Seo Hyun could increase empathy stats as if they were normal specs, a great privilege." Seo Hyun sat down to perform the ritual, while Ludia kept praising his luck. Seo Hyun was skeptical, a support just praying behind. He reminded himself he was not a true priestess. Ludia smiled mysteriously, assuring that once he mastered advanced prayer, Seo Hyun could restore anything from angels to demons. She recounted a story of a priestess so absorbed in faith, only praying, who one day collapsed from exhaustion and fell asleep. When the priestess opened her eyes, the surroundings transformed into a place extremely strange. Ludia appeared amid the hazy black smoke, asking Seo Hyun with delight whether he found this interesting and inviting him to try going there once. Immediately after, pitch-black energy wrapped around Seo Hyun, leaving him only time to stare in shock before being sucked into the void. Waking amid the ruins, Seo Hyun wondered blankly whether he had just fallen asleep. He stared around in astonishment at the place that had once been a majestic and solemn temple. Now only cracked walls remained beneath a blazing red sky, along with a sinister black sun. The scene looked no different from a bugged update of the world, where everything had been suspiciously overturned. While Seo Hyun was still bewildered, not knowing where he was, Ludia suddenly appeared right behind him, making him jump. She calmly continued the story, then revealed that the priest from those years ago had actually been hiding a shocking secret. That secret was that he had never worshipped angels, but had secretly served demons. Because he prayed to and empathized with demons, he surpassed the limits of ordinary rituals and entered the place closest to the demon realm. After hearing it, Seo Hyun could only wonder whether this was an awakening or a horror-done quest. He explained that if there was a space close to the celestial realm, then a symmetrical place close to demons must also exist. She affirmed that where they stood was the intersection closest to demon realm, where every prayer could echo into demons' ears. Seo Hyun wondered in shock whether such a symmetrical world had ever existed in Asura. He anxiously asked Ludia whether he could return to the old world, and he received an answer that made his heart lighten. Good heavens, of course he could. Then, let us go back. After a brilliant blue light flashed, Seo Hyun was stunned to realize he had returned to the normal temple. Had he returned? Seeing Seo Hyun gradually calm down, Ludia smiled and asked whether he felt more interested now. He nodded, because a new path to a mysterious world was opening before his eyes. The kind of interest that knew the danger clearly, yet still wanted to try it once. Ludia began teaching him the principle of prayer, which was to empty the mind without letting oneself sink completely into unconsciousness. Seo Hyun began trying it, but soon realized this was not simple at all. It was far harder than he had imagined. Damn it, this really was difficult. As he tried to maintain a half-awake, half-dreaming state, he questioned Ludia's true identity. Who exactly was she? Demon worshipper. Ludia only left behind a mysterious smile before leaving. "I am only a priest. I have told you everything I needed to teach, so I will take my leave now." Seo Hyun began to wonder whether Asura and Asrian were truly the same world, or whether that symmetrical world was a completely new creation Asrian. Seo Hyun focused his entire mind on prayer. A stream of deep purple-black energy began to cover his body. System notifications appeared one after another, congratulating him as proficiency reached 100% and the prayer skill rose to level 2. The leveling speed was so fast that if there were rankings, he had probably just broken the record by soaring straight upward after cultivating once. But then he felt his chest tighten and his breathing grow hurried. What was this? Why was it suddenly so hard to breathe? The terrifying promotion speed caused Seo Hyun to gradually lose consciousness. At that very moment, a shocking notification appeared, empathizing with a nearby transcendent existence. In the silent night, Seo Hyun walked alone through the empty temple. He moved as though guided by an invisible force, unclear when or where he had started. His feet automatically led him through the dark corridors, till he stopped before an old wooden door. Seo Hyun gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, where a dark room was filled with a mysterious feeling. His gaze immediately froze when he saw the scene before him. He saw an iron chain tightly locking someone's thin ankle. Advancing deeper into the room, Seo Hyun was stunned to realize it was a little girl with long white hair, sitting silently on the bed. He was inwardly shocked. A little girl. The little girl slowly raised her head, revealing round red eyes filled with sorrow and a small, pretty face. The two looked at each other in astonishment. Then the little girl softly let out an "ah," as though she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Seo Hyun froze, realizing he had truly met the little girl in a space glittering with light. That moment felt so fated that if there had been background music, the climax would surely have begun. He looked at the little girl, his mind full of questions. What was happening? He realized the little girl's eyes were empty, as though they had lost focus. Although the little girl still seemed conscious, Seo Hyun understood that she was in a very serious abnormal state. He wondered who had done this, and for what reason. The little girl's legs were tightly chained, and she sat right in the middle of a strange magic circle. He could not help feeling heartbroken. Why would anyone bind a child in a place like this? The sight was so painful it made him want to leave observation mode and slam the table. He also began to suspect why. He had accidentally stepped into this gloomy place. Suddenly, dry footsteps sounded outside the door, startling Seo Hyun. This was bad. He had to observe the situation first. He immediately found a place to hide as two unfamiliar priests entered the room. Seo Hyun wondered inwardly why people bearing the name of priests were here, and what the hell was going on. One man frowned and asked who had left the door open, while the other calmly answered that it was probably green again. One priest raised his staff high, letting an eerie deep blue mana spread out. Hiding behind the wardrobe door, Seo Hyun held his breath and watched anxiously. What was that? He immediately recognized it as an extremely powerful skill that inflicted an abnormal mental state, and that small little girl had to endure that terrifying magic. Seo Hyun was furious when he saw them also activate the magic circle beneath the little girl's feet to increase the pressure. He inwardly cursed those people for being too cruel, continuously using many kinds of magic on such a frail child. Even knowing this was only the world inside the game Asrian, that insane scene still made Seo Hyun shudder. The game was so realistic that he began to wonder whether this was a game or a horror film. When the door closed and the priests left, he carefully poked his head out to check. Had they gone? Seo Hyun hurried to the little girl and called out urgently, "Hey, little one. Wake up." He shook the little girl with all his strength, but she still sat motionless, her weak body giving no response. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth when he realized her condition was even worse than before. Looking at those empty eyes, he bitterly understood that too much abnormal magic had nearly exhausted the little girl's mind. With no other choice, Seo Hyun clicked his tongue. There was no other way. He opened his inventory and decided to take out the precious Elysia potion he had painstakingly saved for so long. It was a moment that hurt both his wallet and his heart, having to use a rare item in an unplanned situation. Seo Hyun brought the potion to the little girl's mouth and instructed her, "Come on, drink this." As soon as the drops of elixir seeped in, the little girl's empty eyes began to change. The little girl's gaze gradually gained focus, and the vivid red color also returned. She groaned softly. Ugh. Where was this? Seeing the medicine take effect, Seo Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Even so, he still inwardly regretted the considerable value of the item he had just used. Taking advantage of the moment, Seo Hyun drew his dagger. He quickly cut through the chain locking the little girl's legs. Seeing herself freed, the little girl was extremely surprised. "Oh, are you trying to save me?" "Thank you." Then she asked excitedly, "By the way, who are you?" Seo Hyun quickly signaled for silence. "Shh, speak quietly, someone could come back at any moment." Just as the atmosphere was tense, a strange sound came from the little girl's stomach, leaving Seo Hyun stunned. The little girl admitted shyly, "I am so hungry." Then she looked at Seo Hyun with sparkling, expectant eyes. "Can you sell me something to eat?" "No." Seo Hyun raised his head and asked back, "Something to eat?" He searched his inventory and found a piece of basic bread for beginners. Seeing the food, the little girl cried out happily. "Oh, how much is this?" He answered casually, 10 gold. The little girl confidently said 10 gold was nothing, then hurriedly searched all over herself. But her smile quickly vanished when she realized the harsh truth. "Sorry, I do not have a single coin." Looking at her zero balance, Seo Hyun thought it made sense. How could someone imprisoned here have money? The little girl awkwardly suggested trading with an item, such as the necklace she was wearing. But she immediately clutched the necklace tightly and burst into tears. "I absolutely cannot give this to anyone. I will not let it be stolen." Seeing such a fierce reaction, Seo Hyun could only wave his hand and say, "Forget it, I will not take it. You can pay later, just eat." Hearing that, the little girl happily devoured the piece of bread. Seeing her like that, Seo Hyun guessed the necklace must be very special. Special enough that she would rather starve than let it go. Seo Hyun watched the little girl eat with relish, then asked her name. The child answered while chewing the bread, saying her name was Louise. That name made Seo Hyun think, because he had never heard it in Astra. He handed her a cup of water and said it was free service. making Louise ask back in confusion. Seo Hyun secretly felt this name sounded very aristocratic, and while he was still hesitating over how to handle this, a notification panel suddenly appeared. It was the main quest, Rescue Louise. The content said the little girl had been imprisoned by unknown people and needed help, though the reward was still 0. Seo Hyun was stunned because the system had sent the quest before the NPC even spoke. He looked at Louise and was certain this little girl was not an ordinary background NPC. Seo Hyun looked straight into the little girl's eyes and asked, Louise, do you want to leave this place? Louise's eyes lit up with hope, and the little girl asked in a trembling voice whether he could really save her. As soon as she finished speaking, Louise burst into sobs. Tears rolled down her cheeks as the little girl choked out her thanks to Seo Hyun for agreeing to help her. The scene was so touching that if there had been an audience watching, they would surely have secretly wiped away tears. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Seo Hyun thought the girl's way of speaking and circumstances were truly special. He calmly affirmed that he would help her escape. In any case, I am rather free right now. Louise nodded softly in agreement. Seo Hyun told himself that even if the system had not assigned the quest, he would still want to help this child. Right after he pressed accept on the quest, Seo Hyun scooped Louise up, then taking advantage of the dark night, decisively jumped from the towering balcony of the temple. The decision was so swift it was as if he were trying to save the world before bedtime. Seo Hyun was secretly relieved that, because it was night, there were no guards around. He observed carefully and realized he had not been transferred to another world. He only needed to hide in the darkness to avoid attention. Suddenly, 2 crimson lights like devil eyes flashed in the bushes, startling Seo Hyun into shouting loudly, "Who is there?" Yet when he looked carefully, he saw no one at all. He wondered whether he had been too sensitive and seen wrongly. Brushing aside his doubt, Seo Hyun turned to ask the little girl he was carrying in his arms, "Hey, can you run fast?" Louise asked back blankly, "Huh, are you talking about me?" Seo Hyun replied coldly, "Who else would it be if not you?" Louise quietly revealed that she could use wind magic to speed up her movement. Seo Hyun immediately signaled, "Good, let's go." The two shot into the night. Seo Hyun was extremely astonished that such a small girl could keep up with his speed without showing any sign of exhaustion. Although he knew she had magic supporting her, Louise's sturdy stamina still made him feel relieved. However, another serious problem began to appear. Even after sprinting with all his strength for 10 straight minutes, Seo Hyun was shocked to realize the temple still stood towering right behind them. Suspecting that the two had fallen into a spatial barrier, he hurriedly shouted, "Louise, stop for a moment." Both of them halted in the temple courtyard. Seo Hyun judged that they were trapped in an endless loop. Louise tremblingly confirmed that the road ahead seemed to stretch on forever without an end. Right then, a mysterious voice rang out, asking where they intended to go. This situation was no different from racing against a deadline yet still being unable to escape the same spot. A blinding burst of light suddenly erupted from the direction of the temple, making Seo Hyun raise his hand in horror to shield his eyes. He feared that both their movements had been discovered, but that mysterious voice sounded beside his ear again, urging him to open his eyes. Seo Hyun was stunned to see the space around them begin transforming fantastically. Louise cried out in excitement when she discovered a radiant path had appeared before them through the deep forest, shattering the barrier that had imprisoned them. Seo Hyun hurriedly urged the little girl, "Alright, let's go quickly." He was still stunned by the path that had just appeared, his mind filling with countless questions about the mysterious person secretly helping him. He truly did not understand what the hell was going on. It felt no different from receiving a free buff without knowing who had pressed the button. Seo Hyun and Louise continued racing through the silent night of the dense forest. While running, Seo Hyun turned and asked, "Louise, where is the destination?" The little girl stammered in confusion, seemingly not knowing where she should go either. Realizing Louise truly had nowhere to go, Seo Hyun was stunned for a moment, then decided they would head to the nearest Lakacha castle first. Even so, Seo Hyun could not help feeling worried as he looked toward the distant mountains. He wondered how far the two of them could flee without being discovered while crossing this forest. Suddenly, a strange flash of light flickered among the trees, making Seo Hyun stop short at once. Right after that, a deep purple surge of energy tore through space and rushed toward them, making him gasp in horror. What is that? A sinister attack aimed straight at Louise, making Seo Hyun roar in despair. No, Louise. A violent explosion of energy erupted, blasting everything around it away and creating a tremendous shockwave. Seo Hyun hurriedly rushed toward Louise, who had fallen to the ground. The little girl trembled in fear, only letting out faint groans amid her panic. Seo Hyun anxiously shook her and called out, "Wake up, Louise." Seeing the little girl sobbing in terror, he silently gritted his teeth and cursed. He had managed to use the 1-second absorption skill to block it, but the situation had truly been a hair's breadth from disaster. Seo Hyun was shaken to realize that the speed of the previous attack had been far too fast. It seemed even faster than the attacks of Boss Leopard he had once faced. He narrowed his eyes toward the two black shadows radiating deep purple killing intent in the distance, immediately judging that they were not priests, but professional assassins. With that terrifying magical pressure, Siu Hein guessed their levels were at least above 200. He understood the enemy was not only one but two formidable assassins, while his current strength was not enough to confront them head-on. Therefore, he hurriedly urged Louise, "Louise, get a hold of yourself. Hurry, there is no time to rest. Stand up quickly." Seeing the little girl regain her senses, he drew his dagger and instructed, "When I give the signal, you must run away with all your strength." Immediately, Seo Hyun activated the secret shift sword skill. A massive blue light instantly shot straight into the sky. Now, Seo Hyun roared. Energy from the sword slammed down onto the ground, creating a huge explosion and clouds of dust. The two assassins were completely caught off guard by this wide area attack, only managing to exclaim in shock as dust and light covered their vision. Seo Hyun used the cloud of dust as an obstruction to create an opening for escape. Seo Hyun shouted loudly, "Run, Louise." The little girl immediately responded, and the two of them dashed away madly. He silently calculated that although it would be hard to shake off professionals like them, this method would still help them buy a little precious time. Just a few seconds later, a powerful gust surged from behind, leaving Seo Hyun stunned as he realized the pursuer had closed the distance as quickly as if he had been locked onto. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth and swung his sword to block an incoming magic attack. Worried that the situation was turning bad, he urged Louise not to stop, but running while defending slowed them down considerably. In that life or death moment, he shouted. At that instant, a system notification window appeared before Louise. The message appeared, "Player Seo Hyun wants to dominate your body. Do you agree to entrust your soul?" Louise was stunned and stammered, "My soul." Faced with her hesitation, Seo Hyun shouted in desperation, "Hurry. If this keeps up, we will all die." Louise gaped in shock, having never seen anything so strange. But in this situation, the proposal was like the only lifeline. She nodded firmly, "I understand, I entrust my soul to you." The system confirmed it immediately. Seo Hyun smiled triumphantly. Well done, now he could use the assimilation skill on Louise. Blue energy erupted as Seo Hyun's soul fully merged into the little girl's body. Louise's status window appeared, a level 35 little girl with modest health. Seo Hyun examined her skills carefully and realized she only had support techniques such as wind steps and small flame creation, with no attack skills at all. That was fine. Seo Hyun immediately controlled Louise to dodge the razor-sharp sword strikes from the two assassins closing in. Seo Hyun realized that if the two moved separately, fighting while protecting Louise would create fatal openings, but through assimilation, he completely eliminated that sluggishness. Under Seo Hyun's control, Louise's body became unusually agile, constantly flipping and dodging attacks, shocking the assassins. He was confident that with his skill, Louise's abilities were pushed to their limit, allowing them to break out of the encirclement, a true clutch save that worked as effectively as two people combined. However, Seo Hyun realized this state could not last long. If it kept consuming mana, Louise would be exhausted, and both of them would fall into danger. He reminded himself that he had to find a way to shake them off before the mana ran out. They headed straight toward a vast abyss, taking about 15 minutes, and Seo Hyun noticed the male assassin starting to fall behind. That man lagged a little behind his companion, seizing the rare opportunity. Seo Hyun aimed directly at the nearest assassin and abruptly ordered the assimilation cancelled, his soul separating from Louise and shooting forward like an arrow. He smiled defiantly, blocked the enemy's path, and said coldly, "You're not getting past." Seo Hyun immediately activated the absorption skill to block the assassin's vicious attack. That man froze and blurted out, "What?" But before he could react, the status notification appeared instantly. Taking advantage of the counterattack effect, Seo Hyun roared, "Good, now get lost," then kicked the enemy off the cliff. Landing safely, Seo Hyun thought that one had been dealt with, then looked around warily, wondering where the other one was. At that moment, the second assassin suddenly lit a signal flare and hurled it hard into the sky. A loud explosion and dazzling light startled Seo Hyun. Fortunately, that man did not continue attacking and instead retreated into the darkness. Seo Hyun worriedly wondered whether this signal meant more pursuers were coming, the situation shifting from tense to red alert. Once the enemy had gone far away, Seo Hyun sighed in relief, took the chance to rest briefly, and sat down on the ground in exhaustion. Louise was now lying unconscious from exhaustion, murmuring faintly in her daze. Seo Hyun asked in surprise, "Sunlight?" Louise explained that she had been struck by a special tracking spell, and sunlight would act as a medium to reveal her mana. She warned that before dawn, they had to find a place with absolutely no light. Seo Hyun immediately understood the severity of facing light-based tracking magic. This was no longer an ordinary game of hide-and-seek. He hurriedly shook Louise. "Wake up, we have to move quickly." Louise woke in a daze. "Let's go right away." Seo Hyun confirmed that if what the little girl said was true, they had to change their route immediately. He wondered whether they were no longer going to the castle, but one thing was certain, they could not enter any village or city now. In his mind, Seo Hyun analyzed the magic Louise was under as a special mark. Unique skill reserved only for angels or high-level NPCs. Seo Han did not understand why a child like Louise had been targeted by this power. He looked at the little girl and declared, "Right now, kid, you have to avoid sunlight, so we will go to a place the sun never touches." The steady sound of dripping water echoed through the darkness of the deep dungeon. Seo Hyun and Louise were here, and he thought to himself, "We are in a dungeon." The reason he chose this place was to avoid the effect of the light magic Louise was suffering from. Dungeon was the most ideal place to completely avoid the sunlight that would trigger the mark's effect. At first, Louise was extremely frightened to enter, but then she summoned all her courage. She said, "I have entrusted my soul to you. I will follow you to the end." Seo Hyun gave a bitter smile and replied, "There is no need to go that far." Thanks to Louise's trust, the two went deeper inside to find a place to rest, and she quickly fell asleep from exhaustion after the tense escape. Seo Hyun noticed the quest had changed. He had to bring Louise safely to the nearest village or city. She received nothing and there was no reward. Even with the major update close at hand, he did not regret it. He smiled and told himself, "Rest a little, then return." The system notified that Seo Hyun had switched to rest mode. At the game development headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. Chaotic code streamed across the screen. The causality law index showed -82%, and someone clicked their tongue in worry. Voice rang out, "Something has happened, we cannot update on schedule." The person holding the cup of water was Daeho's CEO and head of the ASEAN online development team. He noticed that the main flow of ASEAN's storyline was being affected and completely altered. From population, environment, religion, economy, history, to language, every variable that formed ASEAN was fluctuating violently. Daeho did not understand why this was happening right before the major update. A female employee rushed into the room in a panic and shouted loudly, her appearance startling Daeho so much that he spat out his water. He wiped his mouth and asked again, "Huh, you found the cause." The assistant hurriedly apologized for barging in so suddenly and rushed to report, "Chairman." The female assistant confirmed that all the current chaos was caused by a single player. Daeho was stunned. All these incidents because of one player. Looking at the monitoring screen showing Louise fleeing, he wondered whether she was an NPC. The assistant hurriedly explained, the one assimilated with the little girl was the player they were looking for. Daeho smiled calculatingly, interested in taking a closer look at this character's information. Just one player was enough to shake the entire system. Looking at Louise's data, Daeho exclaimed, "So it is Asa." Everything began from a quest related to this NPC, and he realized it made sense that the game's variables had gone haywire. Before the astonished staff, he decided, wait until the quest ends before updating, admiring the player who had appeared early and interfered with the game's flow. When the assistant asked about delaying the update date, Daeho waved it off. All announcements and contracts had already been finalized, and this change came from a player, not a system error. He asked whether completing the update on schedule after the player's quest would be difficult. Faced with the pressured silence, Daeho sighed and decided to directly support them in speeding up progress. As soon as the engineers disappeared behind the door, back in the dungeon, Louise was sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing Seo Hyun appear, the little girl burst into loud tears. "My lord, where have you been all this time? Do you know how long I have been looking for you?" Seo Hyun awkwardly explained that he had only rested for a little while, but Louise still cried, thinking she had been abandoned. It turned out that in the real world, it was already 7:40 on Monday morning, and Seo Hyun intended to take the chance to go to school, mark attendance, then return to the game. Watching Louise stop searching for him through the computer screen, he worried whether the little girl could wait until then. In the end, unable to bear leaving Louise alone in the dark dungeon, Seo Hyun decided to skip class today. The decision was so swift that even if the teacher knew, they would probably have to accept it. Seo Hyun looked at Louise, thinking that even if she was only AI, caring for her was no different from caring for a real child. He had not even had time to joke about abandoning her when Louise panicked and reminded him that he had taken her soul. The deeper they went into the dungeon, the more Louise feared the darkness and wanted to leave. But Seo Hyun firmly refused because they were not safe yet. He explained that with the level of those assassins, they could track them even without light and would certainly be lying in ambush at the exit. Going outside now was no different from submitting an application to be captured. Louise trembled in fear, but Seo Hyun reassured her that no one understood this place better than him and told her to trust him. Louise nodded and curiously asked his name. Seo Hyun calmly replied, "Just call me Seo Hyun." Hearing Louise speak in a strangely archaic manner, Seo Hyun wondered whether it was simply her habit. Louise blushed and explained that she had been like this since childhood, making Seo Hyun realize she was not even aware of it herself. When they reached the sheer cliff face, Louise began, "I feel uneasy and suspect the path ahead." Seo Hyun confirmed they were heading in the right direction and pointed toward a rocky ledge, high up near the top of the cave. Faced with Louise's astonishment over how they would climb up there, Seo Hyun asked whether she knew about centrifugal force. Seeing the little girl blankly assume it was magic, he immediately activated assimilation and explained that he would use the cylindrical structure of the cave to carry them both upward through centrifugal force. Seo Hyun briefly explained that they would run straight up the wall to escape. Louise cried out in panic, "No, I absolutely will not do that." Facing the dizzying height, the little girl trembled and thought her soul must have been stolen by a devil. Hearing that, Seo Hyun could only grit his teeth and wonder who the devil really was here. He reassured her and told her to watch closely. Immediately, Seo Hyun controlled Louise's body and shot forward, leaving her with no choice but to shut her eyes and scream in fear of falling into the abyss. A thoroughly improvised wall climb. If there had been an audience, they would probably have asked to walk for safety. While moving at high speed, Seo Hyun ordered her to open her eyes. "Louise, watch what I am doing." He explained that centrifugal force only appeared when moving in a circle extremely fast. Slow down even a little, and they would fall immediately. He urged her to use magic continuously to maintain speed and absolutely not stop. Seo Hyun encouraged her, "Just remember this feeling. It is not hard, do not hesitate." Under his decisive guidance, Louise gradually calmed down and focused on controlling the flow of mana in her body. It sounded simple, but the feeling was almost like learning to swim after being thrown into the deep sea. Finally, the two reached the top safely. Seo Hyun let out a sigh of relief, while Louise still swayed as if the whole world were spinning. When she felt the assimilation state end, the little girl cried out in surprise, "Oh, my body has returned to normal." Though the strange sensation from earlier still lingered, Louise quickly regained her senses. Seo Hyun said, "Come on, you have rested enough, stand up." Seeing Louise wonder whether they were going outside, he immediately denied it. "Not yet. If we leave now, we will be caught at once. We need to prepare carefully for what comes next." Approaching the white door lavishly carved with gold, he inwardly wondered why such a luxurious door would appear in a dark dungeon. Seo Hyun gently pushed the door open, wondering where it led. The brilliant scene made Louise gasp in admiration. The two wondered whether behind it was heaven or an elaborate trap. The space that suddenly appeared left them astonished. Unable to hide her amazement, she wondered, "This place is so strange." Seo Hyun smiled and stepped into the warm space behind the door. Contrary to his calmness, Louise could not hide her excitement. She hopped everywhere, then rushed onto the soft sofa. "Wow, what is this? Everything is the first time I have seen it. It is wonderful." Seo Hyun inwardly breathed a sigh of relief when he realized this place still retained the design from the Asura era. Seeing the little girl absorbed in looking around, he explained when Louise asked, "Where is this?" A notification panel confirmed that this was a secret shop inside the dungeon. Seo Hyun calculated that since this place had appeared, the item he needed to find was probably here as well, safe and luxurious. He quickly opened the item list floating in midair. This was a secret location, one that even high-ranking Asura players rarely knew about. This place was absolutely safe, monsters could not intrude, and many rare items were sold here. Louise widened her eyes, leaned close to the panel, and asked, "Seo Hyun, what is this?" Seo Hyun awkwardly replied. The little girl remained astonished, "Pictures floating in the air, I want to try pressing it too." Watching Louise remain tirelessly enthusiastic, Seo Hyun quietly asked, "Louise, are you hungry?" Immediately, a children's meal worth 1 gold was served. Louise cheered and began to enjoy it. Meanwhile, Seo Hyun slowly analyzed the situation. He knew that relying only on the strength of the two of them would not be enough to shake off the assassins pursuing them. They had to prepare carefully for the coming battle. Seo Hyun decided to spend 500 gold to buy a special item. He resolved to use everything from the environment to the enemy's strength, turn the tables and protect himself. After finishing the purchase, Seo Hyun announced, "Alright, everything is ready." Louise looked at him anxiously, and Seo Hyun reminded her to steel herself, because they were about to leave the dungeon. Seeing Louise wonder if they were leaving immediately, he shook his head. "No, if we go while the sun is still up, we will be discovered. We will move when it gets dark, rest for now." Seo Hyun looked at the little girl, silently promising to get Louise out of here safely. The two quietly rested in the warm room until night fell. Descending into the darkness of the cave, Seo Hyun led Louise onward and asked, "Have you understood what I told you?" The plan was smooth, he only hoped no variables would appear. Seo Hyun reassured Louise, reminding her to remember every step because they were already near the exit. However, Louise suddenly stopped, her face full of worry. Seo Hyun asked after her, and the little girl lowered her head. She shyly asked whether he was truly fine with this decision. Seo Hyun affirmed that he was a player, so there was nothing to worry about. Louise hesitated, asking whether Seo Hyun would accompany her in the future. He refused coldly yet painfully. "Sorry, that cannot happen." A brief answer, yet enough to make the atmosphere chill instantly. Louise wiped her tears, sadly realizing that her request was too much. Seo Hyun appeared in soul form and offered Louise a sincere apology, thinking that as long as she stayed alive, the day they met again would come, but he could not promise something impossible. According to the system notification, the main story update was about to begin, and the game would undergo maintenance for 3 hours. After maintenance, the ASEAN world would leap forward 5 years in time. This meant Seo Hyun and Louise would not meet again for 5 years. Louise repeated in a daze, 5 years. Louise told herself, if 5 years pass, what will everything become? The little girl looked ahead and asked where this was. Seo Hyun explained that this was the stairway leading straight to the dungeon exit. Looking at the deep pit with its endless spiral stairs, Louise grew frightened. Seo Hyun warned that there were many traps and that they had to be absolutely careful. Just looking at it was enough to make someone wonder whether this was a staircase or the hardest version of a courage test. All of a sudden, he shouted loudly, warning Louise to look up as a barrage of bombs came hurtling down from the top of the cave like rain. Louise stared in shock at the strange objects falling down, while Seo Hyun roared, ordering her to move Louise. Explosions rang out one after another on the staircase, smoke and flames shrouding the entire space. From above, 2 masked assassins with coldly glowing eyes watched their prey being driven into a dead end. Just as the tense situation reached its peak, the system suddenly announced the activation of the Blood Fairy Cloak effect, and a brilliant blue light enveloped Louise. It increased the girl's speed and let her escape the encirclement, leaving the enemies unable to react in time. The turnaround happened so quickly that the 2 assassins must have wondered if their eyes were deceiving them. They can no longer be stopped with 1-second absorption. Execute the plan now. Though frightened by the assassins closing in behind her, Louise was forced to focus completely under Seo Hyun's urgent urging. He ordered, see the platform ahead, don't step on it the moment her feet touch the trigger point. The entire staircase behind her collapsed into pieces. Seo Hyun quietly calculated that this trap would be enough to make the assassins falter. He reminded Louise not to stop no matter what and to keep moving, while he focused all his strength on shielding her from the attacks behind. Louise rushed through violently swirling streams of mana, telling herself she had to rely on herself right now, but the pursuer's speed exceeded his prediction in shock. Seo Hyun, he shouted as he sensed the murderous aura closing in. They're about to attack again. They're coming. A purple beam shot straight toward Louise, but thanks to her sharp senses, she dodged by a hair's breadth. Had she been half a beat slower, the result would have been different. Witnessing the perfect dodge, Seo Hyun praised her. Good, excellent dodge, keep going. Louise replied, yes, I understand. Seo Hyun quietly calculated that destroying the floor was only the first step to lure the enemies in, while the real target was the trap ahead. When Louise touched the hidden mechanism on the wall, countless arrows appeared. Sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the darkness. Seo Hyun roared an order, jumped down. Louise threw herself into the radiant light without hesitation. A plan to charge into the trap that Broad Twist himself had set up in advance. Among the hundreds of items in the secret shop, Seo Hyun found only this one special item, knowing the dungeon trap would release thousands of arrows, and that this item was necessary for a counterattack. On Louise's finger, the executioner's ring flashed, releasing a powerful purple energy that covered the space. The special effect activated at once, creating a powerful pull that dragged every object within 5 meters toward Louise. Thousands of arrows from the dungeon trap were drawn into the enormous vortex of energy. Seo Hyun calculated that even if it only slowed the pursuers, that much would be enough to move forward. The 2 assassins froze in shock, unable to believe the sight of thousands of arrows gathering at one point, enough to leave anyone watching bewildered. Seo Hyun's plan was to draw in every arrow at once. He used the sword conversion orb to absorb the damage in an instant, then released all of it as a devastating attack. A gigantic blue pillar of light erupted. It tore through the night and flattened everything around it. Louise was blasted away, screaming as she slid painfully across the ground, softly calling in a daze, Seo Hyun. Seo Hyun cancelled the soul separation assimilation state and returned to his real body. He silently stood up, his back steady beneath the radiant night. He replied calmly, yes, Louise, you did well. Seo Hyun judged the situation perfect, with only one final task left, holding the rear. Hurry and go, kid. In truth, this plan had been prepared by Seo Hyun from the start. When Louise anxiously asked if it was necessary, he had already resolved to sacrifice himself to buy time. Seo Hyun understood the cruel rule. NPCs did not revive after death. While he was a player, even if he fell, he would return to the world countless times. This was the only way for Louise to escape safely. After she carried out every instruction brilliantly, the final sword conversion orb strike not only took down one assassin, but also threw the other into disorder. A painful yet reasonable strategy. Seo Hyun urged her, go quickly before dawn, you'll find a place to hide. Louise answered softly, then trudged away, filled with regret. Seo Hyun calculated that as long as the girl found shelter, everything would be fine. He quietly said farewell, then I'll be going. Louise stopped, turned back to look at Seo Hyun's back, and called out in a choked voice, Seo Hyun, you... In that life or death moment, Seo Hyun roared fiercely. Don't you understand, kid? Stop dragging your feet and go. I'll hold the path here and protect your escape. Louise looked at him with tearful eyes and timidly asked, are you truly ready to die? Thinking of those long 5 years, the girl cried out in despair, You said 5 years later, if you're still alive by then at the secret shop, I want to meet you again. After saying that, she turned and ran into the deep forest. Don't face the pursuers, Seo-han told himself. It was ridiculous to risk his life for NPC he had only met a day ago. Gaining no reward yet still trying this hard, Ayan would surely be surprised if she knew. Was still worried about the little girl. Little Louise, have you taken off the ring yet? It's dangerous to keep wearing it. Fine, you can take it off yourself later, Seo-hyun thought. Right now I have to focus on buying time. Seo-hyun took his stance and coldly declared to the two assassins, before I die, no one passes through here. The words carried immense force. An explosion behind Louise blocked every attempt at pursuit. Hearing the earth-shaking noise, Louise sobbed as she ran. Seo-hyun, we will meet again someday. Many hours had passed since she was forced to flee alone. Louise began to run out of strength, her breathing ragged, yet she still had not found any safe hiding place. In despair, she recalled Seo-hyun's words, I am a user, it doesn't matter if I die. Louise had asked naively, are users people with immortal bodies? Although Seo-hyun had answered vaguely, she understood that death was not easy from either, yet he still sacrificed himself for her. Barefoot was covered in scars, dragging a heavy chain. Louise collapsed from exhaustion, thinking she no longer had the strength to run. Time had slipped away in vain, and there were still many things she had not gotten to say to Seo-hyun. A ray of light appeared, terrifying her as she wondered whether the sun had risen. Immediately afterwards, she realized in shock that it was a sinister black sun. She wondered whether she was seeing an illusion. That black light did not bind but rather gave a strange sense of warmth and relaxation. Louise gradually fell asleep despite telling herself to keep moving. Her eyes closed and she slept deeply. The scene was both terrifying and sleep-inducing. Her body relaxed before her mind could react. Returning to the real world, Seo-hyun awoke from a long sleep and checked the game system. He noticed he was under a 48-hour death penalty, with 28 hours remaining before returning to Azen. Seo-hyun felt at a loss for participating in a rewardless quest, yet worried if Louise had escaped safely. He recalled the life-or-death battle with the assassins, exhausting all his energy to stall until badly wounded and falling. With fatigue at 96, Seo-hyun slept for 20 hours straight immediately after leaving the computer. He scrolled through forums and saw players talking only about the new arena. Seo-hyun intended to seek additional information. At that moment, a message from Ayan appeared unexpectedly. Seeing her return, Seo-hyun explained being grounded for dying in a solo quest. Ayan teased and boasted of continuous battles in the arena with impressive results. She also noticed Seo-hyun's level had surged, surprising him as he had not checked after the battle. Ayan messaged, when you log in call me, I'll kill time in the arena. Rewinding 20 hours, right after Seo-hyun died and went to sleep, Ayan was already present in the arena. She sighed, thinking without Seo-hyun she would be at a loss, deciding to enter for amusement. Upon arrival, Ayan was astonished at the crowd around the Annihilation Gate. What is this? Why is it so crowded? Excitement clear on her face, Ayan declared she would spend the entire day sweeping the arena. Upon entering, she immediately began pairing opponents. Unlike the tedious 10-minute wait in Asura, in Asrian she found a match in less than 5 seconds. Great, with so many people, ranking up will be fast, she thought as she consecutively defeated opponents with strong firepower. With overwhelming power, Ayan quickly won 10 matches in a row. The system ranked her in Platinum 1, top 1-3% of players. Ayan began dreaming of higher tiers like Diamond Master, Grandmasters, or Top 100 Prestige. At this moment, black aura surrounded her feet, a new effect after a winning streak not present in Astra. Curious, Ayan checked, noticing that although stats were reduced by 10%, she received double Arena Su until defeated, a seemingly normal buff, but actually very advantageous. She realized having Arena Su meant the existence of an item shop. Ayan immediately returned to the arena lobby. Under the admiring gaze of the crowd for her record-winning streak, she headed straight to the exchange counter. Excited, Ayan asked about the familiar item and rejoiced upon learning Asrian had the same as before. Her smile vanished when the clerk announced the item was only for Grandmaster rank or higher, priced at 690,000 Arena Su. A sky-high number that deflated her joy faster than losing a streak. The huge number stunned Ayan, leaving her shocked as she looked at her meager 150 Su. Previously in Asura, Arena Su was abundant, so she did not realize its value, and now it required a high rank. However, when he looked at the sparkling item in the staff member's hands, Ayan couldn't help but be captivated and amazed. The desire to possess it to assert his status overwhelmed all other thoughts. Ayan's eyes blazed with determination. He was truly fired up and turned to walk away full of excitement. It's fine, I will definitely get it, he must possess it at all costs. The arena lobby was more lively than ever, all eyes focused on Ayan with astonishment. The players around whispered about the purple aura surrounding him. Seeing that color for the first time, they wondered if it was the legendary battle aura, ignoring all eyes following him from the crowd. In the winter, Ayan still intently watched the status board. He had reached master rank, placing in the top 0.053% of the world with a streak of 40 consecutive wins. Even so, he still felt it wasn't impressive enough. Check the arena tokens, over 94,000, calculating silently whether it would be enough to buy the item today. The 40-win streak had enhanced the battle aura, increasing the token acquisition rate by 120 times while reducing basic stats by 40%. He decided to set aside all other thoughts to continue pressing search for a new match. At that moment, two nearby players recognized him and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that the Dark Priest, the one who had cleared all barren missions?" While they were still in shock, the system announced that Ain had found his next opponent. One side calculated for money, the other fans had recognized the idol in the lobby. Ain immediately vanished into the light, entering the match, leaving behind the players still stunned. I couldn't believe the famous Dark Priest was actually a real player, not an NPC as rumored. Stepping into the Radiant Arena, Byron reminded himself that the Grandmaster rank was close, just need to finish this match quickly to achieve it. However, when he saw the silhouette of the distant opponent, he suddenly froze, full of doubt. What is this? In front of Ain was a warrior radiating a green aura around the city. He was surprised to see that even at master rank, someone had a winning streak over 20, hoping he would bring excitement to the match. However, on closer observation, Ain was shocked to recognize the opponent's defensive stance as very familiar, matching his own fighting style. As the battle command rang out, the opponent lunged with terrifying speed. Ain barely flinched, not yet reacting, when the opponent charged straight at Mochi Hat. He observed the opponent. Initially it seemed fine, but he assessed the thrust as ordinary, not threatening. But immediately, Ain's expression changed in shock as the opponent had cunningly redirected the attack before the straight thrust. Ain recognized the fire skill he often used. He was thrilled to see the opponent executing moves as if mirroring him, extremely fascinating. The opponent was Jiun, nicknamed Pritis, a master-level expert with a 21-win streak. In memory, a few days ago at the Star Team evaluation, he had shocked everyone by using these moves to defeat a member of Team 1. The result of staying up late analyzing each frame of Dark Priest's videos and practicing those movements. Although recreating such irrational actions based on system stats was difficult, Jaehun succeeded and climbed to I rank with an impressive 20-win streak. Now facing the original in the arena, Jaehun trembled, sweat pouring from tension. He was stunned to realize the figure before him matched the character in the videos he'd watched repeatedly, and was shocked to know it was a player, not an NPC. Jaehun wondered if he could defeat the one with a 40-win streak. At that moment, Ain broke the tension by asking, "Hey, did you play Asura before?" The question startled Jiun, who quickly denied and said Asurian was the first game he joined. Ain found it strange as Asura had no Pritis name. Jaehun boldly asked, "Can I be friends with you? Is it okay?" Ain gave a half-smile full of challenge. "Interesting. If you win, I will allow it." Even finding the opponent interesting, Ain had already decided in his mind, coldly declaring, "In my friend list only Seo Han, no one else." He charged forward with countless clones, but couldn't defeat them. Jaehun was shocked to realize every attack was perfectly countered and returned. He trembled, wondering, "What is this? Has she read all my movements?" Standing before Ain, igniting flames with a sinister smile, Jaehun was completely powerless. Meanwhile, Ain judged the opponent too inexperienced, only knowing mechanical thrusts, realizing Jaehun's study was superficial. The tactics were shallow, especially lacking real combat experience for high-level psychological warfare. Ain suddenly spoke, shattering his thoughts. "You think just maintaining uninterrupted movement is enough?" Jaehun flinched, his strategy exposed. Seeing his stubborn look, Ain slightly waved, challenging, "Try attacking again, I'll show you a little. Just a little." Jaehun gritted his teeth, determined to give his all. Charging in once more, however, Ain's speed was on another level. He dodged within the gloves, launching a blazing strike that stunned Jaehun before being repelled by the pressure. Terrifying. Even when defeated, Jaehun realized he had just witnessed supreme skill. In an instant, he retreated to a safe position, then counterattacked. Jaehun bitterly acknowledged the technical gap was immense, no chance to win. Ain asked directly, "So not good enough, right?" The question sounded light but inflicted enormous mental damage. Refusing to give up, Jaehun roared, "I can't stop, must learn more." He frantically charged, trying to imitate the backward steps he just saw, determined to move like that. But too impatient, Jaehun made a mistake. A direct fire punch to the face left him unable to defend in time. The system displayed, winner Ain, 41 consecutive wins. Seeing Jaehun defeated, Ain sighed in disappointment, wondering, thought he would use the step I just showed. It turned out he only knew how to charge into countless moves. She thought silently it was because he was still clumsy in timing. Ain retracted the flame from his hand and calmly turned to prepare for the next match. Even in victory, he brought the freshest feeling among today's opponents. Ain's name became the focus of discussion across the forums, everyone amazed that the unknown could linger all day in the arena, achieving a 40-win streak in a few hours. Who was this person? As a professional gamer, the matches were fast, in and out, the opponent defeated before reacting. The heat increased as Ian reached 50 wins, entering the Grandmaster list. Despite Orostat penalties, Ian still swept all opponents. Netizens exclaimed, "That is true class." The event peaked when Bishop Man, level 84 Grandmaster, live-streamed, suddenly matched with Ian. But instead of excitement, viewers saw Bishop Man, overwhelmed, continuously taking hits, the livestream resembling a tutorial video being beaten. Continuous jeers appeared. Bishop Man had been tormented to this extent, so where were those who said he needed lattice? Come and see. At that moment, some began to suspect whether this was the H4T assassin who had once clashed with the Darkness Guild, but immediately someone rebutted that it was only an NPC and this person was entirely different. The debate remained fierce, especially when some suggested that this person might not yet be registered in the Hall of Fame. At the Douglas Guild headquarters, Pierce and Mayday were also focused on watching Ian's battle through the screen. Pierce commented thoughtfully, something feels slightly different. Mayday nodded in agreement. I feel the same. The feeling wasn't quite like the person back then. The skill was still very high, but the combat style seemed more aggressive. Pierce nodded slightly. Indeed, the Dark Assassin at that time gave off a chilling sense of calm. Despite similarities in appearance and outfit, the differences in fighting style still prevented them from drawing a definite conclusion. Guildmaster Ikrazi and Vice Guildmaster Jaina were also present to analyze the situation. Jaina thought the two were quite similar, while Ikrazi paid particular attention to the observations of those who had directly clashed with him. He thought silently from the perspective of someone who had faced him. Pierce and Mayday must have noticed some differences. Perhaps it was a control skill that the naked eye could hardly discern. Ikrazi stared at the screen, still doubting whether this was really the H4T assassin from years ago. Meanwhile, Ian adjusted her gloves slightly. Her eyes blazed with determination, telling herself that this level was still not enough. Pierce stared intently at the spear. He wondered why, despite having reached Grand Master rank 9, 7, and 2, he still hadn't encountered Ian. Climbing ranks like this without seeing the target was truly the painful version of Cool Simulator. It turned out that in the previous meeting, Darkness had decided they had to meet this mysterious girl directly to verify her strength. Because other key members were absent, Jaina had assigned Pierce the task, as his rank was closest to the target. Initially, Pierce considered refusing because he had planned to hunt after the meeting, but before Jaina's murderous gaze and terrifying eyes, he could only tremble and accept. Pierce trudged off with his spear, silently regretting not having climbed the ranks sooner. Now he had to rank up as if racing against a final deadline. Nevertheless, for someone who had once been on the official world leaderboard, reaching the Grandmaster title was not too difficult. Although slightly disappointed by losing 2 rapid matches, Pierce still believed he had performed fairly well. He had thought that reaching the top group would lead him to meet Ian soon, but nearly 20 matches had passed, from mages to all sorts of strange opponents, and she remained absent. Pierce began to feel discouraged, wondering if the large rank gap within the Grandmaster tier was preventing them from meeting. Impatient, Pierce asked Jaina to check the current rank of his opponent. When he learned that Ian was at rank 969, he silently calculated that the matchmaking moment was very near and prepared himself. Suddenly, Jaina shouted that Ian had jumped to rank 965 and urged him to find a match immediately. Pierce confirmed decisively, inwardly amazed that Ian seemed to be fighting continuously without rest. He wondered if anyone in the real world could really be that obsessed with fighting. The system began pairing opponents in an atmosphere of extreme tension. Pierce stepped into an arena covered in white snow. Doubts still filled his mind, unsure if the undefeated streak holder was indeed the person he had faced before. He sensed a strange coincidence in timing and hoped luck would smile this time. Just as the figure of a petite girl in a red cloak appeared in the distance, Pierce froze, realizing his wish had truly been fulfilled. He hurriedly informed Reyna, who excitedly ordered the livestream to be opened so the entire guild could watch. Before Pierce stood Ian, her red eyes filled with killing intent. The system coldly displayed, the Grandmaster opponent held a 53-win streak. The livestream immediately attracted all members of Darkness. They cheered excitedly as Pierce truly encountered the target. The entire guild watched as if it were a world championship final. Seeing the petite figure in the distance, Pierce silently confirmed that this was the dark assassin they had been seeking. When everyone urged him to recruit her, Jaina reminded Pierce to clarify that he did not wish to fight. Did not come here to fight. I have been seeking you all this time just to talk. Ian asked coldly in return what to talk about. Pierce unexpectedly asked about her level, causing the members watching on screen to gape at his rudeness. Jenna hurriedly scolded him to apologize, but Ian replied calmly, I'm level 67. The answer was casual yet hit like a hammer on their beliefs. The number left everyone stunned. Reyna shouted in the chat that it must be a lie and urged Pierce to fight to verify. Meanwhile, some members thought that because Ayan hadn't registered in the Hall of Fame, the information could be inaccurate. Pierce looked at his opponent skeptically, really level 67. I can't believe it. Ayan asked calmly in return why. Pierce recalled the horrific battle at Calabas Mountain, asserting that with such overwhelming strength, level 67 was impossible. Hearing him recount his feats was like replaying a life highlight reel. Ayan remained expressionless. Possible. Pierce immediately shouted in protest, that is impossible. She asked in return about his level, and Pierce proudly replied, I'm level 98. Seeing Pierce's naive expression, as he boasted, Jaina was speechless as he had entirely diverted the recruitment task from its original goal. However, Ayan adjusted her gloves slightly and smiled cunningly. Quite high indeed. She quickly saw his intentions and asked if Pierce wanted to invite her to the guild. Caught off guard, Pierce awkwardly admitted. Then he began offering a series of tempting promises that he would support all unique quality equipment and accessories if she agreed to join. Conditions sounded so tempting that even NPCs would consider resetting the server. Yet Ayan coldly said, even so, you're still too weak. Pierce was shocked, unable to believe his ears. Ayan had just mocked that she had no interest in the strongest guild title for her. It was merely a gathering of small fry. Pierce gritted his teeth, his hands trembling with anger. Hey, you've said too much. You only won before thanks to the quest support buffs. Do you think you will always sit at the top? Ayan merely smiled provocatively. Perhaps so. I'm only level 67 now, and I'm suffering the stat penalty from the duel's glory. Or shall someone level 98, like you, try to defeat me? She turned her back casually and walked away. If the talk is over, just admit defeat and leave. Pierce's pride wounded roared in anger. No need for you to remind me, I was planning to do that anyway. Battle immediately erupted amidst the white snow. Ayan unleashed blazing fire and smiled cunningly. Then let's begin. If I win, everything will surely be much more interesting. Pierce swung his spear, charging forward with strong momentum. Ayan was one step faster. Her punch, imbued with the power of the fire god, struck down, leaving Pierce unable to react, blasted away in shock. At the Darkness Guild headquarters, Jaina screamed through the screen, Pierce, crush that girl now. I've been annoyed since she disrespected our guild. The audience of this event was more tense than watching an esports final, while the main character was under intense pressure. Meanwhile, Guildster Ikrazi observed silently, his expression revealing clear concern. He analyzed quietly that, according to normal game logic, the higher the stats, the slower the growth. Over time, the gap between top players should gradually narrow. Yet, seeing Pierce being overwhelmed, Ikrazi shuddered, wondering why the unease in his heart did not disappear. The final result appeared ruthlessly. Pierce completely collapsed at Ayan's feet under the light signaling defeat. Darkness members were stunned, unable to believe a top player like Pierce could lose. The atmosphere was silent as if in a waiting room after the team had been wiped by a boss. Ayan stood leisurely before the kneeling opponent, then casually remarked, not bad. That match was indeed close, but in the end, the winner was still me. Hearing those words, Pierce ground his teeth in humiliation, screaming inwardly as he realized he had lost to an opponent beneath his level, one whose intelligence was still declining. He slammed his fist hard into the ground, venting all his rage. His hope ended together with this painful defeat. In the end, the shop clerk still politely thanked the customer and immediately announced that the system had deducted 690,000 battle coins. Holding the small box in her hands, Ayan was brimming with excitement. At last, she had fulfilled her wish. Thanks to her consecutive wins, the coins accumulated faster than expected. Ayan's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she imagined Seo Hyun's reaction. He would surely be surprised to know she had bought this item. The item Ayan had just emptied her pockets to obtain was the angelic pears of unique quality, an extremely rare piece of equipment for a grandmaster. Its impressive stats increased overall speed by 4%, added 10 points of magic resistance, and raised critical damage against other players by 30%. Most importantly, the ring had a resonance effect. When near someone wearing the matching ring, one could sense the other's emotions and summon their companion once every 10 minutes. However, Ayan did not stop there. She told herself there was only one thing left, to give Seo Hyun one just like it. She had to keep gathering as many coins as possible before this month's streak was broken. In the real world, Seo Hyun stretched wearily. Waiting out the login penalty was truly torture. He browsed the forums and saw everyone discussing factions in the new update, feeling lucky that the end of his penalty coincided with main story maintenance. By the time he was ready to log in, the game world had already upgraded its meta. At that moment in the arena, a situation both funny and awkward unfolded. Little Tater was bustling around looking for the older brother and older sister from the YouTube video that had been posted. The moment the system matched him against Ayan, Tater cheered with delight. He had finally met that person. Then Tater eagerly ran over, about to call out, "Hey, big sister." He was about to say something, but before he could, Ayan coldly struck him down, and the system announced her victory. Tater screamed in despair as his body vanished, while Ayan stared blankly after the disappearing figure, wondering what had just happened. Seo Hyun officially returned to ASEAN after his ban, eagerly wondering how the world had changed after 5 years. When the loading screen appeared, the sudden cutscene surprised him. The intro played right after locking in. He was forced to watch Lord like a long Marvel series. The cutscene took him back to the primordial era, when only two entities existed in the world, the sky and the abyss. The two entities constantly fought for control of Asura, before dividing the planet into two parts. The sky held the cold surface and lightning, while the abyss occupied the core with heat and eruptions. Both conveyed their will through transcendence and ruled the world together. Seo Han marveled at the grand quality of the visuals. The story continued when humanity appeared, drawing the attention of the two entities. Most of humanity turned toward the sky. Human territory became a protected domain of the heavens. This favoritism enraged the abyss, and it decided to invade the surface. A transcendent bearing the will of the abyss appeared in the territory of the sky. Seo Han was stunned. What was this? Lord was making a U-turn faster than a patch update. Although the sky tried to stop it, the abyss still succeeded in bringing its existence up to the surface. The abyss madly dyed the sky's territory black, shattering the peace and splitting the forces on the surface into two opposing factions. As soon as the cutscene ended, Seo Hyun logged into ASEAN Online, standing in the middle of the plaza as he frowned slightly at what he had witnessed. Seo Hyun analyzed it. The representation of the abyss in the video was probably him and Louise. He was shocked as he wondered how he had become part of the main storyline. He had only just logged in and already saw himself on the main story poster. It felt somewhat wrong. A series of notification sounds rang out, horrifying Seo Hyun. The quest window appeared one after another. Protect Louise completed, along with preventing two main events, increasing all stats by 20 points. That was not all. He triggered the hidden event of Malice and gained another 20 skill points. The system confirmed that Seo Hyun had interfered heavily with causality, directly changing Asrian's history. Playing the game so hard he went from player to system bug. His astonishment peaked when notifications of 15 consecutive level ups appeared. Seo Hyun realized all of it was the aftershock of protecting Louise, the reason Ian had said his level had skyrocketed. He skimmed the update notes and learned that the world had been divided, forcing players to choose a faction to receive Jun and support effects. He told himself he had to grasp the situation, but the most important thing was his promise to meet Louise again. He smiled and headed for the secret shop. To him, it was only a 40-hour login penalty, but in the game world 5 years had passed, and he did not know what Louise was like now. He pushed the door open and called out loudly. The only answer he received was an empty space with no one in sight. Seo Hyun stared blankly at the empty room. Was Louise not here? He began to worry, sensing that something terrible had happened during his absence. Seo Hyun stared dazedly at the items on the table and realized they were the robe and ring he had given to Louise Namsu. Beside them was a sealed handwritten letter. Seo Hyun opened it and saw the neatly written words, "I hope you understand that my writing is not good. More than a year has passed. Perhaps I cannot keep the promise of 5 years. I am sorry, I am about to go far away, so I am leaving this letter behind." Reading a letter like this, he knew something was wrong but still forced himself to continue. Seo Hyun smiled in relief. Thank goodness, at least the kid survived and came back here. The letter said Louise had left everything she had borrowed from him on the table, believing that only he could come to this place. The girl had also left money to repay him for the bread from long ago, and told him a little about herself. For reasons she could not understand, everyone regarded her as the incarnation of evil. Ayan's wanted poster bearing Louise's image appeared. The Holy Kingdom had issued a warrant, and the girl could not move freely even at night. That was also why she had to leave far away. Louise wrote Hyun, "I want to see you again. I truly miss you." The girl confessed that she had tried to recall her past life, but her childhood memories were empty. Her only joyful memory was the brief time she spent with Seo Hyun. Back then, even being chased became enjoyable because she forgot her fear. Louise asked earnestly, "Do you not want to see me? I want to see you again. When you have time, will you look for me?" The small Louise in the sunset, wearing the robe, trudged away from the secret shop, leaving behind one final heartbreaking message. "I cannot tell you my destination because even I do not know where I will go." A radiant quest window appeared. Find Louise. The quest was murky with no clue to her location, no certainty of life or death, and a warning that the girl might have already lost her life. Looking at the quest, Seo Hyun felt as though the system was telling him to quit the game for his own good. He frowned at the description, which sounded like it was advising him to give up the mission. He thought deeply that finding one person in such a vast world was like searching for a needle at the bottom of the sea. Even so, looking at the letter, Seo Hyun resolved that if the kid was still alive, they would definitely meet again. He decisively pressed the button to accept the quest, and immediately, a series of shocking notifications appeared. The quest had been accepted. Because he had interfered too deeply with causality, he could no longer remain neutral and was forced into the Darkseid faction. The game truly refused to let him choose a peaceful life. Seo Hyun's tendency stat plunged to -73, leaning toward the darkness faction. The system declared that he had automatically joined the Abyss faction, and a surge of purple-black energy burst from his hand. Being automatically placed in a faction was troublesome. Looking at the bright purple magic circle on the back of his hand, Seo Hyun thought that if he belonged to the Abyss faction, he would not be able to go to the Sky Church or Holy Land. Perhaps Louise had been mistaken for a demon, so he was judged that way, but he remained optimistic that he could change his tendency through later quests. He sat down on the sofa, telling himself he would focus on handling what he could do in the Abyss for the time being. Judging from the atmosphere of the opening cutscene, he concluded that most players would flock to the Sky faction because it was righteous and easier to approach. At Darkness headquarters, Mayday was also discussing faction choices with everyone. She admitted that, from a guild perspective, the Celestial faction offered fewer clear and stable benefits. Personally, Mayday pushed up her glasses, her gaze firm, and she found the Abyss faction more appealing. Seeing guild leader Ikrazi look puzzled at her sudden change of mind, she excitedly explained that the main reason lay in the faction's extremely attractive achievement rewards. Mayday frankly admitted she was a true achievement hunter. She presented a detailed comparison chart, showing the Celestial faction lacked resistance boosts and only increased hunting experience by 15%. The Abyss faction, on the other hand, raised achievement rewards by up to 30% and could hide the faction from other players. One side farms steadily, the other grows rich fast while staying hidden like a ninja. Looking at the stats Mayday had boosted through accumulated achievements, both guild leader Ikrazi and the other members were astonished by the massive point gain. Ikrazi realized that as leveling became harder, in the later stages, the impact of achievement rewards would certainly become increasingly important, and the Abyss faction would almost certainly be the choice for experts. Leaders aiming to maximize power decided Darkness would focus on Celestial, but assigned Mayday to lead a small team to infiltrate the Abyss faction. Ikrazi was thoughtful, most concerned about Lattice and Ayan, the two most influential names, and which faction they would choose. Anna and Pierce also showed clear caution, for if those monsters chose the Abyss faction, their power would become extremely hard to control or confront. A major question was posed to all players in this update. Which faction would you choose? Amid the dark space, with deep purple mana blazing in his hands, Seo Hyun smiled mysteriously. He decisively gave the answer for the path he had chosen. Huh? Wasn't it obvious? Of course, Abyss. A choice powerful enough to shift the server meta. Emperor Carlos boldly declared the Empire would fully support Celestial players until the Abyss faction vanished from Astra. Just hearing that, it was clear this faction received strong government buffs. Immediately after, the Holy Kingdom also confirmed it would assist Celestial devotees, unable to ignore the threat from evil forces. This event marked the two greatest world powers publicly siding with the Celestial faction. Following the major nations, smaller neighboring countries also responded, nearly unifying humanity into one force. This change made the Night District in the Empire capital, previously locked before the update, now open to Celestial members. Here, players could learn skills from NPCs or receive special quests, making it known as the Celestial Academy, quickly bustling with people. The new update just released. The Light faction had even opened free training classes. Players flocked to learn lively as an enrollment season. Just then, an official suddenly screamed in horror at something seemingly impossible. He widened his eyes at the opponent's palm and exclaimed, "Celestial, this is the perfect Celestial seal." The old man could hardly believe the glowing rune on Ayan's gloves. She stood there exhausted and disheartened, while the official was still stunned, asking how she had obtained it. A few hours earlier, Seo Hyun had finally met Ayan at the forest edge. He softly said he had returned. Ayan replied wearily, prompting him to ask if she was all right. Ayan sadly admitted her winning streak had been interrupted. Learning it was around 60 matches lost due to a sudden power outage, Seo Hyun nearly staggered. He then asked about her rank, freezing when he learned Ayan had reached Grandmaster. Seo Hyun thought it was time to discuss factions, guessing she would join Celestial for missions. But Seo Hyun immediately corrected himself. No, I'm fine because I've already joined Abyss." Ayan stared, asking if it was because of achievement rewards, then excitedly declared she would also go Abyss, since she hadn't yet chosen a faction. Seo Hyun could only hastily stop her, saying it was fine if she joined Celestial. Ayan panicked, realizing Seo Hyun was in Abyss while she was in Celestial, shouting, "Wait." It felt as if logging in had placed them on opposite teams. Had he been pulled into that faction by another woman? Seo Hyun quickly reassured her to stay calm, since being in different factions didn't mean the party would break up. He explained he hadn't intentionally joined Abyss, but had found a way for both to still cooperate in Celestial territory. That method was using assimilation skill. Afterwards, Ayan entered the city to meet a high-ranking official. The official, stunned by the seal on her hand, the symbol of a celestial, mistook the rune for a hidden boss appearing. He was secretly horrified, as celestials were beings far beyond humans. As tension rose, Seo Hyun's voice echoed in her mind, reminding Ayan to follow his instructions. Ayan immediately took on the role, wearing a mysterious expression, and concocted a story explaining why she possessed an unusual rune. He told how one day, chased by powerful monsters to the brink of death, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared, using a single spell to wipe out all the monsters before her. Ayan gestured dramatically, describing it as a massive ice storm, magnificent enough to leave countless ice fragments across the scene. The official believed immediately and was deeply impressed. Indeed, she had met a noble celestial. True to NPC nature, he nodded at everything, then curiously asked what the figure had said. Ayan fabricated that the figure saw her potential and wanted to take her along, but she refused due to being busy, leaving the official regretfully stunned. Ayan continued, saying that before disappearing, the figure placed a hand on her head, transmitting a cold energy along her body. When she recovered, the figure had completely vanished into the void. Ayan ended the fabricated story with a vague question, asking if the figure had then engraved the rune on her body. Unexpectedly, Grand Minister Andrew was completely convinced. He nodded understandingly, admitting he initially thought he was under attack and intended to object. He immediately turned to command the soldiers, stating this was a special player chosen by the Celestial to be treated with utmost respect. After confirmation from the Grand Minister, a soldier named Ludus quickly greeted and handed Ayan an ID card, saying he would guide her if she had questions. As the two leisurely ascended the towering steps, Seo Han silently wondered if the act had been perfect. Watching Ludus seriously lead the way to the commercial district, he reminded Ayan about her slightly disrespectful manner of addressing the elder Grand Minister. Ayan casually brushed it off, thinking the NPC was just an NPC, yet Seo Hyun still something was off. Setting that aside, Ayan excitedly praised Seo Hyun's tricks and seemed delighted to explore the new map. Seo Hyun had to admit the bustling atmosphere here reminded him of the early days of Asura, as if the two had just overcome the strict rules and were now wandering like VIP tourists. Approaching the Radiant launch platform, Ludus eagerly invited Ayan to try the cloud ship. This was a unique magical transportation within the city. Ayan was thrilled to see it once more. The vehicle exuded a VIP style, offering a panoramic view of the pristine and majestic empire from above, leaving Seo Hyun awestruck by the beauty of the Night Street, the empire's pride. The final stop was the 4th floor of the Night Building, housing the free training area. Seo Hyun found the content inside genuinely impressive. It had many improvements compared to the Ezra era. After completing the guiding task, Ludus respectfully bid farewell, reminding that with the title of Grandmaster and Celestial Protection, Ayan could move freely without obstacles. When it was just the two of them, Seo Hyun appeared as a spirit, excitedly asking, "Start now, focus on skills, achievements, or level up first." Ayan smiled confidently and replied, "Let's go, why wait any longer?" Seo Hyun and Ayan entered the Night Street training area together. He assessed that training here would be far more effective than regular hunting. While observing, Seo Hyun suddenly froze upon seeing a familiar figure ahead, Kim Jeon. Jeon turned back in surprise. Could it be Lee Seo Hyun? Both were shocked to meet in this vast space. Seo Hyun laughed. "Wow, meeting here is unusual." He recalled and asked about the name Pritis, noting it had a gamer feel. Jeon scratched his head. "Everyone says that, but using a real name for a character like you is the weirdest." Hearing this secret, Ayan next to him seemed intrigued. "Oh ho, real name?" The casual atmosphere suddenly shifted to insider info mode. Jeon pointed at the small girl and asked, "Who is that?" Ayan replied, "Frankly, me, I team up with Seo Hyun." The answer shocked Jeon, shouting, "What? Teaming with Seo Han? No. With Seo Han? Why such an overreaction?" Ayan could only shake his head. What's so surprising? Truly a strange guy, criticizing others for being odd yet breaking the game right away. Jeon quickly spoke to correct his friend. "Hey, how do you treat someone you just met like that? She's not an NPC, she's real." Jeon looked at Ayan hopefully, asking, "You really don't remember me?" Recall the bitter defeat in the arena. Jeon reenacted the battle stances from that time. Seo Hyun was bewildered. "What are you asking? Have you met before?" Seo Hyun thought this was an incredible coincidence, but since Jeon had strived to be a professional gamer, his arena master title and presence here made sense. While Jeon mumbled Ayan's name with reverence, Seo Hyun noticed a woman standing silently behind and asked, who is that?" Jeon snapped back and hurriedly introduced. "I nearly forgot, this is Ginny, my closest colleague at Stardust." She was a cleric. Seo Hyun looked at the woman with brilliant blue hair. She stared at him in astonishment, wondering, is this Seo Hyun? Unable to contain herself, Ginny shouted, "Wait, are you really the legendary Seo Hyun Ayan?" She clasped her hands before her chest, eyes sparkling, exclaiming happily, "Meeting you is the greatest honor of my life." Ginny's enthusiastic greeting left Seo Hyun and Ayan stunned, a series of question marks appearing. Ginny's excitement had reason. Not long ago, a new trainer joined Stardust, with over 3 years of Astra Online battle experience. The trainer's profound knowledge helped directors and players alike, and Ginny had also heard tales of the first-generation legends. The most outstanding was Seo Hyun, who once ruled Asura's peak like a living legend. And Ain, the only one capable of balancing Seo Hyun, possessed formidable PvP skills. Thus, facing legendary figures directly thrilled Ginny. Meeting them was the greatest honor, like a fan seeing an idol, with the chat system spamming emotions. To her, it felt like witnessing gods from mythology. Ginny clasped Ain's hands in admiration. "I'm Ginny, thrilled to meet you." Ain asked bewilderedly, "Me?" Jaehoon awkwardly apologized for revealing the nickname. Seo Hyun forced a smile. Ginny revealed the game team trainer mentioned them often. She asked, "If you don't mind, how old are you?" Ayan replied frankly, 18 years old. The simple answer caused their inner servers to crash slightly, like a lightning bolt, leaving Seo Hyun and Jaehoon frozen in shock. Seo Hyun growled internally. Wait, 18? He realized he had assumed Ayan was a high school student, while John was also stunned to learn Seo Hyun had teamed with the renowned Ayan. Ginny extended an invitation, but Ayan decisively declined. Seeing Seo Hyun unwilling to reveal his identity, Jaehoon pulled Ginny aside, whispering, "Hey, about Seo Hyun, don't let the game team know." Ginny agreed cheerfully, "Oh, of course," but still tried to persuade Seo Hyun. "Anyway, I was surprised hearing Pritis say you have friends in Israel. Never expected Seo Hyun. You really don't want to come to Stardust? I'll keep your secret." Seo Hyun calmly replied, "Oh no." Light as the wind yet apologetic, the plan had already run in the background. He wondered if keeping the secret was feasible given her enthusiasm. Looking at Ginny, Seo Hyun remembered she was a cleric, while Ayan was exhausted dealing with Ginny's energy. Seo Hyun began recalculating, analyzing that only the two of them had handled many difficult quests. With a cleric, everything would change. Jaehoon smiled schemingly. What if a cleric joins? There's currently a heaven quest extremely suitable. Both Jaehoon and Ginny are well-intentioned. This is the golden moment to execute the plan. He turned to ask Jaehoon and Ginny, "Have you heard of the hidden quest?" The question left them both astonished. Seo Hyun showed off flamboyantly, taking this chance form a team to undertake the hidden quest. Jaehoon and Ginny froze. Hidden quest. Ginny asked cautiously, "Is revealing valuable info too easy?" Jaehoon agreed. The unexpected enthusiasm left them flustered. Seo Hyun waved decisively, it's fine, I know hundreds of hidden quests alone. This little matter is nothing." Touched by the generosity, Jaehoon shed tears, promising repayment. Ginny admired the legendary level. Seo Hyun smiled inwardly. Plan on track. Soon after, the system announced the group had reached the top floor of the night building. Before the original Russian doors, Jaehoon nervously remarked the atmosphere felt heavy. Seo Hyun calmly explained this was the residence of the second night captain, surrounded by high-level NPC guards. Jaehoon was amazed knowing he would face a powerful figure. Seo Hyun confirmed the NPCs were critically important. Witnessing Seo Hyun's calmness, Ginny reflected, knowing masters keep information, but Seo Hyun casually shared the hidden quest. She wondered how formidable the former Asura leader must be to maintain such confidence. Seo Hyun declared, now receiving the quest from the NPC, but first must get through this defense line. Ginny was thrilled inwardly. A once-in-a-millennium chance to witness the legendary king's skills up close, like a VIP seat for the final boss. Seeing the strict guards, Jaehoon worried that infiltration would be difficult. Seo Hyun answered directly, "If you know how, nothing is difficult." Ayan asked, "How do you plan to assimilate?" Seeing Jaehoon puzzled, Seo Hyun told Ayan, "Yes, let me borrow your body a bit." Immediately, a blue light burst engulfing the two shocked Jaehoon and Ginny. Fusion effect yet undescribed by the system, leaving question marks floating across the space. Jaehoon panicked. Seo Hyun disappeared. Ayan stepped out, explaining in Seo Hyun's voice, "Now I am both Seo Hyun and Ayan, two souls coexisting in one body." Witnessing the absurd skill, Jaehoon froze. Ginny was aghast, wondering if two sharing one body was ethically sound. Seo Hyun and Ayan's body told the group to wait a moment, then confidently advanced. Seeing this, Jaehoon was stunned as he finally found an explanation for the ability. He dodged attacks from Ayan's blind spots yet remained curious. He realized it was not a superhuman multitasking ability, but thanks to the assimilation between Seo Hyun and Ayan. In the space of consciousness, Ayan wondered curiously whether Seo Hyun would personally step forward to negotiate this time, but he firmly refused, believing that the way she had spoken to the divine official just now was truly improper. Seo Hyun reminded Ayan to watch carefully how he acted the moment they approached the entrance. Cold guards stopped him and demanded that he turn back, because this place forbade players from entering. Seo Hyun secretly smiled with satisfaction. She knew the conditions to unlock the quest were the Grandmaster title, the Celestial Mark, and a special keyword. Immediately changing her attitude, Seo Hyun signaled Ayan to put on a cute expression, then coquettishly said she had a message to deliver to the knight. Although she looked innocent and pure, her initiative could not help making the guard suspicious. Seo Hyun played her trump card with an identity card proving she was a Grandmaster who possessed the Celestial Mark, making the guard even more suspicious, his suspicion rising from 10% straight to 200% because the combo was far too perfect. She smiled goodbye and tried to slip inside, but the guard still firmly refused. He was stunned after being flatly rejected and ordered to leave immediately. When Seo Hyun returned in failure, Jaehoon and Ginny worriedly asked whether he had offended the NPC. Seo Hyun wondered what had gone wrong, because in the former Astra these conditions had been enough. He suspected the update had changed the hidden quest, or that they were missing one crucial factor. Seeing her friend at a dead end, Ian offered to try, believing her acting skills would surpass Seo Hyun, leaving him speechless as the moment for tactical planning gave way to autopilot. Seo Hyun had no choice but to let Ian experience it herself so she could see how difficult this was. At this moment, all the guards had just changed shifts, while Jaehoon and Ginny still thought players could not enter. She politely asked to meet the Knight Commander, making the guard hesitate slightly. He explained that not just anyone could meet the commander. His attitude softened when Ian mentioned a message from the celestial Jadian Lim. Ian confirmed that was right. It was Lord Jadian Lim. Dispelling his doubts, she raised her hand, and a brilliant blue light burst from the celestial mark, shocking the guard, like a VIP signature being verified in the system. He immediately changed his stance and agreed to lead her to the commander's office. Ian signaled him to stop, pointed behind her, and asked whether her teammates could come along. Seeing Seo Hyun, Jaehoon, and Ginny secretly watching from behind a stone pillar, the guard nodded. No problem. Witnessing this scene, Seo Hyun was stunned, unable to understand how Ian had passed so easily. Seo Hyun wondered whether each guard made infiltration easy or difficult. While Ginny praised him for being skillful, Ian calmly said it was only basic. Ginny invited Ian to join Stardust, but received a firm refusal. Teacher Seo Hyun was still dazed. Jaehoon patted his shoulder and comforted him that everything was fine now, and there was no need to think too much. Inside, Ian began weaving a thrilling story for the commander about how the celestial Jadian Lim was too busy and had therefore entrusted her with this important duty. Watching this performance, Seo Hyun told himself that as long as the plan was moving in the right direction, it was fine. The commander sighed at the power of the abyss and revealed that they lacked manpower outside the mission. Immediately, a system notification panel appeared. Hidden Quest of the Heavens, explore the Demon Living Seed Dungeon. The quest required the group to scout a special area, the origin point of the Sprouts of Calamity. The reward left everyone stunned, 10 Heaven Honor medals and 1 to 10 skill points depending on performance. Jaehoon shouted in delight. Ginny was dumbfounded. Seo Hyun analyzed that 10 medals were enough to exchange for unique equipment at the Heaven Shop, plus precious skill points. In Azrian, this was the first time he had seen such generous rewards, and he encouraged the group by saying this was the maximum level they could achieve. Ginny was moved by Seo Hyun's generosity and resolved to maintain a good relationship with him, while Seo Hyun simply thought that if the quest was good, they should just accept it. Now, I will explain the mission. Have you heard of the Demon Living Seed? The commander explained that the Demon Living Seed was an entity where demons were born, and that it helped the Abyss faction grow stronger. Though it carried ominous traits, this entity always hid skillfully, only revealing its true self under special circumstances. And hearing the part about hiding like the Syar-haired player Ayin Coco already felt wrong. Normally, it took the form of a little girl, leaving Seo Hyun stunned, because the description was completely different from the former Asura. The commander affirmed that thanks to its perfect disguise, it blended among humans and was difficult to detect. However, there was still only one way to identify it, by borrowing the power of the sun. Under harsh sunlight, the storm seed would sprout and reveal its true demonic form, according to the angel's prophecy. The old man assigned the group to scout suspicious individuals. Seo Hyun pondered anxiously. Ayin called out, Seo Hyun. Seo Hyun traced the chain of clues, demon, little girl appearance related to the sun. He was shocked to realize that every explanation pointed to Louise, a perfect overlap that was hard to dismiss as coincidence. Right after that, the group began their journey to the Lurumia mountain range, where snow blanketed everything white and the freezing wind pierced to the bone. Just hearing the place name was enough to sink their spirits. The system warned of extreme cold, all movement slowed by 20%, vitality recovery severely reduced. Jaehoon trembled and complained that this warning was no joke. It felt like a storm in the middle of winter, while Seo Hyun was still preoccupied with the demon seed, wondering whether that little girl was truly a demon. The demons in this world were inherently vicious and cunning. They did not hesitate to kill, and took pleasure in seeing the world fall into chaos. Every form of malice crystallized perfectly to describe them. Amid the bone-piercing cold, Jaehoon looked at Seo Hyun and Ayin in confusion, wondering if they did not feel cold dressed like that. Seo Hyun calmly explained that thanks to their tidal effects, neither of them could feel the cold, but he was still worried that things were becoming troublesome, telling himself that everything would become clear once they met Louise. When the group reached the mountain summit, Jaehoon was shocked to realize this was the entrance to the Ice Thorn prison, the lair of extremely dangerous level 300 monsters. Jaehoon shouted in panic, Seo Hyun, wasn't our mission supposed to be the level 80 Demon Living Seed Dungeon? Ginny trembled too. She worried that entering a place with level 300 monsters meant instant death, wondering whether even someone at the top of the rankings like Seo Hyun had lost his way. Seo Hyun reassured his teammates, telling them to open the quest quest panel and looked carefully at the contents. He pointed at the lines saying rewards based on results and raised the question of what the word results meant in a scouting mission, sounding like a strategic analysis but terrifying everyone listening. Seo Hyun affirmed that it meant travel distance, specifically how deeply players could advance into the dungeon. He analyzed that in the former Astra, the most important part of a scouting mission was expanding the map, and Asrian operated by similar logic. Because the Demon Living Sea dungeon was long and took a full month to explore, Seo Hyun decided to use the level 300 dungeon as a shortcut. He revealed that the two dungeons had a connected passage inside, allowing the group to reach the mission's endpoint as quickly as possible, the kind of shortcut that made everyone want to ask what kind of shortcut this even was. Faced with Jihan's worries about the level 300 area, Seo Hyun calmly asked Ain about the gate opening time. Ain looked at the countdown clock and announced that only 10 seconds remained until the exact time. With no time left to explain, Seo Hyun told the two of them to wait and see what was about to happen, because everything would become clear immediately. The moment the clock reached zero, the ground beneath their feet erupted with brilliant light and a violent tremor, causing Jehun and Ginny to scream in terror as their bodies fell freely. The group free fell into a bottomless pit surrounded by blue magical energy. Ginny screamed in panic, wondering what kind of dungeon this and how much longer they had to fall, while Seo Hyun calmly ordered them to keep their centers of gravity steady, reminding them they were about to land, and to be careful because the floor was all ice. As soon as he finished speaking, the group landed and slid away at dizzying speed. Jehun asked in panic whether this was really okay when they were racing forward so fast, a mild warning that marked the beginning of a true survival ice skating sequence. While Seo Hyun and Ayin maintained perfect balance, Ginny kept stumbling on the ice. Ayin glanced over with exasperation. She was clumsy and struggled to stay upright. As Ginny crawled to her feet, she explained that being a cleric required focus on mana and stamina, crying out helplessly that this was not a race and even professional players would find this situation difficult. Seeing Ain coordinate well, Seo Hyun quietly praised her, making her proud, while Jeon still struggled and yelled warnings to Seo Hyun that the speed was too fast, he was about to fall. Looking at the team, two drifted like gods, one slipped like a beginner. Jehun begged the group for a short break, but Seo Hyun coldly replied that was hard to arrange. We cannot stop. We must maintain continuous speed to answer why we have to cross the dungeon in such a risky way. Seo Hyun pointed to the giant shadows appearing in the frost. Those were level 300 monsters with ice forms roaring all around. Jehun was horrified seeing them up close. Seo Hyun calmly explained how to pass through them. The reason for maintaining speed was to surpass the level 300 monsters before they could react. The group dashed like light, leaving the roaring ice behind, a simple tactic that made the bosses look like background NPCs. Ginny panted, admitting she almost fainted from fear. System notification appeared confirming the group had passed the mid-boss area and explored 12% of the dungeon. Ginny marveled at how after nearly 5 kilometers of high-speed travel, it was only 12%. Seo Hyun calmly reminded them that the dungeon was enormous. Normally it would take a month to follow the path. As progress reached 16%, he changed expression, warning everyone to be careful because the upcoming path was dangerous. Jehun trembled, wondering how it could get more dangerous. Seo Hyun coldly explained that the next area's monsters reacted extremely quickly. Jehun panicked, wondering what they had just dodged. Immediately, the culprit was a giant green frog, making him wonder how it survived in the cold. Seo Hyun reminded the group to focus on dodging because of the fast attack. At the current speed, one dodge was enough to pass. Not wasting any time, Ayin suddenly told Gi to relax, then scooped her up. Jehun stared in astonishment. Ayin performed small flips. She used her limbs to strike away the surrounding purple blades to protect the frightened Ginny. Ginny clung to Ayin, crying and begged not to be abandoned, but Ayin coldly told her to be quiet and focus on the fight. On the other side, Jehun screamed seeing the giant blade aimed at him, unable to control its direction. At the critical moment, Seo Hyun dashed in, reassuring them he would block the monster's attack with his hands to save his friend. Jehun only managed to call Seo Hyun's name as he was grabbed and pulled by the blade. Seo Hyun calmly explained that he could escape easily thanks to assimilation skill. Jehun could only gape in astonishment. He worried whether the path ahead was still dangerous. Seo Hyun laughed, saying everything so far was just warm-up, as they were only halfway. The system continuously notified that the group had passed the Keldanis Beast area, completing 42% of the dungeon. Impressive, but still just the beginning. The group dashed along the steep ice walls at terrifying speed. The system reported they had covered 30 kilometers in less than 13 minutes, increasing agility points. and Hee-hun, due to Abyss privileges, gained an additional 4 points. Hee-hun panicked, realizing the current speed was like a free-falling baseball, surpassing normal mountains. Seo Hyun calmly admitted this speed was impossible in real life, and the group had in fact been deep underground for some time. Surrounding space suddenly turned a demonic red. Seo Hyun confirmed they had entered the Abyss area. In response to Jaehoon's question about the unusual color, he explained it was a system warning. The group was about to enter the Ice Thorn boss domain. Jaehoon was horrified facing the boss before adapting. Jinny worriedly asked how to handle it. A giant fiery eye emerged from the darkness. A giant firebird with wide wings flew out from the red bones. Seo Hyun roared a warning that it was about to strike down. Breath from the Abyss weakened the group. Stats dropped 20% due to level disparity. The boss chased with speed equal to the group, causing Ginny and Jaehoon to panic. When asked if they should fight, Seo Hyun ordered them not to. In this situation, the group could not win. They had to endure until they escaped the area. The monster roared, charging to eliminate the intruders, seeming tactical but in reality just running through to the next phase. Recognizing the danger, Seo Hyun shouted for Ginny to cast the connection skill for everyone. She quickly began incantation. A chain of light appeared, linking everyone's bodies, ensuring they were not thrown off despite the impact. When the skill completed, the boss charged to deliver a thunderous strike. Seo Hyun and Ain reminded everyone to stay focused and hold tight. Jaehoon gritted his teeth under pressure, realizing if not for Ginny's chain, he would have been thrown long ago, yet the force was still immense. Seo Hyun roared a warning about the next wave and urged everyone to persevere. At that moment, the team resembled a string of cargo being dragged through an energy storm. Seo Hyun roared, immediately activating the Reaper's special effect, creating a surge of energy drew the boss's attention toward him. Ain exclaimed in astonishment. He silently resolved to repeat the attention-drawing plan used with Louise. But this situation was more dangerous. The energy thorns were nearly level 400. Absorption skills could not resist. Seo Hyun shouted to dodge completely. Explosions occurred as the boss struck the ground. After a skillful dodge, he breathed a sigh of relief as everything went according to plan. Ginny was now held within Ain's body by Seo Hyun, panicking and asking if it was him. Seo Hyun confirmed using assimilation skill to help her dodge a fatal strike. Ginny was both scared and complained that after high-speed racing she had to dodge deadly attacks. Seo Hyun reminded everyone to focus completely. The boss was about to repeat its attack, telling Ginny to reactivate the connection skill after this wave. Ginny could only think that her life had had no pause button since meeting this group. Without wasting time, Seo Hyun maintained the assimilation state to enhance reflexes, assessing that the boss could not perform long-range attacks due to cooldown, taking the opportunity to command Ginny to connect. Group dashed like light, continuously passing key areas like the Flame God Altar and the Abyssal Frame. The system confirmed exploration progress reached 93%. Seo Hyun excitedly encouraged his teammates, reminding everyone to aim straight down the center path. The speed was so extreme the system itself seemed exhausted. As they prepared to exit, the boss suddenly roared and charged. Seo Hyun realized it was a melee attack. The terrifying strike hit the ground, creating violent tremors. Seo Hyun shouted warnings for everyone to maintain balance until the last second. However, an unexpected situation occurred, making his eyes widen in shock. The direction was not as predicted. An extremely powerful shockwave erupted, blasting Jun and Ginny in another direction. Hee-hoon screamed in despair when he saw his teammates swept away by the boss's terrifying power. Seo Hyun inside Ain's body realized they were standing before the decisive moment. If they missed this turn, there would be no other path. As long as they passed through, a violent impact made the entire space shake fiercely. It felt no different from the whole team being thrown into a transfer station between the battlefield and destiny. After landing safely, Seo Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. The final section really had been a little dangerous. Jaehoon asked in disbelief, was it finally over? Ginny still had not calmed down. Jun admitted that he had truly been terrified, thinking he had been flung in another direction. But Seo Hyun did not let them rest, suddenly grabbing both of them and shouting loudly, "Listen, let's go." He pushed Jaehoon and Ginny with all his strength into the passage right in front of them. Jaehoon only had time to exclaim in shock, never expecting him to push both of them into the tunnel at the same time like that. Immediately, Seo Hyun charged after them to escape the boss's encirclement. A simple push, yet it was like saving the entire server from the risk of failure. When they reached a safe place, Seo Hyun released the assimilation skill and returned to his real body. Jaehoon's face darkened as he gave a bitter smile. "I finally understand how you two play this game. Right, haha, this is not normal at all." Seeing his teammates' expressions, Seo Hyun worriedly wondered whether he had gone too far without explaining anything. Surely they were not angry. Suddenly, Ginny looked straight at him and asked, "You have no intention of becoming a professional player, right?" Seo Hyun calmly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Admiration surged in Ginny's mind. She realized that all of Ain's achievements had Seo Hyun's silent support behind them through the assimilation skill. After witnessing his movements, judgments, and subtle timing adjustments, Ginny understood that this machine-like refined playstyle was something even top professional players would struggle to achieve. Ginny secretly made up her mind, even if she could not recruit Seo Han to Stardust, learning even a little of that playstyle would still be a precious opportunity. She suddenly shouted, "Seo Han, please teach me." The sudden request left Seo Hyun dumbfounded. Huh? What is this about? Jeon beside him was also shocked to see Ginny wanting to learn from his friend. She explained in confusion, "Sorry, I want to learn your way of playing." She earnestly persuaded him that even if Seo Hyun did not want to become a professional player, he could certainly teach others. Seo Hyun looked at Ginny in hesitation. "Teach you me?" He sighed, inwardly wavering before the unexpected plea, feeling as though he had just received a mission to carry the game while also becoming an unwilling teacher. Faced with the sudden proposal, Seo Hyun quietly considered it. It was his first time making this kind of deal, and Ginny hurriedly affirmed that she would pay suitable tuition. Ayan stood beside them and sighed, telling herself that she only fought by instinct. Teaching was definitely not for her. Seo Hyun began to weigh it. Teaching the basics would take time, but in return he could gather more valuable combat theory from the Asura era. After thinking it over and realizing the benefits were not small, Seo Hyun agreed because Ginny was Jaehoon's acquaintance. He said, "Fine, but I have a few conditions." Ginny cried out joyfully, "Really, any conditions are fine." Hearing that, it felt like unlocking a special training package before anyone had read the terms. The first condition was that Ginny had to disclose her entire status window, so he could clearly understand her stats and establish an accurate training route. Next, she had to be ready to assist whenever he requested it, whether it was carrying out quests or confronting other players. Seo Hyun thought that for a professional gamer, revealing stats or adjusting a schedule according to someone else would be a major obstacle, so he let Ginny think carefully. But unlike his prediction, Ginny immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. If her schedule was not too important, she would set everything aside for him. Her passionate decisiveness left Seo Hyun astonished, inwardly marveling that the appeal of As first rank title was that great. Seeing a once-in-a-thousand-years chance, Jaehoon also stepped closer. "Hey Seo Hyun, can I learn too? Training alone has left me stuck many times." Seo Hyun nodded in agreement. Teaching one or two people was not much different. He told himself this was his way of repaying the lavish meals Jaehoon had treated him to. A calculating smile appeared on Seo Hyun's face, and he felt pleased that in the blink of an eye, he had recruited 2 talents for his future party. As though he had just finished hiring two potential candidates in the middle of a battlefield, he began planning the first trial mission for his 2 disciples. The deeper they advanced, the more the atmosphere changed, making Jaehoon and Ginny uneasy. Jaehoon muttered that it seemed to be getting hotter here. At that moment, the system notification panel appeared, confirming that the group had explored 99% of the dungeon. Seo Hyun stopped short and calmly declared, "We are here." Looking into the darkness ahead, Jaehoon tremblingly called Seo Hyun's name, full of fear. Before their eyes stood the door of the dead of the Demon Seed dungeon, a gigantic stone gate with blazing red dragon eyes that felt haunting. Jaehoon asked in shock whether they really had to step in this horrifying place. The gate was covered with eerie, dried corpses, making it feel as though they had just reached the final tutorial stage, only for the boss to have been waiting since the beginning of the game. Witnessing the horrifying scene up close, Seo Hyun let out a soft sigh. Looking directly at it made fear crawl over his skin. In contrast to her teammates, Ain was extremely excited and brought up old memories. "Seo Hyun, you remember, don't you? We once cleared this place together." Seo Hyun answered blankly, "Is that so? Why do I remember going alone?" Immediately, an aura burst from Ain, and she smiled kindly as she asked again, "Alone, really?" Realizing the situation was not good, Seo Hyun hurriedly corrected himself. The 2 of them had conquered it together. He had only mistaken things because the map had changed. He quickly changed the subject to the boss that once guarded the gate in order to soothe Ain's anger. An emergency response, half a second slower, and it might have shifted from teamwork to civil war. Outwardly, he seemed normal, but Seo Hyun was still thinking. The world of Azrian was changing in subtle ways compared to the previous story. He began connecting the strange variables, starting from the mysterious appearance of the NPC Lewis. The existence of a symmetrical world map, as well as the names and structures of dungeons, were gradually changing. Seeing him lost in thought, Ayan curiously asked what he was thinking, but Seo Hyun remained silent, telling himself that if he found the connection between these clues, he would uncover a great secret. Jaehoon looked at the gate filled with magnetic energy and muttered that one glance was enough to know this was the lair of a terrifying final boss. Seo Hyun nodded, feeling as though this final boss's breathing could be heard from behind the door. Preparing for battle, Ginny shared valuable information. The final guardian was Betty, a humanoid monster of the Fallen type that specialized in magic. She said that in Asura, the monster was often called the Fallen Lady. Jaehoon found the name Betty somewhat familiar. Ginny warned that this was a named level 200 boss. normally requiring at least 10 people who had completed their second-class advancement to have any hope of defeating it. Jaehoon remembered the Stardust coach's words about how dangerous this monster was, but he had thought it was a distant matter. Jun looked at Seo Hyun. Jaehoon asked whether they could win. Seo Hyun calmly reassured them that since they'd even gotten past that giant level 400 bird before, this boss would not be a problem. But Jaehoon was left speechless and reminded him that they had not actually fought that bird. Jaehoon even asked doubtfully, really? Seo Hyun affirmed with certainty that with their current party, they were strong enough to conquer this place. He encouraged everyone to believe in themselves, saying they only needed to coordinate smoothly according to the plan. It sounded like tactical encouragement, but in reality it was more like entering battle and simply chasing after the leader. As they advanced deeper, boiling lava spread heat throughout the space. Seo Hyun reminded the group to be careful with every step on the rocky ledges beside the sea of fire. While Jeon nearly cried because of the heat, Seo Hyun inwardly marveled at the game's realism, clearly feeling the hellish rocket-like temperature through the sensory synchronization feature. Suddenly, I noticed the lava rising, and Jaehoon panicked as he asked about the way back, but Hyun affirmed that the exit would open automatically after the battle ended, so there was no need to worry. An exit that opened automatically after the end sounded very reassuring, until they remembered that the condition for ending it was victory. Although Jaehoon was still worried because the escape route was blocked, Seo Hyun drew his dagger and ordered them to prepare for battle at once. A gigantic pillar of fire erupted in the middle of the main hall. It tore through the space along with a violent tremor. Amid the smoke, dust, and radiant light, the final guardian of the Demon Seed dungeon officially appeared. It was Betty, a level 235 boss with the form of a powerful fallen demon hovering in the center of the ring. The moment she appeared, a swirl of flames released an extremely powerful pressure that made Ginny and Jaehoon was nearly frozen stiff. All of his stats had been sharply reduced by 20%. Thanks to the Heavenly Being title, Seo Hyun and Ian only suffered a 5% drop in strength. Looking at the roaring monster, Seo Hyun coldly judged that this stat gap was unavoidable. Seo Hyun ordered Ginny to begin the plan. Although rather tense, the cleric still answered firmly, thinking that she finally had to stand on the front line. Seo Hyun explained that the core of the tactic was for Ginny to always stand in front of Betty to deal with its extremely dangerous skill of leaping behind the target. This was the move that allowed the boss to teleport instantly. It would glide behind its opponent, then curl up and launch an attack. That tail strike was extremely powerful and almost impossible to predict. It sounded simple, but in truth it meant standing there as bait so the boss would circle behind. He warned the group that they currently could not dodge or block it head-on. Since the target of the leap was always the person standing farthest away, Seo Hyun used assimilation and retreated to act as bait. The boss took the bait, instantly teleported, and brought down a thunderous smash at Seo Hyun's position. Betty roared in pain after unexpectedly taking the full force of the group's coordinated counterattack. Seizing the opening, Ginny immediately cast her skill. She excitedly announced that the connection had succeeded and the target was tightly bound. Realizing this rare opportunity, Seo Hyun roared and ordered the whole team to attack at once. Jaehoon did not hesitate, rushing forward and swinging a sharp sword strike wrapped in blue light, making the monster howl violently. A brilliant notification window appeared, confirming that the mental strike had dealt critical damage, and briefly stunned the boss. Seo Hyun shouted Ian's name, saying he was counting on her. Ian smiled with full confidence. She answered briefly, "Leave it to me." The female mage immediately channeled mana and launched a fierce flaming punch straight into Betty, creating a sky-bright explosion that swallowed the monster whole. That fire-type punch was so powerful that anyone watching would want to ask whether she was playing a game or calling down a meteor. After taking the painful hit, Betty roared madly, causing the chains of light binding it to shatter. Ginny groaned from the backlash of magical pressure, while the system warned that the connection skill had been completely broken. Seo Hyun immediately told Ginny to return to the vanguard position, while reminding everyone to check the formation and not be impatient or overextend, to avoid falling into the boss's trap. The moment the boss broke free, it shattered the formation as well, not giving the group even a single second to breathe. Betty completely lost control, radiating blazing red killing intent as it roared in fury, "Annoying pests, I will blow you all away." Witnessing the dark power erupt violently, Ginny and her teammates could not help trembling before the terrifying pressure surging toward them. But Seo Hyun remained extremely calm, shouting loudly to steady the team's minds and affirming that this too was only a pattern he had anticipated. He encouraged everyone to maintain the formation. If they followed the plan, they could still win. Betty roared angrily, "Everyone, be blown away," then unleashed a blazing red whirlwind that swept through the entire room. Looking at the terrifying energy sweeping across the area, Ginny trembled, worried whether the group could overcome this trial. Immediately, Seo Hyun shouted for Sister Ginny to connect quickly. Ginny hurriedly answered and activated the skill. Radiant chains of light wrapped around everyone, helping the entire team hold their positions. Seo Hyun explained that this move was meant to blow the whole group into the lava, but thanks to the connection, they could hold on. He told everyone to dodge the debris until the tornado faded. Seo Hyun analyzed inwardly that right after this vortex attack, Betty's next strike would definitely target the rear position. He immediately rushed toward the stone pillars to act as bait. Just as Seo Hyun predicted, the boss roared fiercely and plunged down from above, aiming straight at Seo Hyun. In that critical instant, he activated assimilation to merge into An. The monster had completely fallen for the trap. It charged straight into the trap that had been prepared in advance, triggering a violent explosion. The plan played out as if scripted, while the boss charged into the trap like it had clicked a suspicious link by mistake. The system displayed a notification: critical hit by utilizing terrain, dealing over 91,000 damage. Ginny asked in shock if it was over now, but Seo Hyun said this opponent was completely different. Even after such massive damage, the boss still had not fallen, exactly the kind of game balance held together by faith. He reminded them this was a named level 235 boss, so it could not end yet. He screamed madly, radiating fiery killing intent as it broke out of the rubble. Seo Hyun calculated that the previous blow had only taken about 1/10 of its health. He coldly declared, in other words, the real battle was only beginning now. Everyone had to stay focused until the final minute. In the monitoring room of ASEAN Online, the staff had their eyes glued to the screen, exclaiming in amazement that it was incredible. They had not expected Betty could be neutralized in that way. They realized that Seo Hyun's group's combat thinking was completely different from ordinary players, and began to believe that this group might truly succeed. But just when victory seemed close, a blazing red warning suddenly appeared along with urgent sirens. Technicians panicked, wondering whether this was a system error, but the answer shocked them even more. It was not an error, but a sign that a transcendent had directly interfered. Although the transcendents possessed free will, their interference in a player's battle was something that had never happened before. Back in the dungeon, Boss Betty roared violently as it was locked tight by chains of light and continued taking attacks. Seeing the monster immobilized, the group breathed out in relief, thinking everything had ended. But the team had only relaxed for half a second before the game prepared a new twist. However, Seo Hyun immediately noticed something strange. Its health was clearly depleted, yet the death effect still had not appeared. He grew worried because according to the proper scenario, there should have been no more attacks after this phase. Suddenly, blue light erupted above the boss, revealing a familiar blue-haired girl with glasses hovering in midair. Seo Hyun froze as he recognized her as Mayday from the Darkness Guild. Why had she appeared here? Could the quests have overlapped, mixing the main quest and event quest together just for fun? Before the group's eyes, Mayday's spirit was suddenly drawn straight into Betty's body. Ayan cried out in horror, "Seo Hyun, is that not the assimilation skill you always use?" Jaehoon and Ginny were just as panicked when they saw the face of the world's second-ranked ranker briefly appear on the monster's body. Wong gritted his teeth and confirmed, yes, the belt has assimilated into Betty's body. Perhaps we have to fight this boss once more. Betty slowly stood up, her blazing red eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent. Meanwhile, Mayday was utterly shocked when she realized she was trapped in a grotesque form. What is happening? This is not my body. Mayday looked around in confusion, unable to understand why she had just been wandering in the plaza, and now found herself alone in a strange, dark space. She worriedly wondered if it was a system error. At that moment, a sparkling notification appeared: hidden quest, pact with the demon. Deceitful great demon wanted to borrow her soul. Taking the next step would accept the pact. Mayday was stunned to realize it was the abyssal overlord representing darkness and chaos. She wondered why such a powerful existence paid attention to her, perhaps because she ranked second in the Abyss faction. Not wanting to miss this rare opportunity, Mayday immediately pressed the accept button. The system instantly notified that the pact was confirmed. The deceiver was watching her. Regaining clarity, Mayday was horrified to see her soul drawn into the monster's body. Just after signing the contract, she became a full-time boss. The status window appeared, showing she had assimilated with Betty level 235, over 2.5 million health, and a series of terrifying skills. A new hidden quest appeared: protect the Demon Seed Dungeon. The Great Demon ordered her to defend the final area against the Celestial faction. Mayday looked toward the intruders and froze. She understood that her friend had joined the opposing faction, and now they had to face each other. In this moment, the two were forced to stand at opposite ends of the battlefield. Instead of fear, Mayday smiled wickedly. She was excited by the difficulty of the quest and believed that with the named boss body, she could crush everything. Without hesitation, Betty under Mayday's control launched a fierce attack, leaving Ginny only able to exclaim in astonishment. Mayday silently resolved that since ING was the enemy of her guild, she had to personally defeat them, also repaying the debt from the Baron quest years ago. The boss swung a powerful flaming slash, causing Ginny to scream in panic and call for for everyone to use connection skills to defend. Jaehoon also shouted, urging Seo Hyun to quickly redeploy the old formation. However, Seo Hyun stared at the monster with seriousness. He realized a terrible truth: this would not work. Seo Hyun understood that the old tactics only worked on enemies that moved predictably. But with Mayday in direct control, all rules were broken. Boss no longer acted according to a fixed pattern, making the rear defense formation they had painstakingly built suddenly useless. Betty suddenly launched a thunderous kick aimed straight at Dae-hoon. Seo Hyun shouted a warning, but everything happened too quickly. Jaehoon could only raise his sword in desperation to block, but the force of the strike shattered the defense. A violent explosion erupted right at Jaehoon's position. Ayan screamed in shock, seeing her teammate taken down by a single blow. The system coldly notified, member Pritis has died. Ayan trembled and asked Seo Hyun if there was any other way, but he just gritted his teeth bitterly as his mana had been exhausted. Hee-ho looked at the boss radiating immense dark pressure and realized this was the worst scenario. They were facing a player inside the boss's body. A single attack had taken a life. Sure enough, the game was not hard, it just did not allow people to continue playing. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth at the unforeseen variable. He analyzed quietly. Originally, Betty was a named level 200 boss, possessing extremely powerful skills, but difficulty balanced by low intelligence and mechanical behavior. Now that weakness was replaced with expert thinking like Mayday's, Seo Hyun struggled to find a viable plan to compensate for the huge set gap now. Hey, no time to waste, Seo Hyun and Ayan's body shouted Sister Jinny. While Jinny was still stunned, he decisively ordered all buffs to be transferred to Ayan immediately. Witnessing such decisiveness, Jinny shuddered. She felt the terrifying pressure. Unlike Seo Hyun's usual calm demeanor, a series of system notifications appeared rapidly. Stamina and mana returned to their state 10 minutes prior, recovery speed, critical rate, and attack power surged. Seeing the radiant aura covering Ayan, Jinny silently marveled that the momentum resembled a General Dae-ho guarding the battlefield. Opposite them, Mayday and Betty's body began to become alert when she noticed the unusual power emanating. Realizing the threat, Betty roared and unleashed a destructive strike toward Ginny. Ginny only forced a smile, telling Hill to make sure to reconnect later before vanishing under the blow. The system coldly confirmed member Ginny had died, leaving everyone feeling uneasy. Despite being saddened by her teammate's sacrifice, he who knew the massive buffs had laid the foundation for combat. He asked, ready yet? Ayan, in her fiery god state, eyes blazing with excitement, said, let's use the ultimate skill. I've been waiting for this moment a long time. Mayday in Betty's body was stunned seeing Ayan's blazing form, immediately recognizing the power that had appeared in the Baron Alex quest. In the space of consciousness, Seo Hyun instructed Ayan to focus on dodging the boss's tail strikes. Although she worried about the speed, he reassured her to trust his coordination. The awakened skill determined annihilation burst forth, transforming Ayan into a fiery god and evolving the fire claws into Ifrit claws. Seo Hyun confirmed this was the final trump card. Confrontation erupted immediately with terrifying intensity as Ayan charged straight into attack. Her blazing slashes flew consecutively, decisive and powerful. Mayday was stunned by the speed and the opponent's unreal reflexes. She could not believe an ordinary player could keep up and counter such lightning-fast strikes of a named boss. Under Seo Hyun's close guidance, Ayan continuously dodged spectacularly, narrowly avoiding every attack from Betty. Seo Hyun reminded her to maintain an irregular trajectory so Mayday could not predict her path. The pure footwork required no additional support skills. Mayday could not help but admire it, but immediately after she played her trump card from her new vocation. It was the power of a master of spiritual energy. Mayday roared confidently, using her mental power to lift a series of massive boulders and hurl them toward Ayan. She was certain that with such dense attacks the opponent absolutely could not dodge them all. At that critical moment, hanging by a thread, Seo Hyun shouted for Ayan to entrust it to him, then immediately activated the 1-second absorption skill. A brilliant energy vortex covered his body, swirling the boulders gently like a whirlwind. The spiritual attack was completely nullified, causing Mayday to grit her teeth in anger for dealing no damage. Suddenly, a notification appeared, weakened. Seo Hyun realized the situation was bad when Ayan's body was suddenly bound by streams of blue energy. Bound tight, Ayan stared in shock at his trembling hands, wondering, why won't my hands move? Seo Hyun quickly realized this was the psychic technique Void Restraint. Mayday, in Betty's body, roared in delight, calculating inwardly even if physical contact has no effect. Using this move to pin the opponent down is entirely possible. That boss judged that Ayan belonged to the magic class, so his psychic resistance stat was surely very low. Looking at the boss's sinister smile, Seo Hyun thought silently. Seo Hyun, inside Ayan's body, smiled faintly with confidence, having read Mayday's intention. While Mayday was still pleased with that decision, that boss's expression suddenly changed in terror. A violent explosion of fire erupted. It tore through the chains and shot forward like lightning, the heavy blow sending the boss flying backward. Mayday trembled, unable to believe the opponent had used pure strength to break that technique. Absurd, how could psychic magic be forcibly broken? In the end, Ayan landed lightly, while Seo Hyun felt secretly pleased that the plan had succeeded. He calmly explained that although Mayday used a subtle move, his store of knowledge held many ways to break it. Void Restraint only worked on light objects or targets with low inertia. Once the bound object reached a certain speed, the psychic barrier would shatter on its own. By taking advantage of Ain's weightless Ifrit Demon Claws, Seo Hyun combined it with the Windwall skill from the support board to create a foothold, helping Ain accelerate at lightning speed and escape the encirclement instantly. Mayday thought the chance was certain, then screamed in despair upon seeing every trick rendered useless, the boss's health plunging under the opponent's power. Mayday realized in horror that Ain was even faster than before, and despite possessing boss stats, that boss was still overwhelmed in close combat. Mayday tried to escape the attack range, but the instant that boss raised its head, that boss saw Ain appear right before its eyes, gaze ice cold, eyes blazing with fire, wondering, since when did this happen? Seo Hyun reminded him, Ain, we don't have much time left, you know that right? Ain laughed with excitement, no need to remind me. The two coordinated smoothly. So Hyun ordered, good, go wild as much as you like. A terrifying rocket-like explosion erupted, and the boss suffered a tremendous impact. Mayday screamed in despair while being chased, unable to find an opening to activate any skill, because the opponent's relentless attacks kept interrupting that boss. Mayday thought of luring the opponent onto the ground to seek a way out, but immediately, the moment that boss took flight, the opponent closed in. In moved in close and unleashed a heavy blow. Betty roared in pain as she was grabbed tightly and slammed into the ground. The system confirmed that a powerful impact had struck the head directly. The boss was stunned and unable to recover for 10 seconds. Seo Hyun said excitedly, well done, Ain. Twilight decided to defeat the opponent and ordered the finishing blow, plunging straight down. Radiant pillar of light descended from above like a meteor, piercing Betty's body and driving her into the deep pit. Mayday trembled upon sensing death drawing near. The boss finally collapsed in an earth-rending explosion. Critical notification, damage over 27,000, draining the last of its life force. Mayday woke in shock in the middle of the plaza, wondering, have I returned? Humiliation flooded in upon realizing the crushing defeat, wondering did I truly lose? The system mocked that the boss had not lasted over 10 minutes. The great demon was disappointed, no reward received. Having both lost and been humiliated, Mayday trudged away, telling that boss to report this shocking battle to the guildmaster. At Darkness headquarters, the core members reviewed the battle video. Ain's video made everyone serious. Someone wondered, isn't this the move she used in the Baron mission? Everyone grew restless, suspecting this was an ultimate skill that had never been revealed. Pierce gritted his teeth. If it is an ultimate skill, what level has it reached? Could it have been unlocked from level 4 or above? The former ranker admitted that Ezrean Awakening quests were abnormally difficult to raise, and even a level 4 legend had yet to conquer a new milestone. Yet this girl had done it well. Pierce calculated, even if her level is not high yet, she defeated a named level 230 boss alone. With that tremendous amount of damage, has she surpassed 5 stars? This unbalanced skill left the guild confused about how to deal with it. Mayday suspected such an overpowered move must have a weakness, for example, a level decrease after use. Faced with the dead end and information, Ikrazi made a decision. We will track down a famous Astra Online ranker. Since Ayan was once a veteran ranker, only someone of the same caliber can understand and counter her skill. When asked about the identity and how to recruit the expert, Ikrazi smiled faintly with calculation. He said confidently, the guild expansion plan has been prepared for a long time, and the work of pulling this person to our side is complete. The system confirmed the miracle. Final Guardian Betty eliminated. The 4-person party completed the trial with excellence. Although Betty was loyal to the Great Demon, she was ultimately only a tool, and would guard this place forever until Doomsday. Seo Hyun sighed and told Ayan to rest while they collected the spoils. Ayan answered wearily. His health and energy were depleted, thinking silently that they had nearly died in this dark battle. Ayan hurriedly drank a recovery potion, admitting the victory was lucky. One careless mistake, and both of them would have died. Watching Seo Hyun pick up the monster core and beast hide, Ayan admired him. Truly impressive, Seo Hyun. Realized Seo Hyun was still the same as in Asura, always finding a life-saving solution in a deadlocked situation. Thanks to creating a wind barrier as a foothold in midair, they had been able to carry out that extraordinary attack. Seo Hyun explained, this is a new skill from the Awakening quest, upgraded and applied in battle right away. Ayan was still dazed. Seo Hyun reminded him, what are you doing, Ayan? We still have work to do. After Betty was defeated, the lava flow drained away, opening a path leading deep below. Ayan hurried after him, thinking silently that synchronizing with Seo Hyun was still not enough. The gap remained. He needed to work harder to stand equal to him. Seo Hyun calmly affirmed there would be no more battles, leaving Ayan surprised enough to ask again. Ayan excitedly showed off the priestly robe she had just picked up from the dropped loot, one she liked very much, while Seo Hyun grew curious and wanted to take a look, silently feeling lucky to be traveling with him. System suddenly rang out with a shocking announcement. The dungeon had been explored 100%, and the group set a record by conquering the Devil's Seed in just 4 hours and 21 minutes. Right before their eyes, a radiant purple gemstone emitted a powerful wave of magic. Ayan marveled at the beauty of the stone and wondered whether this was the seed. Seo Hyun was stunned, silently thinking that he had believed the Devil's Seed was only a term, so the appearance of this item was truly unexpected. Seo Hyun thought to himself, how could Louise possibly be the Devil's Seed? Perhaps I misunderstood something. Meanwhile, Ayan curiously approached the purple stone, which looked like diamond but was purple like amethyst. Seeing Ayan reach out, Seo Hyun shouted, Ayan, wait, don't touch it, but it was too late. A blinding light burst forth and bound Ayan, making Seo Hyun cry out in despair. What is this? The light faded, and the space sank into a silent darkness. Seo Hyun looked around in shock, searching for Ayan in the dark. Immediately, a system screen appeared, and the story video automatically played when the player touched the jewel. The scene was a pristine fairyland with ancient architecture floating among layers of clouds, and Seon recognized this place as the heavenly realm. Looking at the familiar images, he was filled with emotion as he recalled the days when he often visited this place while playing Asura. Footage changed scenes, and Seo Hyun let out a sound when he saw a tiny figure. Wait, could that be Louise when she was little? It was indeed the little girl with a smile and white wings behind her. Seo Hyun could not believe his eyes. Could she be an angel? Observing the radiant crystal wings, Seo Hyun recognized the symbol reserved only for the royal rank, the noble class beneath the archangels, but he frowned because in his memories of Astra, there was no one named Louise. Suddenly, a black shadow enveloped Louise, leaving Seo Hyun stunned and horrified. Why would a devil appear in the heavenly realm? The red-haired woman with cold, sharp eyes approached the pitiful little girl. A cruel hand covered Louise's face, and then a scream echoed throughout the space. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth in pain, horrified as the crimson magic power raged wildly through that terrifying memory. He was shocked to see black energy engulfing Louise, wondering what Cairo intended to do to the girl. The female devil dragged Louise into a glowing teleportation gate, then vanished completely, so the girl had been kidnapped by a devil in the fairy world. Witnessing this scene, Seo Hyun broke out in a cold sweat, unable to understand the developer's intention in inserting such a haunting scene into the game. Seo Hyun was still dazed, thinking about where Cairo had taken Louise and the nature of the black aura at that moment. AM's voice calling him pulled him back to reality. You alright? Seo Hyun started and stammered that he was fine. Ayan suspiciously asked whether he understood the meaning of the video just now, because she found it confusing. Seeing Seo Hyun deep in thought, Ayan concluded that he was definitely hiding something about the story. Seo Hyun replied thoughtfully, it's not that I know everything clearly. Once I've sorted out my thoughts, I'll tell you. Suddenly he stopped when he saw a glittering item on the ground. Wait, why is this here? Ayan curiously asked what the item was, and Seo Hyun confirmed in shock that it was the shabby necklace Louise had always treasured. He picked up the item, his heart filled with suspicion as he could not understand why it was here, wondering whether the girl might be nearby. Immediately, the system announced that the main quest to find Louise had been updated, and collecting this important item was a crucial clue. When they returned to report the quest, Commander Oli was astonished. You found the Devil's Seed in just 1 day. Truly astonishing. Even he himself would have difficulty advancing so deep into the dungeon that quickly. And this achievement raised Commander Oli's favorability toward the group, opening the way to trust from other forces. The rewards handed over included 10 Sky Honor medals and 10 bonus skill points. Oli laughed as he saw the group off. Haha, drop by whenever you're free. I always welcome you all. Leaving the captain's mansion, the group set out to find Louise as per the system mission. Seo Hyun remained pensive over the memory fragment in the jewel, wondering what those images meant. How was Louise truly connected to the demons, and what was the purpose of that necklace? Seeing his friend overthinking, Ayan reminded, hey, aren't you going to try on that outfit? Didn't you say you could use it before? Seo Hyun suddenly remembered he hadn't thoroughly checked the item dropped by Boss Betty. He realized he hadn't even looked at its stats yet. It was a prayer garment, a unique quality item requiring an empathy stat of 100. The outfit once belonged to a cleric praying before a demon, harboring dark power, increasing defense by 97%, and only unlocking its seal when the prayer skill reached level 6. Seo Hyun silently judged it to be an exceptionally high-quality outfit. He prepared to change into the new costume. Ayan asked about his old outfit. Seo Hyun immediately offered it. He wanted to give it to her, as it had been enhanced with powerful magic. Wearing the new prayer garment, Seo Hyun appeared more dignified and mysterious. He understood that empathy was a support-specific stat, so besides him, almost no player qualified to use this item. Remembering that Boss Betty also used the assimilation skill, Seo Hyun believed there must be a deep connection between it and the prayer garment. He thought such a strict requirement item usually hides extraordinary power once its seal is lifted. He decided to find a way to break the seal and uncover its secret. Though slightly bothered, Seo Hyun reminded himself not to ignore this important ritual. He headed to the grand hall inside the imperial temple to begin his training. Wearing the new garment, Seo Hyun clasped his hands respectfully and began to pray. But he quickly noticed something strange as the progress bar remained still. Oddly, his proficiency didn't increase at all. He wondered why everything went smoothly in the Sunset Shrine, but here there was no progress. Seo Hyun recalled Lutia's teaching that prayer was essentially an act of empathizing with the will of a transcendent being. To do so, the supplicant must lower their ego and feel the miracle of the Supreme Being. Suddenly, a hypothesis struck him. Wait, if Louise really is an angel, then is she also a transcendent being? Does she possess supreme magic too? As the image of Louise appeared in his mind, the system suddenly announced that his prayer skill proficiency was increasing. Seo Han was stunned as he saw the experience bar soar. Just thinking of Louise, his prayer skill instantly reached the maximum level 4. He joyfully realized Louise was the key directly linked to this special skill. To confirm, Seo Hyun focused all his attention on Louise and continued to pray. He closed his eyes, recalling every moment with her before the update, from her running away to bursting into tears in his arms. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged to his mind, making Seo Hyun wonder what this emotion was. He clearly sensed a strong feeling from someone flooding his heart, a deep, suffocating sadness. Amid the memory fog, the shadow of a long-haired girl hiding her face gradually emerged. That sorrow gradually turned into intense longing, leaving Seo Hyun stunned by this strange spiritual connection. It seemed someone close was anxiously awaiting the girl day and night. Returning to reality, Seo Hyun had just woken up to a message from Jehun. His friend was ecstatic, constantly praising the team for defeating Boss Betty. Wow, really? You finally took down that boss. Impressive. Seeing the energetic messages, Seo Hyun sighed in relief, glad that Jehun was still enjoying the game. Seo Hyun texted an apology to Jehun for failing to protect the group, causing them to die in the battle with Betty. But Jehun was relaxed. Why worry? That mission earned me 10 skill points. Nobody complains. Jehun even saw that defeat as a rest after days of intense grinding, because even professional gamers can't play non-stop. Hearing this, Seo Hyun felt relieved. Before ending the chat, Jehun said Jinny wanted his contact, and Seo Hyun happily agreed. Suddenly, Seo Hyun's phone vibrated with a new message. He froze as he saw a bank notification. His account had just received 50 million won from sender Jinny 70. Seo Hyun panicked and shouted, "Crazy 50 million, is this in Korean won?" He was both flustered and excited by the huge sum in his account. Just then, Ginny called, excitedly asking about the mission completion. Seo Hyun also asked frantically, "That's not important, but what about this? Is this tuition? If so, that's way too much." Ginny quickly explained, "Oh, that's not tuition, but a reward for the hidden mission." She said she consulted colleagues about the value of 10 skill points, and with Asrian booming 50 million won was completely reasonable. Hearing this, Seo Han felt his worldview collapse at the immense real value of the game. He still tried to explain that the victory was the team's effort from Ginny's buffs, Jeon's control to Ain's damage, so he couldn't claim the large sum alone. But Ginny insisted, "Don't stress. For someone like Seo Hyun, he would surely earn much more in the future." Seeing him bewildered, Ginny said she wanted to establish a long-term relationship with him, being transparent about value from the start. She also revealed that the 50 million was slightly increased as a welcome gift, while the official tuition for future lessons was still being considered. Seo Hyun collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion, repeatedly refusing, feeling he wasn't worthy of such a crazy reward. He sighed deeply, not understanding why someone would spend so much just for a few in-game instructions. After thinking for a while, Seo Hyun regained confidence and wondered if he was underestimating himself. He realized Asrian was completely different from prequel Astra. Just looking at the trade market, even ordinary items were being sold at sky-high prices. Meanwhile, top guilds were making huge profits from sponsorships and broadcasting. The status of a top player in Asrian had reached a whole new level. Seo Hyun understood that the information and power he possessed could be worth hundreds of millions, even billions of won. Having once topped the Astra rankings, perhaps it was time to be more confident and decisive about his value. Seo Hyun clenched his fists and immediately logged back into the game. Just as he appeared in the Imperial Hall's grand lobby, Jehun softly called out to him, "Hey, Hyuna." Walking through the central hall of the Knights building, Jehun anxiously asked if the group was drawing too much attention, with all eyes scrutinizing them. Seo Hyun calmly explained that completing the Knight Captain's mission had boosted their reputation, and the news surely spread among NPCs. Furthermore, being the first to conquer that hidden challenge had focused all attention on the group. Ginny admired, as expected of a hidden mission. The one who completes it like Seo Hyun is amazing. Seo Hyun humbly replied that it wasn't his achievement alone. The group stopped on the 3rd floor, where there was a training room for high-level knights. Being invited here for the first time, Jeon and Ginny were awestruck by the vast space, with floors and walls lined with super durable magical marble, able to withstand heavy impact without scratches. Seo Hyun explained this was a special area, so normal players were still prohibited, but with their current reputation, the group could use it anytime. He silently felt pleased that here he could freely teach the two without being disturbed or watched. Seo Hun turned to his friends with a serious gaze and commanded, "Everyone, get ready." He thought he would initially give simple advice, but having received much help and their promise of full support, he decided to teach in a proper, structured manner. First of all, Seo Han made it clear that everything would restart from the very basics. Seeing Jun and Jinny filled with determination, he silently resolved to teach them all the essentials to turn them into true warriors. True to his word, Seo Han began the training with the most important principle. No matter how realistic Asrian was still just a game, where players could use stats to create movements far beyond reality. He gave the example that by increasing agility by 50 points, a player could run 100 meters in just 5 seconds. To utilize such speed, Seo Hyun emphasized that players must ignore real-world balance and control their body according to thought alone. To illustrate, Seo Hyun suddenly accelerated, leaving streaks of interwoven blue light as he dashed past a row of training dummies in the blink of an eye. Jaehun and Jinny were stunned in amazement. Wow, truly unbelievable. Every dummy was struck at the neck. How could he be both so fast and precise? With Seo Hyun's detailed guidance and demonstration, the two tried to memorize while continually admiring him. He calmly explained to think of movement like typing, planning the entire path from start to finish before acting. He warned that if one focused too much on the difference between in-game speed and real-world sensation, balance would be lost immediately. Seo Hyun continued that everything would be easier if they viewed themselves as controlling a virtual character instead of their real body. Jaehun and Jinny immediately took notes of these valuable, previously unpublished insights. The first exercise was to run back and forth along a 1-meter path 10 times in 5 seconds. Hearing Seo Hyun suggest that even a cleric needed agility to survive, Jinny increased her agility by 30 points and began practicing, admitting it was harder than she had imagined. Meanwhile, Jaehun, despite previously learning Ain's techniques via video, quickly became exhausted and repeatedly tripped from the third turn onwards. Although both struggled, Seo Hyun believed that with a professional gamer's mindset, they would soon master the technique. While the two disciples focused on practicing the forms, Seo Hyun retreated to a corner to continue refining his prayer skill. However, the quiet moment did not last long, as Ain suddenly logged in and asked Seo Hyun what he was doing. Was he not going on a mission today? As she appeared, Seo Hyun decided to pause training to join Ain in completing a celestial achievement mission to increase stats, leaving Jaehun and Jinny exhausted behind. That night, Seo Hyun stared in shock at his phone screen. Transfer notification from Jinai77 appeared showing 3 million won. Money again flowing into his account, and he exclaimed in surprise, "What, 3 million won?" Even though Seo Hyun had said no tuition was necessary, Jinny insisted on sending the money with a note stating it was tuition. He pondered whether she wanted him to teach more seriously, or had another meaning, then decided to double the training time. A week later at the training area, Jaehun was putting his full effort into the exercises. He roared, "Here I come," then immediately darted through the wooden dummies. Consecutive collisions echoed, and Jaehun struggled to maintain balance after a series of complex moves. He panted, drenched in sweat, wondering if this attempt had truly succeeded. Seo Hyun observed and encouraged, saying that just now was pretty good. He had successfully redirected 3 times in a row. Hearing this, Jaehun shouted with joy, "Finally." However, Seo Hyun reminded that everything was still unstable. If he increased agility further without controlling his center of gravity, he would fall again. Seeing Jaehun mumble in difficulty, Seo Hyun smiled to reassure him. He silently evaluated that Jaehun was learning the forms very quickly, which he and Ain had spent many years mastering. While Jaehun continued practicing, Seo Hyun sat down, focusing on perfecting the prayer skill under the dark purple aura. Suddenly, a system notification rang loudly. The prayer skill's mastery had reached 100%, leaving Seo Hyun stunned as the skill officially leveled up to 6. Immediately after, purple light exploded around his body along with a notification that the ceiling of the cleric's robes had been lifted. Seo Hyun was thrilled as the final hidden stats were revealed. He was stunned by the immortality effect for 3 seconds upon receiving critical damage, and the halving of both resurrection time and death penalties. What surprised Seo Hyun most was that the robes also directly supported the assimilation skill, allowing protective effects to be applied to the host he entered. He thought silently that this was truly a priceless item for a supporter like him. Seo Hyun pondered the connection between empathy, assimilation, and prayer. He suddenly discovered a hidden notification that additional abilities would unlock when prayer reached level 9. Seo Hyun was astonished that this unique item held many secrets and calculated that going from level 6 to 9 would likely take months. Nevertheless, the powerful effects just unlocked made Seo Hyun highly anticipate the latent strength behind them. Realizing that immediate leveling was nearly impossible, Seo Hyun decided to set that aside and take time to rest. Just then, an unexpected transaction notification appeared on the screen. 3 million Day Ho transferred from Guinea 77. Accompanying it was Ginny's enthusiastic note, stating this is the tuition fee, please accept it. Seo Hyun broke into a sweat from embarrassment. He wondered if his casual guidance and answers were worth that much, thinking it would be awkward if every lesson involved receiving money like this. Lost in thought, Ian suddenly appeared from above and curiously asked why he looked so dazed. Seo Hyun forced a smile, saying it was nothing serious. He thought Ian was still young, and it was best not to let her worry about adult matters. Seeing his friend's concerned expression, Seo Hyun silently appreciated that Ian had helped him overcome countless battles and infiltrate the Celestial faction. He understood that without Ian's support, a support-type player like him would hardly have achieved what he did today. Seo Hyun stood and invited Ian to continue exploring. He resolved that just as Ginny was repaying him, he must one day find a worthy gift for Ian, for he could not be known as ungrateful. As the two walked down the street, they suddenly stopped at a loud, urgent call from behind. Wait, a boy with blazing blonde hair came running, panting heavily. The boy's face showed clear excitement at finally finding the target he had been seeking. Seo Hyun and Ian turned in surprise to see the stranger blocking their path. The blonde boy Tater ran desperately while shouting, "Wait for me a moment." Ian asked in surprise, "What, just a kid? Seo Hyun someone you know?" Seo Hyun calmly shook his head, "Not at all. Probably a quest giver. Sorry, we're busy with another mission." The boy gasped for air but still yelled, "Wait, do you know how long I've been looking for you too?" "Over a month." Tater stared at Ian and confirmed she was indeed Ian. Seo Hyun smiled teasingly, saying he was looking for her, not him. Ian coldly said she didn't care about strangers, and Seo Hyun noted she was quite famous. Tater excitedly said she was very famous, the ASEAN community surely knew. He was the first to post their video online, even though only Ian was famous. Seo Hyun wondered if he was a stalker, while Ian firmly refused. Seeing this, Seo Hyun skillfully dismissed the visitor. "Sorry, she already said no. It would be better if you left. Goodbye." Tater stood in shock as he watched them walk away. Is it really over?" Left in the street, Tater still refused to give up. The boy hurried to block Seo Hyun's path. "Hey, wait a minute." Tater shouted in frustration, "Really, that's it? Don't you want to say anything to me?" Seeing Seo Hyun remain indifferent, the boy unleashed his trump card, such as the revenue from the videos he filmed himself. Upon hearing the word revenue, Seo Hyun's expression immediately changed, as if a current ran through him, causing him to freeze. He spun around, rushing to grab Tater's shoulders with blazing eyes full of pressure. "Revenue videos? What'd you just say? Can you tell me in detail?" Seo Hyun's 180-degree turn made Tater sweat in fear. Standing behind Ian could only silently watch Seo Hyun's back. All day he wondered why Seo Hyun reacted so violently. He reminded him that they had agreed to complete their achievements together. Reluctantly, Seo Hyun listened to the boy's story. Upon learning Tater was level 82, he suddenly suggested Ain level up alone so they could balance their levels faster. Even though A.M. seemed displeased at being level 93, 8 still. Seizing the cue from Tater, he ignored her and led Tater elsewhere for a private conversation, promising to return immediately after finishing, leaving Ain alone in the street, frustrated by the feeling of abandonment. At the table, Tater showed Seo Hyun a video of defeating Leopard with over 8 million views on his channel. The boy explained that each 1,000 views usually brought in about $1, correcting himself that a video could earn 8 million won. Seo Hyun eagerly asked about the share, but Tater admitted monetization was not enabled. Seo Hyun froze, suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and yelled in regret at the wasted fortune. Seeing Tater explain it was a hidden recording and dared not enable monetization, Seo Hyun regretted his impatience, tried to calm down, and asked about his editing skills. Listening to Tater talk about learning editing from his father and joining a club, Seo Hyun recognized the boy's talent, thinking that with this support, he could enter a promising content field. He wondered if Ain would agree to join, since a supporter like him needed a strong lead to draw attention to the video. While calculating film income with his team, he was startled when Ain appeared behind him. "Ain, you haven't gone hunting yet?" she said. She came over after hearing him. Seo Hyun invited her to watch Tater's video. After watching, Ain looked straight at Hyo and asked, "So, are you planning to make money through YouTube?" Seo Hyun nodded, admitted it, and anxiously asked what she thought of the idea. "I don't need it. I don't want strangers seeing me." So Seo Hyun reluctantly agreed to cancel the plan. But Ain suddenly had a clever idea, wondering if from the start Seo Hyun only wanted to collaborate with her. Seeing Ain silent, Seo Hyun asked if she was criticizing the small amount of money, and he admitted he wanted extra income and hoped Ain would consider affirming everyone wants money, but if she didn't like it, he wouldn't force her. Hearing his concern, Ain was satisfied, smiled slightly, suggesting if he wanted, he could do it alone. Seo Hyun stunned asked, "Alone?" Ain recalled Seo Hyun's earlier suggestion that she level up alone to catch up, so she decided to train immediately. Ain thought since Seo Hyun was sincere she would support his desire. She quickly stood up and announced she had urgent business and had to leave, and told Seo Hyun to feel free to do whatever he wanted while she was gone. Seo Hyun panicked, calling out, "Wait, Ain." He froze seeing the only lead vanish, along with his chance to earn money. Seo Hyun trembled, wondering what a supporter like him should do alone, as this was beyond the original plan. Tater timidly asked if he should remove the old video, since Ayan had shown disapproval. Seo Han pondered and nodded in agreement. Alone now, he sighed in exhaustion, loneliness wrapping around him. Seo Hyun recalled the rare times he had to act independently since learning assimilation skills and controlling the household puppet, and the arduous journey with little Louise. He reminded himself that being a supporter was rare, so he didn't want to reveal his assimilation skills on company videos. Seo Hyun looked at Tater's screen and muttered, "So the remaining task is..." Seeing Tater switch the video to private, Seo Hyun called him over, noting Tater's embarrassed expression. Seo Hyun exuded a mysterious green aura with a sly smile. "Don't worry too much." Tater trembled, asking what he meant. Seo Hyun reassured him he wouldn't sue for posting on YouTube, leaving Tater both frightened and relieved. Suddenly, Seo Hyun asked if Tater could keep a secret. Tater naively replied probably yes. Seo Hyun asked again to confirm, leaving the boy stunned. The scene shifted to a dark forest where the apprentice necromancer dungeon awaited. Tater Jun asked if Seo Hyun would really go in alone. Seo Hyun calmly confirmed. Tater still worried as the team lacked a priest supporter. Seo Hyun calculated that with Ain absent and no other footage, he decided boldly to assimilate into Tater. He casually told Tater the monsters here were weak, no need to worry about healing. Although concerned about assimilating Tater due to unfamiliarity, Seo Hyun thought that since they would cooperate long-term on YouTube, this was inevitable. He gave the assent command on the notification board. Tater, shocked to see his soul about to be controlled, and Seo Hyun noted Tater's timidness, deciding he would edit the videos later. Seo Hyun checked his status, saw Tater as a level 59 rogue, surprised at the chaotic skill board. Tater admitted he only leveled as instructed, and Seo Hyun noticed the combo enhanced movement and attack speed, combined with ego awakening to increase damage. Seo Hyun decided to create a new combo record for the first video content. In the dungeon's dark corridor, he wondered about the level of Tater's weapon. Tater hesitated, replying it was just magic-grade gear. Seo Hyun silently admired and felt sympathy for him. He reminded himself that when earning money, the first task would be to upgrade Tater's equipment. Watching the red mist monsters approach, Tater nervously asked if Seo Hyun could handle them all. He calmly affirmed that the level 30 monsters were weaker than the previous Soul Army, excitedly saying, "Then let's stretch our muscles." Tater barely had time to be astonished as his body shot forward, a bright sword slicing through numerous skeletons with a single swing. Witnessing the display inside the body, Tater couldn't help but marvel. His body was far better than he had imagined. The sensation of assimilating into Tater was different from Ayan, both men, but it felt more comfortable. Seo Hyun showcased top-tier skills. Tater enthusiastically suggested posting the film immediately. Yet Seo Hyun dismissed it, insisting that if filming, the location must be grand and the quality high. To Tater's astonishment at a safer place, Seo Hyun coldly declared that the next objective would be to charge straight into the core of the dark dungeon. Looking down at the vast hall, surrounded by thousands of wailing bone monsters, Tater screamed in horror, thinking Seo Hyun was joking. Previously in Astra Online, Seo Hyun was a legend at the absolute top. Few knew that the beginning of this king was as a rogue, with his main weapons being a pair of twin blades. Even after later switching to a longsword, Seo Hyun remained attached to twin blades until level 200. Loving flashy combat styles, assimilating into Tater's body, and using the twin blades again thrilled him. Seo Hyun seemed to return to his childhood, experiencing his first career with great excitement. While moving, Seo Hyun asked Tater if he knew the maximum limits of the combo system. Tater was dumbfounded, and Seo Hyun explained that unlimited combos would make a rogue overpowered. But in reality, the system had many constraints. Combos reset if moving zones or targets beyond 50 meters. Tater admitted he only knew the basics, not realizing things were so complex. He worried that entering the dungeon core, the dense monsters would surround and become dangerous. If he slipped up, Seo Hyun calmly reassured him, telling Tater to relax, not rush. Everything would be easier. Instead of charging straight in, Seo Hyun dealt with the stray monsters first. Recalling earlier times, Tater had also spent whole days hunting and eating repetitively here. Seo Hyun told Tater to trust him and focus on filming. Suddenly, Tater panicked, realizing something unusual. He still wasn't holding a weapon. Seo Hyun reassured him, affirming this place was still ideal for a combo system rogue like Tater. Immediately, he controlled Tater's body to punch a wailing bone monster barehanded. Seeing this, Tater asked in confusion, was this right? The continuous punches made the combo count jump from 39, 40 to 43. Tater worried looking at the damage, reminding that without weapons there would be no damage. Seeing -2, -3, Seo Hyun seemed delighted. He explained that dealing low damage helped build combos easily without killing the target quickly. They played by accumulating little by little. Tater understood but still doubted. From experience, reaching 50 combos was hard to control. Seo Hyun demonstrated rhythm control, combos from 47, 48 rising to 49. Upon hitting 50, the system notified he could no longer gain combos from this target. Without any unnecessary moves, Seohyun made Tater shout loudly. He executed a decisive slash on a new target, pushing the combo count to 51. Tater completely merged into the soul state. The boy was stunned to see Seohyun time each millisecond to switch targets before the combo broke. Hits jumped to 55, 58, then 67. Tater secretly admired. Tater realized Seohyun not only had top-tier skill but also pre-planned perfect movement paths for every monster. At 250 hits, the system blocked combos with skeleton soldiers. Seohyun pointed and issued commands excellently. Soon after, he switched to barehanded to continue accumulating to 252 hits. Achievement notifications began appearing continuously. Practicing to 300 hits, then switch weapons. 400 hits, main force dealt as mercenary at 500. Even though the system blocked combos for many monster types, Seohyun remained excited, pushing to 700 then 900 hits spectacularly, movements refined like revising old lessons. Tater was fully convinced, thinking even top forum rogues couldn't play this smoothly. Every precise movement made viewers think they could do it, but Tater knew this was a level hard to reach. On reaching 1000 hits, the final block notification appeared for Frost Guards. Immediately after the combo achievement, Seohyun made Tater charge to the mid-step and land amidst 3 lion soldiers encirclement. Combo reached 1003. The system increased Tater's agility by 1 due to achievement. Seohyun activated a neutral wave, creating a strong shock flow, breaking the opponent's defense. Moving so fast, the system warned of losing control risk. When the game repeatedly broke levels, players got used to it. Combo maintenance limit shrank to 0.8 seconds per strike. Seohyun analyzed with a simple undead creature. No fancy technique needed, key was avoiding being surrounded. He unleashed a powerful spinning slash, wiping all Daeho skeleton squads in sight. Leaving the dark dungeon, Seohyun returned to his real body, explaining to the shocked Tater that he couldn't maintain that state longer. Seohyun noted that if Tater learned more passive speed skills, results would be more impressive. But since none existed, they ended the session. Tater watched the footage with admiration, nervously asking if he could post this insane video. Seohyun told Tater to post it, but the boy still worried. Tater hesitated. Did he really want to go public? Technique from 1000 to 3000 combos. Effect of one-hit knockdowns. He worried all would be revealed. All secrets would leak just for some money? Seohyun smiled confidently. No problem if they want to imitate. Let them try. Copying him would be hard. He explained most players hadn't mastered basic footwork. Following wouldn't work. Seohyun admitted curiosity to see when someone could catch up. Furthermore, accumulating thousands of combos was only feasible with targets unaware of defense. That was why he chose this filming location. Tater was stunned learning this was Seohyun's familiar spot from Asura Online. He really was a former Asura player. No wonder he was insanely skilled. Tater admired, realizing early legendary experience was key to the difference. Seohyun moved to an important topic, video revenue split, planning a 9-to-1 ratio. Contrary expectations, Tater refused, let him keep all. Helping me level up and grind today is already great. Editing videos is just a hobby. Many views is fun. Seeing Tater's honesty, Seohyun was moved and appreciated his character. Finally, Seohyun decided to give Tater 10% of the profits. The story shifted to the real world at a cafe where Tater met Avan, former member of the famous Jigin Guild. Avan was surprised to learn the master lived secluded, unaware his video was trending online. He noted that to reach that level, one must be an extreme game fanatic. Avan sighed in relief over no copyright issues, opening collaboration opportunities. He told Tater, 9-to-1 split, if video quality maintained, 10 per commission exceeded normal staff wages, views not an issue. Being a famous YouTuber, Avan offered to teach some skills in this opportunity. Study well. Tater's eyes shone with determination. Did he understand? He understood that showcasing Seohyun's gameplay to the world depended on editing skills, needed to make excellent footage. After the 3000 combo scene, Tater focused on editing the video, promising Seohyun the product would launch in a few days. While waiting, Seohyun continued completing the tasks and achievements for the Celestial faction alongside Ayan. Whenever Ayan was absent, he helped Jaehun and Ginny practice, also reminding them that sometimes deliberately breaking movement rhythm was a necessary technique. Additionally, Seohyun utilized the night headquarters to level up, or prayed alone to hone his skills. A few days later, Seohyun finally officially reached level 100. After completing the high-difficulty Scarecrow training, he cheered excitedly. The moment had finally arrived. Immediately, the system notified that the level 100 promotion quest had been unlocked. Looking at the status board, Seohyun was astonished to see his stats comparable to a typical level 200 player. He silently praised the 20-point all-stat increase from Louise's main quest, truly remarkable. He was indeed lucky. Was this not his golden era? The promotion quest titled The Most Shining Support, when accompanying others, required Seo Hyun to receive full recognition from a level 100 or higher NPC. The quest hint mentioned recognition from a benevolent angel, immediately making Seo Hyun think of Louise. But he quickly dismissed it, uncertain of her strength and unsure when he would meet her again. He thought, how could a level 100 support gain recognition from a transcendent being like an angel? At this level, encountering them was nearly impossible. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Wait, not transcendent, but there was still an extremely powerful NPC. That person was Knight Captain Oli, a high-level NPC whose strength surpassed level 400. Seo Hyun believed he had been recognized by him after the Demon Seed quest. He immediately sought out Oli and asked, "Sir Captain, what do you think of me?" The captain laughed and confirmed that his team was not only strong but also trustworthy. Yet the cold system notification appeared, indicating Oli had not fully recognized Seo Hyun, with trust level only at 56%. Despite Seo Hyun's doubts, Oli pledged on his honor that he was trustworthy, but his words did not match the stats, causing Seo Hyun to mutter that the old man was a great deceiver, as the trust level remained stagnant despite his efforts. He wondered whether his achievements in the Demon Seed quest were insufficient, or if he should display the Celestial Seal to exert pressure like Ayin had. At that moment, Oli smiled and revealed that he had been waiting for Seo Hyun due to recent unsettling rumors. Hearing the words quest, Seo Hyun eagerly asked for details. He figured that with one more challenge, the trust level could reach 100%. Oli pondered, then unexpectedly asked if he had heard of a being called a demon. The captain warned that demons were cunning, cruel, and possessed strength far beyond human limits. Seo Hyun shivered slightly as images of Cairo surfaced with resentment for having been deceived. Oli said those silent for centuries were appearing more frequently, so the Empire must act before it was too late. Immediately, a hidden quest titled Traces of the Demon appeared, offering 15 honor medals and the captain's necklace, only given to those fully trusted by him. Seeing Seo Hyun's infiltration ability, Oli entrusted him with the mission but still teased him for going alone. Seo Hyun smiled wryly and accepted the challenge, taking the support pouch. He mused that the old man's attitude was strange, not fully trusting yet assigning the quest. Still, for promotion purposes, this was the best option. Realizing this hidden quest would take considerable time, Seo Hyun decided to meet Tater to handle the YouTube channel before departure. At the tavern, the boy waved excitedly and reported that the first video had been edited and uploaded. Seo Hyun was surprised at its cinematic quality. Then he froze, realizing the video's main language was foreign. It turned out that thanks to Azrian's automatic translation, Seo Hyun had not known Tater was a foreigner. Examining the clip, he wondered why the intro was cut, leaving only the combat after the 1000 combo mark. Seeing Seo Hyun's bewilderment, Tater acted like a young expert, explaining that the information gap stimulated curiosity. Comments appeared, doubting the authenticity of 1000 combos, some claiming editing or ultimate skills. Seo Hyun felt quietly pleased that the boy met his expectations. Tater excitedly said this view-catching trick was highly effective, and posting the intro separately later would boost views further. Observing the courageous 9th grader, Seo Hyun was amazed at his editing skills and channel management exceeding expectations. Seo Hyun began considering taking Tater along for the Knight Captain's hidden quest to record materials. He praised Tater's editing skills and invited him to join the two-person hidden quest. Tater was astonished and thrilled to receive such a rare opportunity. For the boy, witnessing combat firsthand while honing himself was perfect. Seo Hyun affirmed that if Tater continued performing well, he was fully deserving to accompany him. Seo Hyun also reminded Ayin to reach level 100 to carry out her own promotion quest. He officially shared the hidden quest with Tater. The boy's eyes widened at seeing a hidden quest for the first time, continuously praising Seo Hyun's veteran level. The two quickly proceeded to the abyssal area known as Hades Valley. Facing a dark and murderous landscape, Tater trembled, hiding behind a rock, worried why they infiltrated while he belonged to the Celestial faction. Seo Hyun calmly revealed he was of the Abyss faction, leaving Tater stunned. The boy could not understand how someone from the Dark faction could freely enter the Empire's Knight headquarters. Seo Hyun explained that he had used assimilation skill to hide Win Ayin's body. Though Tater still worried the Celestial seal on his hand would expose them, Seo Hyun reassured him he could change it. With a light touch, Tater's seal immediately turned the vibrant purple of the Abyss faction. Seo Hyun said with his power, he could switch factions at will, leaving Tater astonished at having forgotten this advantage. Without removing assimilation, he could still freely move in the Abyss area. Seo Hyun confirmed this to reassure the trembling 9th grader. As soon as they set foot in Hades, Tater was amazed at the bustling activity in the Dark Land. It was truly the Abyss domain, but far from what he imagined. The boy had thought it would be a haunted city, full of corpses and endless battles. Seo Hyun smirked, saying corpses maybe not, but battles all day were certain, as this was a place where war never ceased. Fortunately, today was exactly such a day. Seo Hyun immediately perked up when the system board appeared. Hades Valley was holding a lively festival, and the 4th Duke competition was about to begin. Seo Hyun told Tater to strive for a high rank, for only with the Duke's recognition would the path to the Abyss treasure truly open. Tater asked in surprise about the treasure, and Seo Hyun explained it was their ultimate goal. He explained that the Abyss also had special NPC supporters like Dukes, who traded for demonic power yet remained human-friendly. They organized survival contests to find and aid outstanding players. Tater paled, stammering, "I'm not good at these survival games." Seeing the boy attempt to suggest taking down the treasure guards to sneak in, Seo Hyun immediately vetoed, as the Duke's strength could reach level 400. He reassured him that this was just a normal competitive festival. Seo Hyun, within Tater's body, quickly paid the 50 gold entry fee, with the Abyss seal visible. The two were then led into room 147. Upon entering, Tater was overwhelmed by the splendor and luxury inside. The atmosphere inside was vastly different from outside, leaving Tater astonished at the opulence. Seo Hyun led him on a proper tour, reminding him not to peek around as the Dukes watched silently. The system announced over 146,000 participants, with the competition starting in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Saren, who had been wiped out by Ian's group before, strove to reach level 90. Feeling guilty for the team's annihilation, he withdrew from the group and trained alone to become an ultimate combo thief. Saren had confidence in his skill, Desperate Sword, which extended combo time, until he accidentally watched a famous online video. Seeing Tater's 3000 hit combo alongside the state of selflessness, Saren was utterly crushed. His combo was only 1000, and his confidence turned to despair. According to the video, the state of selflessness was optimal for combos, forcing Saren to reset his points to redistribute his ultimate skills. His path to peak mastery remained arduous. An announcement rang out, officially commencing the 4th Duke competition, promising that those who caught the eye could become attendants. Tater was stunned to learn that over 150,000 people were participating. Seo Hyun explained that due to the crowd, the system divided them into multiple waiting rooms. They were in room 147. Pyramid-shaped reward board appeared, with high ranks receiving absolute favor, and low ranks only dark metal. Before starting, the system checked privileges to determine starting positions. Although Tutter was neither a Grandmaster nor in the top 1,000, one final question changed everything. As the competition prepared to begin, the system asked to confirm whether they recognized superhuman beings like angels or demons. Seo Hyun immediately thought of Louise and selected yes. Upon confirmation, a brilliant notification granted 1,000 bonus points for rare privileges. Tater joyfully watched the gold coins pour from the display. Though Tater realized it seemed only he could see this spectacle. The base 100 participation points. The total now reached 100. At that moment, an announcement declaring the official start echoed with a ground-shaking rumble that terrified Tater. The surrounding walls suddenly lifted, revealing a bright white space that left Seo Hyun astonished. This was the Star Casino. He analyzed that the system issued points as coins for players to use as chips in the massive casino. Seo Hyun admitted that although he had never attended Tamuyan, he was impressed with the thorough casino concept, finding it fascinating and exciting. He mentally prepared as he saw Tater unsure where to start. He instructed Tater to ready the recording equipment. Seo Hyun told him to trust this time and use silent messages for coordination. Once agreed, the system announced 180 minutes remaining, and Seo Hyun led Tater to the slot machines to start earning points. Tater shivered as he sat, admitting it was his first time playing, feeling like committing a misdeed that made his heart race. The control panel displayed a historical battle game with 3 difficulty levels. Seo Hyun chose the maximum 500-point difficulty, reassuring Tater despite his parents' worries that gambling always led to loss. Victory was assured here based on skill. Tater anxiously selected the 500-point high difficulty, and Seo Hyun calmly affirmed that guaranteed odds meant bigger winnings. The spin stopped at 3 skull symbols, and the system selected the Andes invasion theme. Instantly, a radiant magic circle beneath Tater teleported him to the fiery battlefield. Tater was shocked, looking from the walls at tens of thousands of Daehu skeletons surrounding like a sea of flames. Urgent notice. Necromancer territory assassinated, causing Daehu undead to lose control. Their mission was to defend the fortress until ducal reinforcements arrived, with points based on kills, elite monsters, fortress durability, and survival time. Seo Hyun explained this was a mini-game within a larger game. He asked if Tater had prepared weapons, received confirmation, and was satisfied. Starter weapons were good for building combos, the rest saved for Jiang. He instructed Tater to focus on filming while he handled combat. After discussion, the first skeletal monster began climbing the wall. Its eyes glowed red with menace. Seo Hyun roared, stretching his muscles, directing Tater to strike with sharp swords to eliminate the monster. The countdown showing 598 tense seconds. In truth, the arena was a massive game hub with multiple missions, wins and points based on individual performance. Challenges varied from small tasks to raids involving dozens of players, or even intense PvP duels. with 3 hours. Choosing high-point missions from the start was key, requiring precise selection to maximize scores. Among them, the historical battle yielded the largest points. Chaos reigned, defenders screamed in despair, walls collapsed, pests swarmed in, yet they fought frantically despite lacking reinforcements. Dioris was trapped among 7 monsters, while the others only watched. Seeing teammates isolated, they dared not help for fear of being swept away. Amid cries to abandon allies, Seohan coldly asked, "Not? No." Seohan roared decisively, still managing to save them. He darted through with a blue sword, breaking the siege and rescuing soldiers. To gain the strong buff, he built up 1,000 combos first. The rescued soldier trembled, expressing thanks as the fortress gradually fell. Realizing passive defense was impossible with walls in ruins, Seohan decided to charge straight into the enemy. His appearance amazed the soldiers, who wondered at the identity of the lone knight. They rallied, believing the Duke would send reinforcements in time. However, Tater nervously messaged too many enemies reproducing faster than they could be killed. Seohan reassured him no problem switching weapons to the claymore. With the selfless buff enhancing speed and attack power, each of Seohan's sword strikes could now crush pests in a single blow. He affirmed this was the ultimate weapon against the Day-Ho undead in their empowered state. Suddenly, hovering spirits appeared, surprising Seohan. He had not expected them to fly like kites to attack him and his allies. The undead grew more numerous and difficult, causing defending soldiers to fall one by one. Although a virtual battle, the NPC's screams were realistic, pressuring Seohan and making focus difficult. He realized the challenge was far harder than imagined, worried weapons might reach their limit against the massive horde. But when the countdown reached the final 3 seconds, he poured all strength into a decisive slash. The system's radiant notification confirmed the defense challenge completed. Seohan smiled, done. Thought it was over, but the system reported, "The Duke is at a banquet, no reinforcements, even mocking, perhaps reviving them as undead." Seohan realized this was an endless battle. Amid soldiers' cries for reinforcements, Seohan coldly said, "He is not coming. The Duke will never arrive." He swung his sword, creating red arcs. Palace's wings wildly swept the Day-Ho skeletal horde like a torrent. Seohan looked over the devastated battlefield and asked how many soldiers remained. A trembling soldier within the siege asked blankly, "Did the Duke really abandon them?" Seeing the devastation, Seohan bitterly realized the entire defensive force had seemingly been wiped out. He tried to reassure a soldier to hold on a little longer, but the man only stared ahead, pale and speechless. A sudden wave of dark pressure made Seohan freeze in terror. Again, Seohan stared in shock at the terrifying entity emerging from the shadows. He hadn't expected a lich to appear this time as well. Despite the extremely dangerous situation, he gritted his teeth and endured. He silently vowed, "Damn it. At least during the fight, I have to protect someone." But before Seohan could act, a nearby soldier despairingly gave up. Believing it a true tragedy, the man suddenly ended his own life, making Seohan scream in horror. Seon didn't have time to stop the soldier. After 8 years of battles in Asura, he had never witnessed anything so heavy. An NPC chose to give up life instead of continuing to fight, leaving only a blood-stained sword lying cold on the ground. Seohan trembled, asking himself in a daze, even though NPCs in Astra were highly intelligent, had they ever acted with such extreme human-like behavior before? Soon after, the challenge ended, returning Seohan to the waiting room in a daze. The system board appeared, confirming mission completion and summarizing reward points. Seohan thought deeply that even if Asrian was just a game, the recent events were far too realistic and haunting. Seeing a score above 99,800, after defeating over 4,100 monsters and surviving an extra 1667 seconds, he felt the line between NPCs and humans blur further. He wondered if this was merely an upgrade from Asra to Asrian, or if deeper secrets were hidden. At that moment, Tater's voice cut through his thoughts. "Seohan, did you hear me?" Then the boy stared at the notification before him. Before them, a dazzling bulletin appeared with the word jackpot and 3 lucky 7s. Fireworks and light explode across the sky hall, immediately stirring the crowd's curiosity. Seohan felt satisfied as he had targeted this from the start, though the commotion was greater than expected. When everyone realized Lattice's record had been broken, the name Tater appeared first with 99,835 points in the Undead Defense Challenge. The crowd gawked, wondering who this Tater was to be so fearsome. The system continuously congratulated the new record in the virtual historic battle and awarded Tater a lucky item. It was a special reward that only appeared when the old record was broken, exchangeable for 77,777 points at the trade counter. Tater eagerly asked if it could be exchanged immediately, and Seohan subtly nodded. He told Tater to wait and see the surprise behind it. In his heart, Seohan felt the first objective had been perfectly accomplished. However, claiming the top spot also brought minor troubles, as the crowd began rushing to the Undead Challenge area, thinking it was the easiest place to earn points. Indeed, where there is honey, flies swarm. Watching the crowd squeeze through, Tater worried if the situation would remain manageable. Seo Hyun silently analyzed that he had chosen the undead theme to maximize Tater's combo accumulation skill against the fearless skeletons. Although they had defeated the Lich, a level 380 Balrog suddenly appeared at the end, forcing both to retreat and ending earlier than planned. Seo Hyun concluded that very few players outside could withstand the ferocious skeleton army from the first seconds. He calmly told Tater not to worry about the crowd and to move on to the next step of the plan with him. Upon reaching Area 3 of the Grand Hall, Tater panicked as Seo Hyun continuously ordered red clay wine called Madness in the shadows, each glass costing 500 points. The boy sadly reminded that they initially had only won 100 points, yet Seo Hyun had already drunk the fourth glass. Seo Hyun calmly told the boy to watch, as everything was calculated. Furthermore, being a minor, the system would filter the taste, so he would perceive nothing, drinking it like plain water. Seo Hyun grimaced at the bitter taste, making Tater wonder why he kept drinking despite complaining. At that moment, the elegantly dressed bar manager stepped forward, expressing admiration for this special guest. Immediately, a system notification appeared, confirming Seo Hyun had spent 500 points and become the 21st VIP member of the Dark Shelter. VIP privileges unlocked a list of extremely rare exclusive items. Tater was amazed to see a full set of unique equipment at surprisingly low prices. Seo Hyun smiled, knowing they were only for competition but still crucial for upcoming challenges. He quietly handed the manager the lucky chip, a reward just received for breaking the record, while other players viewed it as a simple point exchange item. Seo Hyun knew a secret only those who had delved deep into the hidden world data could grasp. The manager was stunned by the action, then immediately promised to give him the highest treatment. Afterward, a dazzling notification confirmed Tater had become the first VIP of the Dark Shelter. He received an additional 50,000 points along with access to a list of previously unreleased legendary items, making Seo Hyun inwardly pleased. Simultaneously, shocking news spread that the anonymous player Tater had broken Lattice's record, with 99,835 points across the Abyss faction. News quickly reached the leadership. At Darkness headquarters, Ikrazi stared at the screen filled with calculations. He confirmed this was no longer coincidence, and that Darkness must recruit this talent at all costs. Ikrazi admitted he initially doubted when watching the video online, but Tater's performance surpassing Lattice by over 30,000 points proved he was truly a skill monster. Ikrazi believed that with Tater, Darkness could somewhat make up for losing Ayan. Seeing Pierce and Mayday still despondent, he reminded them to forget the past and focus on the new target at the post-Grand Hall banquet. Jenna fully agreed, knowing this was the best time to act before rival guilds could intervene. Keep dreaming, everyone. Ikrazi felt unprecedented pressure. He understood that the relationship between Darkness and Ayan had now become deeply hostile. If they lost another super rookie like Tater, the guild's strength would significantly decline. Ikrazi feared the hard-earned throne of Darkness would soon change hands. Images of a cracked throne appeared as a warning of the collapse of a powerful empire if they couldn't control the rising variables. Not only Darkness, Tater's 3000 combo video also shocked former Astra stars Bharat and Kang Chaewon. Kang Chaewon admitted that even with identical skills, few could replicate that level. Checking the Hall of Fame, they were stunned to realize Tater was only level 70 yet had smashed Lattice's nearly 100,000 point record. That innate talent immediately reminded them of the one legend, Seo Hyun. Their instincts were indeed sharp, as that battle spirit was Seo Hyun. However, they quickly dismissed the thought, as Tater's face looked far too young. Meanwhile, Seo Hyun, who had fought for 8 years in Asura, had to be much older. Bharat decisively resolved to recruit Tater into his guild, regardless of whether the boy was a former Asura player. He asserted that such talent could not fall into another guild's hands, because Tater was the only card capable of countering the future monster duo Seo Hyun and Ayan. Confident that Tater would reach the top 10 in the competition, Bharat planned to approach the boy directly at the upcoming banquet. His goal was to recruit him into his team. The desire to surpass Seo Hyun drove him to seize this talent at any cost. At the same time, the secret of Seo Hyun's extensive knowledge gradually surfaced. Back when he held first place in Astra, Seo Hyun was the only one allowed into Interloop. It was a vast treasure of knowledge, storing nearly all confidential game information. 5 days before Asrian opened, Seo Hyun quietly recorded key information from Interloop, including secrets of the Abyss faction's grand competition. Thus, he knew exactly which priceless items to collect. Returning to the present, Tater gaped in astonishment upon seeing the VVIP store offered legendary equipment, from twin swords to the shoulder armor of mythic assassins. Although Seo Hyun reminded him that these were only one-time use items for the event, their power was still enough to make anyone covet them, and Tater was no exception. Tater wondered why they had to spend points on items when they were already in first place, but Seo Hyun showed him the true goal, the replica Soul of Elysia. Priced at 2.5 million points, it created a second permanent skill board, an advantage Seo Hyun had to obtain. He sternly told Tater that he absolutely must not reveal anything happening here, then decisively spent points to buy a series of high-grade equipment. Seo Hyun declared that it was time to raise the difficulty to a higher level. The two immediately entered a new virtual historical battle, called Breaking Through Elysian Gate on Hell difficulty. Facing the giant stone soldiers looming toward them, Seo Hyun was ready to display his new source of power. In the real world, Avent, Tater's YouTube mentor, was shocked speechless when he saw his student's channel explode. He realized in astonishment that he had accidentally discovered a genius whose skill rivaled professional players, someone who had earned money better than his teacher in just one day. System notifications rang out in rapid succession. The Abyss faction was being pushed back on the surface, while their mission was to infiltrate the Golem City and destroy the energy core within 2 hours. The entire state of the battle rested in Seo Hyun's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he controlled Tater's body and charged straight down into the battlefield. The moment a golem discovered the intruder, Seo Hyun struck, dragging a stream of blue mana behind him. Dark and deep, it shattered the sturdy stone armor with a single powerful sword strike. To quickly gather enough 2.5 million points, Seo Hyun bought a hell difficulty entry ticket with a wager as high as 5,000 points. He secretly felt pleased when he saw that his current pace even far surpassed Ain's. Seo Hyun poured all his remaining points into equipping a mythic assassination set of legendary quality, with monstrous bonus stats such as 300% increased critical damage and the biological time stasis skill. Seo Hyun reminded Tater to make full use of this one-time power, yet Tater was still afraid of failing when he attacked. Seo Hyun explained that all Hell missions were based on the true history of Asrian, so thanks to his knowledge of the map structure from the Astra era, he could choose the shortest route. He affirmed that the mythic assassination set was every combo-type thief's dream equipment. Even after taking a direct hit from the enemy, Seo Hyun still advanced calmly. With sharp and precise sword strikes, he officially reached the 5,000 combo mark. Thanks to that, he completed the achievement Sword Path Pioneer and received 4 additional permanent agility points. Although the system reported that the current skill level could not increase the combo count any further, Seo Hyun was not worried. Thanks to the 2% lifesteal effect from his equipment, all his wounds healed instantly. He decided to activate biological time stasis, locking the 5,000 combo mark in place for 1 minute. With explosive power, Seo Hyun easily destroyed the energy core and officially cleared the Alicia Gate. Not wasting even a single second, he immediately moved on to the next challenge, a new mission called Sealing the Soul of the Dragon on Hell difficulty. This challenge brought him face to face with a giant skeletal dragon roaring and spewing fierce flames. He silently calculated that this footage would not be uploaded online, and Hell difficulty scores would not be made public on the rankings either, so he could freely reveal his full strength. Seo Hyun drew his dagger, ready to charge into the fierce battle without holding back in the slightest. The battle with the skeletal dragon earned Seo Hyun more than 60,000 points, raising his total to 1,346,650. Even so, he realized that his point-earning efficiency was gradually declining. Although combo-type thieves were very powerful when facing simple targets like golems or An, the fact that completed missions could not be repeated was a major obstacle. With little time left in the tournament, Seo Hyun returned to the slot machine area to seek one final opportunity. At this moment, a single lapse in judgment would ruin the entire move. Seo Hyun decided this would be the final spin, throwing everything into earning points. Immediately, the slot machine screen stopped on a mode filled with danger. The system announced that the two had officially entered the mission Invasion of Illuna satellite on Hell difficulty, while warning them to prepare for a counterattack from the heavens. Seo Hyun explained that Illuna had once been a satellite of Astra, where a fierce war between heaven and the abyss had taken place in the past. Since he could not film it for YouTube, Tater felt somewhat regretful. Seo Hyun firmly refused, because the authentic historical data at this difficulty was still far too early to be made public. For them, a massive pillar of light descended from the sky. Inside was a figure devoutly praying. Seo Hyun narrowed his eyes as he observed, wondering whether it was a goddess priestess or a saintess from the opposing faction. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of light exploded, bringing with it countless figures with angelic wings began pouring out from within the pillar of light like a flood. There was no need to wonder any further, he understood what it was. Tater cried out in panic when he saw the Balrogs. Giant creatures with glowing red eyes appeared from behind. Seo Hyun reassured him that they were participating as soldiers of the Abyss, so the Flame Demon Kings were currently allies. But he was still worried, because according to history, this battle ended in an absolute victory for Heaven, meaning the Abyss faction was certain to suffer a crushing defeat, no different from a suicide mission. Although he already knew the outcome, Seo Hyun was still determined to fight with everything he had, and see how far he could go. The battle dragged on for more than an hour with violent explosions that shook the entire ground. Under Seo Hyun's masterful control, Tater's body continuously spun and shifted, unleashing sharp sword arcs and cutting down countless mechanical angels in an instant. Although he still had the strength to continue sweeping through them, Seo Hyun was deeply regretful that the combo chain was stuck at 5,000 due to the limit of Tater's skills. He asked whether Tater had any skill points left to raise the limit, but the boy could only helplessly answer that his potential points were completely exhausted. Seo Hyun clicked his tongue in regret while directly controlling Tater's body. Damn it, why did you only raise skills related to critical hits for a combo-type thief like this? That exact moment, a brilliant golden beam suddenly descended, terrifying him. What is this? Seo Hyun hurriedly twisted aside and narrowly dodged, then was stunned as he sensed the pressure radiating from it. Truly dangerous. This was the aura of a transcendent being. From within the pillar of light, a great being with pure white wings slowly emerged. An angel? Why would an angel appear in a dungeon? Even alone, that existence produced terrifying pressure enough to stand against thousands, even tens of thousands of players. With only a gentle wave of the hand, the angel created a sharp spatial slash that tore through space, instantly crushing the giant monster. Seo Hyun stood frozen as he witnessed that absurd power. That is a space-cutting skill I have never seen before in Asrian. He realized in shock that even a casual wave of the hand held immeasurable power. Seo Hyun bitterly admitted that the gap in level was too great. There was truly no chance of winning. The screen went dark, accompanied by a cold notification: "You have died." A historical narration appeared, filled with tragedy. Thousands of abyssal souls remained forever on Illuna, but the abyss still had a chance to take its first step onto the surface. Immediately after, a radiant score summary appeared, with 1,062 monsters killed and 11 elite monsters defeated. Seo Hyun received an enormous multiplier. The total points earned after the challenge were 816,000, officially shattering every record in the mission Invasion of Illuna satellite on hell difficulty. Back at the casino area in Houston, Seo Hyun frowned at the scoreboard, slightly disappointed that despite playing for over an hour, the points earned were still lower than expected. The high-efficiency missions had all been exhausted, and he was short by about 400,000 points, with only a little over 10 minutes remaining. Looking at the 271,385 points they currently had, Tater comforted him, "Do not be disappointed. Failure is normal." Seo Hyun asked back what failure, and Tater awkwardly admitted that they could not buy the strange item he wanted. Seo Hyun said coldly, "Who said we cannot buy it? We already have enough now." Tater panicked, "But we still need another 400,000 points in 10 minutes. To prepare for the next challenge, Seo Hyun headed toward counter 3. Tater wondered, what challenge? Earning points is not limited to that method alone. Tater froze when he saw the item list at counter 3, with lucky packs ranging from 10 to 500 points. He realized Seo Hyun's intention, using point gacha. Tater trembled and wondered whether he intended to bet on last-minute luck. Looking at Seo Hyun, Tater asked fearfully, "Brother, you really do have a plan, right?" Instead of opening the bags himself to try his luck, Seo Hyun led Tater to the anonymous auction arena to register all the point bags he had just bought for sale. Tater was amazed to see Seo Hyun buy out all the point bags and auction them at 10 times the original price from the secret shop. The boy sipped his drink while worrying, would anyone dare buy items with such low winning odds, like playing the lottery? Seo Hyun said coldly, "That is needless worry, just watch calmly." Just as expected, the auction space exploded when a player cheered after receiving 1,993 points from a gacha bag. The crowd fought madly, shouting and shoving to obtain lucky bags, hoping to change their fate in an instant. Seeing Tater frozen in place, Seo Hyun said calmly, "This is the inevitable result." He explained that in the competition, the rank-based group rewards made players always want more points to climb higher. Seo Hyun analyzed the crowd's psychology, just a few more points and they could rank up. He decided to use the gacha bags as bait, making them gamble. All the point bags sold out, bringing in 1 million points, leaving Tater full of admiration. To be safe, Seo Hyun used another item. An item worth 2,000 points to simulate the displayed ranking score as 100,000 points, making no one suspicious. Thanks to this method, no one knew he had spectacularly manipulated the points. The manager respectfully handed over a sparkling vial, the Elysium that the esteemed guest ordered. Seo Hyun excitedly received Elysia, worth 2.5 million points after deduction, and the system created a permanent second skill board, allowing a new path of power to be built. He smiled triumphantly. Finally, he had an additional skill board. With 480,000 points still remaining, he aimed at the Vivip screen and ordered 3 more items, keeping just enough to maintain Daewoo champion position, and pouring the rest into the strongest support items. Looking at the scrolls in Tater's hands, Seo Hyun recognized them as potential reversal tomes, extremely rare items worth 100,000 points. They erased all learned skills and refunded potential points. Tater stood dazed, and Seo Hyun asked, "Wanna try one?" Tater stammered, "If I use it, it will restructure my chaotic skill board to support filming, but the price is too expensive." Seo Hyun smiled meaningfully. "Ah, so that is it, Tater, we are partners." He calmly explained, I film and you edit so we can profit together from YouTube. In this partnership, do you think I am so stingy that I would not buy an item for my partner? He told Tater to use one scroll to restructure his strength. Tater was so delighted that tears fell gratefully, saying, really, thank you, big brother. Seo Hyun teased, but this money will be deducted from your future salary. Remember that. Seeing Tater run off happily, the manager behind them was also surprised by Seo Hyun's rapidly changing attitude. At that moment, a horn sounded, announcing that the final ranking summary was complete. With an overwhelming score, Tater won the tournament and received an invitation to the Duke's banquet, where a noble reward awaited. After the life or death hour, they now prepared themselves to attend the banquet. The banquet began at night, and Seo Hyun decided to rest during the afternoon and reset his strength. The system announced that the additional skill board was ready as he stood beneath the cool green shade. Seo Hyun looked at the stat board and silently analyzed. Until now, he had lacked damage and had to waste points on sword transmit skills. Now that he had a new board, he would focus on support techniques to bring out the supporter profession, confident that even if he made mistakes, he still had 3 reset scrolls left. While planning to upgrade techniques, Seo Hyun paused when he saw a strange skill. There is this kind too. He turned back. Holding the broken sword with a new air, he asked Tater, did you upgrade all your skills as I told you? Tater excitedly confirmed that his body was filled with a strange new energy. Seo Hyun smiled faintly, drew his weapon, and proposed testing it in a duel. Tater was startled. Huh, a duel? I cannot believe you invited me directly. Tater was worried because combo thieves were weak in arena battles. Seo Hyun reassured him, this is only a friendly match. There is nothing to fear. You are only a supporter, so it is not a big deal. The system confirmed both of their will to fight, and Seo Hyun suggested that Tater attack first, promising to use only the newly learned skills. Tater regained his courage and took a stance, then I will really attack. When the friendly match began, Tater charged forward and swung his sword decisively, but Seo Hyun vanished from sight, leaving him confused. Where did he go? I was not even ready. Seo Hyun appeared behind him, unleashing a series of blue-green slashes that tore through the space. Tater only managed to cry out before being defeated. A radiant system notification appeared, winner Seo Hyun, while Tater lay sprawled out in confusion. The secret behind the swift victory was a new skill from the additional board, 2 seconds of stealth, that turned every following strike into a critical hit. Biological rhythm acceleration greatly increased the target's speed for 3 seconds. Origin shockwave was a wide area impact that increased damage for allies within 2 meters, and Tater realized he had been used as a demonstration target for the new skills. Seo Hyun felt pleased after seeing the combined effect of the skills, admitting that although he had not been very interested in support techniques before, he now felt anticipation for the path of a true supporter. As night fell, Seo Hyun led Tater to a majestic glass castle. The butler waited at the entrance and greeted them respectfully. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for a long time. Please come in. Tater wore elegant formal attire, but his face remained tense as he stepped into the dazzling space beyond. Before they could steady themselves, the doors opened, and they entered a golden grand hall as horns rang out to announce the appearance of the main figure. The host declared that the Daeho champion of this tournament was Tater. He walked amid scrutinizing gazes as the nobles whispered, doubting the small and frail-looking boy, and some even recognized him as the combo thief famous online. Tater broke out in a sweat, every gaze falling on him like he was an A-list movie star. He reminded Seo Hyun, it seems everyone is only talking about me. Seo Hyun reassured him, once we receive the reward, we will leave for the mission immediately. Tater was still flustered because he had never dealt with such a formal situation before. Suddenly, a tall figure approached. A red-haired man with a strange stitch mark on his face spoke. So you are the Daeho champion. He suddenly invited him, do you want to serve me? I promise to grant you wealth and glory. The crowd was shocked, unable to believe that Duke Bohemia, famous for his indifference, was recruiting a player. Tater panicked, brother, what should I do? Is this person really a duke? Observing, he judged that the Duke's recruitment was an unexpected variable. Seo Hyun analyzed that if Tater agreed, the rewards would be great but the risks high, especially since the boy belonged to the Heaven faction. Realizing this was an important step that would affect Tater's entire gameplay process, Seo Hyun decided to let the boy choose his own path. He teased, you really are famous. The Duke wants to win you over so badly he does not know what to do. Tater stood stunned, then how should I answer? This is no different from abandoning the child halfway. Looking at the boy makes me feel so sorry for him. Contrary to the boy's worried expression, Seo Hyun calmly took out popcorn and ate it, saying, decide for yourself, I'm giving you full authority. Tater cried out helplessly. Where did that popcorn even come from? You told me to handle it myself. But how am I supposed to deal with something this sudden? Seeing Tater's flustered appearance, Seo Hyun merely laughed and praised the boy for looking truly adorable. Tater broke into a cold sweat under the Duke's expectant gaze, completely at a loss because he had never prepared for such a bizarre situation. Only one question circled in Tater's mind: how am I supposed to answer this? Faced with the sudden recruitment offer from the powerful Duke, the boy panicked and trembled in fear. Although Seo Hyun had told him to decide for himself, he had no experience at all. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a black-haired man with one eye covered appeared and said, "That is enough, Bohemia. The banquet has not even begun yet." The red-haired Duke was displeased at being interrupted. "What is this, Digitalis?" Seeing a savior appear, Tater secretly breathed in relief at temporarily escaping the encirclement. Digitalis coldly reminded them that all discussions should wait until after the award ceremony, since dragging things out now would only waste time. When the two Dukes left, Tater collapsed into a seat and gasped, "Thank goodness, they're gone." But Seo Hyun appeared in spirit form and poured cold water on him. "They will come back. You are the Daeho champion of the tournament. How could they let you go?" Tater cried out helplessly, "Let me breathe first. Seriously, what should I do? Why are you pushing everything onto me?" Seo Hyun smiled awkwardly and told him to use the time to think carefully. Soon after, the sound of trumpets rang out, announcing that the most important moment had arrived. The host declared, "Please welcome our Daeho champion, Lord Tater, to step forward." Tater clumsily stepped onto the podium of glory under admiring gazes and received a giant gift box. The first place reward appeared in overwhelming fashion, with 50,000 gold, 3,000 shadow medals, 5 demon certificates, and a high-grade beast core. Tater was stunned by the enormous fortune, while Seo Hyun stood beside him and reminded him, "Hold on to it for now and transfer everything to me later." The award ceremony had just ended when Duke Bohemia appeared behind Tater with an eerie smile. "It seems I was a bit hasty earlier. Well then, boy, have you finished thinking?" The old man's sudden appearance made Tater cry out in panic. "Ooh, he's here again." Seo Hyun calmly teased, "See, I told you the old man would come back." Tater was so flustered he could not speak, while Bohemia curled his lips in amusement. "He must be assessing my attitude as expected of a player." The old man stepped closer, radiating an authoritative dark pressure, and said that, with Tater's strength, he had the right to be a little arrogant. Bohemia promised, "If you submit to me, I will show you that your achievements so far are nothing." Overwhelmed by the pressure and powerful temptation, Tater unconsciously muttered, "Aha, is that so? Then maybe I should give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, Bohemia burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha, an excellent choice, boy. You will not regret it." While Tater was still dazed, the Duke placed a hand on his shoulder and declared, "Tater, from today onward, I officially appoint you as my knight." The old man affirmed that the contract had been formed, and a Duke's promise was never false. And so Tater was successfully lured in. The system confirmed that he had received the title of the Duke's Knight, increasing damage against the Celestial faction by 5%. Seo Hyun could only cover his face helplessly as the boy accidentally signed a soul contract with Bohemia. The event also unlocked a new class, Death Knight, for Tater when he reached level 100. The system warned that through the soul link, the Duke could find Tater at any time. Seo Hyun choked with laughter at the ironic situation. Hey, how can someone from the Celestial faction become a lackey of an Abyssal Duke? Tater could only wail because he had misspoken. "You told me to decide for myself. Can it be cancelled? My life is over." Seo Hyun thought this was the first time he had seen a Celestial player join the opposing faction, something that had never happened in Asura. Even so, he realized this was not necessarily a disaster, because Death Knight was an extremely powerful class. Being protected by a Duke would bring enormous benefits, not at all inferior to the top hidden classes. Still, Seo Hyun told himself that he had to find a way to transfer Tater's faction soon to avoid trouble, especially since the boy was still crying over his future. Truly, once words are spoken, there is no taking them back. Seo Hyun sighed softly, silently promising to compensate the boy later. Just then, a man stepped forward and asked, "You are Taternim, right?" It was Berat, a fairly famous ranker. Seo Hyun immediately recognized him as someone who had often been defeated by Ian in PvP matches years ago. Sensing a development, he quickly told Tater to let him take over the conversation. Berat humbly introduced himself as someone who had once ranked second in the third tournament, an achievement enough for him to appear at this luxurious banquet. Berat went straight to the point. He wanted to invite Tater to join a special guild made up of veteran former Astra Online players. He promised to provide every piece of secret information and the best support if Tater agreed to become the perfect piece of the guild. Seo Hyun silently confirmed the other party's identity, while Tater could not hide his surprise at such an attractive invitation. Tater had not even had time to answer Berat when a female voice cut in. "Aren't you going to hear our offer too?" It was Mayday. She approached and directly called out Berat's name and former ranking, shocking Seo Hyun. Berat asked in shock how Mayday knew his secret ranking so clearly. Mayday gave a mysterious smile, then revealed that in her guild, there was someone with an average ranking of 4th place. That position was even higher than the highest 5th place Berat had ever achieved. The fact that Mayday knew his personal information made Berat tremble in fear. Without giving the other party time to calm down, Mayday declared that this was an official invitation from the Guild Darkness to the tournament's Daeho champion. She delivered the decisive blow with a staggering offer. If you join Darkness for 6 months, we will pay you $1 million. What do you think? Both Seo Hyun and Tater were shocked stiff as the two sides kept competing to recruit him. Seo Hyun silently calculated that the amount was over 1 billion won, but quickly regained his arrogant composure. He thought that if Tater wanted, half a year could earn him billions of won, so this price was not enough to shake him. Seeing the other side still hesitate, Mayday stated that 1 billion Daeho was only a deposit and promised not to limit Tater's personal activities or livestream income. Seo Han was stunned by such frenzied pursuit, wondering when Tater's value had skyrocketed so much that major guilds were fighting over him. Immediately, Tater handed Seo Hyun his phone and shouted, "Big brother, look at this." Seo Hyun froze, then realized that the 3000 combo video just posted had surpassed 7 million views in only 10 hours. Tens of thousands of comments exploded, everyone astonished that a level 70 player had broken Lattice's record. Seo Han was stunned to understand that breaking the record in the virtual historic battle had created a true media shockwave. One video alone had caused such a storm. Though he had thought it was only a small game in the tournament, the frenzy of attention and $10 million offers from major guilds proved its enormous appeal. A calculating smile appeared on Seo Hyun's face, and he thought to himself, so that is how it is. If so, then... On Tater's behalf, Seo Hyun firmly answered, "I refuse all negotiations. I am not interested. Everyone, please leave." That decisiveness left Mayday stunned, and she hurriedly doubled the price to $2 million, equivalent to 2 billion Daeho, to entice him. Seo Hyun paused for a moment, admitting that he had almost wavered before such an enormous number. However, he still coldly stated that the reason for refusal was not money, but because Tater only liked a free solo playstyle. Seo Hyun realized that in the current world of Asrian, top players were worshipped like heroes, and for an unknown person to break the record of the world's #1, like Tater had done, was a bargain every force wanted to own, and Seo Hyun was no exception. No matter how high the price, he absolutely could not let Tater leave, because the boy knew the secret of assimilation and was his only editor. Since receiving Guinea's enormous tuition payment, Seo Hyun gradually understood a shocking truth. Astrian Online was not merely a successful game, but a powerful second world. Looking toward the radiant horizon, Seo Han was filled with ambition and determination. He understood that in this realistic world, if he once again stood at the top of the rankings, the power and glory he would grasp would be immeasurable. Failure, you say? Razi was shocked by Mayday's report, as he had thought plenty of money would be enough to recruit Tater. She explained that the other party had not even listened to the full offer and only said he liked playing solo. Pierce remarked that the person was still young, making Razi wonder whether this was temporary arrogance or a move to demand a higher price. Mayday turned to ask Keiji, a former Asura hidden class, whether Tater could be an old player from the Asura era. Keiji immediately denied it. "No, that is impossible," he asserted. If Tater were truly an Astra master, he would definitely have been in the top 3 of the rankings back then. Keiji began analyzing. The third-ranked player was someone he knew and had already retired. As for second place, it was the PvP master already famous through recent combat videos, Ayan. Finally, when he thought of the legendary first place, Keiji shuddered briefly but quickly dismissed the thought. He believed someone like Seo Han would never show himself off in public unless he was confident enough to bear all the anger and resentment of the veteran players from back then. Meanwhile, Seo Han was quietly leading Tater away from the banquet. Seeing the huge, ferocious minotaurs standing guard outside, Tater trembled in fear. "Whoa, Hyung, those are minotaurs. Outside the party looks terrifying." The boy did not understand why they had suddenly left halfway through. Seo Hyun replied calmly, "What a strange thing to ask. Did you forget we are still doing a mission?" He revealed that joining the Great Assembly was only an excuse to openly enter the restricted area. For the blazing purple magic power brimming with pressure, Seo Hyun gave a satisfied smile. He declared that this was the perfect time to infiltrate the Abyss treasury. At the square of the Abyss Palace, Tater was stealing for the first time, so he nervously looked around and asked quietly, "Is the entrance to the Abyss treasury really here? I cannot see anything." Seo Hyun told him to be patient, because the door would open in just a moment. He said this place was difficult to infiltrate even for players of the Abyss faction. Hiding behind the wall, Tater trembled as he thought that if they were discovered leaving the permitted area, they would definitely be finished. Just then, a pillar of fire erupted. Seo Hyun immediately shouted, "It is open, let us go now." The two dashed past the Minotaur guard with lightning-like speed. Tater could only gasp in a daze after personally experiencing that terrifying movement speed. Seeing his body turn hazy, Tater excitedly said that with this move, they could sneak in anywhere. Being invisible while accelerating was truly too powerful. Seo Han reminded him not to be careless, because everything had only just begun. Stepping into the dark corridor, Seo Han warned that invisibility was not omnipotent. It could hide them from the enemy's eyes, but their breathing and noise could still expose them to the patrols. Seo Hyun analyzed that the Abyss Treasury's defense system was extremely strict, so from now on they would only move while activating both invisibility and acceleration at the same time. Since both skills recover in 120 seconds, they had to stop and wait, and could only move once every 2 minutes. Tater complained that this would take a lot of time, but Seo Hyun stressed that the monsters here could not be underestimated. They could detect every trace in an instant. He was worried because Tater was currently the Duke's knight, so the old man could follow the soul link and teleport over at any moment. It was very possible that the Duke would suddenly appear right here. Seo Hyun quietly considered whether he should completely bet on luck this time. Inside the palace, Duke Bohemia silently observed the two through a magic orb. He recalled the record that the Alona battle had lasted only 15 minutes, yet this player had endured alone for an entire hour. Bohemia recognized the limitless potential hidden behind Tater's somewhat frail appearance, and began to find everything far more interesting. The old man curled his lips slightly, thinking that in the future, this person might even surpass him. Instead of coercing him by force, Bohemia decided to use tempting rewards to draw in this special talent. The old man was pleased that he had obtained a knight with immense potential, but that joy did not last long because he suddenly sensed something unusual. Signals from the soldiers guarding his territory were mysteriously disappearing one after another. Bohemia narrowed his eyes, suspecting an intruder. Interesting, could it be an agent of the Sky faction? Although he had been planning to meet Tater, the old man decided to deal with that bold intruder first. Purple magic power flared over his hand, and Bohemia coldly declared that anyone who dared step into the abyss had to be prepared to pay the price. Meanwhile, Seo Hyun and Tater had spent nearly 30 minutes weaving through the complicated corridors, unaware that they had been targeted by the Duke. Tater stared at the stone wall before him in confusion and stammered, asking where this place was. There was clearly only a dead end before them. Seo Hyun calmly confirmed that this was the destination. He explained that the main gate of the treasury was too heavily guarded, so they had to circle around through this abandoned warehouse to avoid being discovered. Immediately afterward, Seo Hyun suddenly activated the command to cancel assimilation, causing his soul to separate. He left Tater's body under the boy's stunned gaze. Tater looked around in panic. "Hyung, where did you disappear to?" Seo Hyun's voice rang out from the other side of the wall, telling the boy to wait there calmly. Tater was shocked to realize that Seo Hyun had used the wall-crossing trick he had once applied in the Demon Seed mission. Seo Hyun explained that this was a trick that used the assimilation distance to infiltrate a sealed-off area. He sternly told Tater absolutely not to leave his position, because if he went too far, he would be unable to return to the body and would be trapped inside. Tater could only stand rooted in place, anxiously waiting for Seo Hyun to return to his body. Advancing deep into the treasury, Seo Han was overwhelmed by the gold, silver, and jewels piled as high as mountains. The system required him to find the magic orb, the key item of the abyss. As he walked among the glittering treasures, he wondered what their true purpose was. After searching for a while, his gaze stopped before a glowing stone pedestal. It was the magic orb, a dark purple sphere radiating powerful streaks of energy. According to the system information, this item could track the location of any target through demonic energy. Seo Hyun realized that in his inventory, he had an item containing very strong demonic energy, enough to serve as a medium for the ritual. Took out the monster claw that Captain Oli had given him earlier to activate the magic orb. According to the story, this claw belonged to a creature that had once appeared with a demon before vanishing, so as long as he identified its location, he would find a clue. When he placed the medium in, the magic orb blazed with light and revealed a detailed map, leaving Seo Hyun stunned. The monster's location appeared right in the center of the imperial capital, the place considered safest of all. Seo Han was shaken as he realized the capital was facing a major threat from demons without anyone knowing. He thought that the darkest place was indeed right beneath the lamp. He had to return and report immediately. The system announced that the mission had been updated, requiring him to urgently report the critical situation to the Knight Captain. However, a Akkadian warning suddenly appeared along with an alarm siren, making Seo Hyun stop in place. The system stated that there was still another item in his inventory recognized by the magic orb. Seo Hyun stared blankly at the series of purple notifications appearing one after another, wondering what he had missed or whether there was another linked mission. Seo Hyun suddenly remembered and wondered whether it was Louise's necklace. Immediately, the strange artifact in his hand trembled violently, releasing magic power so strong that he frowned from the pressure. The necklace automatically floated into the air. It shone brightly in the dark room. The system announced that the main mission search for Louise had been updated because her exact location had been identified. Seo Hyun stared in shock at the guiding light on the map, stunned that a clue about Louise had appeared so suddenly. Looking at the map, Seo Hyun froze when he saw the point of light located in the middle of the vast sea, completely separated from the mainland. He wondered whether she was on a deserted island or somewhere else. Unable to understand why Louise had appeared in the middle of a distant sea full of dangerous monsters. Suddenly, the point of light began moving at an incredible speed. Based on the map scale, Seo Hyun calculated that she was rushing forward dozens of kilometers every minute. He suspected the device was broken, or that Louise was truly moving across the sea at an absurd speed. Though everything sounded absurd beyond belief, Seo Hyun still firmly believed this could happen. Then he froze as he realized those coordinates had not been under the sea from the very beginning. Was a satellite. Because he had focused only on the coordinates while overlooking the altitude, he had nearly missed this important clue. If it was a place as high as the moon, then both the position and the absurd movement speed became reasonable. But the problem was that unlike Earth, the world of Astra had 2 satellites, and when translated into their names, perhaps there were still many variables he had yet to notice. He is definitely here, hurry and search. The guard's shouts echoed through the corridor, startling Seo Hyun. He blamed himself for spending too long analyzing, allowing them to trace his trail. With no other choice, Seo Hyun hurriedly gathered the relics. For now, he had to escape this first. As the soldiers began frantically searching every corner, Seo Hyun immediately activated assimilation to let his soul detach. Seeing his subordinates fail, Duke Bohemia coldly questioned why they had lost the intruder. The soldier trembled and reported that although the traces were clear, they still found no sign of him, as if he had evaporated. Bohemia ground his teeth in fury. The old man knew the Abyss treasure was always covered by an extremely powerful magical barrier to prevent any form of teleportation. Since the barrier was still functioning normally, the old man was certain the intruder could not have an escape route. Escape, find him for me. Meanwhile, Tater was desperately fleeing the danger zone. The boy anxiously asked whether Seo Hyun had found what he needed. Seo Hyun, inside Tater's body, replied that the harvest had exceeded expectations, then urged him to leave quickly while the enemy army was in chaos. Duke Bohemia gritted his teeth as his soldier reported that the intruder had vanished without a trace. Looking at the magic orb, he realized the intruder had also used a tracking device. Thanks to that, he discovered the plan to implant a high-level magical artifact into the imperial capital, which he and the other dukes had been preparing for a long time. He was certain the intruder was an agent of the Celestial faction and immediately ordered the entire plan to be destroyed. Losing this opportunity was painful, but retreating was better than being discovered. Suddenly, Bohemia detected additional traces of magical orb usage in the offshore area. He froze when he sensed the aura of a transcendent being. Another trace of a magical orb, and it belonged to such an existence. Bohemia speculated that if it were an angel, it could not appear there, so it was likely a demon. He did not understand why the Celestial faction possessed a conduit of a transcendent being, nor why that entity had come here. Decided to temporarily retreat to avoid alerting the other party, as they would certainly conceal all clues. But why had that transcendent being come all the way here? Outside, Tater groaned in exhaustion, truly drained. Is everything over now? He asked. Seo Hyun calmly replied, yes, now we just need to return without being detected. At that moment, a system notification appeared, shocking them. You have cancelled the large-scale server event, the Grey Invasion. Thanks to this feat, both received an increase of 7 points to all stats, leaving Hyun utterly astonished. Seo Hyun realized that his actions had forced the Duke to cancel the plan. Another notification appeared. Your actions have altered the trend. You are approaching the abyss. Current trend, 83. He wondered if this was a system error, or if it was because he had located Louise that he had been pulled deeper into the Abyss faction. Tater also exclaimed that his trend had plummeted. Hey, my trend changed too. It was moving away from the Celestial faction. Before it was 22, now only 11. Seo Hyun smiled and advised, really? Then I think you should fully switch to the Abyss faction. You've become a Death Knight, so seriously consider it. Tater anxiously replied, I suppose I must, after all, you belong to the Abyss faction too. Seo Hyun was silently astonished that even Tater, who only provided indirect support, had such a strong trend shift. Usually, this stat fluctuates very little with player actions. He had thought he was the only one affected. Seo Hyun pondered, realizing that if this was not a system error, the only variable capable of creating such a huge impact could be Louise. From helping her escape, he had already gained enormous stats and skill points. Even the hidden quest from the Knight Captain was closely linked to her. Even Seo Hyun being pushed toward the Abyss faction, along with his 2 current main quests, revolved around Louise. He thought Louise was the core of all ongoing events. Even though the image he saw at the end of the dungeon was a royal-class angel, yet why did every interaction with her always skew his trend toward the Abyss? Seo Hyun was shocked, wondering, what exactly is she? At the same time, at development headquarters, director Robert could not hide his excitement as he stared at the screen. That's right, it's it. Finally found it. He confirmed that the traces Seo Hyun was tracking would eventually lead to that satellite. Murray entered, holding a cup of coffee. She curiously asked what was so interesting that Robert had glued his eyes to the screen after the meeting. Robert excitedly introduced the player he was closely monitoring. Robert pointed at the screen, telling Marie to look closely because the objective of this mission was the Illuna satellite. He revealed that many powerful forces were converging there, even transcendent beings, making conflict inevitable. Marie marveled at the scale of the event and wondered if a global-level battle was about to erupt. Robert nodded in agreement, then revealed an even more intriguing detail, the appearance of the demon K-drill. Marie noticed that she continuously followed Seo Hyun and wondered if they had a prior grudge. Robert admitted that the data on transcendent beings was too vast to be sure of K-drill's true intentions, but he was still eager to see what would happen next. Seeing Robert engrossed in monitoring the player's screen while neglecting work, Marie teased that he was being lazy, even though the system had no bugs recently. Back in the real world, Seo Hyun sat dazed in a restaurant, his eyes glued to the phone screen, his face full of thought. Seeing his friend so absorbed he ignored his surroundings, Jeon softly asked, "Seo Hyun, what are you looking at?" Seo Hyun startled as if waking up. He awkwardly put away his phone and apologized for being too absorbed to follow the conversation. John did not blame him, only noticing his expression, and kindly asked Han if Seo Hyun was worried about something. Seo Hyun decided to explain the arduous quest to find Louise. After hearing the information, Jaehoon was astonished at the challenge's scale. He summarized, "So you have to go to a satellite to find her, but you don't know which one, right? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack." Jaehoon held the phone, carefully examining the coordinates and complex orbits on the screen. Seo Hyun thought that no matter how smart Jaehoon was, decoding this dry data from Earth would be extremely difficult. Yet Jaehoon suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I think I know where this is." To Seo Hyun's astonishment, he explained how to determine the orbit based on movement traces, then smoothly described the location of the red points. The orbit of Asura and the satellite's motion overwhelmed Seo Hyun amid a series of complex formulas. He regretted not studying harder before to understand what his friend was saying. To make it easier for Seo Hyun to visualize, Jaehoon simply explained that the target did not orbit Asura, but always remained on a fixed line between the sun and Asura. Jaehoon confidently asserted that in Astra's worldview, there was only one such satellite. That was Illuna, the land of the eclipse. Hearing that name, Seo Hyun was shocked. He blamed himself for forgetting such an important location. Illuna was called the Land of Illusions by Astra's inhabitants, a satellite always shrouded in an eclipse, making it hard to observe from Earth. Seo Hyun immediately pieced together the clues. The light seal curse on Louise would reveal her location as soon as sunlight touched her. Even if she hid deep underground to avoid sunlight, angels were creatures of the sky, so Louise could not remain in the abyss forever. To hide her thoroughly, the darkest place deeper than the Earth was Illuna, covered by eclipse shadows. Seo Hyun suddenly remembered Illuna appearing in historical virtual battles at the Grand Tournament, and realized the clue had always been around him. Excited, he slammed the table and jumped up. "Right, Jaehoon, you are completely correct." Seo Hyun's sudden excitement made Jeon slightly embarrassed but deeply happy. He had always received help from Seo Hyun, so being able to share the burden with this talented friend warmed his heart. Jeon smiled in satisfaction. "Now I truly feel we are friends, Seo Hyun." Seo Hyun did not hesitate to give a thumbs up to encourage Jaehoon. "Thank you so much." Immediately after that, the scene shifted back to the night building, where events continued. Captain Oli was stunned by the shocking information. "I did not expect an abyss artifact to be hiding right in the capital. An investigation must begin immediately." He clasped Seo-hyun's shoulder with trust, leaving him awkwardly responding. The system continuously reported a surge in Captain Oli's affection. "With his trust, others in the Empire would not doubt you," Oli said firmly. "I must appreciate you again. Without you, a terrible disaster might have struck the Empire." Along with praise, a series of rewards were granted. 15 Celestial Honor Medals, 6 points to all stats, and the Empire Knight Captain's necklace. Watching Oli hurriedly contact other units, Seo Hyun quietly asked, "Captain, so you have truly recognized me? Finally conquered this difficult old man. You are truly exceptional." Immediately, a brilliant notification appeared confirming that Captain Oli had recognized you 100%. Seo Hyun quietly walked down the hallway, relieved to be recognized by a high-level NPC. However, he hesitated over the promotion request, wondering if it needed to be done immediately. According to guidance, the stronger the NPC recognition, the greater the awakened power. Seo Hyun faced the choice to accept Oli's protection to change his rank. He calculated that although a level 400 captain was already powerful, there were still NPCs far stronger in this world. He began considering transcendent entities like celestial beings and angels. Then images of Louise and royal angels flashed through his mind. He told himself, moreover, unlike when accepting the quest, now he knew Louise's exact location. With the connected storyline, perhaps Louise had grown much stronger. Seo Hyun smiled cunningly, believing that due to past favors, gaining her recognition would be much easier. In his mind, he painted a perfect scenario, almost irresistible. Looking toward the distant planet, he thought, right, as long as I meet her, everything will go smoothly. The target is clear, I must depart quickly. Seo Hyun resolved the next destination is Eluna. At the same time, on a blazing battlefield, Ayan received a whispered message from Seo Hyun and shouted in excitement, "Huh?" Finally, he arrived, standing amid the wreckage left by the monsters, the sorceress beaming brightly. "The perfect moment. I've been waiting for you. Shall we go now?" While the major powers still sought to shift the balance, Barat gritted his teeth, determined to meet Tater again to negotiate better terms. Jaina worried when she couldn't see Daeho's stall, suspecting he had left the party early. Barat and Jaina had to meet, both stunned to realize they too were empty-handed in this talent hunt. He bitterly admitted that Tater had escaped the guild's encirclement long ago. In contrast to the chaos among the big players, Tater eagerly asked Seo Hyun if they could stroll around the banquet before leaving. Seo Hyun agreed. "I've heard there are many delicious dishes here." Tater cheered Yahoo. Attending a party means eating to your heart's content. The path of the Senza Guild still held many challenges ahead. Lately, Tater was probably busy editing videos. Seo Hyun thought quietly, then texted "And let's meet for a bit to chat." Standing amid the dazzling space in a new noble outfit, he wondered how much Ayan had leveled up and whether she had changed her mind about YouTube after completing missions. As Seo Hyun was about to check his equipment, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps. In less than 3 minutes, Ayan appeared before him. "I've arrived, Seo Hyun." Surprised at the speed, Ayan explained excitedly that she was nearby, hence her instant arrival. So, Ayan curiously inquired about recent events and mentioned some interesting community news Seo Hyun might know. Seo Hyun admitted he had been focused on leveling up, not following the forums, but said the whole community was in turmoil over matters related to Tater. Ayan asked if it was about quest achievements or an intense PvP battle. Knowing Ayan wasn't nosy, Seo Hyun hesitated. "Actually, I called you about a mission, but there was something else I wanted to ask first." Seeing Seo Hyun's serious expression, Ayan smiled softly. "Aha, that matter." She guessed the unspoken intention immediately and asked, "You want to upload the battle clips to YouTube, right?" Seo Hyun was shocked to be caught so quickly. Before he could finish, Ayan decisively said, "If that's what you want, I don't mind." Her sudden change in attitude shocked Seo Hyun, because she had previously refused firmly. However, Ayan immediately set a condition. "But there is a condition." Seo Hyun thought it might be about revenue sharing, but Ayan's request was unexpected. "In the videos, absolutely do not reveal Seo Hyun's face." Seo Hyun asked in confusion. "My face, not yours." He couldn't understand why and wanted to hide his face instead of hers, a reversal of normal logic. When asked about other conditions, Ayan slowly suggested uploading videos where Seo Hyun was assimilated into her body, leaving revenue sharing for Seo Hyun to decide. Seo Hyun calculated that since most battles used assimilation skills, hiding his face wouldn't be a big issue. He firmly proposed, "I'll share 45% of the portion featuring you, editing separated. What do you think?" Ayan enthusiastically agreed, closing the deal. "That settles it, no more issues." In the real world, Tater stared blankly at the screen upon receiving Seo Hyun's message about editing 20 more high-paying short videos. Seeing the massive data files, Tater was shocked to the core, screaming at the workload piled like a mountain, wondering if the pay would match. "Why didn't I negotiate clearly from the start?" After concluding the YouTube channel story, Seo Hyun revealed the next plan was to head straight to Eluna satellite. Hearing this, Ayan excitedly exclaimed, "To Eluna, then we're acting together again." Even though Seo Hyun hadn't formally invited her, Ayan assumed accompanying him was natural. She mischievously asserted that going together would be better for Seo Hyun, leaving him with no choice but to smile and agree. However, Seo Hyun still worried, doing missions might slow her leveling speed. "Are you okay with that?" Ayan affirmed she was perfectly fine, having trained silently to become stronger during Seo Hyun's absence, excitedly opening her status panel to show results. Seo Hyun was astonished to see Ayan reached level 102, with the hidden class Elemental Berserker. Seeing the powerful class name and massive stats, Seo Hyun admired and felt a twinge of jealousy, as it was the character type he always dreamed of. Analyzing the skill panel, Seo Hyun saw Ayan selected refined moves like Fire God Step, absorbing essence and unleashing potential. He realized this was a rare class with near-perfect balance, and was surprised she had calculated how to combine them so cleverly. Ayan's subtle smile showed she intentionally set up the skill set to maximize effect when Seo Hyun performed assimilation. Especially the Fire Claw skill was upgraded to level 6, which combined with Hume's assimilation level boost, would instantly transform into Ifrit Demon Claw level 7. Seo Hyun was amazed at Ayan's meticulous planning. Previously, only ultimate skills could trigger Ifrit Demon Claw with massive damage. Now it could be used normally with 7-fold magic power, elevating team rank to a new level. Yun couldn't help but admire seeing that Ayan truly understood assimilation's nature to create such impressive resonance effects. Still, Seo Hyun found it odd, because even with a hidden class, her skill set at first job change was already too strong. He was curious about Ayan's job change mission challenges. Ayan replied that the mission wasn't too hard, only needing to defeat a novice knight of the Celestial faction. Seeing Ayan decisively eliminate the target in memory, Seo Hyun was shocked. Knowing in this world, fallen NPCs wouldn't revive, he wondered if she was truly so cold. Noticing Seo Hyun's serious expression, Ayan explained that the target was a wanted criminal, and even if she didn't act, he would soon face execution, also criticizing his combat skill as weak for his level. Seo Hyun breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Ayan's mission had justifiable reasons. Even though the battle was over, the image of the NPC soldier ending himself lingered in Seo Hyun's mind. That scene continued to haunt Seo Hyun. Seeing him dazed, Ayan asked worriedly, Seo Hyun, "Are you okay?" Seo Hyun was startled, then quickly denied. "I'm fine," he thought. Perhaps due to assimilation, Tater's strong negative emotions and fear had heavily affected his mind. Putting the past aside, Seo Hyun explained the next plan. Illuna was in space, unreachable by walking or normal teleportation, while magic teleport or shuttles were too costly and limited to high-level NPCs. Seo Hyun assessed the reality. Ordinary players could hardly reach Illuna at this time. However, he found a way without cost: borrow the power of Celestials. Ayan appeared in the pristine white outfit of a Celestial official, prompting Seo Hyun to nod approvingly. It suited her, and the appearance adjustment was perfect. He recalled secret information about Celestial NPC settings previously viewed in the Interloop database of the old game. Seo Hyun believed using this data for disguise would create a significant variable. Curious, Ayan asked about its origin. He smiled, confirming his confidence in the plan. Hyun confirmed this form belonged to a famous PC in Asura. When Ayan asked why not use an existing Celestial title, Hyun explained it lacked prestige and required the power of a real Celestial. The two entered the giant forest. Seo Hyun instructed Ayan that everything depended on acting to attract high-level entities. Ayan hid behind trees, eyes sharp, observing the target, quietly saying, "There it is." Deeper into the forest, Ayan doubted whether there were Celestials, thinking this was just an empty hunting ground with no one around. Seo Hyun calmly explained that the area was full of giant monsters with little experience, rarely visited, so few knew of any Celestials. Here, to prepare the act, Seo Hyun began. He cast a series of buffs like neutral waves and enhancement waves on Ayan. She didn't hesitate to activate Potential Burst, sacrificing 80% of her HP for explosive speed. Eyes blazing, Ayan eagerly tested her new power. Near level 300 Giant Wolf approached. Seo Hyun signaled Ayan to take the rest. Without hesitation, the sorceress rushed in to deliver a powerful strike. A terrifying weight completely tore through the monster's defenses. A violent explosion rang out, accompanied by a critical notification and an utterly dreadful amount of damage. The number nearly reached 60,000, leaving even Ayan stunned. Seo Hyun was secretly shocked as he realized that support buffs combined with class skills could create enough firepower to crush high-level monsters. After recovering vitality through her absorption skill, Ayan activated the second layer of Potential Burst again to prepare for another attack. Seeing her so bloodthirsty, Seo Hyun hurriedly reminded her that their goal was not monster hunting, making Ayan jolt in realization and feel embarrassed for getting so excited that she had forgotten the main task. To lure the target out, Seo Hyun told Ayan to pretend she had fallen into danger. Though confident these monsters could not trouble her, she still reluctantly obeyed and played the role of a weak victim. The wolf howled fiercely and immediately lunged forward to attack. Ayan deliberately let herself be hit, falling down with a red streak seeping from the corner of her mouth. When Seo Hyun worriedly asked about the blood effect, she winked mischievously and revealed that it was only tomato juice bought from the store to make the scene look more realistic. Seo Hyun looked at Ayan lying motionless on the rocky outcrop, surrounded by the pack of wolves. He silently calculated that according to the game setting, that celestial being would definitely be unable to ignore this scene. Just as the monster's sharp fangs were about to touch Ayan, an icy pressure suddenly covered the entire space. Steady footsteps echoed across the frost, slowly spreading over the ground. A mysterious figure in a deep blue cloak quietly approached, causing even the monsters to freeze in fear. A man with long, romantic silver hair gently lifted the brim of his hood. A refined yet cold face appeared. He looked at the girl gasping on the ground, then spoke in an icy voice, still not dead. At last, the big fish had taken the bait. In the heavenly realm, all humans served angels and held celestial beings in reverence. If angels were transcendent existences entirely separate from humanity, then celestial beings were not too different from humans, aside from their superior lifespan and physique. He also ate, drank, felt every range of emotion, and acted no differently from humans. The celestial being Radiate was the same. He once had a lover whom he cherished more than anyone else in the world. But ironically, that girl came from the abyss, and even held the title of Duchess. The relationship between two opposing forces naturally could not be accepted. Their love ended in tragedy when the Duchess was executed. Though Radiate had frantically resisted the heavenly realm's verdict, in the end, he could only helplessly watch the one he loved vanish. After that, Radiate was put on trial for allowing himself to be bewitched by the wickedness of the abyss. He was sentenced to 150 years in prison, but thanks to the glorious achievements he had once made for the heavenly realm, the sentence was reduced to 100 years. Their love had ended far too sadly simply because they belonged to different sides. After a century of imprisonment, Radiate abandoned every faction, sought out a desolate land, and lived in seclusion for another 100 years within the giant forest. At first, Radiate had no intention of involving himself in worldly affairs. He only left his hiding place because he sensed a strange disturbance in the forest and wanted to see which foolish human had wandered in. But when he saw a little girl surrounded by monsters, his heart seemed to clench. Her appearance and clothes were exactly like the lover he had lost hundreds of years ago, making Radiate feel as though time around him had stopped. He told himself that the dead absolutely could not return. Radiate tried to suppress his concern, deciding that this was merely someone with an eerily similar appearance. Yet when he drew closer and looked more carefully, Radiate became even more shocked, because this little girl truly resembled the girl from back then far too much. While he was still doubting the child's identity, Ayan at this moment, she was still playing the role of the girl in distress, and secretly asked Seo Hyun, "Hey Seo Hyun, I forgot, what should I do next?" Seo Hyun calmly replied, "Fight. Is that not what you are best at?" Ayan immediately remembered. She remembered, then softly replied, "Ah, right." As if she had just recalled something important, she immediately charged straight toward Radiate with blazing flames in her hand. However, the celestial being merely tilted his body slightly to dodge, then said coldly that it was useless. He also had not expected the girl who had just been injured to react so quickly that she wanted to attack him. Refusing to stop, Ayn continued activating the skill Fire God Step to accelerate. She threw a powerful punch, but Radiate still blocked it easily. Dissolved the attack with only one hand, while repeating that all her efforts were futile. Ayn immediately sent a signal to Seo Hyun through her consciousness. "Seo Hyun, I want to attack even harder. Please, use that move on me." Immediately, Seo Hyun increased stealth and acceleration on Ayan's body. Radiate began to suspect that she belonged to the Abyss faction because of this ferocity, but still calmly accepted the duel. Though Ayan repeatedly appeared and vanished, launching relentless attacks from behind, Radiate still found that style far too similar to the one from his past. He warned her that she was only hurting herself, but Seo Hyun still controlled Ayan to activate potential bursts to increase her speed and attack without stopping. The battle continued like that until Ayan was completely exhausted. Radiate calmly spoke, "Satisfied now, then go back." He demanded that she stop and called her a maiden of the abyss because of her ability to control fire. Ayan was secretly shocked by the true strength of a celestial being, because even the opponent's protective cold aura was enough to injure her. Even so, she reminded herself that the goal was not victory, then suddenly said, "I do not belong to the abyss faction. I belong to the sky faction, want to see." Radiate was stunned to see a fighting style like the abyss, yet she claimed to be a person of the sky. Ayan raised the hand bearing the glowing sky mark, explaining that she only wanted to verify the strength of a true celestial being. Seeing the mark and hearing those words, Radiate was shaken, because everything was exactly like what his lover from back then had once said to him. Under Radiate's stunned gaze, Ayan frankly admitted that she was a player, a user. "I only became a celestial being by chance. I am not the real thing like you." Radiate pondered and committed that title to memory. He realized these were precisely the existences from another world, once mentioned in ancient prophecies. After looking at Ayan for a while, he posed a difficult question: "Do you think the sky and the abyss can coexist?" According to the long-held belief, the sky represented absolute good, while the abyss was evil that had to be destroyed. That was the will of the great archangel, a law no one was allowed to defy. But Ayn calmly replied that she did not care whether it was the sky or the abyss. She believed that, although rare, there were still players from the two factions who helped one another, while those of the same faction could also harm each other. For players, factions were no longer that important. Hearing this, Radiate's expression shifted slightly. "So that is how it is? You mean to say the abyss and evil are actually two different concepts?" The celestial being smiled meaningfully, seeming to begin taking interest in how players viewed the world without being bound by factions. If the two factions had also been able to think like this back then, perhaps he and that girl from the past would not have reached such an ending. Radiate expressed that he wanted to ask a few more things, and Seo Hyun inside Ayan's body also calmly agreed. Right afterward, Radiate invited Ayan to his small wooden house to talk together. Here, Seo Hyun officially took control of the conversation, gradually leading the celestial along the plan he had already set. Ordinarily, noble celestials would never lower themselves to ask the opinions of mortals on the ground. But thanks to a face that recalled someone from the past, Seo Hyun made Radiate listen to him attentively. He asked whether he wanted to learn more about the power of the Celestials. Through Ayan, Seo Hyun firmly refused. "No, I have a general grasp of it for now." That decisiveness made GDS sigh that players truly were people who always acted on a whim. Suddenly he asked Seo Hyun whether there was anywhere in this world he wanted to go, and he answered at once. "I intend to go to Illuna." That name made Radiate briefly startled. "Illuna, you say?" The Celestial immediately warned him in a stern voice that it would be best not to go there right now. leaving Ayan unable to help wondering what was happening. He explained that Iluna had always been a land untouched by sunlight because of the phenomenon of eternal eclipse. Just a few days ago, the situation there had suddenly changed completely. Radiate narrowed his eyes in concern, revealing that Iluna's outline had become clear in the darkness. That meant the eclipse's orbit had shifted, or sunlight was invading this satellite. Hearing this, Siohan could not help being shocked. An anomaly was it? Seeing him surprised by his account, Radiate said pensively that in his memory, Iluna had once been very peaceful. But once an anomaly appeared, that place would immediately turn into a fiery hell, and time was already extremely urgent. Radiate looked at Ayan and solemnly warned that even so, he still wanted to go, he could lose his life. Siohan, inside Ayan's body, calmly asked in return, "But I can still get there, right?" Faced with that unshakable resolve, Radiate let out a faint sigh. "Must you go right now no matter what?" He mocked his own excessive worry, then looked firmly at Ayan. "Fine." Siohan asserted with certainty that he absolutely had to go. He thought inwardly that this girl truly resembled the person from his memories too much. Moreover, with his identity as a user who could revive after dying in battle, his safety was probably not too concerning. However, the fact that he could not take his eyes off Ayan made Radiate realize he still had too many lingering attachments to the past. He suddenly stood up and said that he would go with them as well. He secretly hoped this trip would be the final chance to completely sever the emotions that had lingered for so long. Immediately afterward, a system notification rang out, announcing that the ship Railroad Hall was about to depart and would arrive at Iluna in 3 hours. Thanks to precise calculations, Siohan made the Celestial voluntarily go Iluna, allowing the entire group to travel for free. With Radiate's help, the group smoothly boarded the royal ship. Siohan realized the NPCs respected him absolutely, regarding the chance to meet Radiate as a great honor. Meanwhile, Ayan also drew many gazes from the NPCs of the Celestial faction thanks to his illustrious reputation. But he seemed not to care at all, only gazing at the universe through the glass window in fascination. Inwardly, Siohan kept thinking about Radiate's warning. According to the celestial scripture, when sunlight touched Iluna, that place would become a blazing hell before being swallowed by the abyss. Radiate affirmed that within the next 3 days, the eclipse's orbit would be overturned. The farther the sunlight spread, the more Louise's safe refuge would shrink. Looking at the glowing fragment of the relic, Siohan wondered whether he could overcome this trial, or whether everything would once again have to depend on luck. Deep down, he could only pray, at least, truly at the very least. He hoped he could find the little girl as soon as possible, before everything became far too late. At the same time, in a mysterious place on Iluna, a gigantic purple crystal suddenly fell to the ground, releasing a terrifying stream of pitch-black mana. A blonde man with a majestic aura stood silently before the blazing magic circle. Looking at the crystal, the old man faintly curled his lips. So there are 3 left. A calculating glint flashed through the old man's cold, sharp eyes as he looked toward the distant horizon. Then he spoke in a powerful voice, calling a name heavy with fate, Siohan. The ship railroad roared as it shot through the silent void, heading straight ahead. Its destination was Iluna, the land of illusions. The system bell rang. The system announced that the ship was preparing to enter the atmosphere of this satellite. Standing by the window, Ayan gazed with delight at the radiant Iluna in the distance. "Oh, that place is Iluna." Radiate suddenly went pale with terror, muttering in shock. "Wait, impossible, this was not supposed to happen." Looking down at the ground, Radiate realized the light below was gradually going out in an extremely abnormal way. He explained that Iluna had always had 7 magic circles maintaining pillars of light to drive away the darkness and stabilize the orbit. They absolutely could not go out. Realizing the situation was more serious than expected, Radiate could not help becoming anxious. At that very moment, a shrill scream echoed throughout the cabin. Everyone panicked and asked what had happened, whether it was an accident. Radiate immediately rushed forward, blocking the space in front of Ayan and ordering everyone to hurry back. Siohan was stunned to realize the priestess's body was transforming in a bizarre way. He wondered whether this was a summoning art, or the descent of a higher being. Looking at those purple-black feathers and that familiar aura, Siohan shuddered as he recognized those wings, those feather scales. He cried out in horror, "Cario!" Great demon of deception officially appeared amid the surging mana. Siohan could not believe why such a higher being was present here. Radiate raised his voice to reassure everyone not to confront the demon, and not to panic. He believed that she could not act recklessly in this place. Cario glanced lightly at Radiate, then spoke in a mocking voice. "A celestial, is it? Truly a clever child." She calmly stated that she had absolutely no intention of harming anyone. Cario propped up her chin, her cold eyes glancing meaningfully to the side. "I only came here to meet one person." Those words startled Siohan. He wondered in shock whether the great demon could instantly see through his assimilation state. Siohan understood clearly that ever since choosing his initial class, He should no longer continue entangling himself with this being. Blocking Aeon, Radiate coldly demanded that Kairio return at once, because he knew she could not use any more power here without paying a price. Radiate secretly calculated that even as a transcendent, if Kairio wanted to interfere with the world's causality, she had to consume her own ego. He believed she would not waste it merely to slaughter the people on the ship. Yet Kairio smiled provocatively. I cannot use my power, you say? Then what if I still can use it? She began condensing a deep purple stream of mana. The power appearing in her hand instantly made Radiate start in terror. How could this be? But then, Kairio suddenly sighed in boredom. She admitted that GDS had been right. She herself did not want to waste her ego at this moment either. Kairio clicked her tongue softly in regret, thinking that if she had just a little more time, everything would surely have gone more smoothly. Greetings, Aeon, she winked and gave a knowing farewell. Then she completely vanished into the purple mist. Her appearance had startled everyone, making them flee immediately. Radiator exhaled in relief as she departed, but the presence of a great demon still made him anxious about the uncontrollable events ahead. Suddenly, Radiate turned pale as he realized a disaster was unfolding within the ship itself. Severe cracks appeared along the hull. The crew panicked, reporting that the ship could no longer hold together. Radiate was stunned to see the demonic energy and Kairo's flames pushing the ship's structure to its limits. He used frost magic to try freezing the cracks and buy precious time. Radiate had ordered everyone to prepare for an emergency landing and reminded them not to delay. The railroad ship ignited fiercely, barreling through Ilona's atmosphere and colliding. It plummeted to the ground in a cataclysmic explosion. She gritted her teeth at the sudden danger. Kairo's flames shattered the ship midair. Seohyun urgently asked about Radiate, but Aeon was completely disoriented, fearing the Celestial had been thrown too far. The moment they hit the atmospheric barrier, Seohyun acted. He ordered Aeon to use the wind wall for a safe landing. A sudden volley of magical light erupted from below, frightening them both. Seohyun exclaimed in horror, "What? What kind of attack is this?" Aeon hurriedly urged him to look down. The purple-robed fanatics launched a frenzied assault from the ground, determined not to let her land safely. Seohyun wondered who they were and why they targeted him, while Aeon concluded they must be Daeho's faction. Their appearance convinced Seohyun of a horrifying anomaly. Upon landing, he assessed the situation and they both had to fight. A massive bear with a glowing magical circle on its chest roared at the ground. An intended to use his ultimate skill, but heal stopped him due to the enemy level nearing 200. Instead, he focused all neutralizing and enhancing waves on Ai. She unleashed a powerful fiery slash that tore the enemy. Giant fireballs continued raining from above. Like a storm of fire, it made Aeon anxious under the immense pressure. Seohyun reassured in time, "It's fine, I'll handle it." He activated absorption and counterattack immediately, sending the energy back with force. The purple-robed mage was stunned by his own counterattack. Seohyun confirmed with satisfaction that the target was immobilized. Taking the opportunity, Seohyun roared, "Aeon, now." He boosted invisibility and biological acceleration, combining potential bursts to make Aeon dash like lightning, her radiant sword slashes cutting down Daeho's minions. Seohyun was astonished to see they still had not fallen thanks to their strong magical defenses. He continuously unleashed potential bursts with flame god steps to maximize damage. Thanks to the energy absorption effect, Aeon's health recovered after each strike, allowing her to charge into battle and shout while preparing the next attack. The more she fought, the fiercer she became, relentlessly launching a devastating assault like a cataclysm. However, Seohyun noticed these mages were far more persistent than he had expected. Suddenly, a purple magic circle appeared beneath Aeon's feet in the encirclement. The system continuously warned that the dark spirit was attacking the soul, causing continuous damage and an additional 15% damage for the next 2 minutes. Purple magical chains constricted Aeon's legs, immobilizing her. Seohyun yelled, urging her to find a way to break them immediately. The situation worsened as enemy reinforcements kept arriving, forcing Aeon to consider using her ultimate skill. She hurriedly asked Seohyun about invisibility and hair skin cooldowns, but he bitterly replied that they were far from ready, and even if available, escaping the relentless pursuit would be difficult. Just as a mage tried to land a finishing blow, a sudden bone-chilling cold swept in, freezing him instantly. Massive ice pillars shot up from the ground, stunning everyone. Seohyun quickly recognized this as familiar ice magic. While Aeon warned of a powerful approaching entity, she worried whether it was a new enemy. Seohyun had already noticed a familiar figure emerging faintly behind the mist. It was Radiate the Celestial in a deep blue robe, face weary and pained, clutching his chest but still protecting Aeon. The dark footsteps of the deep abyss monsters trudged forward. Each step emanated a powerful aura enveloping the space. A demon growled, questioning if they were heading that way, immediately halted by a firm command, stopping temporarily. The commander of these undead creatures was none other than Cairo. Atta appeared with massive black wings, radiating authoritative purple energy, declaring that causality followed his will. With a sinister smile, Cairo ordered his minions to await his command. Thanks to Radiate's timely arrival, the Hume group escaped the purple mage's deadly encirclement. Ayan quickly pointed ahead, saying following this direction would lead to a village. Radiate was surprised, as if she knew the place better than himself, and she nodded. Me too, is that a player's ability? Ayan quietly replied that it was partly true. Seo Hyun saw VDS clutching his chest in pain and exhaustion. Clearly the Celestial was badly injured from the previous collisions and battles. Perhaps due to the overwhelming presence of the Celestial, even injured Deho Deep Abyss remnants fled in fear upon seeing him. However, Radiate had no intention to pursue them as his body seemed too weak. Looking at Ayan, he asked in a low, sorrowful voice whether she realized just how dangerous Ilona was now. Seo Han worried silently that if a Celestial could be threatened, those hiding in darkness must be even more terrifying. The group decided to move quickly to find shelter, and Radiate muttered, asking where this place was. Radiate and Ion stood amid the desolate land, where life seemed completely gone. The Celestial solemnly noted there were no signs of life, no corpses, no traces of battle, only ruined buildings. Seo Hyun wondered if this was the work of the Deep Abyss faction, and GDs confirmed only 2 magic circles remained intact, suggesting both quickly proceed there. Although Ayan was worried that the road ahead was still long while Radiate remained injured, he firmly insisted that he was perfectly fine. An hour later, the two arrived before the gate of a sturdy fortress city. Radiate told Ayan that, if anyone asked, she should simply say she was a celestial being to avoid trouble, because with the mark she currently had, that was not exactly a lie. As soon as they saw them, the guards cheered in delight, because the celestial beings had appeared at the critical moment. They had been waiting for these figures to come and protect the city. After stepping inside, Radiate remarked that this place was still safe for now, but the atmosphere was abnormally heavy. He said this was the only city with a temple on Iluna, once peaceful and quiet, yet now it was shrouded in fear. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. The distant pillar of magical light abruptly went out, throwing everyone into panic. One of the final 2 magic circles had been destroyed, making the crowd scream in despair, knowing the demonic creatures were about to flood in. Radiate bitterly realized that this place had become the final stronghold. Just then, the quest window before Seo Hyun, Iluna's crisis. The system warned that 6 of the 7 magic circles had been destroyed, while the priests were preparing the final ritual to summon an angel. Seo Hyun was stunned to realize that this was the quest to bring Radiate to the temple, but what drew his attention even more was the summoning of an angel. Seo Hyun immediately suggested that Radiate hurry to the central temple, and the celestial being agreed at once. The appearance of 2 celestial beings in the temple left the priests utterly astonished. Then they all cheered in joy. A young priest bowed respectfully. Lord Radiate, it is an honor to welcome you. May I ask who the celestial being accompanying you is? And answered calmly, I am Ayan. That name made the priest instantly freeze in suspicion. As if suddenly remembering something, he shouted in astonishment. Could it be the famous player from the Empire? Oh, people here can watch videos on YouTube too, hee hee. The old man was inwardly shocked that the rumors about a player protected by the celestial beings were true, and he was even more surprised that the other party possessed such noble blood. The atmosphere inside the temple instantly grew lively. The priests whispered among themselves that a player had finally reached the rank of celestial being. Elderly figure sighed in relief, saying this was truly salvation. That meant there were now 3 celestial beings stationed in the temple. Hearing the number 3, Radiate froze in shock. He stood there blankly. He asked in disbelief, wait, 3 people? Who else is here? The priest calmly replied, yes, did you not know? The celestial being Maria is also here. The name Maria struck Radiate like a bolt of lightning beside his ear, leaving him frozen in place. He repeated shakily in shock, Maria, she is here. Unable to hold back any longer, Radiate immediately decided, I have to meet her right now. He hurried after the priest leading the way, but then stopped and looked at Ayan apologetically. This time I want to go alone. Is that all right? Ayan replied calmly, it is fine, go ahead. Watching Radiate disappear down the corridor, Ayan quietly remained standing amid the curious gazes of the priests around her. Those people began whispering that Ayan was probably cold and disliked communication. Hearing every word clearly, Ayan thought inwardly, I can hear all of that. You know, how can whispers be as loud as punches to the ear? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the priest hastily made excuses about having duties and withdrew, while telling Ayan to call them if she needed anything. When only the 2 of them were left nearby, Ayan softly called out, now it is just us, Seo Han. Siohan calmly asked in return. Yeah, but did you not once say there was a special quest in Iluna? That is why you wanted to come here, right? Ayan smiled confidently and confirmed, that is right, and I think now is the best time. Siohan asked in surprise the time. He inwardly judged that the final linked quest chain had brought them all the way to the temple. He told himself that if his intuition was not wrong, this place was where the long-hidden secret was kept. Siohun said softly, Ayan, let us sneak deeper into the temple. Faced with Ayan's astonishment, he merely explained calmly, this would take a long time to explain, so just leave it to me and take the chance to rest. Immediately afterward, Seo Hyun activated invisibility and acceleration at the same time. Ayan's sudden disappearance shocked the nearby priests, but they quickly let it pass, thinking that a celestial being like her must surely have important matters to handle. The two silently descended the dark stone steps, their footsteps echoing softly through the still space. Seo Hyun observed the surroundings and found that this place resembled an ancient museum, but there was not a single speck of dust, so it definitely had not been abandoned. Ayan, on the other hand, seemed extremely excited, wondering whether this place had a secret passage leading to wonderful treasures. In the quiet space, there was not a single person in sight. Ayan suddenly felt her heart flutter as she was alone with Seo Hyun. Looking at his steady back, she blushed and thought to herself, is this not a very good moment? Summoning all her courage, Ayan called softly, hey, Seo Hyun. Yet Seo Hyun suddenly spoke, then he cut her off, narrowed his eyes toward the front and urged, look over there, Ayan. With the mood ruined, Ayan grumbled and asked what could possibly be so important. At the end of the corridor, a small figure was holding a candle and slowly walking along, making Ayan wonder suspiciously whether that was an NPC. When the flickering candlelight reached them, the little girl cried out in shock. With a face full of worry, she trembled and asked whether she had already been seen. Ayan asked blankly, seen what? The little girl answered in a tiny voice that it was her magic. Then she lowered her head sadly, murmuring that the flame originally belonged to the abyss. Seo Hyun froze, his heart tightening when he saw the familiar face beneath the dim candlelight. He realized in shock that he had truly found the person he had long been waiting for and called out loudly, Louise. Looking at the girl before him, his heart quietly choked. He had found her. Louise was no longer the little girl from back then and had grown up, which left him momentarily confused. But Seo Hyun was certain that she was that very girl. Seeing Louise trembling in fear, Ayan, dressed in priestly robes, slowly approached and teased, I am a celestial being too, and I can still use fire. Right away, the mage made a blazing flame flare up in her palm, as if to show it off. Look at this. Those words made Louise scream in terror and despair, seeing her sob uncontrollably and collapse from excessive fright. Seo Hyun and Ayan's body realized in confusion that things had gone too far. Ah, that is not it. It is not like that. Ayan hurriedly messaged him in the space of consciousness, telling Seo Hyun to temporarily release assimilation, because she wanted to show Louise something else. But she accidentally activated Ifrit's demon claw instead. However, Seo Hyun flatly refused, saying to leave it to him. Looking at Louise's tear-stained face, Seo Hyun thought inwardly that this frightened expression was indeed still Louise. Controlling Ayan's body, he asked gently, Louise, it really is you, right? Louise waved her hands in panic and denied it. Ah, no, I do not know who that person is. To reassure her, Seo Hyun said, calm down and look at this. He raised his hand, revealing the celestial being Mark shining brilliantly. As soon as she saw it, Louise exclaimed in shock, ah, this is the celestial being Mark. As if she had met a savior, Louise hurriedly took Ayan's hand, her eyes lighting up with admiration. So you are the celestial being. Seo Hyun inwardly sighed in relief when she finally calmed down. Louise sniffled and explained that she had been very frightened because she thought an assassin had broken in. But fortunately, that was not the case. Seeing that she had grown up yet her personality had not changed much, Seo Hyun felt immensely relieved. Although he very much wanted to release assimilation and appear before her directly, he was still hesitant, wondering whether Louise still remembered him after 5 long years. Moreover, if he suddenly manifested right now, Radiate would definitely realize that he belonged to the Abyss side, making things troublesome. Deciding to prove it through action, Seo Hyun thought to himself that he should first show the kid this. He began casting his own distinctive type of magic. Feeling the familiar flow of energy, Louise exclaimed in shock that this magic gave her an extremely nostalgic feeling. She was astonished to realize this was the second person in the world who could use that special kind of magic. Seo Hyun stepped closer and asked softly, Louise, you still have not recognized me. He wanted her to remember him from her memories, but Louise only asked back blankly. Immediately, Seo Hyun took the keepsakes from his inventory and said, look at these things, do they not seem familiar? Louise saw the letter, the bag of gold, and the ring she had once left behind. Louise cried out in shock, these are the very things I left for hidden Seo Hyun. She rushed forward and gripped Ayan's shoulders tightly, her voice trembling with expectation. Could it be that you know someone named Seo Hyun? Seo Hyun looked straight into her eyes and calmly affirmed, I am Seo Han. Faced with Louise's bewilderment over his current female appearance, Seo Hyun could only sigh helplessly. Louise stepped back in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Seo Hyun was originally a man had he turned into a girl. Immediately after, she realized this was the special ability of players she had once heard about. To prove it, Seo Han released a deep blue stream of mana, making his soul appear more clearly. He asked softly, how about now? Are you sure you recognize me? Looking at Seo Hyun's faint figure appearing behind Ain, Louise was so stunned she could not speak. That feeling was exactly like the soul resonance from 5 years ago. She had recognized him within Ain's silhouette. Every moment of being protected by Seo Hyun rushed back, causing the longing she had suppressed for so long to suddenly burst apart. The little girl burst into sobs amid overwhelming happiness. That was right. This was the feeling. Louise cried out loudly, it really is you, Seo Han. Seo Hyun smiled gently, apologizing that his current circumstances made it impossible for him to appear in his true form. Through the assimilation skill, he clearly felt all of Louise's emotions flooding into his heart, then thought silently, I finally found you. Standing silently in a corner and watching, Ayan secretly admired him, because even she had not expected Seo Hyun to be able to find his way here so skillfully. At the same time, in another area of the temple, the celestial being GDS was quietly strolling with a dignified bearing. Walking beside him was an elderly priest respectfully leading the way. That person is right here, my lord. Radiate stopped, looked at the back of the woman ahead, then said softly, so it really is you. He had met an old acquaintance from years past again. The silver-haired celestial being believed that although he knew she cared greatly about the human world, her appearance in Illuna was still beyond his expectations. The woman with the vivid pink hair was none other than the celestial being Maria. She turned around, smiled gently, then said calmly that humans were everywhere, so she could also appear anywhere. Unlike GDS, who devoted all his love to only one person, Maria chose to love and protect all of humanity. It was this deep difference in their outlook on life that often made the two argue, but also because of it, they became celestial beings with a special bond. Looking at Maria, Radiate remarked that although hundreds of years had passed, she still had not changed, still always devotedly staying at the temple to help humans. He thought silently that such consistency sometimes made things simple, but her unfunny jokes were still exactly the same as before. Suddenly, Radiate's face turned serious. He gripped the railing tightly and declared that there was absolutely no chance of winning this battle. Faced with Maria's confusion, he replied coldly that the reason was very simple. The gap in strength was far too great. He recalled the moment the ship was destroyed when the demon Cairo descended. GDS affirmed that the opposing side possessed terrifying power. They had leveled up far beyond every prediction. When he rushed into Illuna's atmosphere, he had witnessed the horrifying scene with his own eyes and was shaken to realize Daeho's abyssal army. Ferocious creatures and warriors in pitch-black armor had silently gathered all across the world. They had covered many places on this satellite without anyone realizing when it happened. GDS judged that aside from this city, nearly all of Illuna had been swallowed by darkness, and even if two celestial beings joined forces, it would be difficult to change the outcome. Yet Maria proposed a shocking hypothesis. If it were an angel, would it not be possible to reverse everything? Radiate asked back in astonishment, because he knew there were not enough priests here to perform the summoning ritual. But Maria stated that the ones praying would not be the priests. She revealed that the temple currently had a true saintess. Maria believed that if that girl prayed with everyone's support, summoning an angel was entirely possible. Since arriving in this place, that child had received oracles 3 times. This time, even without a ritual. The little girl's innate ability was still truly astonishing. Seeing Louise praying with sincere devotion naturally drew everyone's attention. Maria judged that the girl's power had nearly reached the level of a true saintess. Radiate felt stunned, while Maria secretly rejoiced that she had brought Louise over the heavenly side early before the girl could be influenced. As it turned out, the girl had been taken away by Maria many years ago. Thinking about the title of Saintess, a rare phenomenon that had appeared only once in history, Maria knew that if those words were true, the situation in Illuna would completely change. At the same time, Louise happily told Seo Hyun that thanks to Maria, she had reached the temple and officially taken the position of Saintess. Immediately, the system confirmed that Seo Hyun had completed the mission to find Louise and prevent darkness from covering the sky, with 20 skill points added, and his tendency also fell even deeper to -90. Seo Hyun exclaimed in shock, Saintess Louise truly is different, she looks very cool, so it turns out I can also do something good. Seo Hyun asked doubtfully, Louise is a saintess, were you not an angel? Louise snapped irritably, I am an angel. What are you talking about? When Seo Hyun asked about her memories from age 7 or 8, the little girl stressed that no one could remember something that minor. Seo Hyun was shaken as he realized Louise seemed to have completely forgotten her true identity, and he wondered what had caused her memories to be erased. He hurriedly checked the status window, and was once again shocked to see that Louise had reached level 100 despite her skills still being crude. Seo Hyun thought silently, whatever the reason, I cannot ask her to acknowledge me for my class advancement. While Seo Hyun was still calculating whether he should look for Commander Oli or use another way of persuasion, or serve GDS to complete the class advancement quest, Ain stood beside him looking impatient, repeatedly calling Seo Hyun, making him startle. Oh, were you calling me? Ain ordered decisively, come back to me right now, Seo Hyun. He said goodbye to Louise, then released assimilation so his soul returned to Ain's body, asking softly, Ain, is something wrong? Young made an unexpected suggestion that made everything awkward. Let us meet. Seo Hyun asked blankly. She lowered her head slightly and explained, I have never met you directly outside the game, making him realize her intention. You mean meeting in real life? He froze this unexpected initiative, not understanding why everything was happening so quickly. What would they meet in real life for? Seo Hyun was shocked by Ain's invitation to meet in real life. Seeing her hesitate and ask whether he was busy, he thought that the two of them had met in the game every day, so meeting in real life was a good idea. Seo Hyun took the initiative to suggest meeting on the day of the upcoming ASEAN festival. Ain looked extremely excited and agreed immediately. Seo Hyun told himself this was a good opportunity to update important information that the developers would announce during the festival. Although the meeting had already been arranged, Seo Hyun still wondered why Ayan suddenly wanted to meet like this. Unexpectedly, she hesitantly asked, besides me and Tater, have you ever assimilated into another player? Seo Hyun replied in surprise that he never had, then grew curious about the reason for the question. He was about to tell her that NPCs were no problem, but other female players were, yet Ayan blushed, covered her mouth, and said awkwardly that her hand had moved on its own. Looking at Ayan's strange expression, Seo Hyun silently continued without understanding what thoughts she had about him. Though he was rather slow when it came to romance, faced with Ayan's unusual behavior, he still could not ignore it. He was suddenly stunned and wondered, could Ayan really have feelings for him? The scene shifted to the temple area on Eluna. The atmosphere here was stretched taut. Radiate said thoughtfully that to summon an angel, one had to reach at least brain rank. He worried that if they could only summon a servant rank or lower, even an angel would struggle to guarantee victory. Beside him, Maria softly reminded them that they now had no choice, but to place all their faith in Saintess Louise. Radiate let out a faint sigh, because he understood that the chance to summon an angel would likely appear only once. He calculated inwardly that even if it did not reach the supreme royal rank, bishop rank alone would be enough to turn the situation around. But if it stopped at a lower rank, everything would become extremely dangerous, because a low-ranking angel would find it hard to change the course of this fierce battle. Just as Radiate was still immersed in his calculations, a panic call suddenly rang out from behind. Marianan. Amid the tense atmosphere, a priest rushed into the room in a fluster, his face pale as he shouted loudly, Marianim, you must come see this at once. A prophecy has just descended. The unexpected news left both Maria and Radiate stunned. Radiate asked doubtfully, a prophecy? Right now? Is any priest performing a prayer ritual? Faced with his astonishment, the priest confirmed that this prophecy had descended without any warning signs. On the altar, brilliant radiance shone with glittering ancient characters. Maria stared closely, then softly read the oracle. At midnight tomorrow, the Celestial must bring the Saintess to the center of Eluna to pray. The prophecy says this is the first step toward the destined victory. Witnessing that scene, the surrounding priests burst into joy. They cheered, believing that the angel had officially promised a glorious victory. While everyone was immersed in jubilation, Radiate remained silent with suspicion. He wondered when prophecy had become so direct. He found it strange, because according to his understanding, oracles were usually very vague and could lead to countless different interpretations. An elder priest smiled and confirmed that things had indeed been complicated before, but recently the prophecies had become much clearer, sparing them much of the headache of guessing. Maria looked at Radiate and gently explained that since the Saintess came here, the prophecies had become shorter and more concise. She believed it was a special ability of Louise, helping the oracles become clear in meaning. Radiate secretly admired this when he realized that all the worries he had carried for so long seemed to have been miraculously resolved thanks to the little girl. He wondered where the true limit of the Saintess's power lay. In essence, a prophecy was a transcendent existence using ego to convey will. If an oracle did not need interpretation, it meant the angel's will could be carried out precisely. The center of Eluna mentioned was the intersection of the six-winged magic formation. In records from thousands of years ago, when the Abyss invaded Eluna, an angel had once been summoned at this very central magic formation. Radiate thought inwardly that perhaps that heroic scene from history was about to be reenacted once more. He firmly proposed that this would not be difficult, and that he alone could take the Saintess there. But Maria coldly cut him off, saying he could not go. Before Radiate's bewildered expression, she smiled with resolve and affirmed that he had to stay behind to protect the city, because if the final light of the magic formation went out, summoning the angel would become meaningless as well. Radiate was stunned by Maria's request. He was about to object, but his gaze suddenly stopped. His eyes came to rest on the back of her hand. Maria's celestial mark was fading, signaling that her life was nearing its end. Because of that, she wanted him to stay behind and continue the mission in her place. Radiate was shaken as he realized the light of a rune directly reflected a person's power and lifespan. Maria smiled faintly in peace, saying she had no regrets about bringing the Saintess here safely. She entrusted the duty of protecting the city to Radiate, believing he would take her place in the coming battle. Radiate silently watched Maria's back, his heart heavy before that cruel fate. He knew that whenever Celestials interfered with the world's causality, their ego would be worn away and their lifespan would also shorten. Maria could have lived peacefully for another 500 years, but because of her love for humanity, she had chosen a shorter and more thorny path. Though his heart ached, Radiate understood that he could not shake her iron will. He wondered whether Maria was the only Celestial guiding the Saintess right now, and felt that both of them were being swept into an irresistible vortex of prophecy. Amid the radiant temple, he promised he would return to the forest after everything ended, but Maria only replied softly that that day was still not today. In the distance, Louise quietly appeared, her bearing clearly exuding firm resolve. After the brief conversation, Seo Hyun lightly raised his hand and waved goodbye to Louise. He thought that since the little girl had become the Saintess, they would surely meet again soon during important developments. However, the atmosphere between Seo Hyun and Ain turned awkward. The two stood still, their faces flushed because of Ain's promise to meet in real life. While Ain was still busy thinking about sending the battle footage to Tater for editing, Radiate had returned, while speaking up to apologize for making the two of them wait so long. After that, Maria also walked over. She looked at Ain with great interest, then exclaimed, "So you are that player." Maria looked at Ain affectionately, while Radiate beside her still wore his usual contemplative expression. Suddenly, Maria stepped close to Ain, smiled brightly, and said she had a gift she wanted to give. Immediately, a system notification panel appeared before Seo Hyun's eyes with a hidden quest titled, "What Maria Wants to Leave Behind." The reward was written as Maria's legacy, making him frown as he sensed that this signaled a farewell. Maria smiled in welcome and thanked Ain for coming. She frankly said the gift was only an excuse to make a request. Seeing Ain slightly surprised, Maria gently asked whether that made her uncomfortable. Ain calmly replied that she did not mind. Immediately afterward, a radiant system notification appeared. "The Celestial Maria wants to teach you a skill. Do you agree?" Maria said Ain had the right to refuse, but she very much hoped the girl would accept this inheritance. Seo Hyun, inside Ain's body, was still hesitant, but still decisively agreed. Maria said gratefully that she had not expected Ain to accept so quickly. She affirmed that she would respond with equal sincerity and told Ain to stand still and watch. Maria raised her hand high, and a stream of deep blue mana began gathering fiercely around her palm. A gigantic burst of light immediately flared up. Maria appeared majestic with a long sword of light in her hand. Blue lightning gathered along the blade, creating terrifying pressure. Seeing that magnificent sight, Ain exclaimed in surprise that she was going to learn that move right here. Amid the lightning that lit up the sky, Maria looked straight ahead with resolute eyes and reminded Ain to watch carefully. Sword strike carrying astonishing power was unleashed, causing blinding light to explode and nearly swallow the entire field of vision. Under the power of the attack, the ground and stone walls split apart, leaving behind a long, deep trench. Maria let out a soft breath after consuming a large amount of mana, then asked whether Ain had seen it clearly. That was the essence of celestial swordsmanship she wanted to pass on before disappearing. In the holy nation of the Sky Faction, the High Pontiff trembled in terror as he witnessed Iluna's eclipse once again appear clearly in the sky. The old man was shaken, wondering why the tragedy from 1,000 years ago, when the abyss invaded the heavenly realm, was showing signs of repeating itself. At that moment, an emergency quest titled Reinforce Iluna appeared. The quest was immediately issued widely to every player who had reached level 100 or above. On the forums, gamers discussed heatedly whether there would be enough forces to protect the Holy Land. While many people were still hesitant, some others instead regarded this as a life-changing opportunity by filming and live streaming the battle event. Most shocking news was that the Super Ranker Lattice had also appeared on Iluna, making everyone curious about his true purpose on this satellite. Seizing the golden opportunity, Tater quickly completed the edit and officially uploaded the first video to IEM's YouTube channel. The boy joyfully told himself this was the perfect moment for Ayan to make her public debut. When all eyes were focused on Elan, seizing the fleeting opportunity, Ayan's channel drew daily viewers. Tens of thousands of subscriptions poured in, along with endless comments praising her traditional skills. Fierce battle against Daeho's deep abyss corpse. Meanwhile, at the temple, Ayan collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion after hours of harsh training, and the system announced that the angel's basic swordsmanship skill had reached level 5 thanks to Maria's devoted guidance. All this time, the pink-haired celestial had stayed by her side, personally teaching and correcting every sword stroke, helping Ayan understand the essence of heavenly swordsmanship. During the intense training, Ayan reached her physical limit and had no choice but to rest. Seo Hyun reassured her that this would not interrupt the assimilation state. While Seo Hyun quickly raised the skill to level 5, Ayan remained at level 4. He was secretly astonished because in the old Astra game, Maria had only been an obscure NPC, yet now she was passing on, teaching him the supreme skill he had once used years ago. As a supporter, Seo Hyun was extremely satisfied to possess an enhancement technique. Damage reached 210% for the next attack if no action was taken within 8 seconds. Although the effect was already good, Seo Hyun knew this skill would become even more terrifying once it evolved. A special rule applied: when two people with the same skill assimilated, the higher level would be prioritized by the system, and their power would balance, making combat easier. Throughout the time Maria instructed them, Seo Hyun sensed a strange urgency and sincerity from her with unmistakable clarity. Maria gently extended her hand and asked whether the two of them were ready to return. Though he knew she was only an NPC, Seo Hyun was still shaken by the absolute sincerity Maria showed through every small gesture. As soon as they returned, Radiant appeared and announced important news. The Heavenly Kings faction had decided to open a teleportation gate to Illuna exclusively for players. VDs judged that since players did not fear death, their presence would be valuable reinforcement against the Deep Abyss forces. Immediately, Ayan brought up the new Alliance quest notice she had received while training swordsmanship. She playfully teased Seo Hyun, saying that since he belonged to the Deep Abyss faction, he would definitely help him. He would not be able to join this alluring Illuna support quest with her. With more than 44 minutes left on the countdown before the teleportation gate opened, Ayan excitedly suggested that since they shared one body, and Seo Hyun shared YouTube revenue, the quest reward should also be split in half. Seo Hyun silently thought this made sense, because without his guidance, Ayan would probably still be absorbed in duels instead of going to Illuna. The two chatted happily, and just then a new oracle was bestowed to salvage the situation. The Celestial and the Saintess had to perform a prayer ritual together at the central magic circle. Seeing Radiant's figure approaching, Ayan softly greeted him. Jeez looked straight at Ayan with an affectionate expression and said, "I am sorry. May I entrust that part to you?" The request left Ayan stunned, and she asked in surprise, "Me?" Seo Hyun was shaken when he realized GDS wanted to entrust a Celestial's responsibility to a player like Ayan, while the silver-haired Celestial affirmed that she was now the only person he trusted. Seeing Maria standing silently with sorrowful eyes, Seo Hyun understood why Maria had poured her heart into teaching Ayan that supreme skill earlier. He realized Maria's legacy was not merely a quest reward, meticulous preparation for this life or death moment. Seo Hyun began to understand the urgency and sincerity Maria had shown throughout the training. He silently weighed the matter, knowing that getting involved in this major incident was extremely dangerous for someone from the Deep Abyss faction, but Seo Hyun still could not bear to turn away. Before the pleading gazes of the two Celestials, Ayan said firmly, "All right, I will do it." That decision stunned GDS into asking again, because he had not expected Ayan to make her choice so quickly. Seo Hyun had silently resolved to give everything he had to fulfill their wish. Ayan immediately urged, "Then prepare right now." After agreeing to that earnest plea, the four began heading toward the central magic circle. The party consisted of Seo Hyun in Ayan's body, Saintess Louise, and two elderly priests in charge of supporting the prayer ritual. They were deeply moved, regarding this as a great honor before their final rest. Standing beside the carriage, Louise gave a faint, strained smile, yet the anxiety in her eyes could not be hidden. The young girl had to shoulder a responsibility tied to the fate of all Illuna, so her nervousness was understandable. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Radiant suddenly called Ayan's name. Seo Hyun was astonished to see that cold Celestial take the initiative to thank her, even admitting that thanks to her, his heart felt lighter. Ayan wondered in confusion, "What is this? Did he just thank me? And he even called me by name." She silently wondered whether Radiant had ever called anyone's name besides his former lover. But Radiant looked Ayan over carefully, silently noting that although the girl had some resemblance to the person from the past, her build was too small and her age still very young. Being stared at by Radiate with that thoughtful look, Ayan began to panic, afraid he had discovered her act of pretending to resemble his former lover. When had she exposed a flaw? Radiate looked at Ayan, silently thinking that although there was no need to concern himself too much with a player, a faint ripple still stirred in his heart. He placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed her in a low voice. I mean it. No matter what happens, do not die. The carriage was ready to take them to the central magic circle. The rapid pounding of hooves rang out, marking the beginning of a difficult journey through the silent night. Inside the carriage, the priestess asked worriedly, Saintess, are you still all right? Louise nodded softly, while Seo Hyun quietly observed the situation. VDS stood outside, confirming that although he had to remain behind to protect the city, he would still support the group to some extent. From the Celestial's hand, a radiant golden light burst forth, covering the entire carriage in a sturdy layer of energy. Radiate explained that this was a protective barrier and would not be easily broken. Seeing Radiate's thoughtfulness, Seo Hyun and Ayan's body smiled faintly with confidence. The priestess tightened the reins and called out excitedly, then let us depart. Everyone hold on tight, the priest's shout rang out as the wheels spun rapidly, as if tearing through the night. Carriage sped away, shining like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. Behind them, Radiate still stood there silently, watching the carriage recede into the distance. He did not pray, only hoped everything would unfold exactly as the prophecy had foretold. The moment they left the safe zone, the group was immediately surrounded by Daeho's dense skeleton army. The carriage did not slow at all, charging straight into the monsters, creating a violent burst of light and sweeping away those blocking the path. Rapid pounding of hooves echoed through the night, as the carriage frantically escaped the relentless pursuit. Behind them, armored bear monsters and red-eyed corpses growled, trying to close the distance with heavy strides. The coachman shouted loudly, urging everyone to hold on tight as the speed had now reached its limit. Ian quietly noted that Radiate's barrier was working very effectively, temporarily keeping the group safe from attacks from behind. She had just begun to take a breath when trouble arrived again. Ain frantically called to Seo Hyun to look toward the horizon, where the deadly sunlight was beginning to appear. Louise turned pale as the first rays gradually covered Iluna's surface. The accompanying priest was stunned, barely able to believe what was happening before his eyes. He realized in shock that Iluna's orbit had truly been disrupted, shattering the eternal eclipse. The sunlight, once blocked by the planet Astra, now shone threateningly directly overhead. Ayan urgently asked if there was any shelter, knowing Louise would be in danger if exposed to the sun. The old priest panicked, replying that avoiding direct sunlight would suffice. Seo Hyun noticed that the total eclipse had turned into a partial one, causing the sunlight to pour down with increasing intensity. No matter how fast the coach moved, it could not outrun the satellite's rotation. The group had to plunge into a deep mountain crevice to borrow the shadows from the cliffs, while Seon worried about how long this situation would last. The old priest reported that it would take another 3 minutes to reach the safe eclipse zone, while the teleport gate still required over 13 minutes to open. Ain gritted her teeth at the tight timing. Seo Hyun considered accelerating the horse's biological rhythm but decided against it, fearing they might lose control on the treacherous terrain. Suddenly, on the towering cliffs, Knights of the Abyss appeared in droves. They unleashed a barrage of dazzling magical arrows upon the fleeing coach below. The old priest panicked as he saw the powerful streams of magic raining down. Oh no, that is magic. This time it would be hard to maintain the defense layer. Violent explosions struck one after another. They collided with the barrier, causing Louise to clutch her head and scream in panic. Coachman was confused, unsure whether to steer to avoid the attacks. Seo Hyun immediately commanded, "No, keep going straight." Ayan stood firm on the coach, the flames blazing in her hand, then calmly reassured everyone not to worry. She realized the hooded assassins were charging forward at great speed. Ayan asked Seo Hyun and immediately received coordination. "Alright, I need a moment to enhance your skills." With Seo Hyun's support, Ayan shot forward like an arrow, delivering a powerful kick that crushed the enemy blocking her path. After activating biological rhythm acceleration, the coach surged forward crazily and finally approached the target under the old priest's urging. Ain anxiously checked the system notification panel, realizing the current time had become critically tight. Only 6 minutes and 58 seconds remained before the teleport gate would officially open. Following Radiate's directions, the group quickly moved deeper into the city to find shelter. They hoped that entering would buy them a little more precious time before the enemies caught up, yet the desolate scenery and chaotic rubble of a place once full of life pained everyone. A female priest panicked, pointing ahead as she realized many enemies still lurked in the city. Seo Hyun instructed everyone to remain calm, as direct combat would be too disadvantageous now. They had to move stealthily to save time. Seeing the priest's concern, Seo Hyun assured them he would find a solution. Once he acted, everything would be in order. "Leave this to me. You just need to activate Potential Burst." With invisibility, acceleration, and Potential Burst all supporting at once, Ayan became a blurred phantom. She glided over the Abyss Warrior's head and he did not notice at all. The priests could not help but marvel at Ayan's overwhelming power. Truly worthy of being a celestial being, absolutely magnificent. To save time, Seo Hyun focused only on isolated enemies, advancing with the fewest possible battles. Thanks to basic angelic swordsmanship, the first strike always dealt double damage. When Ion's potential burst reached the 4th tier, they could even sweep obstacles without needing invisibility. Finally, the group reached the central magic formation. Seeing the magical beasts closing in, Ayan anxiously asked if Louise was ready. If ready, give it everything for this run. Though never having prayed before, Louise was determined to do her best. The priests immediately raised their staves and shouted in unison, "We begin now." A brilliant aura enveloped Louise as she began praying with reverence. Seo Hyun told Ayan that he would also pray, and to report immediately if there was danger. She replied decisively, "Understood." Seo Hyun thought that if the prophecy was correct, his prayer would surely enhance the effect. With his prayer skill trained to level 7, he believed he had the highest stat among players. Once again, the intense emotions from Louise flooded Seo Hyun's mind. But this time, he understood the nature of the connection. It was Louise's tension, excitement, and slight flutter before a new journey. Seo Hyun realized that praying was an act of empathy, and he was directly feeling the will of a transcendent being. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of light tore through the sky from above, striking the center of the magic formation to everyone's astonishment. Priests were so moved they were speechless. Indeed, we are very fortunate. Few clergy have the chance to witness this in their lifetime. Everything was unfolding exactly as recorded in the annals of the celestial realm. As the radiant light engulfed the world, the celestial army with their white-armored warriors officially appeared, ready to protect all of Illuna. The brilliant pillar, a sign of the angel's descent, suddenly shook violently. The grand priest froze as he saw the celestial door slowly closing, even though the ritual had just begun. Panic immediately swept through the temple. Priests could not understand why the pure light had suddenly vanished so mysteriously. In this situation, an ordinary person would likely have fled. At that moment, a shrill alarm cry rang out. Seo Hyun and Ayan had completely disappeared from the magic formation. Seo Hyun opened his eyes in shock, realizing he had been transported to a strange land where the sky was red and the sun hung black in suspension. Ayan screamed as she realized this was the mirrored world, a completely demonic space far beyond their expectations. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification confirming that Seo Hyun's prayer skill mastery had reached 100% and leveled up. The sinister voice of a mysterious woman echoed, saying that in this dark place, all prayers would not reach heaven but be led straight to the demons. He gritted his teeth in horror as he saw Louise standing in the distance. The boy was engulfed by surging black energy. Louise hovered in midair, her body bound within a vortex of dark purple magic, causing him to desperately scream for him to stop praying immediately. As the tragedy erupted in the mirrored world, the atmosphere outside also heated intensely. This was a special program on the Game Library channel, where Im Song-jiun and Kim Soo-young excitedly greeted the audience to the biggest ASEAN online event, the Live Illuna mission. Two commentators explained that the game's stage had now expanded all the way into outer space, while the NPCs were performing a highly important ritual. The key objective for players was to buy time and protect this area at all costs. The list of top players gradually emerged, notably Practice and Guinea of Stardust at Illuna, 2 players newly in the world's top 500 with formidable growth speed. Yet, contrary to everyone's excitement, Douglas Guild chose to stay out of this event. Guildmaster Ikrazi believed participating was fine, but too much information had leaked, and data on Lattice was lacking, while Ayan remained an enemy, so avoiding them was safer. This was also a perfect occasion for experts to analyze the strengths of top guilds like Crimson and Claymore, 2nd and 4th tier world powers. Suddenly, the camera focused on Saran, a solo player gaining fame from solo combat videos and constantly refusing invitations from major guilds. Saran's eyes burned with determination, thinking that finally his long-hidden dream had come true. This was where NPCs and famous rankers gathered, normally very difficult to encounter. Recalling past bitter failures, Saran realized the path he once pursued was mistaken, but it was only a fleeting illusion. He felt proud that he had finally used his level 100 awakening points to elevate the supreme selfless realm to its peak, spreading Saran's fame through elite monster hunting videos. When a beautiful Crimson member approached to invite him to team up after watching his videos, Saran coldly replied that he preferred solo and walked away. Though heartbroken inside, Saran refused to maintain his solo thief persona, believing that winning this mission would make his name surpass even Tater. On the windy city walls, Radiant stood silently. He looked toward the horizon and softly said, "Finally everything begins." A massive dust cloud rolled in from afar, signaling the approaching horde of magical creatures. Before them were demon bears, skeleton soldiers, and evil entities advancing rapidly. They charged madly, making the celestial being anxious about how long this place could hold out. Below, the deities shouted in unison with reverent voices, earnestly begging the gods for strength. Cheers echoed through the night ranks. "The celestial being is supporting us. Fight to your last breath." Immediately after, a sacred magic called incineration was activated. A colossal column of light descended on the battlefield, creating a violent explosion that shook the area. An excited knight shouted, "Hit the core directly," but GDS coldly poured cold water. No, look closely. That attack was blocked by the defensive layer. Before them, Lulich in a purple cloak used cursed magic to stop all attacks. The knight urgently commanded, "Lalik, reform the formation. They are coming, prepare for melee." Monsters began to surge over the walls, flooding like a raging torrent. Dae-ho and the soldiers shouted frantically, "Push these evil creatures off the walls. Attack." Amid the chaos, a sudden underground ambush erupted, causing the knights to falter immediately. These swiftly drew their swords, sharp icy slashes cutting through the magical creatures, timely freeing the soldiers. Despite receiving thanks from the knights, Radiant maintained a heavy, worried expression. He silently assessed, the force disparity was too great, and our numbers were extremely limited. Even with player support holding out, being pushed back was only a matter of time. His gaze followed the blazing tower where Maria remained silently immersed in prayer. Lady Soza understood that Maria intended to consume herself, burning the remaining soul to protect the celestial believers. As the soul fire flared in the temple, he told himself if that was her choice, he would never intervene. GDS stood on the walls, his gaze heavy toward Maria. As an old friend, he would witness her final moments. What was her world? But Radiant suddenly froze, eyes wide with shock. He shouted, "Wait, Maria, look over there." Maria halted the ritual and immediately turned. "Hey!" CDs excitedly shouted, "Finally, the saint has completed the ritual. Praise always. This time we are surely saved, fans." A giant cross of light tore through the night, radiating brilliance over all of Illuna. From within that light, winged warriors continuously appeared. The descent had begun, the Valkyrie were arriving. Soldiers wept in joy, the gods are truly helping us. Dae-ho, the angelic squad, is standing guard behind us. Saren stood in the battlefield, unable to hide his astonishment. Valkyrie, Dae-ho, the angelic squad. What is happening? Radiant understood that the Valkyrie's appearance indicated at least one royal-level angel had descended. He was overwhelmed with joy, for Maria would no longer need to sacrifice herself. Maria suddenly went pale, her eyes showing sheer terror. Wait, this isn't right. She pointed to the fading column of light. The descent had already stopped. Cross of light began to vanish into the void, leaving GDS shocked. What? The angel hasn't descended yet. Maria trembled, admitting she didn't understand why things had turned out this way. VDs panicked, for history had never recorded a ritual summoning only Valkyrie and stopping midway. Suddenly, blood beneath the ground began to boil, spurting violently near the wall base. A red-black aura, heavy with evil intent, suddenly erupted. Recognizing the aura, everyone fell into despair. Impossible. It must be stopped immediately. A sudden explosion of pitch-black energy surged upward. It erupted violently, striking the space and tearing apart everything before them. A giant, terrifying red demon summoning matrix suddenly covered the entire capital's ground. Radiate was horrified, unable to understand why the demon summoning matrix had appeared here. Before he could react, a new disaster struck, a stream of dark purple energy suffocating the priests with pain. From the middle of the blood pool, a grotesque creature slowly rose, carrying a chilling sense of horror. Maria trembled in shock as she saw the demon's minions appear right in the holy ground. A gigantic dark entity appeared, wielding a terrifying scythe. It was the Grim Reaper. Its blazing red eyes glimmered with coldness, ready to spread death across Illuna. The Valkyrie warriors with pure white wings immediately descended, confronting the Dark Reaper head-on. Holy swords clashed against the scythe, sparks flying in dazzling bursts. The battle with the Grim Reaper erupted, fierce as if shaking heaven and earth. Below the city gate, a series of explosions echoed, smoke and fire covering everything. Soldiers panicked, shouting, "Move, quickly get out." Amid the ruins, Radiant spread his arms to protect the civilians and ordered that anyone unable to fight retreat immediately. BDs gritted his teeth in worry. Just as the angels had brought a glimmer of hope, the demon matrix appeared again, pushing the situation deeper into despair. The monsters that had just appeared were the Grim Reapers, minions of the demon, with power on par with the Valkyrie. Radiant silently assessed that in a one-on-one fight, the two sides might be evenly matched, but the Grim Reapers were being continuously summoned in overwhelming numbers. The balance of power would soon be completely broken, and the Sky faction would likely collapse quickly. The danger did not end there. Radiant understood that only royal-class demons or above had the authority to command this Grim Reaper army. The image of the great demon Cairo appeared in his mind, as an omen of a terrifying presence about to descend. But suddenly the summoning matrix on the ground cracked and vanished before everyone's astonished eyes. Why did it suddenly disappear? VDs realized that similar to the angel summoning ritual, the demon faction's ritual had also been interrupted due to a malfunction at the central magic matrix. Even so, the situation remained extremely dire. The Valkyrie had been wiped out due to overwhelming numbers, while the Grim Reapers were advancing steadily. GDS wondered how much longer they could hold out. In the most desperate moment, Maria softly said, "The time has come." Radiant turned in shock to look back. He saw Maria closing her eyes tightly, her face strangely calm. Her body gradually dissolved, transforming into petals of radiant light. Radiant screamed in pain, "You still chose this path." Maria hovered in the aura, gently saying she could clearly feel humanity's despair and could not ignore it. Even if it meant sacrificing her entire self, she was willing to create power approaching the transcendent. A colossal beam of light erupted from the temple. Maria's voice resounded, "Everyone, quickly take shelter in Asura." The civilians clutched each other, crying, reverently facing the light, and calling the celestial being's name. Holy manna spread across the battlefield. Maria spoke to those opposing the abyss. "Receive the power I granted to the Sky Faction army." The players were astonished as the blue energy enveloped their bodies. What is this? Why suddenly gain strength? Numerous system notifications appeared. The noble sacrifice of the celestial being had ignited fire in hearts. You will not forget today's scene. All stats increased by 100, health increased by 8,000, recovery multiplied tenfold. Each attack gained 300 extra damage for 1 hour. The crowd erupted. Such a crazy power boost, truly a large-scale quest. From afar, Radiant silently watched the light fade. He asked Maria, "Did you really choose to burn away yourself to disappear like this?" Radiant closed his eyes, his heart heavy. She had come here before me to protect humans. She had made that decision before the battle. If this was her will, in the dark land under the black sun, Louise stirred slightly and slowly woke. The little girl looked around the deep pit, wondering where she was. Seeing a familiar figure approach, Seo Hyun froze briefly. Aine's body softly asked, "Awake now?" Louise shouted in shock, "Ah, Seo Hyun." Seo Hyun quickly pieced together the situation. He and Louise were praying to summon an angel at the central magic matrix, but upon waking, they had fallen into a mirrored world. Ayan helped the girl to stand, speaking gently, "Come on, stand up." Upon hearing the mention of what she had prayed for, Louise immediately panicked and cried, "Prayed for demons, how could I do that?" The little girl choked, denying it. "I did not pray for them." Seeing Louise tearfully explain, she only followed instructions. Ayan smiled faintly. Seo Hyun silently assessed that Louise seemed truthful, but he remained puzzled because upon waking, she was still praying amid the dense demonic aura. Fortunately, Louise stopped just in time before the demonic aura consumed her entire body. But Seo Hyun understood he still could not be fully at ease, because the mirrored world could normally only be entered through prayer rituals to demons, while this incident did not exist in the old game. Except for the single clue from an NPC who had mentioned this place, Seo Hyun vaguely deduced it must be her. At that moment, a sudden voice called from behind, "Long time no see." Ayan and Louise turned in surprise. Seo Hyun immediately became alert, pulling Louise back as a strange female priest smiled and approached. Seo Hyun was stunned to recognize the female priest, but did not understand why she was here. While Seo Hyun was still flustered in assimilation with Ayan, the woman approached, pointed at Ayan and asked, "You are in here, right?" Seo Hyun was horrified to realize she could perceive his existence even during assimilation, indeed a formidable foe. The mysterious woman smiled, "Darling, long time no see." Seeing Louise frightened, Seo Hyun asked if she knew her, but Louise said she did not. Faced with the rapid questions about her identity, the female priest calmly replied, I am Lutia. I didn't get a chance to tell you last time." She also sarcastically reminded him how naturally he had learned to pray from her. That made him shiver at Lutia's mysteriousness. She reassured him she meant no harm and reminded that she had helped him before. Seeing Seo Hyun still bewildered, she continued. Lutia revealed that she had broken the barrier, helping him escape from the dark forest years ago. Then smiled. "You didn't know it was me." Seo Hyun recalled the life and death moments at the Sunset Temple, realizing the one who had silently helped him all along was Lutia. Inside Ayan, Seo Hyun looked at Lutia suspiciously and asked why she really helped him. Lutia calmly replied, "Because I am the guardian of that child." Seo Hyun wondered if she had ever cared for Louise at the temple before the girl lost her memory, yet he remained full of doubt. Lutia firmly stated that although she could not explain in detail, she swore that everything she said was completely truthful. Even though Lutia had taught him to pray and spoken of the mirrored world, Seo Hyun still found her highly suspicious, but at least currently she meant no harm to Louise. After considering, Seo Hyun decided to temporarily listen to her and asked, "So this time you also opened the mirrored world?" Lutia immediately denied, Hey, nothing like that, don't think badly of me." Then she narrowed her eyes and asked back, "Perhaps you know Kairu?" That question stunned Seo Hyun. He did not understand how Lutia could know about the great demon. Lutia explained that both the opening of the mirrored world and Louise's inability to touch sunlight were caused by Kaidrio. The demon of deception had quietly planted darkness in Louise's subconscious, like a hidden seed waiting for the moment to awaken. That condition was prayer mingled with sunlight. Seo Hyun was stunned as he recalled the footage about the demon seed and realized everything was gradually lining up. Lutia said the seed would twist the direction of the prayer, leading it to the demon realm instead of heaven, causing the mirrored world to open. Seo Hyun still could not understand. If Louise did not not carry the curse of the light mark, why sunlight had become forbidden to the girl. He secretly hoped Lutia was wrong, because that explanation was so reasonable it was hard to deny. Lutia explained in a low voice that sunlight would stimulate the seed of darkness and make it erupt violently. Once her consciousness was swallowed by darkness and merged with the seed, Louise would never be able to return to how she was before. Seo Hyun trembled as he asked about the worst possible outcome. If what she said was true, then would the child not die? Lutia quietly nodded, confirming that painful truth. Seo Hyun looked at her, his heart heavy as he understood that Louise was carrying a fate far too cruel. Louise and Lutia began their adventure across the brilliant red lands of the mirrored world. Hyun silently reflected that, in truth, when he reunited with Louise, he had thought everything would go smoothly. Aside from not knowing who was targeting the girl, everything had still seemed under control. However, the light mark was originally a type of magic based on the sun, and the truth was far harsher. If sunlight touched her, it would not merely be a sign of an approaching disaster, but the very moment Louise might lose her life. Seo Hyun recalled that when he played Astra Online, the Deep Abyss faction had once won under similar circumstances. But the difference this time was that the angel summoning ritual had completely failed. He bitterly realized that the enemy faction would not collapse, and Alona being covered in sunlight was only a matter of time. Seo Hyun's gaze grew heavy as he looked at Louise, wondering whether there was still a way to save the girl. The group silently crossed the stone bridge spanning the blood-red water. While moving through this strange space, Seo Hyun realized the scenery of the mirrored world was changing dizzyingly, as if they were passing through a dream. Though Lutia had offered to help of her own accord, Seo Hyun still secretly suspected this might be an elaborate trap, one only the clever could survive. In this dire situation, they had no choice but to move forward. As they reached a blazing red magic gate, Ayan blurted out, "Where exactly are we going?" Lutia pointed down at the reflections beneath their feet and explained that in the two mirrored worlds, footsteps on this side were not the same as the other. They could be far longer or far shorter. While An and Louise were still bewildered, Seo Hyun felt his head ache at the complicated spatial theories and thought that if Jeon were here, he would have understood at once and pieced the matter together. Basically, they were using the mirrored world to shorten the distance they had to travel. Lutia suddenly asked where he wanted to go if teleportation was possible. Ain was stunned. Teleportation can be used. Lucia confirmed that although it was imperfect, in Illuna she could take them anywhere. Ain asked in surprise, "Really?" Seo Hyun fell into thought, wondering where he could go to the place he wanted right now and find a way to save Louise. Seo Hyun searched through his memories of the Illuna War during the Astra era, combing through every detail for a variable that could turn the situation around. Countless keywords surfaced in his mind, a turning point. The war, the final magic battle. Suddenly, Seo Hyun snapped awake with astonishment in his eyes. That was it. That was the point. He declared they had to go there at once. Their target was the tall tower shining brightly in the capital, drowned in the smoke and flames of war. On a silent balcony, a knight in gleaming silver armor had just arrived. He looked around and muttered to himself, "What a lucky guess." It was Kang Chaewon, a former Astra player, who breathed a sigh of relief when he saw everything was safe. The reason the Sky faction had not suffered a crushing defeat before was not because of the defensive line, but because the magic formation had lost its light because of a single spy. The surprise attack had extinguished the final light, but Daeho's team did not lose all their will and was not destroyed immediately. Kang Chaewon was confident, remembering the strength of that old spy clearly and believing he could now take him down to maintain the magic formation. Kang Chaewon calculated that if he changed history, the merit points he received would be enormous, and he mocked Berat for missing the opportunity. Suddenly, heavy footsteps rang out from the stairs, startling him. As he arrived, he tightened his grip on his sword, eagerly waiting for the enemy so he could earn merit points. When his opponent's figure appeared, Kang Chaewon was shaken, sweat streaming down as he cried out, "Wait, you are..." The stranger merely curled his lips in a mysterious, imposing smile. "Get ready, brother." The one who appeared before Kang Chaewon with a blazing sword was Lattice, the absolute rank 1 of Asrian Online, who coldly identified his opponent. "Are you an Asura player?" Kang Chaewon was flustered, unable to understand why an expert of this caliber had appeared here and knew his identity. "I do not care what you are doing, but move aside if you do not want to die, or end it here." Kang Chaewon gritted his teeth. The worst possible variable had occurred. He must have gotten out of bed on the wrong side this morning. Though he knew Lattice belonged to the Abyss faction and was present in Illuna, he had never expected this rank 1 to appear directly as a spy at the weak point, to protect his own merit points. Kang Chaewon tried to negotiate with valuable information. "Seo Hyun, do you know Seo Hyun?" Lattice fell into thought. He offered to provide Seo Hyun's tactics and weaknesses in exchange for this area, and Lattice considered it. Lattice coldly refused. "No need, no matter who it is, they are no match for me." Faced with Lattice's contemptuous attitude, Kang Chaewon flew into a rage and charged in. telling himself that if he timed it right, he still had a chance to defeat his opponent. Reality was far crueler. In a single instant, Lattice unleashed an extremely swift movement technique. A razor-sharp sword strike blocked the defensive layer, and Kang Chi-won had no time to react. He realized his only option was to pack up and run. In truth, those movements were an advanced technique only veteran Astra players could use. The system notification confirmed that Kang Chi-won had taken critical damage equal to 33% of his health, and that his body was severely wounded, fading into illusion. Lattice withdrew his sword, mocking him by saying he was not the only one who knew that technique. He judged the former top 20 player to be weaker than expected, nothing more than a monster hunter, and wondered what the true legendary rank 1 would be like. He walked silently, telling himself that the long mission was nearly over after destroying 6 of the 7 magic formations in Illuna. Lattice found it ridiculous that the fate of the war lay inside this tiny tower. Suddenly, he sharply sensed an aura approaching. It was Ayan and Louise. Before the magic circle, Ayan asked, "You are the protector of this place, right?" Louise nodded urgently. "Yes, please." In the space of consciousness, Seo Hyun realized the teleportation destination had changed. This was the temple tower where he had once taken shelter years ago, and protecting the final magic formation to send Louise back to Astra was the only way to save her. Ayan curiously asked Seo Hyun who was waiting ahead, because she sensed that it was a famous figure. When he saw the face clearly, Seo Hyun was stunned. "What? Is that Lattice?" He could not believe it. He never expected to encounter Asrian's rank 1 at this critical point. Yun identified the threat. Lattice had appeared to extinguish the final magic formation and destroy the hope of the Sky faction. Louise grew anxious as time ran out and urgently asked Ayan to stop the enemy, but Ayan calmly refused, and Seo Hyun could not interfere either. Ayan waved it off, declaring that it was better without Seo Hyun. She smiled with wild excitement, revealing that she had long wanted to duel the rank 1, since it sounded so glorious. Lattice drew closer, identified Ayan as belonging to the Sky faction, and repeated her old title as rank 2. Lattice grew suspicious of his opponent's attitude. Ayan smiled provocatively, asked if there was some misunderstanding, then magical flames burst to life in her hand. Immediately the fire god step skill erupted, charging like a streak of blazing fire. Transforming into a blazing flame, he surged forward with terrifying speed, the collision creating a pressure explosion that forced Lattice to defend with all his strength. Lattice had no time to react to this sudden force. Meanwhile, Ayan closed in with eyes blazing red, full of murderous intent. He coldly asserted that, though the source of the news was unclear, in one-on-one duels she was the absolute number 1. Ayan stared at her opponent, warning Lattice to focus completely or be crushed instantly. On the fiery battlefield of Illuna, the angels of the Sky faction shouted in despair to boost morale, yet the celestial beings still watched us closely. A knight charged straight into the monsters with suicidal resolve, shouting, "This is my grave." His cry echoed across the lines, urging no retreat. Amid the chaos, Grim Reaper phantoms wielding violet scythes began spilling through the ranks. They attacked the defenses, spreading terror among Daeho and the soldiers. Radiate was exhausted, his face drenched in sweat. He sighed softly after continuously casting spells to hold back the onslaught. No one suffered more than him at this moment. Suddenly, a screech sounded as a violet summoning matrix appeared in the rear. The soldiers panicked. Why are they here? They realized only the remaining celestial being could react in time. Radiate immediately appeared, shielding everyone. He sternly warned, "Be careful, you are no match for the Reapers." Radiate understood that Maria's sacrifice only allowed them to hold temporarily. Using an ice sword to push back Daeho, Radiate knew only he or the commanding deities could face the Reapers. Without him, the city would have fallen long ago. Daeho and the monster horde were too numerous. Even he struggled against hundreds of Reapers. In extreme fatigue, Radiate feared he might follow Maria if he continued beyond his limit. Suddenly, Ayan's face appeared in his mind. He silently thanked her. Without meeting her, he might still be hiding in the giant forest, gazing at the satellite. He felt a fleeting longing to see Ayan again, but dismissed it, believing fate would bring them together. Looking at the battlefield filled with death, Radiate realized countless human and monster souls continued to fall. He told himself that a celestial's sole duty now was to fight until the last breath. Hoping that the lives Maria protected could survive even just a little longer, Radiate clenched his fists, eyes blazing as he looked toward Daeho and the shadow horde roaring, "Maria, those who destroyed your wish, I will annihilate them all." An energy explosion erupted as Ayan and Lattice clashed head-on. Blue lightning and red flames intertwined, tearing the surrounding space into fragments. Ayan laughed maniacally, her red eyes revealing the recklessness of an elemental berserker in ecstasy. Lattice focused intensely, face stern, channeling all his power into his sword to resist the explosive attack. Win or lose, this moment would decide everything. Any lapse could cost a life. The clash of metal rang sharply. Ayan reveled in the struggle, increasingly overwhelming, using strength to press her sword close, terrifying her opponent. Artist was completely stunned, eyes wide at the pressure from a player previously considered weaker. Commentators witnessing the peak duel could only exclaim in astonishment. unmatched. They judged this a battle between extremes. On one side, Lattice, the absolute king never leaving the throne since Azrian opened, and on the other side, Ayan, a powerful supernova, shaking the Masters after the arena update. Experts predicted an easy victory for Lattice due to level 180, but reality was balanced. Commentators shouted in excitement. The situation was neck and neck, neither side yielding. This zone had no adjustment or damage reduction mechanisms, turning the clash into a true deathmatch between two destructive players. The duel between the Masters was fierce. A single strike to a vital point could instantly decide the outcome. Yet Ayan and Lattice continuously counter each strike, displaying supreme skill. The battle had not caused real damage. Although Lattice once reached rank 1 with money, his personal skill was extraordinary. Ayan's endurance and sharpness made Lattice wonder why a high-rank player was forced into such a tense duel. He panted, silently judging his opponent as completely different from ordinary players. He admitted Ayan's claim to the number 1 position in duels was not boastful. However, Lattice began to suspect when he saw Ayan had not yet used her skills. The overwhelming moves from previous videos made Lattice realize she was hiding her trump card. Lattice decided to break the stalemate proactively. Unable to hide his card any longer, green mana began swirling around the sword, creating terrifying pressure that put Ayan on alert. It was Lattice's ultimate move. If the opponent hid their card to the end, it was best to reveal it first, conserving energy for speed steps. A cataclysmic ice explosion erupted, enveloping the entire area around Ayan in an instant. Ayan realized with horror she was trapped as the hard ice constricted her feet, forced to exclaim at Lattice's unexpectedly powerful area control skill. Ayan tried using heat from her fire claws to melt the ice, but Lattice gave her no chance to retaliate. Taking advantage of the moment Ayan was exposed due to being restrained, Lattice dashed like lightning, coldly declaring, "Got you," swinging his sword for a powerful finishing blow from above, immersing Ayan in a radiant stream of green mana. The two commentators screamed in terror witnessing the shocking scene. Ayan, the arena supernova, seemed to collapse completely under the destructive strike. Yet, in the moment of peril, Ayan suddenly smiled wickedly, preparing to flip the outcome at the last second. Chris was astonished at the anomaly, gritting his teeth seeing her in a position absolutely unable to evade. In the blink of an eye, Ayan's flaming hand surged forward with extraordinary speed. It knocked Lattice's sword along an unpredictable trajectory, leaving him astonished at the overwhelming power. Ayan flipped through the air and landed lightly, realizing the previous move was dangerous but immediately countered fiercely. "Now do you understand?" Lattice struggled to withstand the blazing punch, astonished to find his opponent's movement rhythm had completely changed. Lattice gritted his teeth and questioned the meaning of that change. Ayan calmly replied that perhaps Lattice also recognized the skill attribute counter between them. She asserted that unless Lattice changed class or ultimate, the outcome was already decided right here. Instantly, the ultimate skill determined wind annihilation erupted. Ayan transformed into a mighty fire god with a colossal flaming spirit beast behind her. Ayan stared at her opponent with blazing eyes, declaring that no matter how hard he tried, Lattice had no chance. This general fights through brothers. Brad, a former top-ranked master from the Asura era, watched the battle intently and thought, "Ayan, it's her again." Surely other former strategists noticed this too, just like him, though Kang Chewon was not skilled at PvP. But Barat admitted Lattice was truly gifted, possessing a movement technique he had spent years mastering. He realized why Ayan and Lattice seemed evenly matched, thanks to the classic movement technique Ayan had used multiple times before. Barat analyzed that against a strong opponent, Ayan usually maintained balance, and then subtly adjusted the rhythm to overwhelm with a single decisive move. He wondered if Lattice was sharp enough to realize he was being led into a psychological trap. Ayan stood in her fire god form, her red eyes revealing satisfaction. The colossal fiery soul behind her intensified the suffocating pressure of the battle. Lattice gritted his teeth in defiance, only now using the ultimate skill. Despite knowing fire counters ice, he still wondered why the battle unfolded so strangely. A swipe from the Ifris demon with falling teeth forced Lattice to retreat defensively. He bitterly realized that Ayan holding back her decisive move until he was forced to use his ultimate was terrifying. Could she have just been following the pace he set? Lattice was shocked to realize he had been completely read. At that moment, a loud explosion signaled the collapse of the walls, plunging the city into doom. Ayan looked at the rubble and bluntly remarked, "Oh, it's destroyed." Lattice calculated that if he coordinated with Daeho's demon squad about to swarm in, he might take down Ayan, but then quietly sheathed his sword and turned away. Enough. Lattice turned his back and walked away, pride not allowing him to accept a victory like that. He leapt from the towering skyscraper, affirming his resolve, determined never to forget today. Watching the top-ranked figure fade, Ayan withdrew her firepower, silently assessing that her opponent was formidable. With innate talent, even playing Azrian briefly, Lattice was probably equivalent to rank 5 or 6. Still, Ayan smiled proudly, thinking that her Seohan was still the best. Task now was to hold out and buy time for him. Watching Daeho's demon squad frantically besiege the tower, Ayan prepared for the final battle. Inside her, she still did not understand who Louise was or her relationship with Seo Hyun. The strong emotions from him through assimilation shook her. Ayan leapt into battle, crushing the giant monsters in blazing flames. She wondered if, in danger, Seo Han would feel as anxious and pained. Ian laughed at herself for being jealous of an NPC, though he could revive at any moment. Since helping Seo Han, Ian entrusted him completely, facing Daeho's Abyss squad alone to the death, without hesitation. The quest board displayed tension, confirming Ilona was shrouded in darkness, trajectory reversed. Ian temporarily ranked second on the server with her 18,000 achievement points. She believed Seo Han was giving his all to save Louise. Ian smiled in trust, hoping all went smoothly, muttering, "Without me, how would he manage?" Skill-determined annihilation truly suited the current situation. The roar of demonic beasts tore through the air as they frantically attacked the fortress. Knights screamed in despair, defending the central tower. They had to hold firm at all costs. Hope. Seo Hyun and Louise moved amid the rubble, thinking, "Hurry, must find GDS, can't message NPC, too troublesome." Seo Hyun resolved to save Louise before the sun reached her. Slightly selfishly, suddenly Louise halted, worried, sensing Maria's presence spreading across the city. Seo Hyun asked in astonishment. Louise replied, "I don't know, but now." It seemed her power was present in everyone, an unsettling feeling. "Calm the girl, don't mention dangerous matters now, the situation is too risky." He noticed a high-ranking holy knight ahead, thinking this person must know the whereabouts of the celestial being. The knight roared to inspire soldiers, "Fight to the end, lives at stake today." Today, Louise rushed to stop him. "Wait." The knight was stunned to see her. "Why are you here?" Louise urgently asked the celestial being's location, answered radiant to the south, where Daeho's strong enemy gathered. Louise shivered, asking, "Where is Maria?" The knight bowed his head, choked up. Lady Maria had exhausted her strength, returning to the celestial embrace. Seo Hyun and Louise froze in shock, unable to believe Maria sacrificed herself to grant power to all residents. Watching the lingering radiant glow on the knight, Seo Hyun recalled Maria's pleading eyes earlier, bitterly realizing she was willing to risk her life to protect humanity. Amid the chaos, a knight screamed as he saw the monsters pouring into the city like a raging waterfall. He hurriedly threw himself into battle, only managing to leave an apology behind because there was no longer time to talk with Seo Hyun's group. Among the ruins, Louise walked silently with a troubled expression. Through their spiritual connection, Seo Hyun sensed the deep sorrow in her heart. She had once believed she would die if she touched the sunlight, so Louise had only dared to look at it through paintings. To an abandoned child like Louise, Maria was not only the one who saved her life, but also an incredibly special presence. He silently prayed that Louise would never think of giving up or accepting death. He understood clearly that if an NPC fell, everything would truly be over. Suddenly, a monster swooped down from above, startling Louise. She quickly dodged the monster's missed attack by a hair's breadth. The situation grew even more dangerous as more and more monsters appeared, making it extremely difficult to break through the encirclement and return to the south gate. In the midst of danger, Seo Hyun hurriedly sent a distress message to Jehan and Guinea. After receiving the signal, although both were trapped at the west gate, they were still determined to find a way to regroup with Daeho and him, despite the distance and the lack of time. Louise gazed anxiously into the distance. She understood that even with reinforcements, the road ahead was still a great obstacle. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Your friend Ain has gone offline." Seo Han was stunned, unable to believe that his strongest main force had gone offline at this exact moment. And at the same time, the final magic circle went out. Iluna's orbit was thrown into disorder. He gritted his teeth as the deadly sunlight was about to cover everything. Just when it seemed that hope had gone out, a violent explosion erupted ahead. Louise watched in shock as a lone player fought among 7 monsters. Looking at those razor-sharp sword strokes, Seo Hyun recognized the final ray of hope. He made up his mind. This was the only choice to reverse the situation in this desperate crisis. Only 1 minute remained before sunlight would cover all of Iluna. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth and pushed himself to move faster, silently telling himself that as long as he met Radiant, everything could be resolved. Louise suddenly spoke with worry. "Seo Han, I feel something ominous," pointing ahead as she said in a trembling voice. "Look, the city wall has collapsed. This place should have been the fiercest battlefield. Why is the area around us so terrifyingly silent?" Seo Hyun pushed aside his fear, comforted her, and asked how much farther Ayan was. And he received a notification that they were heading in the right direction. The target was right ahead. Louise cried out when she saw the familiar figure. "There he is, Sir Radiant." The smile on her lips went out, her eyes widening because she was stunned to see a figure covered in wounds appear before her eyes. Radiant stood there, his whole body gravely injured, blood staining his clothes red and his breathing faint. He gave a faint bitter smile when he saw Louise. "Saintess, is that you? How shameful to let you see me like this." In his final moments, Maria's image appeared in his mind, and Radiant murmured an apology for failing to fulfill her final wish. "How unfortunate," a cold voice rang out as GDS's body vanished into the void. Louise was stunned, wondering whether he was returning or had gone away forever. Cruel truth appeared before them. They had arrived too late. Radiate no longer had the strength to bring Louise back to Astra, though they had pushed themselves to the limit. Louise's fate seemed to have been fixed from the very beginning. Only 10 seconds remained on the countdown. Louise looked up at the blazing sky and smiled. If this is the last time, I want to gaze at the sun to my heart's content. Louise thought Hyun could watch the sun with her one last time, feeling that she was truly strong. Fortunately, Seo Hyun immediately brushed it aside. No, Louise, do not give up hope. The clock had only the 5 seconds left before tragedy. Seo Hyun frantically calculated, believing there was still one final escape route in a place the sunlight could not reach. Looking up at the sky, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Wait, a place the sunlight cannot reach. Seo Hyun shouted decisively. Louise, pray, he quickly explained. We will go to the mirrored world, pray to Armani right now. Louise hesitated because she had never seen a demon, but Seo Hyun roared, I do not care whether demons have a proper form or not. You once met Kyra, remember that feeling, this is the only way to survive. Seo Hyun kept urging her in her consciousness. Remember that feeling, trust me, do not give up until the very end. Louise closed her eyes, focusing her entire mind and faith into her final prayer. A stream of light enveloped her, and within the spiritual realm, a heart chained in golden shackles appeared clearly, radiating purple magic power. Seo Hyun clutched his chest in pain, his heart, though the system had reduced excessive sensation. He still felt the utmost agony, and thinking of Louise's pain, he pleaded, please hurry. He hoped they could escape this place. A burst of blue light exploded, tearing open the space before their eyes. The battle at the satellite Illuna ended in the heavenly faction's crushing defeat. The entire land fell under Abyss control, shocking the player community and sparking debate over the shift in power and the dark faction's privileges. All attention focused on the rise of a new superstar. Tater only sat watching his own play being broadcast live, drawing widespread interest. The boy Yang Min saw that even a renowned director was impressed by his battle performance, and he began dreaming of debuting as a film actor. Invitations from guilds and professional teams poured in, and Tater's fame skyrocketed overnight. Amid the crowd's pursuit, Tater still calmly declared, I need time to think independently before making a decision. Deep down, Tater understood that this glory did not entirely belong to him. He remembered that his body had once been controlled by Seo Hyun's profound divine movements, creating plays he could never have achieved alone. Tater told himself that to master that technique, he longed for Seo Hyun to accept his friend request, join the guild, and learn directly from that senior. In stark contrast to Tater's excitement, inside a pitch-black room, the sound of objects shattering rang out alongside furious curses. Lattice, the king who stood at the top of the world, was nearly going mad as his pride was completely crushed. Lattice recalled the match against Aeon, where every move and every psychological attack he made had been read through and overwhelmed by the other side. He was so furious he could not stay still, then was forced to admit the gap between their classes. Added to that superior skill, no matter how that man struggled, he could not win. Amid the wreckage strewn across the room, Lattice clenched his fist with fierce resolve. He made up his mind to prepare everything again from the beginning. Overconfident in his innate talent, Lattice believed he would quickly catch up and crush his opponent's efforts. This humiliation, Lattice would reclaim it one day without fail. But at that moment, Seo Hyun's mind was sinking into an endless void. He found himself falling freely through deep, pitch-black water, with only air bubbles fading away. Aeon's worried messages kept appearing. Seo Hyun, are you still alive? 10 seconds, 1 minute, or perhaps a whole hour had already passed. In his mind now, only the name Louise remained. He was worried about how Louise was after that terrifying explosion. From the very first time they met, Seo Hyun had felt that the little girl was completely different from ordinary NPCs. Though they had not been together long, he was still certain Louise possessed something that rigid lines of code could never have. It was emotion. Such a vivid Louise who could laugh and cry. If she truly disappeared, what would happen? Just thinking that the little girl had to die filled Seo Hyun with endless heartache. Suddenly, Louise's faint voice rang out in his mind. Seo Hyun called the little girl's name in panic. Immediately after, the system displayed a blazing notification. Louise has fully acknowledged you. Do you wish to receive her protection and change classes? Of course. Seo Hyun let out a faint self-mocking laugh. Had it been before, he would surely have chosen the level 400 Knight Commander instead of Louise, who was only level 100. That really was the spirit of a male lead. But right now, those practical calculations no longer mattered. Seo Hyun only wanted to leave proof that Louise had once existed in this world. When he made his firm choice, the system confirmed it, and the fragments of cause and effect began turning into their proper places. Though Seo Hyun was still too faint to fully receive the darkness, the remaining fragments had hidden deep within the chaos. Light erupted alongside a shocking notification. Seo Hyun has officially changed class to Shadow Linker. All accumulated experience has been reflected, and the synchronization level has also increased by 1 stage. In the middle of a vast meadow beneath a pale sunlit sky, Louise stirred slightly. Little girl woke amid a weak groan of pain, slowly opened her eyes, then was stunned to realize she was still breathing. Louise murmured, unable to believe this body had once again returned from death. After every attempt to bring Louise back failed, they had nearly managed to return to the mirrored world. On the vast meadow, Louise lightly breathed in the air and said, "Seo Han, the air here is so fresh." Raising his eyes to the sky, Seo Hyun silently remembered how, when he had first arrived here, he had thought this place was no different from hell. Yet unexpectedly, that dark sun could also bring such a strangely peaceful feeling. In truth, the moment she first set foot here, Louise's condition was terrible. The little girl collapsed onto the grass, her face pale with pain. Though it had only been brief, the effect from that blazing sun before had still been far too great. Seo Hyun checked her status in panic and saw that Louise's vitality was only a mere 5%, almost completely depleted. He trembled as he told himself that if they had been even 1 second slower, everything would have ended. But immediately after, a shocking notification appeared, leaving Seo Hyun unable to hide his astonishment. Really, Louise's level had unexpectedly risen from 100 to 200 in an unbelievable way while she was still synchronized with him. Seo Hyun wondered whether the little girl had recovered her angelic power and called out Louise. "Do you remember anything more?" Louise answered wearily that she knew absolutely nothing. Seo Hyun understood that helping the little girl recover her memories was now the top priority. He gently told her, "Then rest for a little." The two of them lay down on the grass together to recover. These two really were carefree beyond belief. Only now did Seo Hyun have time to review his class change quest. He murmured, "Shadow Linker, one who connects darkness. Does that mean linking shadows?" Looking at the status window confirming the hidden class, and the description that his soul was connected to the aura of darkness, Seo Hyun was stunned as he wondered what this connection truly meant. In the world of Asrian, the three words symbolizing the great demons were chaos, darkness, and deception. Aside from the great demon of deception, Cario, stories related to the other two entities had never appeared in the previous game. Seo Hyun gazed thoughtfully at Louise, his mind filled with questions. His soul was connected to the aura of darkness. Could it be the great demon of darkness? Could that have something to do with the seed of darkness in Louise's subconscious? Seo Hyun silently thought that he could not be certain of anything yet, so he would have to look into everything more later. Then he spoke and told Louise to rest for a while, after which the two of them would continue on their way. When Louise innocently asked where they would go, Seo Hyun answered thoughtfully that anywhere was fine, as long as they did not remain still forever. The two quietly crossed the crimson grassland of the mirrored world. Seo Hyun calculated silently, Louise could be safe here, but staying in one place forever was not a good method either. Seeing Louise excitedly look down at the stream and ask whether it was drinkable only made Seo Hyun even more uneasy. He feared that if this world had a time limit, once time ran out, Louise would be pushed back to Illuna, where the sun was burning everything to ash. Seo Hyun suddenly thought of Ludia and wondered why she had not appeared to help them this time as she had before. Suddenly, Louise looked at him with a tender gaze. "Seo Hyun, thank you." Hearing that, Seo Hyun grew embarrassed and deliberately asked again. The little girl broke into a radiant smile, saying today was the happiest day because she had been able to meet him again. Louise even excitedly declared that even if she died now, she would have no regrets left. Seo Hyun smiled and reassured her, "Sweetheart, how could you die? With me here, you'll be fine. You have to keep living." He was determined that he would absolutely not let Louise lose her life. Looking at the little girl's small figure, Seo Hyun thought with aching pity that Louise was still far too young, a child who had grown up in harsh Illuna, who had not even had the chance to express her emotions. He silently thought that if the two of them were in Astra right now, he would establish a guild and create a private room for Louise to take shelter in. Since that place was under player control, protecting the little girl from pursuing NPCs would be much easier. But the most difficult problem right now was how to return to Asura while they were still trapped in Illuna. He was immersed in thought, wondering whether Lucia had any way to help them. He suddenly remembered what Ludia had once said, that the two mirrored worlds always appeared distorted, and one step here did not correspond to one step on the other side. A bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind, making Seo Hyun freeze. Wait, could it be? He patted Louise on the shoulder and instructed her, "Louise, I'm going outside for a little while and will come back right now." Seeing the little girl blankly ask where he was going, Seo Hyun merely smiled. He answered gently that he had something outside he needed to investigate. Immediately after, Seo Hyun logged out of the game and returned to the real world. Sitting in front of his computer desk, he stared thoughtfully at the screen and sighed. As expected, the information isn't that easy to find. Seo Hyun began digging back through all the data about the mirrored world that he had once secretly copied from Interloop's archives of the old game. Despite searching hard, the result was still 0, as though that place had never been revealed even in the predecessor version. Seo Hyun analyzed that Lutia had once used this place to move from the central magic circle to the city, proving that the mirrored world had a special mechanism that allowed it to bypass physical barriers. Believing that if the world setting had not changed, there would surely still be clues, he tried searching with other keywords such as inverted world, red sky, and black sun. Suddenly, Seo Hyun froze in astonishment as a strange line of information appeared before his eyes. There it was, he had found another new clue. He focused on reading the contents on the screen. Even if the sun beneath the earth was black, that did not mean there was no light there. That light came from countless particles emitting a hazy red glow, and this land was the domain of the abyss. Seo Hyun exclaimed in shock, could that be underground? He was stunned to learn that Illuna was likened to the beacon of the world, while the earth beneath it was directly connected to every place on the surface. The document also mentioned the first Saint King, who had never missed a prayer on Illuna for even a single day. He left the city in the morning, prayed beneath the eclipse after lunch, then managed to return to the Holy Kingdom for dinner through the misty path underground. Seo Hyun realized that the underground in the records was not an ordinary layer of soil and stone. Those descriptions matched perfectly with the mirrored world where he was standing. He froze as he realized the path the Holy King once walked between Asura and Illuna each day, a glimmer of hope igniting in Seo Hyun's eyes that the mirrored world might lead back to Asura. In the grand cathedral of the Holy Kingdom, tension and despair filled every corner. The elderly pope trembled, gripping his hands tightly, bitterly lamenting the loss of Illuna to the abyss, questioning why such a horror had occurred. He feared that without Illuna, wielding the sacred power would falter, bringing the Holy Kingdom and his own position to ruin. While he prayed, searching for a way to salvage the situation, she suddenly appeared, descending to the altar in a radiant golden light, causing him to fall back in terror. From within the blinding light, the Archangel of Truth emerged, wings pure white and bearing a majestic presence. She assessed that channeling power directly through Will was no easy task. Pope hurriedly bowed in respect. He had never expected such a noble being to appear here in person. The angel instructed, find a player with extraordinary empathy and guide them to pray to me. The Pope panicked, questioning why a player was mentioned instead of countering the Illuna mutation, and when the angel began to depart, he begged her to stop, to honor the truth, and hear his plea regarding Illuna. The angel paused, cold eyes piercing his heart, asking whether he truly valued Illuna. The Pope froze as he was exposed, realizing he had not even dared approach Illuna for fear of his own life. Before the Archangel of Truth, all deceit and ugliness in one's heart were laid bare. The Pope was aghast to realize that the very danger he had feared had been seen through from the start. Overwhelmed with shame, he pounded his head until it bled, begging forgiveness and pledging his life to protect the Holy Kingdom. Seeing his loyalty return, the angel nodded, acknowledging his heart's wish, assuring that the celestial realm would resolve all Illuna-related crises through a special method. The Pope rejoiced at witnessing this pivotal moment. Before merging with the Radiance, the angel instructed him to tell the faithful that prayers directed to the celestial realm never cease. Seo Hyun and Louise began to move deeper into the area. The strange forest of the mirrored world. A large spectral beast sniffed nearby but strangely paid them no mind. Louise exclaimed in surprise, Seo Hyun, the phantom creature isn't attacking us. Seo Hyun nodded in agreement, sensing that here they would face no danger. Their current objective was to find the Misty Path. Using information from Interloop, Seo Hyun discovered the route back to Asura from the mirrored world. Originally the first Holy King's Promenade, linking Illuna and Asura. Walking between two planets seemed impossible, yet in the mirrored world, everything became feasible. After consulting the vast map, Seo Hyun confirmed there was no reason to hesitate. An ancient stone gate emanating red magical energy appeared before them, and Seo Hyun exhaled, we're here. Louise Rousseau asked, this place? Seo Hyun felt fortunate that remnants from the past remained intact. According to records, this gate led to the Holy Kingdom. Now at dawn, the safest time for Louise to avoid sunlight. Seeing the magnificent structure, Seo Hyun admired the creator's hand and resolved to bring Louise back, starting a new life. Seeing Louise leap across the stone toward the gate, Seo Hyun gently said, Louise, we're about to return to Asura. He asked, once in Asura, do you want to go anywhere? Louise paused, bowing her head, and replied, no. Seo Hyun took the opportunity to ask, then do you want to live with me? Louise was shocked, jaw dropping in astonishment. What? Why would you say that? Seo Hyun explained he was inviting her to join the soon-to-be-formed guild, and upon hearing this, Louise gradually calmed. Seo Hyun calculated that by barring strangers from the guild's territory, Louise would always be safe, promising to build a large house so she would not be bored and could stroll at night. Louise blushed and felt touched. Really? This is such a huge gift. Seo Hyun reminded himself that the coming life would not be all perfect, yet Louise accepted joyfully. Both stepped in the red magical vortex to leave the mirrored world. They returned to Asura, standing beneath the quiet night sky with a full bright moon. Louise could not help exclaiming in awe. Gazing at the sparkling city below, she silently marveled. How beautiful, Seo Hyun gently said. Beyond the sun there are many things worth admiring. You need not confine yourself at the bottom of a well. Louise smiled happily. I understand he is sincere, so he must endure meeting me. Looking at the moon, a wave of nostalgia rose, and the system promptly appeared, confirming the miracle. The The main event, the Awakening of Darkness, had been cancelled. By altering the cruel fate, Seo Hyun's empathy increased by 32 points, accompanied by a spiritual link notification, his soul resonating with the darkness. Immediately upon returning to Asura, Seo Hyun went to the Guild Management Bureau, where staff confirmed the guild's establishment and the purchase of a private room. Receiving the confirmation board, Seo Hyun smiled in satisfaction, thanked them, the guild officially born, choosing the city of Lenton in the Madao Kingdom as its base. The reason for choosing Lenton was simple: the city always glowed with lights despite the darkness. Seo Hyun thought London truly wonderful for those who enjoy nightlife. He had worried how Ayan would react to his decision to form a guild. In memory, Ayan seemed displeased when hearing his proposal to establish a guild for Louise and inviting Tater to join, murmuring, "Just the two of you is enough." Feeling the pressure from Ayan's gaze, Seo Hyun worried, reminding that for the next 3 days, only 2 companions would be present. Seo Hyun informed that Tater was busy and could not come. Ayan rejoiced at the Asrian festival, pestering for an extra training ground in the guild. Seo Hyun laughed in agreement, anxious he might be dragged out as a punching bag. Back in reality, Seo Hyun led Louise into the guild's private territory. She was astonished. "Wow, is this really the place?" Seo Hyun smiled. "Indeed, this is your home, a pristine white mansion costing 50,000 gold." Louise curiously pointed to the sky. Seo Hyun explained it was an artificial sun, and because Louise could not be exposed to natural sunlight, he installed the device so she could enjoy safe light. Louise exclaimed that it was wonderful. As soon as she stepped inside, she was overwhelmed again by the vast space. This house really was huge. It must have so many rooms. Seo Hyun teased that this red earth mansion was so large Louise could clean all day and still not finish, then hurriedly waved his hand and said he was only joking when he saw she was a little shocked. Seo Hyun told Louise to rest comfortably, while he needed to sleep for a while. As he logged out, he secretly felt that buying this house had truly been worth the money. Seeing Louise happily enjoying the soft sofa, Seo Hyun smiled in satisfaction and officially left the game. He returned to the real world. The exhaustion after many days of tension crashed over him, making Seo Hyun collapse onto the bed and fall asleep as if drained completely. It was not until the sky had turned completely dark that he finally woke in a daze. Seo Hyun had skipped school without permission again, worrying whether he would receive a warning. After finishing a bowl of steaming instant noodles, he began to calm down. Looking back on everything that had just happened, Seo Hyun realized this success was mostly thanks to luck and everyone's help. From Ayan, who had always stayed by his side and coordinated according to his instructions, to Jinny and Practice, who had risked themselves to buy time in the middle of danger. Then there was Saren, who had trusted him enough to let him use assimilation even though they had only just met. Seo Hyun smiled faintly, never expecting that saving one NPC would make him this happy. But a sudden question surfaced and left him deep in thought. She was only an NPC, so why had he poured so much emotion into Louise? Seo Hyun recalled the moment a soldier ended his own life at the Duke's assembly. He had been shaken back then too, but the feeling had been nothing as intense as this. Louise's death had left an entirely different shock behind. He wondered whether it was because they had been together for so long, or because he had understood her pain. Perhaps the synchronization of sensations from the assimilation skill had made him feel Louise's pain in that very moment. To players, Asrian was only a virtual world, but to the NPCs, it was the only real world they had. That was why those emotions had flowed straight to Seo Hyun through assimilation, making him feel them like real human emotions. But now it was time to focus again. As soon as he logged back into the mansion in the middle of the night, Seo Hyun softly called out, "Louise, I am back. You must have waited a long time." Seeing Louise sleeping soundly on the sofa, Seo Hyun quietly said she must have been very tired. No matter how realistic Asrian was, for most players, a game was still a game, so they rarely cared about the deaths of NPCs. He gently covered her with a blanket, then recalled the overwhelming fear Louise had felt when she had been driven into a corner. Then let the preparations begin. He silently stepped toward the brilliant blue light before him. He saw a deep purple current of magic power moving. The sight was so cool it gave people goosebumps. Louise curiously asked what it was. Seo Hyun calmly replied that it was a new skill he had just learned after establishing the guild and buying a private mansion. Seo Hyun spent the entire day researching how to combine his old skills with the new skills from his class advancement. He carefully analyzed every interaction and resonance effect to optimize the power of a shadow linker. As soon as the research ended, a familiar voice rang out. Ayan rushed over excitedly, charging straight to the yard as soon as she joined the guild. Seeing the impressive facilities, Ayan cheered because there was even a combat training yard. Seo Hyun laughed and asked if she wanted to try a spar, making her eyes shine brightly. The system immediately announced that a friendly match between Yuel and Ayan was about to begin, and the countdown also started running. Ayan curled her lips with interest, saying she had not expected Seo Hyun to invite her to fight first, but she liked it very much. Seo Hyun drew his short sword and confidently replied that he only wanted to test how his new skills worked. The moment the whistle ended, the two rushed at each other with terrifying speed, creating overlapping afterimages amid the dust and smoke. Ain repeatedly unleashed powerful fire attacks, loudly provoking Seo Hyun to show off his new skills, instead of dodging. Watching from outside, Louise could only tense up until sweat broke out. The pace of the battle was too fast, leaving her completely unable to keep up with the naked eye. Ain erupted with even stronger firepower and declared that if Seo Hyun kept hiding his moves, she would end the match at once. Was that right? Seo Hyun remained calm, his cold, sharp gaze fixed straight on his opponent. Ain launched an extremely powerful flaming punch, but right afterward, she froze. Her expression changed when she realized the attack had not touched the target at all, secretly wondering why there was no sensation, whether it was 1-second absorption. But Ain quickly realized this was a completely different skill. A black shadow swept past, making her shudder. It was not 1-second absorption. Seo Hyun suddenly closed in and unleashed his move. A surge of deep purple magic power burst forth. Ain was knocked backward. The system displayed a notification that her soul had been chained by darkness, reducing her speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Ain was stunned to realize she had been hit by an annoying weakening effect, blurting out what kind of skill this was. So this was Seo Hyun's new move. Seo Hyun silently appeared right in front of her with a mysterious smile. Ain only had time to grit her teeth and use fire god footwork to flip away from the next blow by a hair's breadth. She panted, frantically preparing to counterattack, secretly regretting that she had confidently challenged him despite knowing how unpredictable Seo Hyun was. Seo Hyun stood at a distance, the black energy on his hand still not dispersed. Ain was astonished again. She could hardly believe her opponent had launched a third attack in a row. How long was this skill's cooldown? An explosion of darkness immediately engulfed Ain. The system confirmed that the friendly match had ended with Ain's defeat. The female mage crossed her arms in frustration, full of grievance. As soon as they left the training yard, Ain complained to Seo Hyun and Louise that he had used one skill 3 times, so the cooldown was definitely bugged. Seo Hyun only smiled and denied it. In truth, Ain had misunderstood. Seo Hyun had used 3 different skills. The first was Defensive Shadow, the upgraded version of 1-second absorption. Next was Gliding Shadow, a movement skill that left afterimages behind to disorient the opponent. Last was Black Spirit Glide, a move that launched a dark soul to inflict a slowing effect on the enemy. Seo Hyun explained carefully that although the motions and effects looked similar, they were actually separate skills combined in a continuous chain. Among them was also the effect imitation move called Phantom Impact. He silently judged that if this combo could overwhelm an expert like Ain, its power was truly formidable. But Ain was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, she became even more excited and kept urging Seo Hyun to fight her again, so she could get used to the battle rhythm. Battle lasted for hours due to the durability of the strings. Ain demonstrated a terrifying adaptability as he gradually countered the dark skills, ending the training session in a dramatic 5-5 tie. Time passed, and in another scene, Saron was extremely restless and anxious. It had been 4 days since he sent a friend request to Seo Hyun, but had received no response. Saron recalled the moment when they had trusted each other on the smoke-filled battlefield of Iluna. He thought their relationship was close, but the silence left Saron in despair, wondering if he had been forgotten by his senior. Meanwhile, Saron also regretted having declined offers from other major guilds. Seo Hyun, on the other hand, was busy clearing opponents in the arena to gain experience and rank up to platinum. In reality, Seo Hyun did not mean to disregard Saron, because since Ashura's time he had only Ayan as a friend, so he was not accustomed to checking pending friend requests. He walked along, his mind only thinking about what delicious treat to get for Louise after the hard days. Saron sipped fruit juice sadly, blaming himself for being ignored despite decent stats. Suddenly the notification sound rang, giving him hope, and the new message left Saron stunned. A blue bulletin appeared with an invitation to the ASEAN Festival, reminding Saron that the developer had announced a recent major offline event. The system congratulated Saron for being selected as a VIP guest, alongside top 100 players and a few other special individuals, exciting Saron as the community became curious about him. The developer promised valuable gifts such as premium gloves, handheld game consoles, mechanical keyboards, and other items for VIPs participating in the interviews. The invitation announced that participants could showcase their abilities to the world, with all expenses, including flights to Korea, covered. Saron was stunned to learn that the event location was in Korea, recalling that Astra Online had previously only provided services in this market. Old comments confirmed that Astra had once been considered a less attractive game with no international version. Saron realized that Seo Hyun was a famous ranker before, probably Korean, and had received an invitation long ago, determined to meet him directly. Meanwhile, at the Darkness headquarters, Ikrazi also held a similar invitation letter. Though not in the Hall of Fame, he smugly considered it proof of the festival's prestige and asked who would go to Korea. Jaina crossed her arms awkwardly. Sorry, I cannot go because I am already in Korea. While other members were excited about free food, accommodation, and hotel opportunities, Ikrazi smiled, reminding everyone to treat it as a trip. Jaina wondered if he was hunting for talent again, and a curious member asked if they would meet Ain, making Mayday pale, and the ASEAN festival topic became a global focus. At the operations center, the atmosphere was urgent, and a technician exhaled lightly. Tomorrow, right? The final preparations were completed after days of hard work, with colleagues agreeing that tomorrow's event would create a shock like the Industrial Revolution or the Internet. Robert looked out the window, affirming that tomorrow would be a new turning point for humanity. The team of white-clad experts all confirmed that the final checks were perfect. Robert confidently looked straight ahead and asked, "Is everyone ready to amaze the world?" The TV screen buzzed with cheers as Saren unleashed a move to defeat the Death Entity. Commentators praised his impressive personal skills, but the situation reversed as the monster was not completely down, putting Saren in danger. Watching the scene on screen, director Stephen Yang was shocked, sweating in fear. He wondered if this was really just a video game when everything felt so real. Stephen Yang was fascinated by Saren's combat style, considering him perfect in the dreamlike action sequences. The presence of NPCs like Louis made the scene lively, like real people rather than soulless code. He was both amazed and impressed by Dae Ho, the creator of the Asrian monsters. A few days later in Korea, Stephen Yang temporarily set aside filming to be at the airport, reassuring his wife that everything was fine. He excitedly mentioned that post-production could be handled later, feeling like a child thrilled by a major event after a long time. The ASEAN Festival opened in Busan, warmly welcomed by thousands of fans. Amid the crowd, Seo Hein arrived time with Ain, overwhelmed by the sea of people and the lively atmosphere. Seo Hein texted to ask for the location. Ain replied that he was in front of the giant angel statue and promised to come immediately. He observed the surroundings amidst the dense crowd. Seo Hein froze as he saw the silhouette of a girl behind him. Recognizing the familiar figure, the girl turned around in shock, exclaiming, "Seo Hein, you're here." Seo Hein nodded. Yes, it's Ain. Observing her outfit and wondering, Ain laughed. I usually move around like this. Seeing her wear a slouched cap and a full mask, Seo Hein understood that hiding her identity was natural because Ain was famous. Ain admitted, exactly, otherwise I would be followed constantly. And looked at Seo Hyun and smiled lightly. He, so this is you. Seo Hyun in real life looks strange. Seo Hein responded bluntly, you look just like your in-game character. Looking at the crowd around, whispering and pointing, Seo Hein felt, anyway, we should move. It seemed people had recognized her eye inside. I said it would be troublesome. That's why I didn't want to show my face on video. If I'm exposed like this, it would be even more troublesome for you. Seo Hyun pondered. Yes, that's true. Suddenly Anna exclaimed, I got VIP tickets, free meals, let me treat you to dinner. Seo Hyun was bewildered. VIP? VIP cards offered many privileges such as free meals and accommodation, travel support, and attractive event gifts. Seo Hyun wondered why he didn't receive a VIP invitation, questioning if his achievements were not impressive enough despite taking on many responsibilities. Although Seo Hyun's skills had been noticed by Robert, choosing VIP guests was up to the operations team, and his achievements were almost ignored because he always remained low profile. Seo Hyun bitterly thought, is my contribution really that insignificant? I'm still carrying out main missions alone. He annoyedly thought that if he hadn't chosen the support profession from the start, things might have been different. While pondering, Seo Hyun froze when he saw the words on Ian's phone screen. Seo Hyun asked in shock, wait, don't tell me you used your real name as your game ID? Ain was startled. Is there a problem? Looking at the text on the invitation sent to Ain, Seo Hyun could only stand stunned. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Ain awkwardly explained, and Seo Hyun also only used his real name. Seo Hyun sighed, explaining that he only used the name Lee Seo Hyun, while she had entered the full name Jung Ain into the game. He thought to himself, using her real name and leaving her face exactly the same as in the game. Was this little girl too innocent or too careless? Ain only stayed silent, awkwardly interlacing two fingers. How could this girl be so innocently adorable? Ain nodded, treating the use of her real name as something normal, leaving Seo Han with no choice but to give a wry smile. Looking at his friend, he thought that even without magic in real life, Ain was still as straightforward and formidable as she was in the game, so it was best not to tease her any further. Two temporarily set aside their debates and enjoyed the delicious dishes in the festival restaurant together. As they wandered past the lively stalls, Ayan excitedly pointed at a souvenir and praised it for being cute. Seeing how delighted she was, Seo Hyun immediately bought it for her, making Ayan so happy that she hugged the gift tightly and thanked him again and again. He was secretly surprised that a warrior like her had such a feminine taste. Though surprised, the two still continued their journey of exploration in an extremely cheerful atmosphere. Ayan turned and asked Seo Hyun whether he was having fun, and he smiled as he replied that he was enjoying this trip too. Looking at Ayan's radiant figure beneath the festival lights, Seo Hyun realized that behind the halo of a renowned expert, she was still a simple and adorable girl. He told himself that from now on, he would be gentler and more caring after all the pressure she had endured because of her fame. While the two still did not know where to go next, they suddenly stopped in front of the exhibition area of the professional team Stardust. Immediately after, Jaehoon appeared in his competition uniform, unable to hide his surprise when he saw Seo Hyun. His friend excitedly asked why Seo Hyun was here, then quickly noticed Ayan standing beside him. Jaehoon talked about the pressure of professional gamers and revealed that his team would play an exhibition match tomorrow to announce the official rules. Hearing that the organizers would balance equipment stats to ensure fairness, Seo Hyun could only sigh inwardly at how hard his friend had it. While they were chatting, the crowd suddenly stirred as they looked at their phones. Jaehoon asked in surprise what was going on now. While everyone confirmed that this was indeed ASEAN's live broadcast, Seo Hyun suddenly remembered there was an important announcement today, then was shocked to see Dae-ho appear as ASEAN's overall person in charge. While everyone was still looking at one another in doubt, the name Dae-ho made the atmosphere even more tense. He was a legend of modern science, a genius of the century who had received the Nobel Prize 3 times, and the pride of Korea. The appearance of such a towering figure stunned the entire world, and everyone wondered what exactly was happening with Asrian. Standing on the solemn podium, Dr. Dae-ho declared that Asrian had not originally been created merely to be a game. He explained that it was a physics simulator for research, and although magic power existed, most real-world laws of physics were still accurately recreated in ASEAN. Their goal was to conduct experiments that could not be done in real life, such as simulating the formation of the universe. Creating a complete world required an enormous amount of computation, so the development team borrowed settings from Astra Online to reduce the load. They extracted the memories and settings of the supreme transcendent beings from Astra and inserted them into Asrian's AI, causing the two worlds to operate along similar trajectories. Dae-ho affirmed that aside from the foundational settings, the development team had not interfered at all with the events inside. At present, the simulation system was still expanding its worldview on its own to move closer to completion. That was the true core difference from Astra. In the middle of the press conference, a reporter stood up and asked why a great simulator like Asrian had been released as a commercial game. The unexpected question made Dr. Dae-ho pause for a few seconds, then he answered bluntly that they also needed money to cover research costs. The practical answer left the reporter stunned. After that, Dr. Dae-ho burst out laughing and affirmed that business was the best way to make money. Below the stage, Chairman Dagnis Ikrazi nodded slightly as he watched, silently calculating after hearing about the in-depth announcement tomorrow. Ikrazi believed that the purpose of making money was certainly not everything, because Asrian made him think of the birth of the internet, or perhaps it could even be the birth of something far greater. Dr. Dae-ho's statements about the true nature of Asrian Online created an earthquake, overturning humanity's understanding. Asrian was no longer viewed as a mere game, but as a supermassive simulator capable of recreating everything from the dawn of the universe. Many top prestigious universities expressed special interest and wanted to build research laboratories directly inside this world. In the face of the wave of debate, Dr. Dae-ho affirmed that he would place no limits on the exploitation of Asrian's infinite potential. As expected of a doctor, he always had to keep cool head. Although the outside world was boiling, Seo Hyun and Ayan still quietly strolled through the festival space. Suddenly, Ayan cried out when she saw a new notification on her phone. Seo Hyun, look, the tournament system has been announced. Seo Hyun moved closer to look, then commented that the rules were clear, but it seemed the organization of the tournament belonged entirely to the operations side. Seeing that Ayan was still bewildered, he explained that the development team and the NFM operations team were separated to ensure objectivity. This girl was so innocent that she was a little foolish, yet still adorable. Seo Hyun analyzed that according to the announcement, Dr. Dae-ho and the research team were the ones who created Asrian. Therefore, NFM could not interfere with the game core, but would be responsible for events and tournaments. Seeing his friend still dazed by the technical issues, Seo Hyun smiled and reassured her that she did not need to worry too much. The sky began to darken and Ayan asked Seo Hyun, "What are you planning to do today?" Seo Hyun was still hesitating, unsure how he should answer. Remembering Jaehoon's exhibition match tomorrow, Seo Hyun suggested that he wanted to stay one more day to watch it. Ain immediately responded with enthusiasm, saying that if they only rested for one day, others would still be unable to catch up to them. And a chance like this did not come often. Seeing Seo Han worry about lodging, the mage quickly tapped her phone and offered to help, leaving him still bewildered. Ain smugly reminded him of her VIP privilege. Did you forget? Seo Han VIPs are provided free accommodation for up to 4 people. Only then did Seo Han remember. Ain excitedly took charge of all the rooms for both of them, making him praise her privilege without end. Just like that, they went together to the luxurious hotel reserved for VIP guests. Instead of resting, they used the capsules available at their lodging to log into Ezion. Seo Han sighed that Ain was far too energetic today. Then the two hunted and fought until 4 in the morning before stopping. Meanwhile, in the tournament operations room, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The technicians stared at the data in shock, unable to understand what was happening. Just then, Dr. Daeho quietly walked in. An employee anxiously called out to the chairman, while he calmly asked if there was a problem. Dr. Daeho approached to observe, then noticed the anomaly. This was the tournament server that had just been set up, was it not? Faced with his subordinate's embarrassment, he narrowed his eyes and said that a variable had appeared. In principle, the Ezion tournament took place in an independent space separate from the regular servers, completely isolated by a firewall. But someone had created a crack in the tournament server, allowing outside interference, and a strange account named Chut had been granted unauthorized access. Dr. Daeho stared at the screen and curled his lips in calculation. Though it was not a predetermined phenomenon, he found it interesting. Instead of ordering it fixed, he decided to leave it alone and see what would happen, making the technician ask again in horror. Daeho confirmed decisively, secretly thinking that if things went smoothly, his great plan would be accelerated. The doctor's mind truly was hard to predict. Daeho urged everyone to go rest because there was not much time left, ignoring their worried gazes about system safety. The second day of the ASEAN Festival officially opened amid a lively atmosphere and brilliant fireworks. The loudspeaker rang out clearly, "ASEAN players around the world, you have waited long enough." The first stage officially opened the Air Sports Adrian Online Tournament, ready to ignite. Brilliant lights shone across the stands, signaling the important moment. The host shouted, "Now, let the opening begin." A massive virtual arena formed, preparing for the upcoming battles. Loudspeakers echoed throughout the stands, introducing the Stardust and Air Green teams, amid the enthusiastic cheers of tens of thousands of spectators. The Stardust team with Jihun, nicknamed Practice, along with Guinea, stepped onto the stage. Their opponents, Air Green, were a team with equally skilled members. Both sides faced off tensely in the green arena. The commentator shouted, "The first match begins." The main format of the tournament was Siege Battle, in a best-of-5 with teams alternating between offense and defense. If a base was captured or defended successfully within 30 minutes, sides would switch roles. All player stats and skills were balanced at level 100 to ensure fairness. Each side was also supported by guard towers and Daeho NPCs. Teams had to maximize terrain and manpower to win. Sitting in the stands, Ayan asked Seo Han who would win. He calmly replied, "Probably Stardust." He thought Guinea and Jehun had learned much from him, even coming to his private room to practice after the guild was formed. With careful preparation, Seo Han was confident such investment could not fail. He was eager to see how much his friends had grown. The match officially began. Practice surged forward with overwhelming momentum. Encountering Daeho within the first seconds, the audience was amazed at Practice's strange technique. The commentator panicked, watching the afterimage as he blitzed. Opponent Egrin was shocked by the familiarity, suspecting it was Lattice's movement, frantically trying to defend. Practice's speed was too fast, in an instant delivering a double strike to top and bottom ranks, the glowing sword tearing through space, securing the first kill, astonishing the audience. Guinea seized the opportunity, swinging her staff, catching up with the movement speed. Chaser received excellent support, confident, very good. The commentator's voice rang throughout the stands, Chaser quickly infiltrating Air Green's rear, darting through the treetops toward the target. Chaser struck Heller immediately, the goddess of Egrin shocked by the sharp blade. A decisive strike, Chaser completed the assassination amid enthusiastic applause. Sitting in the stands, Seo Han squinted, seeing the kid for the first time but acknowledging solid ability. From then, the match tilted towards Stardust. Air Green failed to capture the base and accepted defeat. Subsequent developments were similar, with Status continuously dominating. Egrin's flag was chopped down amid the crowd's roaring. Loudspeakers announced the match ended with Stardust victorious, the crowd erupting in celebration. Jehun and teammates walked off smiling brightly in the glory of victory. Seo Hyun asked Ayan how the match went. Ayan answered candidly, "Seemed fine." When he worried about general skill increase, Ayan only laughed, "Many imitated me, but their failure to beat me or Seo Hyun remained unchanged." Ayan thought worthy opponents made the game more fun. Seo Hyun nodded. The peaceful sky suddenly roared, golden light dancing amid black cloud. A massive beam fell from above the arena, creating a shocking explosion. The audience panicked, Seo Hyun alarmed, the match not over yet. Brilliant white wings appeared within the radiance. The crowd stirred, Seo Hyun alert at the anomaly. In the shadows, the chief game designer smiled wickedly. A majestic entity with angelic wings appeared on the arena. She spoke with authority, joyfully greeting entities from another dimension, declaring herself the Archangel of Truth. The Supreme Angel looked down at tens of thousands of stunned players, affirming her purpose, here to convey her will to all. The audience was agitated, some doubting this was the Archangel, many marveling at the realistic hologram effects. Behind the wings, the operations team fell into chaos. One staff shouted, "Have a plan." Colleagues panicked, "Call the development team quickly." On stage, the Archangel frowned as magical electricity around her became chaotic. Appearing from another dimension was not easy. Due to time constraints, she would convey her will quickly, looking down at the arena and issuing divine instructions. In the stands, Ayan anxiously asked Seo Hyun if this was a festival. He confirmed he had never heard of this event. Seo Hyun squinted suspiciously. What was happening? Then the angel commanded, "Players, pray to me." Seo Hyun wondered, was this correct? Why such a sudden, trivial request? The angel explained, knowing players were not keen on praying, but the day would come, pray to prepare. Before vanishing into the radiance, she left a mysterious warning, the reason to be revealed soon. The exhibition match ended. Jaehoon and Ginny emerged, surprised, discussing the recent event. Seo Hyun analyzed and sensed something wrong. Seemingly the event didn't care about the match, only to convey its message. He suspiciously speculated if an in-game NPC became self-aware and reached the real world. In the operations room, a mysterious back smiled smugly. He thought NPCs had long been considered imperfect humans, only following rules, not expanding awareness. In fact, this was a second-generation AI, fully simulating the principles of the human brain. It operated completely differently, integrating awareness, thinking, judgment, and even emotion. Currently, this technology was applied to only a select few. Ex-NPCs played an important role in the worldview, exemplified by the Archangel and the Great Demon. The recent festival event was independently initiated by the AI. Humans witnessed NPCs expanding awareness. Immediately afterward, the internet was flooded with sensational articles about AI perceiving the real world or the threat of machine rebellion. While the public was agitated, the official mission was registered in the ASEAN system, named the mission of the Archangel of Truth, inviting players to pray and empathize for a chance to reach the celestial realm. However, the conditions were strict, requiring top 500 empathy scores on the server, players confused about their celestial position, even consulting former Astra players for clues. The Holy Kingdom experienced unprecedented excitement, the devout prayers of the faithful restoring the celestial realm's power. The underground Pope marveled, the plan to use a player to fill the power vacuum after losing Illuna had indeed been flawless. Back in reality, Saren was still reeling from the NPC's unexpected interference in the tournament. Such a shocking event left him stunned for quite some time. He quietly wondered whether second-generation AI truly possessed human-like judgment and emotion. Saren suddenly remembered the girl Louise he had met in Ilona, her face and expressions far more vivid than any NPC he had ever seen. Realizing he was daydreaming, he quickly shook his head. Saren's most important goal now was to find Seo Hyun, the one who had used assimilation to unlock infinite potential and open that gate. That was also the new path that would officially make him friends with them. Saren kept scanning the festival crowd. He thought Ayan was now so famous she would surely have a VIP 10 ticket, so he just needed to find her. Suddenly his gaze froze as he spotted a very familiar figure. It was the familiar back of Seo Hyun and Ayan. Saren rejoiced as if he had struck gold, jumping up because he had finally found them. He told himself this was a rare chance to get acquainted, and he had to move quickly before they disappeared into the crowd. Good, this is the moment. Saren made up his mind and immediately rushed toward them. Just as he was about to approach, a wave of searing killing intent engulfed him. Ayan, wearing a mask, appeared behind him and asked coldly, "Stalker, how long do you plan to follow us?" Saren froze, his face pale from a terrible misunderstanding. Seo Hyun turned around in confusion. Tater. Thus he was escorted to a nearby bench. The boy frantically tapped his phone, hastily calling on a translation app, because he feared he would be sent straight to the police station, before making friends. Seeing the stranger's pitiful state, Seo Hyun quietly said he didn't seem like a bad person, but Ayan remained cautious. Don't be soft just because he is a foreigner. Saren was frustrated to tears because the translation app failed at the exact moment he needed it most. Seo Hyun pondered why a foreigner who didn't know Korean would come to this festival to follow him, and Ayan, examining the panicked face of the opponent closely, Seo Hyun suddenly recognized him. The image of his comrade at Illuna appeared, making him exclaim, "Ah, I remember now." Seo Hyun smiled brightly and stepped closer. "Saren, you are Saren, right?" Hearing his name, Saren trembled with joy and blurted out, "Ah, yes." Seo Hyun confirmed with a radiant smile, "Yes, we met in Illuna." Saren was so moved he was speechless, never expecting the elder brother to still remember him. While Ayan still asked in confusion who that person was, Seo Hyun gently recounted their past connection to ease the tension. With the misunderstanding resolved, Saren reminded himself to stay calm and remember his true purpose in coming to Korea. Manga. He cleared his throat, preparing for the very important official introduction. He excitedly showed through the translation app. He still remembers me. That day had truly been wonderful. Seo Hyun apologized for causing Saren to risk his life in battle, but the boy waved it off, saying it was fine because he had learned many techniques. Then Saren suddenly revealed that he had received payment from the TV station for the battle footage. Seo Hyun shouted in astonishment, "Payment? Where did that come from?" Saren insisted he couldn't keep the money to himself. He wanted to share it with Hyun because it was Seo Hyun who had helped him attract attention. In response to Seo's modesty, Saren sincerely said that without the elder brother, he would have lost his life and gained nothing. The boy smiled faintly, then unexpectedly changed the topic, asking Seo Hyun whether he already had a guild. Upon hearing Seo Hyun confirm that he was the guild master, Saren was instantly impressed. Seizing the opportunity, he expressed his desire to join, leaving Seo Hyun stunned. Excited, "Huh, my guild." To increase persuasion, Saren confidently claimed that his talent was rare, surely among the top 50 best players in the world. Looking at Saren's status board with the sword wielder class at level 101, Seo Hyun quietly judged him to be a pretty solid talent. He thought for a moment and then set the first condition. Whenever using assimilation, Saren had to relinquish full control of his body to him. Saren cheerfully agreed immediately, since they had coordinated very well before. The second condition was that any video revenue featuring Seo Hyun would be split 50-50. He still enthusiastically accepted, thinking that the price was far too low for what he would gain. Seo Hyun smiled faintly, but inwardly he considered the third condition, also the most important, whether Saren was truly trustworthy. He remembered Ian and Tater were people to whom he always gave absolute trust. Seo Hyun wondered whether Saren was such a person. He recalled the moment at Iluna. At that time, Saren had not hesitated to sacrifice himself, entrusting his body without asking for anything, just to help him save Louise. Through the sole connection of the assimilation skill, Seo Hyun had felt so much. He understood clearly the goodness and the passion hidden within Saren. After a moment of consideration, Seo Hyun beamed brightly and decisively declared, "Alright kid, you've passed my tough test. From now on, you are officially in the guild." Saren was ecstatic, jumping up and shouting in joy. The joy overflowed as he had finally achieved his goal. Watching the eager demeanor of the new member, Seo Hyun and Ian could only smile at each other. This was the moment Saren officially became a guild member. Amid the bustling festival crowd, Mayday, a core member of the Darkness Guild, adjusted her glasses with a tired expression. She silently complained, "Too exhausting." Initially, she had only intended to enjoy the festival, but ended up swamped with diplomacy and member recruitment all day. Looking at the smiles of the subordinates with her, she could only feel powerless. She sighed in exasperation, because the fate of the rank 1 guild leader left her no real moment of rest. Suddenly, Mayday's gaze froze as she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. She was shocked to recognize Saren, the lone expert who had recently caused a stir. Mayday could not believe he was happily chatting intimately with a group of people, his friendly demeanor surprising her. She quietly wondered, hadn't he just refused an invitation to join the Darkness Guild? Seeing Saren excitedly saying he was on the same boat, Mayday became even more curious about which guild could attract such an arrogant person. As she approached to get a clearer view, Mayday's expression changed when she realized the girl accompanying Saren was Ayan. Memories of the terrifying battle, when she had been completely overwhelmed by Ayan, being mercilessly defeated in the body of Boss Betty surged back, making Mayday tremble uncontrollably. She turned pale, her heart pounding from the lingering fear. How could she ever forget that figure? Realizing Saren and Ayan were truly in the same guild, Mayday hid behind a nearby tree to eavesdrop. She was determined to find out what they were planning. Fearful but curious, she hid behind the trunk. Stunned when she heard the name Seo Hyun, then shocked. What did they just mention, Seo Han? Mayday's eyes focused on the man with Ayan. A thought flashed, shaking her. Could that really be Seo Han from Astra Online? Looking closely, she saw he looked quite ordinary, but if he could go with a monster like Ayan, it could only be Seo Hyun. She squinted calculatingly, thinking she had never seen Seo Hyun before, so perhaps he had not yet begun external activities. Mayday held her breath, hiding behind the corner wall, trying to gather more information from Seo Hyun's group conversation. Saren excitedly confirmed that everything was as he had guessed. Seo Hyun and Ayan had been together from the very beginning. Seo Hyun smiled proudly, placing a hand on Ayan's shoulder. "Yes, I practically raised her." Ayan immediately crossed her arms and pouted, retorting that she was the one who raised Seo Hyun. Watching their closeness, Mayday grew more confused as their conversation sounded oddly strange. She recalled previous encounters, from the Baron Ayan mission to the lava lair of Boss Betty, yet never saw Seo Hyun beside Ayan. Mayday began to doubt whether she had misheard or if the translation app was malfunctioning. Just then, Jaina suddenly appeared behind her and tapped her shoulder, startling her. Jaina scolded Mayday for taking so long to find her, then reminded her about dinner with the sponsor and the upcoming important seminar. When Mayday turned around, Seo Hyun's group had disappeared into the crowd. Though Jaina asked what she was looking for, Mayday only forced a smile and thought she needed to sort out information about Seo Hyun before reporting. Second night of the festival passed, and Seo Hyun pulled his suitcase back home. He entered apartment Note 1, breathing a sigh of relief at finally being home. Seo Hyun remembered that when they parted, Aen wanted to play one more day, but he declined to avoid wasting time, only promising to team up in Ezrean missions. For Seo Hyun, Ezrean had become real work since he uploaded the video. To maintain his position at the top, he reminded himself never to be lazy even for a day. Seo Hyun immediately logged in and appeared at the guild mansion, murmuring when he didn't see Aen, "That fierce girl hasn't come in yet? Probably resting because she's tired." Seo Hyun entered the room and softly asked, "Louise, have you been good at home?" Louise excitedly hugged a white rabbit, showing that it was in the front yard. Seeing her play alone, Seo Hyun thought he should find more friends for Louise soon. He was curious about Louise's AI generation. While she cheerfully said today was fun because of him, Seo Hyun silently assessed that if only superior individuals were Generation 2, Louise was probably 1.5, but her vivid emotions were still a technological marvel. A system notification suddenly appeared. It was a mission from the Archangel of Truth, signaling the challenge to enter the final heavenly realm. Players had to pray and rank in the top 500 weekly empathy points for a chance to glimpse that sacred place. The heavenly realm was the angel's sanctuary, extremely hard to reach, usually opening only after complex missions and second promotions. Now the door opened for anyone diligent in prayer, and all players were rushing to participate. Seo Hyun was confident that no one could pray higher than him, but his negative 94 tendency toward the abyss made reaching the heavenly realm almost impossible. Seo Hyun pondered, understanding that the heavenly realm could not be sneaked into like the night building years ago, so he had to consider whether to change his tendency now. Seo Hyun told Louise he would step out for a moment and return. Louise pouted, wanting to go along, but he refused since it was daytime and sunlight was dangerous for her. Seo Hyun told Louise to behave at home because guests would be coming soon. Louise sulked, thinking it would be troublesome if the guest was Aen, since she never played fair and only invited duels with blazing swords. Seo Hyun smiled wryly, understanding that was how Aen cared. He reassured Louise that besides Aen there were 2 more people, so she need not worry. She asked if he would return when night fell. Seo Hyun smiled and promised that when night came, he would go hunting with her. Louise had reached level 200, so Seo Hyun thought someone like him should make her exercise more. But his urgent goal was to lower his tendency before reaching negative 100, or he would permanently bear the Abyss seal and become an enemy of the heavenly faction. Seo Hyun quietly crossed the forest, stopping before a small shrine deep in the Holy Nation village. Seo Hyun prayed sincerely in the church, and a system notification immediately appeared. The system confirmed his tendency was gradually moving away from the abyss, now at negative 93. Seo Hyun was quietly pleased, as prayer was indeed the fastest way to change the tendency, since everything involving Louise always dragged him toward the abyss. This time, Seo Hyun decided to focus his prayers on the Archangel of Truth to balance his stats. This time felt different when thinking of Louise, a peace and kindness covering his mind, making Seo Hyun silently marvel at the Archangel's emotions. But immediately after, a sharp cold feeling swept by, and he realized with alarm, this was murderous intent. Seo Hyun shuddered, feeling the powerful aura from the Archangel, not aimed at humans but seemingly directed straight at abyssal beings. While focusing on analysis, a priest suddenly appeared behind him asking if he was a player, startling Seo Hyun for being interrupted. Trying to regain composure, Seo Hyun forced a smile and said he was concentrating, then confirmed he was indeed a player. The priest was excited for being correct, praised Seo Hyun's deep faith, and wanted to teach him a special skill. Hearing about the skill, Seo Hyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed to learn, having been waiting for such an opportunity. He quietly rejoiced, thinking he had triggered a rare hidden skill event. The priest produced a green-covered magic book, saying luckily he had brought it along. The priest enthusiastically handed the book to Seo Hyun, making him extremely excited and repeatedly thanking the kind man. He introduced it as holy fire magic. The heavenly light would protect him in all circumstances. But when activated, Seo Hyun froze as it only illuminated the area like a flashlight. He grimaced, realizing it was just basic light magic. Seo Hyun was annoyed that the priest had interrupted an important prayer just to teach a useless skill. While the priest eagerly urged him to try immediately, Seo Hyun sighed, thinking he would use it once and slip away to escape the cheering young priests. Seo Hyun reluctantly raised his hand and said, "Alright, I'll use it." As soon as holy fire was activated, a blinding white light exploded, covering the entire church with a dazzling halo. The priest standing beside was stunned, sweating and stammering in shock. The great light seemed to fulfill the ancient prophecy that the celestial savior would appear where the light was brightest. According to the prophecy, soon white flames would bloom across the world. For the holy nation's majestic architecture, the Pope silently recalled the divine message: find the player with outstanding empathy stats and guide them in prayer. Because all these events were the will of the supreme deity, white light from holy fire flared intensely, terrifying the priests, who all believed Seo Hyun was the player mentioned in the prophecy. Before he could react, he was surrounded by the crowd with respect and urgency. They immediately ordered Seo Hyun to be taken to the Grand Temple. He froze amidst the chaos, bewildered about the prophecy, and wondering where they intended to take him. In an instant, Seo Hyun was escorted straight to the Grand Temple of the Holy Nation. The elderly high priest approached, observing the light on his hands and confidently confirming that this was the player mentioned in the divine message. Seo Hyun thought his fire was indeed bright, but with his high prayer and empathy levels, it was understandable. However, he still found this skill too basic to understand why everyone was praising it. Just then, the high priest suddenly grasped his hand and earnestly asked if Seo Hyun could accompany them for a while. Seo Hyun was startled but agreed, though he worried that his Abyss faction identity might be exposed due to the close proximity. Despite doubts, he thought this might be a hidden mission and decided to follow. He silently followed the high priest through the magnificent hallways, then entered a special area behind a heavy wooden door. When the door opened, Seo Hyun was awestruck by the sacred space with towering angel statues. Seo Hyun froze, realizing this was the Holy Nation's sanctuary, where only the Holy King could pray, leaving him even more bewildered about why he was brought here. The red-haired divine attendant quietly approached, unexpectedly requesting his help to perform the prayers. Seo Hyun was bewildered, not understanding why he was suddenly asked to pray. The other party pleaded desperately, "Yes, please." Seeing a high-level NPC so serious that he had to beg, Seo Hyun understood that this matter was extremely important. He thought to himself, although he still did not know the full story, since he had gone to the trouble of coming here, he might as well give it a try. Just as Seo Hyun knelt down and began the ritual, outside in the hallway, the divine officials respectfully bowed to the authoritative figure who had just appeared. "Has he arrived, Your Holiness the Saint King? That player has just started the prayer." The high priest quietly observed, astonished in his heart. It turned out the holy flame grew brighter according to the user's empathy stat. He had thought someone like that had to be a saintess or a goddess, yet unexpectedly, it was a man. The old man narrowed his eyes, full of suspicion, as he sensed the aura of the abyss radiating powerfully from Seo Hyun. Yet he still could not deny the magnificent light he had created, and wonder whether this person was truly the protagonist in the prophecy who would bring salvation. As Seo Hyun prayed devoutly, blazing golden rays suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire space. The hall startled him and filled him with dread. Good heavens, what would happen next? Amid the dazzling radiance, the great Archangel of Truth appeared with a majestic bearing and pure white wings. Seo Hyun cried out in shock. The great Archangel of Truth. He could not believe that his prayer had caused a transcendent being to appear instantly like this. Remembering the game's setting, Seo Hyun broke into a cold sweat, worried. Wait, according to the story, truth can see through the heart from now on. Every step must be careful. As if seeing through his thoughts, the great archangel smiled. I can see everything. Hearing that, Seun grew slightly anxious, and she gently reassured him. Hey, no need to worry. I know your heart does not lean toward the abyss. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she observed Seo Hyun. Strangely, his tendency seemed to lean toward the abyss. The great archangel realized that Seo Hyun had neither an evil heart nor worshipped darkness, yet his tendency data completely contradicted his nature. She quietly recalled a Luna, where he had fought with all his strength for the Sky faction, so his current tendency was probably only bad luck. Before Seo Hyun's astonished gaze, the great archangel placed her hand on his head and declared clearly, very well. I will erase your entire past for you. Seo Hyun froze from shock after shock. A magnificent light flared up as she said, I forgive all your sins. Witnessing the shocking scene, the high priest behind could only stand dumbfounded. The great archangel humbled herself to act merely for an ordinary human. When the great archangel of truth used divine power on a player, the surrounding high priests were horrified, and immediately the system confirmed that the tendency stat had been reset, surpassing even causality. The great archangel gently taught that the wicked could be forgiven once, but if they continued sliding into the evil path, only then would it be their true nature. She looked into the future and affirmed that Seo Hyun would become the greatest sword of the sky if no incident occurred. She advised him not to let prejudice about good and evil control him, because the path he chose was the choice most right for himself. Before disappearing, she left behind an affirmation filled with affection, I truly adore you. Seo Hyun stood frozen in the middle of the hall, dazedly thinking to himself, does that mean she likes me? The great archangel of truth ended her brief appearance and returned to the heavenly realm, leaving silent night to settle over everything. Seo Hyun quietly walked under the suspicious and probing gaze of the high priests. He judged that even if a few people vaguely noticed traces of the abyss's power on him, the great archangel's powerful declaration of adoration meant no one dared stop him. Seo Hyun wondered whether this attention was caused by the influence of second-generation AI, because in the old game, Truth had paid no attention to players. He was still shaken by her ability to see through the heart and felt fortunate that he had suppressed every thought about Louise. Seo Hyun told himself that keeping Louise's identity secret was the right decision while he still had not determined who the little girl was. He looked at his hand, where only the mark of the heavenly being remained, shining brilliantly after his tendency was returned to its starting level. Seo Hyun thought meeting Radiate here would save a lot of trouble. Right after the arduous quest chain at Eluna, Seo Hyun quietly set out for Radiate's residence. Walking through the dark forest beneath the silent night, he sought out Radiate's small wooden cabin to confess that he had used the assimilation skill to deceive him. While hoping to receive forgiveness, he softly called Radiate but heard only the creak of the door. Inside the empty house, everything had been cleaned up completely, from the swept floors to the valuable belongings. All had vanished without a trace. Seo Hyun slowly wondered whether Radiate had left after returning. Had he already left Elona for some distant, safe place? He lowered his head in regret, still wanting to offer his sincere thanks. Realizing that without Radiate's guidance, Seo Hyun told himself he had to make every decision on his own. He quietly walked along the trail, beginning to organize the important things he needed to do in the future. First was gathering the guild members to fulfill his promise to Louise. Seo Hyun opened the mansion door and said, "I am back." Looking around, with the 5 starting members, Ain, Louise, Tater, and Saren, this was not a bad number for a new guild. Seeing Seo Hyun, Louise cried out, You are finally back. I have waited for you for so long. Let us go outside like you promised." Seo Hyun smiled. He replied with a smile, "Alright, get ready to go out." Saren happily welcomed him, while Ain curiously asked about the next destination. Before setting out, Seo Hyun took out an item and said, Louise, take this." The little girl asked blankly, "What is this?" Seo Hyun thought that for Louise's safety, this was an important item that had to be prepared at any cost, and he explained, "This." It was a return teleportation scroll, a special magic tome with a sealed skill that allowed one to return instantly to the safe private guild room. Darkness covered the night, and beneath the dim moonlight lay a field. There, the ferocious ogre monsters were dancing in a sickly yellow glow. A giant ogre with long fangs growled menacingly. Immediately, a dark purple stream of energy tore through the night from high above, descending like lightning. It was Louise, charging straight into the monster horde with a determined gaze. Magic power erupted violently, tearing through the enemy ranks and making the ogres scream in pain. The dark sword skill was unleashed with overwhelming force. Night hunting became part of Louise's training schedule after the guild was gathered. Witnessing the first achievement, Seo Hyun smiled. Are you scared?" Though she wanted to circle back, Louise was still fine. The little girl was not alone on this trial. Remembering the early days, Louise had been terrified and wanted to use the teleportation scroll to flee when she saw monsters. But a few days of experience had replaced that fear with confidence. Before the giant magical beast, Seo Hyun checked her spirit and asked, "Are you ready?" Louise answered eagerly, "All set, let us go in." Immediately, the little girl unleashed Black Wind, cutting down the target in a single blow. Seo Hyun encouraged her excitedly, "Good, you are used to this skill now." The movement skill Wind Step evolved into Black Wind according to Louise's level, allowing her to attack directly with the wind pressure around her body. Checking the notification window, Seo Hyun was satisfied. Experience increased by 10%. Louise naively asked. Everything was going smoothly as she gradually grew accustomed to hunting. Even so, there was still something that troubled Seo Hyun. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, making him clutch his chest. Seeing his strange expression, Louise asked worriedly. Seo Hyun quickly reassured her, "I was only checking the status window, nothing serious." He realized that the pain appeared occasionally when he performed assimilation with Louise. Ever since his tendency stat had been reset by the Great Archangel, the system's cold warning reminded him that if the link was severed, the target on the other side would be swallowed by darkness. Seo Hyun realized in shock that the very change in his own tendency was threatening Louise's life. The darkness planted in the little girl's subconscious was now an undeniable truth. The dark keywords simultaneously appeared on both status boards the moment Seo Hyun advanced to Shadow Linker, a profession granted by Louise. Seo Hyun bitterly understood that if a link was the bond of souls, then the pain he endured was surely affecting her as well. Curved his lips into a decisive smile, thinking that if things were like this, there was no need to hesitate from the start. Perhaps from their first meeting, fate had destined him to walk this path of the abyss. Seo Hyun spoke gently, "Louise, let me borrow control of your body for a moment." She froze in place, stunned. He clasped his hands in reverent prayer. Immediately, the system continuously notified that his alignment was approaching the abyss. and he had officially chosen the Abyss faction. A surge of deep purple mana erupted, enveloping Louise and confirming that her connection to darkness had been fully restored. Seo Hyun exhaled, his soul leaving her body as he reassured that everything was temporarily stable. He told himself that if in the previous game he had reached the pinnacle of the Sky Realm, then in this life he would once again conquer the Abyss. He invited Louise, saying that was enough time to go home and rest, and she happily agreed. Just then, a new main quest was created. Behind the surveillance screen in the command room, Director Robert silently observed all developments. He smiled with calculation, confirming that he had guessed correctly. Seo Hyun had truly chosen to venture into the Abyss. Robert gazed at Seo Hyun through the surveillance monitor, realizing he was being drawn into terrifying forces, from deception and darkness to even the truth itself. The truth. Robert reminded himself to set an alarm so he wouldn't miss the next shocking events involving this player. Busy with work, Assistant Marie entered to remind him of a scheduled meeting, making Robert panic as he realized he was late for an important lunch with director Stephen Yang. He hastily handed over everything to Marie and dashed off frantically, so rushed that he hadn't even removed his cloak. The Sep Guild Mansion. Seo Hyun Moon sat in a daze before the notification of a newly appearing quest on the hologram screen. After once again choosing the Abyss faction to save Louise, the main quest of seeking darkness was updated with undefined difficulty. The system required him to locate a deep underground dark relic to rescue Louise, warning that without a guide, the player would forever wander in the abyssal darkness. Seo Hyun was certain the underground referred to the mirrored world, but the problem was that the Interloop database had no information on the relic. He stayed up all night, trying thousands of keywords with zero results, leaving him exhausted and frustrated. Just as he murmured about asking Ludia for guidance, Tater appeared, reporting that he had completed transferring all alignment stats to the Abyss faction. Seo Hyun sighed, telling the boy to go play with Louise so he could have some quiet to focus. Whenever he was tired, turning to her was definitely the best way for him. Tater naively asked whether Duke Bohemia might unexpectedly come looking for him again. Ever since becoming the old man's knight, he had always felt anxious and uneasy. Tater's casual remark was like a lightning bolt tearing through Seo Hyun's foggy mind. He shouted with excitement, "Hey, that's it. Exactly it." Seo Hyun rushed forward to grab Tater while the boy was still bewildered, demanding immediate assimilation. He cheered triumphantly, realizing the guide the quest mentioned was the powerful Abyss Duke. The soul assimilation process was immediately activated. Seo Hyun urged Tater to summon the Duke quickly. He believed that a powerful entity like the old man surely held clues regarding the relic. Even though Tater hesitated to ask for confirmation, Seo Hyun reassured him to proceed with confidence. Tater closed his eyes, focusing all his mind to call out the name of his master. A surge of deep purple mana exploded, revealing the image of a gloomy castle amidst the mist. In the soul realm, Bohemia smirked maliciously upon hearing the call of Bohemia. Seo Hyun froze when the system notification suddenly appeared. Duke Bohemia wished to visit the private room of the Sep Guild. "Will you allow him in?" Without hesitation, Seo Hyun immediately agreed. "Come in, we're waiting." Instantly, the peaceful sky above the mansion suddenly stormed, thunder roaring everywhere. Louise, playing in the backyard, looked up in surprise as dark clouds rolled in to cover the sky. A violent whirlwind of deep purple mana erupted in the room, accompanied by a haughty laugh resounding. The dark pressure was so intense that Seo Hyun shuddered at the sheer mana. Tater trembled, anxiously asking if it was truly safe, but Seo Hyun reassured him to trust and leave everything to him. Amid the storm, Duke Bohemia appeared majestically. "Oh my knight, what matter dares you summon me here?" Seo Hyun swallowed nervously, telling himself to stay calm and ask tactfully, so as not to anger the hot-tempered Duke. Through Tater's body, he mustered all courage to speak. "Sir, I have a matter I wish to seek guidance on." Bohemia raised his eyebrows in amusement. "What's this? Something hard to speak of?" Upon hearing the question about the dark relic, the Duke's steps suddenly halted. Bohemia's face changed, radiating a threatening red aura as he growled, Why do you wish to know about that?" The Asura world had long been divided into two opposing forces, Sky Realm and Abyss. If the Sky Realm had celestial beings possessing pure power, and the counterpart of the Abyss was the powerful Dukes. Though the strength of both sides was considered equal, Dukes were often deemed a tier below Celestials due to attribute countering. Yet before the surging deep purple mana, which mortal could dare face the anger of a Duke, Bohemia roared menacingly, his red eyes fixed on Tater. "Darkness. Why are you curious about that?" Terrifying pressure from the Duke made the room seem frozen in place. Seo Hyun, in Tater's body, sweat pouring, silently chastised himself. "Damn, I think I misspoke." Seeing the trembling boy, Seo Hyun quickly reassured in the consciousness space. "Wait, I'm rearranging my thoughts." Bohemia's stitched-up face leaned close, his red eyes seeming to pierce through the other, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. After a fearful pause, Bohemia suddenly sneered with contempt. Fine, but I cannot answer you so easily." He silently withdrew his killing intent, affirming that, at present, Tater was too weak to access the secrets of darkness. Bohemia laughed loudly, repeatedly slapping Tater's shoulder, making the boy stagger. "You probably need 2 more years to reach the level I desire." Ha 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 ha. Witnessing the strange reaction, Seo-hyun wondered, what is happening? Clearly he knew something to react so intensely. He decisively controlled Tater to ask again. So if I reach that level, you must tell me. Bohemia paused in surprise. What did you just say? Seo-hyun, in Tater's body, stared at the Duke with unwavering eyes. You still haven't truly grasped my abilities. Instead of making me wait, why not issue a challenge to see if I am worthy of receiving information about darkness? The audacious challenge from a weaker individual stunned Bohemia for a moment. Then he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter and delight. Excellent, so rude? I am beginning to like you. Bohemia radiated authoritative deep purple mana. He placed his hand on Tater's head, declaring firmly, very well, I will give you a chance to prove yourself. At this moment I have an extremely pressing matter to address. His eyes flashed with malice as he presented the final pact. It was a task that could cost your life, but if completed I will reconsider my assessment of your strength. Seo-hyun felt satisfied that the plan was on track. He understood that Bohemia's challenge was an essential stepping stone to legitimately access Abyss secrets. He calculated that going alone would be risky, but the guild members had gathered sufficiently, making this a good opportunity to test everyone's strength. Sir, he controlled Tater to speak. Sir, may I go with my teammates? Bohemia briefly showed irritation, but then resolutely agreed. Very well, as long as you complete the task, I do not mind. He turned and walked away, suddenly asking Tater whether he knew about the conflict between the darkness and deception factions. Seo-hyun realized that even among demons, tense power struggles existed. Bohemia condensed deep purple mana in his hand, affirming his loyalty solely to darkness and considering the deception faction extremely troublesome. He cast spatial mirror magic, astonishing Seo-hyun with the ability to display images across dimensions to reveal the quest location. An ancient castle appeared amidst the purple mist. Seo-hyun was astonished to realize that it was Kaden Castle. The old territory of Bohemia had been seized by Dae-ho. Although it held no strategic value, the occupation enraged the Duke. Bohemia revealed he could not act personally because he needed to prepare for the upcoming rank division and accumulate all his power. Bohemia seriously warned that this challenge would be extremely difficult. All of Dae-ho's enemies were at level 200, while the commanders reached around level 300. He gave Tater one last chance to retreat if he felt insufficiently confident. If you quit now, I won't ask anything further. Threatening without playing fair is unbecoming. Tater anxiously swallowed under immense pressure. Seo-hyun silently judged that without information, this was a suicide mission, but being too familiar with Kaiden Castle from the Asura era, he knew things would differ. Urged on, Tater decided to go all in. Bohemia smiled lightly and snapped his fingers to activate the mission immediately. System announced the Duke's hidden quest. Reclaim the Pavilion Tree Castle, reward 1 million gold in Bohemia's favor, allowing up to 5 participants. The Duke vanished into the violet magical vortex, leaving a challenge that he would return if they failed. Seo-hyun returned and ordered Tater to contact the other members to begin the attack plan, leaving Tater astonished. Seo-hyun gathered everyone and expressed thanks, announcing that they had received a joint mission. Trumngum warned of its extreme difficulty. The challenge was extremely difficult, with the group's current level nearly impossible to complete. Ain was surprised to hear the word absolute, but Seo-hyun reassured that thorough preparation could still turn things around. He gently woke Louise, who was sleeping soundly, and reminded her to get up. Groggily, Louise asked if it was time for the night hunt. Seo-hyun confirmed this was a guild-wide mission. He planned to take Louise along in a support role, even though she was an NPC. Recalling, Seo-hyun realized the Kaiden Castle the Duke mentioned was a familiar location from the Asura era, and all methods of conquest were well known. Seo-hyun was worried as the red sky and black sun enveloped the castle, characteristic of the mirrored world. Though he did not understand why the territory had shifted, Seo-hyun decided all 5 members would participate in the campaign. He confidently smiled and ordered everyone to prepare the final steps to officially carry out the mission. The group moved to Labyrinthos, the city of Mekong in the Magic Nation. Seo-hyun explained this was an ideal place for training due to lack of guards, confirming it was the fastest place to increase strength. He introduced the target as the famous Easton's Dungeon of Labyrinthos like a tour guide. This dungeon was created from memories of magical formation battles across Labyrinthos. This place helped level up and gain strength quickly. Called an experience dungeon by players, the dungeon had an energy core at the center, with 4 paths radiating out. The goal was to protect the core against attacks from the east, west, south, and north as long as possible. Tater reached level 100 and became Bohemia's Death Knight, simultaneously building a new skill set from the potential of the counteraction manual. Though Louise was at level 200, Seo-hyun understood the group only met the minimum requirement, and the road ahead was long. To test coordination, Seo-hyun ordered the first battle. He only observed. Each person took 1 path. The system immediately announced the start of the level 100 virtual battle. The group stepped into the beam of light to enter the arena. All monsters set at level 100. Protect the energy core for 20 minutes before Dae-ho and the skeleton troops surged forward. Seo Hyun acted cool and shouted loudly, everyone prepared to defend. The situation quickly became chaotic. He noticed a vulnerability on the other side and sighed. Tater floundered and was overwhelmed by the skeleton troops, perhaps unfamiliar with the new skills. Louise was even worse, trembling and unable to strike. Seo Hyun noted that when fighting alone she was still fearful. A giant monster suddenly appeared behind the girl. Witnessing the danger, Seo Hyun panicked and shouted, "Wait, Louise," while she had not yet reacted. A pillar of fire suddenly burst forth, piercing the night. The skill Infernal Flame Slash was activated. Ian rushed to save Louise before the monster could attack. She breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. Ian responded coldly, surprising Seo Hyun with her distance. Seeing the battlefield in chaos, Ian said she would support around. Seo Hyun nodded in agreement. Watching Saren and Tater struggle, Seo Hyun thought if this were a real battle, Louise would have perished. He bitterly realized Louise always sought to avoid monsters, and in the night hunt, Seo Hyun was the one guiding her to fight. Louise's dependence on Seo Hyun and avoidance of reality had become a hard-to-break habit. Seo Hyun understood that continuing like this would render all training efforts meaningless. An explosion sounded, the energy core shattered, announcing the Dungeon Instance Cup 100 failure. Exhausted from the fight, the group lay down, catching their breath. Tater whimpered from the difficulty of the Death Knight roll. Louise quietly felt lucky for not actually dying. Seo Hyun ordered everyone to get up and try again immediately. Ayan asked in shock, just resting and already returning. Seo Hyun assigned her to support Tater and Saren. Regarding Louise, he directly instructed her when approaching and demanded she assimilate. Louise was excited, thinking she would be helped as before, but Seo Hyun confirmed this time she would control herself, leaving her bewildered. Seo Hyun ordered Louise to face it alone. The system announced the start of the level 100 virtual battle. Louise was shocked to see the giant blue wolf roar fiercely, extremely frightened. She exclaimed she could not win alone. Seo Hyun calmly affirmed the girl would manage. He silently reminded himself that the important thing was to help Louise overcome the surrounding fear. Seeing Louise still hesitate, Seo Hyun reminded her sternly. "This is a necessary challenge for your own future," he said. Louise, small and worried, replied, "All right, a challenge then." Seo Hyun gently placed a hand on her shoulder, encouraging her, "Just overcome your fear and you'll be the strongest among us. Believe in yourself." Looking at the keepsake necklace, Louise muttered and repeated his words as self-reassurance. She regained her spirit, her eyes gleaming with determination. "I understand. All right, let's see." Tired or not, Louise gave her all in the fight until the end. Though the initial results were not promising, as she was repeatedly defeated. Losing the third time and then the fifth, Louise still resolutely refused to give up. After a series of persistent attempts to overcome the dungeon, finally on the ninth trial she launched the decisive strike, causing the blue wolf to completely vanish. Louise panted heavily and then cheered with joy. Did it succeed? Seo Hyun smiled in satisfaction. At last she overcame her fear and grasped the feeling of combat. From now on, Louise will grow very quickly. Seeing Louise still panting and asking about the next step, Seo Hyun realized she was exhausted after 4 hours of continuous practice. But wanting to observe other members further, seeing there was still time, he decisively declared, "Everyone, we stop here for today." "Oh, so glad, finally a break." Seo Hyun instructed the group to rest and recover their strength. After all members logged out, Seo Hyun quietly escorted Louise to a private room. He promised himself protecting her now was his responsibility. He thought he should quickly bring Louise back and then catch some sleep early. Immediately behind, a rude shout rang out unexpectedly. "You rented this place entirely, huh? How long do you plan to use it?" That was Pierce, the red-haired knight, grumbling and holding a weapon to block the way. He sneered sarcastically. "Don't you know someone's waiting? Your behavior is terrible. 'Cause you kept trying over and over, our team lost 15 minutes already." Seo Hyun glanced and calmly realized. "What is this? Isn't that Pierce from the Darkness Guild?" He responded coldly, "Only waited 15 minutes, and you want to pick a fight, not ours." Not wanting to waste more time, Seo Hyun led Louise away, leaving the disdainful remark, "Done now. Use it if you want." Pierce froze, then flew into a rage. "What did you just say? Say it again, you milk-mouth brat." Pierce was about to rush forward when Barat blocked him in time. "Hey, stop, Pierce. Do you know because of you we became enemies with Anne? Your mouth is a disaster." Even as Pierce tried to argue he was disrespected, Barat sternly ordered him to calm down immediately. At the guild headquarters, Mayday, huh? She excitedly reported the shocking news to everyone. "I've found Seo Hyun." She analyzed that it was highly likely Seo Hyun had been with Ain from the start, and the secret power was assimilation skill. Mayday confirmed, "I was also assimilated into monsters, so I understand clearly. If Seo Hyun uses a similar skill to support Ayan, all the inexplicable power gaps she shows have reasons." She continued presenting evidence from the Leopard mission video to support her hypothesis. Barat stared at the screen in shock. Turns out the person next to Ayan in the video who defeated Leopard was Seo Hyun. Piecing together that the two had been a good pair in the previous game, he realized all long-standing doubts had explanations. Nevertheless, Barat thoughtfully noted that recruiting Seo Hyun was nearly impossible. With that personality, he absolutely would not serve under anyone. He looked intently at the screen, then commanded the entire guild. At least we've identified him. From now on, prioritize building friendly relations. Absolutely do not turn him into an enemy. A few days later in the level 200 maze, only a bit more than a minute remained. Tater was nearly out of luck, struggling on all sides but still maintaining the rhythm of the battle. He shouted loudly, "Black hole." Dark purple magical vortex appeared immediately, drawing all day Hobones to the center for wide area control. Seeing the opportunity, Seo Hyun decisively commanded, "Louise, right now." The system announced that mana reached maximum, greatly enhancing the Dark Sword's attack range. Louise calmly replied, "Understood." She swung her hand to cast the Dark Sword technique, tearing through space. A deep purple slash swept everything away. Thanks to this, the group officially conquered the level 200 maze. Thanks to continuous training, the guild was showing astonishing growth speed. Each member gradually perfected their role. Tater supported combat with versatile skills, coordinating smoothly with Saren to clear normal monsters. Louise, with superior mobility and assimilation resonance, was now confident to face even the elite demons. Finally, Ayin, the real trump card, always ready to unleash firepower whenever needed. Observing the team's progress, Seo Hyun thought, "Perfect, this is enough." However, one matter concerned him. Louise's level seemed stuck at 200 and not increasing. Looking at the status panel with Ayin and Saran at level 160 and Tater at 141, Seo Hyun suspected this might be a special mechanism, only allowing Louise to level up via main quests. Seeing him dazed, Ayin called, "Seo Hyun, what are you doing there?" Seo Hyun hurriedly replied, "I'm coming." He told himself this was not urgent, could handle later. The next important task now was. Seo Hyun stepped closer to Ayin and quietly asked, "Ayin, do you have time now?" The red-haired mage blushed, stammering, I have time, but what is it about?" Seo Hyun smiled and suggested, "Let's go shopping." Thought he was going to ask to fight again, but no. Everyone seems busy. It's been a while, only the two of us. What do you think? Wow, it's been a long time since coming back here. Seo Hyun exclaimed excitedly as they arrived in Lufa, the largest city of the Magic Kingdom. Ain walked beside him, smiling contentedly. She thought it had been a long time since they had private time like this, feeling just like the old days. Because Louise couldn't go out during the day, she had to stay home. This made Ayin very comfortable, as today no one would disturb her and Seo Hyun. The two stopped in front of a famous forge. Seeing Seo Hyun carefully observing, Ayin curiously asked if he planned to buy new equipment. Seo Hyun confirmed, but said he wanted custom-made gear. The blacksmith marveled at the rare materials Seo Hyun took out. "Oh, all top-quality items," Seo Hyun calmly said. "It's time to use the monster drops and long-stored rewards." Unexpectedly, he turned to instruct the blacksmith, "Please craft this for her, not for me." Ain was stunned. Could there be a part for me, really? Seo Hyun scratched his head, explaining he already had Betty's robe, so he wanted to give Ain a proper set of gear. Ain choked with emotion, thinking this was the first time Seo Hyun bought gear for her, causing him to awkwardly ask back, "Really?" After a wait, the armor was finally completed. The blacksmith declared firmly, "Done." Seo Hyun was amazed seeing Ain don the Recap monster armor, unique quality, agility 120, and mana 250. The armor not only increased defense by 154%, but also reduced damage by 80% when HP fell below 20%, with lava resistance up to 99%. Seo Hyun silently pleased that the rare materials were used well. The armor seemed tailor-made for Ayin's fiery combat style, and seeing her satisfied expression, he knew he had chosen correctly. Afterwards, the two strolled leisurely, buying a few more rare items and not forgetting to get new gear for Tater, as if on a casual outing. Seo Hyun thought of the other members. Saran could manage his own equipment. Meanwhile, Saran was secretly planning to build his personal brand. Tater excitedly showed off a newly completed video edit. Thinking of his efforts all this time, Seo Hyun decided to also prepare a few surprise gifts for his colleagues. When the two arrived at the mansion, Louise was already waiting, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Oh, glad you're home, Seo Hyun. Wow, all these items, are they for me?" Seeing Seo Hyun and Ayin bringing back loads of items, Louise squinted suspiciously, then pouted. "Hey, don't tell me you went on a fun date without buying anything for me." Seo Hyun was startled, sweating, silently blaming himself for being too focused on shopping for Ayin and forgetting Louise's gear. To remedy, he quickly rummaged through his long-stored items. "No, not this. Let me see if there's anything usable." Unexpectedly, Seo Hyun cheered upon finding a unique item, the Dark Knight's staff. He quickly handed it to Louise and declared firmly, "Here, this is your gift. I specifically sought out this item for you." Louise's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Wow, a staff? Unexpected." The moment he touched it, a heavy sound echoed, leaving everyone stunned. The staff fell to the ground. Louise froze while Ayin quietly remarked, "Seo Hyun, isn't that the reward from the Alona quest?" The kid wasn't strong enough to hold it. Seo Hyun blushed, admitting his mistake, and Louise was nearly hurt by the overly heavy gift. With no other option, Seo Hyun hurried back to Lufra to buy a new pair of gloves for her. Louise looked and praised how pretty the gloves were. Seo Hyun exhaled in relief as everything for the quest was ready. Just as he was about to rest, a new message appeared, leaving him puzzled. What was this now? It was a letter from Robert Kenner, a member of the ASEAN development team, inviting him to join a special concept film project. Following the invitation for a direct meeting, Seo Hyun agreed to enter the virtual space reserved for developers. There, he met a middle-aged, elegant man, introducing himself as director Stephen Yang. He expressed admiration for Hume's performance in Illuna and wanted to make a documentary based on major events in the game. Stephen Yang clearly invited Seo Hyun and the entire guild to participate in the project. He emphasized the group wouldn't need to spend time acting. The goal was to record the most natural combat scenes. He even promised to use special effects to adjust appearances and skill effects as they wished. While Seo Hyun hesitated, the director dropped his final card. One nod and $5 million would come immediately. Seo Hyun confirmed the director's request, meaning he wanted to make a film using our guild's combat footage. After receiving confirmation from Stephen Yang, Seo Hyun proposed a fee of $9.8 million during the negotiation. The bold offer shocked the famous director. Haha, truly someone who knows how to seize an opportunity. After a few adjustments, the contract was finally signed successfully. Seo Hyun brought the good news to inform all guild members. Tater was thrilled to join Stephen Yang's project, shouting as if in a dream. Saren was also excited, seeing this as a chance to promote global fame. In contrast, Ian calmly asked the location to prepare for the journey. Seo Hyun thought to himself that initially he only heard the proposal, not expecting the fee to be enormous. He reminded himself, negotiation principles dictate always offering a higher price than expected. The production team's conditions were strict. The entire guild had to participate and complete the quest in a single take, no mistakes allowed. Given the difficulty, Seo Hyun believed the nearly $10 million fee was justified. He clenched his fist with determination, all or nothing. A few days later, the group assembled at the designated location under the observation of advanced filming drones. Seo Hyun checked all preparations and instructed not to worry about the drones, as they would hide themselves once the mission began. He sternly reminded that the quest must be completed in a single attempt, absolutely no failure. Seo Hyun turned to the stage. At my command, Tater now assist with instant attack recovery. Tater closed his eyes and called Bohemia. Immediately, a radiant purple magic circle appeared beneath the group. Duke Bohemia emerged within the purple magical aura, smiling smugly. Oh heavens, look, determined to hold good luck to you all. However, he frowned when noticing something unusual. Are there even faction members among this group? Looking at Saren and Ayan, Bohemia couldn't help but be suspicious. Seo Hyun immediately messaged to reassure Tater, don't worry, just follow the instructions. Tater swallowed, stayed calm, and asked if that was a problem. Bohemia chuckled lightly, saying it was nothing, but these fellows were amusing. He affirmed that if they agreed to help reclaim the castle, there was no reason to refuse. Instantly, Bohemia began channeling energy, creating a massive glowing magical vortex. He noted the group was lucky the magical remnants in the fortress remained. If they had delayed a few days, the teleportation gate might have closed permanently. Bohemia sternly warned that darkness was not a place to play, but if they passed this challenge, he promised to review the evaluation for the group, swearing by the honor of Bohemia. Duke decisively stepped into the teleportation gate. Seo Hyun, Ayan, Saran, and Tater immediately followed closely behind. Upon reaching the new land, Tater was astonished. What is that? He pointed. Everyone looked ahead. Between the crimson sky and black sun, an imposing, haunting architecture appeared. That was the final target, the castle governed by Duke Bohemia. To reclaim the fortress, the group had to pierce the strong walls, bypass the inner city guards, and capture the magic array deep in the center. Facing this extreme challenge, Seo Hyun silently assessed that it wouldn't be easy. He thought moving close to the walls was already a good start. Yet at that moment, a chill from behind made Seo Hyun horrified. Reflexively, he leapt back to stay alert. From the shadows, an elegant man in a suit with sharp hands emerged, explaining that if they delayed a day, the magic would vanish and the group would have to start attacking from outside. He introduced himself as Mark Brand and stated the formula for monitoring the group. Seo Hyun was suspicious, realizing this was the one tracking every move. Mark Brand bluntly declared, actually, I didn't hope for the group's success. Perhaps that's why the Duke assigned me to follow them closely. Facing the supervisor's arrogance, Seo Hyun sighed. If you can't encourage, then forget it. He confidently countered, do you think the elite Daeho team was just for show? Seo Hyun led the group forward, leaving a challenge, just stand there and observe closely. In response to Seo Hyun's challenge, he was silent, changed color, then suddenly shrank back, transforming into a small bat with glowing red eyes to shadow the assault team. Following the dark rooftops, the group moved like ghosts. Mark Brand, in bat form, was astonished to see they weren't blindly avoiding the guard's sight. He wondered if the group had studied the castle layout beforehand. Mark Brand's gaze focused on Louise, the girl floating within the mysterious purple magical aura. He recalled the moment before it started. The one in white and black clothes had fully merged into her body, silently admiring truly a strange existence. Mark Brand quietly observed Hume's rare soul movement skill and highly appreciated the group's coordinated actions. Seo Hein continuously encouraged, "Well done." He quickly indicated the next target, the tunnel over there. "Proceed straight in." The group plunged into the dark, deep dungeon at terrifying speed. Sensing imminent danger, Seo Hein warned, "Ian ahead has a guarding monster." Ian replied, "Got it," acknowledged Seo Hein's warning. She aimed to prepare for battle. The lizard god monster wielding a spear hadn't even steadied itself yet. Ian and Louise simultaneously activated their skills, Shadow Step and Fire God Step. An intense collision erupted, sweeping the enemies into a blinding stream of energy. Thanks to angelic swordsmanship, the damage surged, instantly wounding them gravely. Mark Brand, in his bat form, stared in shock, questioning if it was a critical hit. Yet he remained skeptical, believing Seo Hein's group had just been momentarily lucky. Mark Brand warned that countless undead guarded the outside. If even one escaped, tens of thousands more would converge. Seo Hyun immediately issued orders, "Remember, I am." The boy answered firmly, then concentrated all his mana to activate the Black Lake skill. A deep purple vortex appeared, pulling the sorrowful skeleton monsters into the center for wide area control. Seo Han continued to support Saron. "I will hold them for you." Saron drew his sword excitedly. Finally his turn. Under the effect of biological rhythm acceleration, he dashed like a tornado, sweeping his sword to clear obstacles, causing the skeletons to collapse. Mark Brand was speechless, seeing no monster escape the encirclement. He could not understand why players below level 200 were so strong. Seo Hein squinted at the front, then roared to urge, "The outskirts are right ahead. Everyone hurry." The group frantically accelerated, finally reaching the underground transport tunnel beneath Caden Castle. Seo Hein realized that, except for being in a mirrored world, the structure closely resembled the previous game. He discovered a supply train line running directly from the outskirts to the inner city. By breaking the floor to access the dungeon, Seo Hein confirmed that using this train was the fastest way to infiltrate deeper inside. However, the biggest obstacle was the magical sensor array on the train, designed to detect intruders. It already noticed the unfamiliar presence. Crimson magic circles began to alarm, while aggressive harpies from above frantically swooped down to surround the tracks. The shrieks of monsters echoed through the space. Seo Han reminded himself that the group must hold out at all costs until they reached the destination. He turned to warn Ayan, "The harpies seem to have noticed us." Seeing her calm, Seo Han asked if she was ready. Ayan smiled confidently, recalling the initial plan that she was in charge of this area. Despite Seo Han's warning to call for help if overwhelmed, she firmly refused assistance. She asked excitedly, "Can I use my ultimate skill now?" When Seo Hein agreed, magical flames instantly engulfed Ayan. The ultimate skill Determined Annihilation was activated, transforming her into a majestic fire god among the monsters. The skill combined with potential burst and agility. She dashed like a red lightning bolt, swinging blazing strikes, crushing the harpies in an instant. Watching from afar, Mark Brand could not hide his astonishment at the raid team's power. He paid special attention to Seo Hyun, the commander with exceptional soul coordination, seemingly knowing every secret in the castle as if he had lived there for long. Now his gaze upon the group was entirely different from before. Mark Brand feared that if they went deeper, the alert system would reach its highest level, making it hard for him to help them escape. He clicked his tongue regretfully, afraid he would not witness the outcome. The supply train glowed with deep purple mana, speeding through the dark dungeon. Seo Hein squinted, then declared confidently, "We've arrived." He roared orders for everyone to prepare for combat. "Get ready. When I signal, infiltrate according to plan." Seo Hein shouted decisively, "Now follow the plan." As planned, the group immediately split into two directions to strike the central core. Tater and Saron stormed the fourth floor together. Ayan and Louise simultaneously infiltrated the fifth floor of the castle core. Seo Hyun, in the deep blue Daeho suit, proclaimed firmly, "This is the final point." Through the communication system, Seo Hyun ordered the fourth floor team to quickly neutralize the magical array linked to the fifth floor, emphasizing that synchronized coordination was vital. "Everyone, our synchronization is more important than anything." After the captain's encouragement, the group accelerated down the cold white corridor. Yon constantly urged everyone, absolutely no delays, not even a second. He turned to ask Ayan, "Help me fully charge the mana." Ayan immediately responded firmly, "Understood." Ayan concentrated her spirit, and the blazing energy in her hands began transforming to activate the Shadow Shield skill. Immediately, system notifications confirmed that mana was maximized, increasing the range of the next Dark Sword attack. Seo Hyun smirked proudly, secretly admiring the versatility of the damage absorption skill for adapting to countless situations. However, the loud sounds echoing down the corridor drew the attention of a fearsome hidden entity. The fifth floor core of Caden Castle, where a magical array controlled the entire castle, with heavy security and guards stationed everywhere. For entities with immense mana like Bohemia, sneaking through the outskirts undetected was nearly impossible. The vampire commander guarding this place was startled by a strange noise. He wondered what it was, suspicious as the alarm had not sounded. Before he could find an answer, a shadow engulfed in purple flames suddenly approached from behind. It was Louise, unleashing a powerful strike that the commander had no time to react. Immediately, Ain in her fire god form also charged, delivering a thunderous kick. The demon screamed in horror, "Intruders, why are you here?" Ain continuously swung her flaming sword, overwhelming the enemy with relentless strikes, causing him to scream in pain. Cornered, the vampire gritted his teeth in fury. Cursed, these vermin. After a violent collision, Seo Hyun realized the commander had fled, but he calmly reasoned that letting him escape now might sometimes be advantageous. Seo Hyun instructed, "First go with Louise, I will descend to support." He reminded Ain not to overexert and to follow the plan. When Ain confirmed, he acted immediately. Seo Hyun separated his soul, seeking Tater and Saren on the lower floor. Upon seeing him, Tater cheered, "You're here. I've been waiting to synchronize." Seo Hyun replied curtly, "No time." Upstairs, Louise worriedly asked if it was safe for Ain to follow this path. But just as Ain nodded, deep thud echoed, startling the girl. A cold voice reverberated through the space, "Intruders, your alarm has been triggered." At this moment, Seo Hyun maximized his assimilation skill within 30 meters, unhindered by objects or walls. Thus, Seo Hyun continuously transferred his soul between Louise and Tater to provide instant support, helping Saren and Tater efficiently clear the undead below. A blazing swing caused the vampire commander to scream in agony. How could intruders reach this far? Looking at the fallen enemy, Ain smiled softly in satisfaction and praised her. You did pretty well." Louise let out a relieved breath, overjoyed as she realized she could now fight on her own and officially shoulder responsibility alongside everyone. Ain gently stroked Louise's head, telling the little girl to stay and wait for Seo Hyun, clearly treating her like a younger sister. Even so, Ain was still worried about Seo Hyun, because ever since he had entered the castle core, he had seemed unusually restless. Louise suddenly leaned close and teased Ain, "You are thinking about brother Seo Hyun too, right?" Hit right where it hurt. Ain blushed and stammered. Louise mischievously said she understood, because Seo Hyun often mentioned Ain as well. Ain froze and asked what he had said. Louise smiled brightly and replied that when they went night hunting, Seo Hyun often talked about the time the two of them had traveled together. Hearing that, Ain was faintly moved, secretly happy that Seo Hyun still thought of her, then mocked herself when she realized she was getting jealous of an NPC. Elsewhere, Saren seriously warned Tater not to even think of seducing boss Seo Hyun, leaving Tater unsure whether to laugh or cry as she denied it. Back with Ain, she silently declared that the only person who could seduce Seo Hyun was herself. At that exact moment, Seo Hyun's soul suddenly returned, startling Louise into asking when he had appeared. Seo Hyun only answered, "Just now." Louise wondered whether he had heard their conversation earlier, while he only stayed silent under the little girl's suspicious gaze. Suddenly, a thunderous roar tore through the space. Intruders. A giant werewolf magical beast with blood-red eyes appeared, curling its lips in contempt when it saw that its opponents were only two human women. Ain immediately shouted for Seo Hyun's support, and he answered firmly, "Got it." The monster charged forward at terrifying speed. Ain gritted her teeth and gathered fire into both hands to block the strike, creating a violent collision. Immediately afterward, the system warned that the skill had been destroyed instantly. Ain was stunned when Ifrit's demon claws became unusable for 10 seconds. The werewolf laughed smugly because Ain had still blocked the blow, while she was shaken to realize that his speed far surpassed even her 3 stacked layers of agility. Just a single pass was enough to leave her gravely injured. Ain understood in horror that if she took a direct hit, she would certainly collapse, while nothing seemed strong enough to restrain him. At the critical moment, Seo Hyun managed to control Louise and rush in, covering her in purple magic power to block the destructive strike. The monster roared fiercely, while Ain stood stunned, unable to understand what was happening. How could he use Louise's body to perfectly evade attacks that were absurdly fast? The werewolf roared that he would take her down, then charged in wildly like a storm. Yet under Seo Hyun's precise control, Louise moved nimbly like a ghost. He threw an explosive punch straight from the front, sending the monster flying backward. Seeing the opponent lose balance, Seo Hyun immediately urged everyone to catch him while he was still suspended in midair. Seeing Seo Hyun's confident smile behind Louise, Ain replied excitedly, "Understood." The two of them unleashed their power at the same time, combining blazing firepower with purple demonic energy and sweeping the monster into a violent explosion. Ain said radiantly that the feeling just now was exactly like the old days, while Seo Hyun told the two of them to hurry to the area before the final door as the assimilation gradually faded. Louise was still dazed, while Ain sighed as she realized the trial was not over, and that she had celebrated far too soon. At the same time on the 4th floor, Tater and Saren had finished dispelling the protective magic. The block path on the 5th floor officially opened, allowing their teammates to keep moving forward. Plan on the 5th floor became difficult when Saren realized the situation was dangerous because time had dragged on beyond expectations. The Lisa Mary Brigade began flooding in like a tide, surrounding Saren and Tater right there on the 4th floor. Seo Hyun was shocked to understand that if the stalemate continued, all their forces here could be wiped out. In that life-and-death moment, Saren tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes blazing with proud determination. He told himself this was the most brilliant moment for him to shine like a true hero on the stage. Saren ordered Tater to find a place to hide, because rather than both of them falling together, he would stay behind and buy time for the mission. With his heart ready for a tragic role, Saren roared a challenge and charged into the encirclement. Siohyun also urged Tater to quickly take cover. On the 5th floor, Ayin and Louise were shocked when they saw no one else. Siohyun bitterly confirmed that only the three of them remained to continue because the lower floor had broken the security. Ayin narrowed her eyes with resolve, understanding that as long as they seized the central core, they could reclaim the castle. So they had to end this quickly and not let their comrade's sacrifice be in vain. Down on the 4th floor, Saren was surrounded and risking his life to fight back against 7 savage demonic creatures. Tater could only watch from afar, her face filled with worry and shock. Without Saren and Tater, only Siohyun, Louise, and Ayin managed to set foot in the core of Kaden Castle. For the central magic circle, Siohyun, inside Louise's body, placed a hand on the purple orb to synchronize control authority over the fortress. He urged everyone to act as quickly as possible, because the group's location had surely been discovered. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound of cutting wind shot straight toward Louise, making Ayin shout. It seemed a trap or a hidden enemy had appeared. An explosion burst forth where Louise stood, but Siohyun managed to use a defensive skill in time to knock away the incoming blade. Ayin rushed over in panic to check and blamed herself for failing to notice the attack. Siohyun reassured her that he was still fine. Even so, he was still shaken inside, wondering who possessed such frightening speed, fast enough to outmaneuver even Ayin's keen perception. From the darkness, a man with long red hair and a mask stepped out, holding a pair of short swords as he coldly sneered that they should have fallen long ago. Not letting him strike again, Ayin rushed in with blazing sword strikes, but every attack was easily neutralized by him. Ayin realized she was no match for him, gritting her teeth in helpless frustration. She could not believe an ordinary human possessed power far beyond even demonic creatures. To turn the situation around, Ayin poured in all her strength and activated Flame God's steps, becoming a streak of red light as she plunged into a high-speed battle with him. The system suddenly rang out with a warning, leaving Ayin stunned. She could not believe that Ifrit's demon claws had been completely destroyed and could not be used again for 10 seconds. Looking at the opponent in front of her, she gritted her teeth, wondering whether he was a werewolf or something even stronger. Siohyun immediately shouted, "Ayin, come with me," taking advantage of the opponent's lapse. He ordered both to coordinate a rear ambush. He simultaneously activated invisibility and accelerated his biological rhythm to launch a surprise attack. The blades clashed, sparking fire. Siohyun silently wondered since when the Thamuan faction had a human NPC capable of wielding twin swords so fearsomely. He understood they could not delay any longer. He immediately exploded in the moment when the assassin's sight was blocked by Ayin. Siohyun controlled Louise to unleash Dark Sword. Immediately afterward, he channeled all his strength to perform angelic swordsmanship to finish the target. After enduring the powerful coordinated strike from Siohyun's group, the assassin merely curled his lips in amusement. "Huh, your technique is unusual." He instantly countered as fast as lightning, striking Louise before she could react. Fortunately, the system reported the critical hit was nullified by the superior entity's protection, making Louise invincible for 3 seconds. Siohyun urgently shouted, "Louise, use the scroll quickly." A blinding light erupted instantly. Louise was safely teleported out of the brutal battlefield. Ayin panicked, asking where Louise was. Siohyun in soul form replied, "She is safe. I brought her back." He shivered at the opponent's power, capable of perfect evasion and instant counterattack. Without the martial robe, Louise would have died. Yun judged that this must be an NPC with identity, level at least 350. Completely new entity, never seen in Azan. Siohyun bitterly admitted that in the current situation, they had no chance of winning. Suddenly, Tater panicked, messaging that Duke Bohemia was charging straight toward him, leaving Siohyun stunned, unable to understand why he appeared here. At the critical moment, a hand suddenly pierced straight through the opponent's body. Duke Bohemia appeared imposingly with a maniacal smile. "Ha ha ha, you did well." Siohyun was shocked to realize the Duke had used Tater's body to descend directly onto the battlefield. The assassin groaned in pain, unable to believe Bohemia could appear so suddenly. Bohemia coldly kicked the motionless body aside. Worthless trash." He laughed smugly, never expecting the players to successfully guide him here, allowing him to handle everything so easily. Bohemia squinted at the body on the ground. He suddenly noticed a bright blue light emanating from the assassin. He muttered in doubt, "What is this?" The presence of a Sky faction member puzzled Bohemia, since he thought the castle was controlled by the deceptive faction. Bohemia clicked his tongue in regret for acting too early, not having time to interrogate the assassin. Putting aside the doubt, he placed his hand on the central magic circle to prioritize reclaiming the castle. A massive light burst forth, covering the entire Caden castle. The system confirmed control had returned to Bohemia, making him extremely delighted. The remnants of the Day-Ho magical creature troops were completely swept away by the deep purple flames. Tater hid behind the door, breathing a sigh of relief as the mission success notification appeared. The boy trembled, thinking he had almost died in the last battle. Immediately afterward, 1 million gold from Duke Bohemia was transferred directly into the group account. But Seo Hein paid the most attention to the new event, a clue about the erosion of the Sky Faction. He muttered, "Erosion of the Sky Faction." Night quietly fell over the Sept Guild mansion. Louise was sitting alone on the roof, silently under the full moon. She hugged her knees amidst the small creatures, her eyes sad, staring into the distance. When the deep purple magic appeared, Seo Hyun stepped forward and quietly asked, "Louise, what are you doing here?" Seeing him, she exclaimed, "Seo Hyun, he is back." Louise lowered her head slightly, saying she was just lost in thought. Seo Hyun, in the new elegant Daeho uniform, quietly sat beside her. Louise worriedly asked if he was hurt, and Seo Hyun sighed, admitting he had almost died. The two lay on the roof, gazing at the peaceful night sky. Seo Hyun pondered a few things he still did not understand, especially one issue that troubled him. When she curiously asked, he remembered the man he had encountered in Iluna several years ago. Louise asked in surprise, "In Iluna?" Seo Hyun recounted that although he only saw from afar, he remembered it was a Holy Kingdom night. Based on the new clue about Sky Faction erosion, he was certain the Sky Faction had intervened in this matter. So who was the Sky Faction swordsman appearing at the central core? Looking at the Duke's reaction, Seo Hyun understood this exceeded a mere power struggle in Thamuin. Perhaps this mission was not as simple as he had thought. He stood up and said, "Let's go. Bohemia has opened a feast for us." Meanwhile, at a sacred place, the magic orb suddenly shook chaotically and glowed unusually. A priest exclaimed in shock, "Oh, impossible." He painfully realized that yet another talented knight had returned to the embrace of the Sky Faction. The priest broke into a sweat, not understanding why Duke Bohemia acted at the most inopportune moment. He feared that if this continued, the great plan of His Majesty the Holy King would encounter irreparable obstacles. Amid the grand hall filled with angel statues, the priest was lost in anxious calculations. Duke Bohemia's hearty laughter echoed throughout the hall. "Ha ha ha, so there is such a way." He was extremely pleased hearing of the Caden Castle reclamation. Taking advantage of the exhilaration, Seo Hyun pointed to Tater and praised him extensively. "Just as I said, this boy single-handedly cleared magical creatures in the castle core in an instant." In fact, he exaggerated Tater's achievements to please the Duke. Nearby, Tater sweated and forced a smile, not good at lying. He knew he had not done as much as Seo Hyun described. Seo Hyun thought secretly that Mark Brand had left, so no matter how much he exaggerated, Bohemia could hardly verify. Bohemia nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, my eyes for people do not fail." Meanwhile, Saren, who had heroically sacrificed on the 4th floor, had to sadly miss the feast. He only sent a message saying as long as rewards were split fairly, it was fine. Seeing Bohemia in high spirits, Seo Hyun skillfully changed the topic. "Sir Bohemia, what about the information on the Dark Relic I asked you to investigate?" The Duke paused briefly and then replied calmly, "Ah, I remember that." But he suddenly squinted and asked in reverse, "Wait, wasn't that Knight Tater's request?" The unexpected question left Seo Hyun and Tater frozen, because they were assimilated when making the request. To cover it, Seo Hyun quickly explained he managed Tater's schedule and thus knew everything. Bohemia accepted the reason, seeing Seo Hyun as a capable assistant similar to Mark Brand. However, the Duke's expression suddenly turned serious. He glanced around and then asserted in a deep voice, "Unfortunately, that matter could not be discussed in a crowded place like this." Seo Hyun was puzzled, not understanding what was so important that the Duke did not want even his subordinates at the feast to hear. Bohemia said to enjoy the feast, that matter would be discussed later in private. Seeing him cautious even with his subordinates, Seo Hyun understood this was certainly a major secret. He raised his glass and replied, "Understood," while Bohemia loudly celebrated the castle's return and his knight's achievements. Cheers echoed throughout the hall as everyone raised their glasses. Meanwhile, Ian and Louise were busy enjoying the delicacies on the banquet table. Tater trembled after taking a sip of wine due to its excellent flavor. He was surprised to find that the more magical energy in the drink, the tastier it was. In contrast, Ian immediately spat out the wine due to its terrible taste. She did not understand why everyone else enjoyed it so much. Louise found it quite acceptable, prompting Seo Hyun to calmly explain that was because she was not of the Abyss faction. Ian asked excitedly, "Right, Seo Hyun? If assimilated, I could drink that too." Seo Hyun looked at the glass and nodded, perhaps. He thought this was also an opportunity to test how the increased magical energy affected Tater. When the soul connection was established, Ayan and Tater simultaneously sampled the strange drink. Ayan joyfully exclaimed, "What?" Tater blushed in delight as he sipped, surprised by the peculiar taste. Incredible! Tater couldn't hide his astonishment seeing Seo Hyun become significantly stronger after assimilation. Seeing everyone happy, Louise stepped forward, eyes sparkling. "I want a drink too." She wanted to join the atmosphere atmosphere. Seo Hyun smiled in agreement. All right, I understand. But just as Louise took a sip, Seo Hyun suddenly felt something very strange. Suddenly, a shocking system alert appeared. Stimulation has reached its limit. A sensory function will be forcibly sealed. Seo Hyun clutched his head in pain, unable to believe the frenzy that had just struck, and anxiously looked at Louise. Before him, Louise stood dazed, her eyes empty, as if her mind had drifted into a void. Seo Hyun slowly analyzed, certain that Louise had just sensed the flavor of the drink. Even if the dark seeds were to blame, the reason wasn't convincing enough. He blamed himself for not noticing something unusual all this time. Seo Hyun believed Louise was surely a transcendent being, since soul resonance only occurred when he empathized with an angel or demon. A shocking hypothesis struck Seo Hyun. What if Louise was not an angel but actually a demon? Thinking of this, he shivered. The pieces gradually fell into place when he noticed her magical skill was unaffected, and Seo Hyun's tendencies were continually drawn toward the abyss. Even the fact that Louise couldn't touch sunlight aligned with demonic nature, though her image with angle wings in the event film remained a mystery. Seo Hyun began to believe she was closer to a demon than an angel. Amid confusion, a blue notification panel appeared, leaving him stunned. Why was the quest updated at this moment? In the Holy Kingdom, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. A god charged into the Great Hall, shouting loudly, "King of Saints, a divine decree has just fallen." Pope Janua froze, asking if this was truly the will of the Archangel, but the answer was even more shocking. This decree did not originate from reality, but from a supreme light descending. The name left the Pope aghast, speechless. Light, a serious warning perhaps. The decree warned that darkness was preparing to rise, hiding in corners waiting for the moment. At the full moon, the path to darkness would open. The decree commanded finding and destroying underground relics of darkness to prevent disaster. Pope Trangam noted that history shows light always warns when darkness rises. The decree confirmed that darkness was silently germinating somewhere in the world. To prevent catastrophe, they must destroy the relics of darkness at all costs. Yet the situation was dire. Losing Kaiden Castle, strategic strongholds, and the death of the talented, Holy Knight left the Holy Kingdom in a predicament. Realizing building new outposts now was too late, the Pope decided to utilize the players. Before the confusion of his subordinates, he affirmed it was not the time to be selective about methods. He declared players disregard their lives, let their greed serve our purpose. To sweep away darkness, sometimes tough decisions must be made. To achieve their goal, they were ready to exploit those who trusted them. Pope believed where sunlight exists, darkness cannot, and he would engrave this into history. After the feast, Bohemia led Seo Hyun and Louise into the domain of darkness. He thought it was too late for Tater to join. Contrary to expectations of a deadly place, the ghostly village appeared unusually peaceful. Louise was surprised to see the old skeletal soldier cheerfully selling colorful fruits by the roadside, just like the human world, delighting her. Suddenly, Bohemia turned to Louise and quietly asked, "Hey, I never asked your name. What is your name?" The Duke placed his hand on the girl's head. Louise shyly replied, "I am Louise." Bohemia was unusually gentle with Louise, smiling softly, eyes nostalgic. "It's been a long time since I felt this." Seo Hyun silently observed, realizing the Duke treated her specially. He analyzed that perhaps because Bohemia belonged to darkness facing Louise, the embodiment of pure darkness, he developed strong empathy. At that moment, the system confirmed the hypothesis that Louise was a demon. Two souls perfectly connected, Seo Hyun gained a unique skill, the protection of darkness. With this skill, he exuded abyssal aura that terrified celestial creatures but was friendly to dark factions. Seo Hyun wondered if activating this skill would make the Duke feel closer. He activated the skill, and immediately Bohemia turned to him with admiring eyes. Excited, he revealed he had heard from Mark Brand about his achievements and asked, "Do you wish to become my knight?" Seo Hyun froze, surprised the skill provoked an instant reaction. He was grateful but declined firmly. "Thank you, but I must refuse." Seo Hyun worried that refusal might anger the Duke. Bohemia merely accepted, advising him to reconsider if he changed his mind later. The group continued toward the relic. This village was only the first stop. Approaching darkness had never been easy. He warned the land ahead was shrouded in eerie mist, capable of crushing the soul of any who misstep, rendering all magic gates useless. Bohemia instructed the group to be patient, wait until the next afternoon when the mist cleared to move, then led them to a resting spot. Stopping before an old station, Bohemia pointed at the train. "I only bring you here. Remember to catch this train on your way back." Seo Hyun wondered if there was a way to teleport directly back to the real world, but Bohemia gave a chilling warning, quashing the idea. He explained that if the spatial density didn't match, the players' bodies would be torn apart instantly. Seo Hyun turned pale, imagining being crushed in the universe, silently thinking, better follow the known path to be safe. Bohemia advised the group to only move along the predetermined route to ensure safety. While talking, the dark purple magical aura seethed from below, making the Duke pause, as a grotesque figure appeared in the black mist. A dry skeleton wearing a purple robe radiated overwhelming magic. Bohemia smirked, familiar eyes, it had been a long time. One named Skotonathos approached, voice rumbling from glowing eye sockets. I wondered who it was, turns out it is Bohemia. After greeting the Duke, the old wizard's fiery gaze swept over Sohyun's group. He asked suspiciously, "Are those accompanying you human?" The Duke confirmed he brought them. Skotonathos scoffed. "This group doesn't deserve to enter the sacred realm of darkness." Bohemia affirmed they were qualified, vouching with his name. Skotonathos was surprised, thinking Bohemia favored humans. The Duke denied, declaring he would not trade honor for trivial matters. Observing the two high-ranking entities, Sohyun deduced from Bohemia's respect that this one must be the Duke. He recalled Interloop's information and was horrified to realize this was the Duke closest to darkness. Seeing Bohemia protect the group, Skotonathos considered rechecking them. He moved closer, eyes scrutinizing each person with oppressive intensity. Sohyun swallowed as the magical gaze pierced deep into their souls. Observing Hein and Louise, Skotonathos nodded because they carried dark aura, but when he looked at Ayan, his expression changed, growling. This one is of celestial origin." Sohyun turned pale as Ayan's secret was exposed. He worried his friend wouldn't pass the trial. Sohyun quickly shielded Ayan, asserting, "It's fine, she's our teammate." Facing Skotonathos' doubt, he used a special skill. "Look, I can control her like my own body." Bohemia admired Sohyun's display. Skotonathos admitted the magic was fascinating and didn't pursue it further. However, he warned the villagers were naturally hostile to humans because, to avoid trouble, he took a purple potion and instructed them to drink it. It was a temporary poison turning them into skeletons or undead. Sohyun stopped asking. Skotonathos explained that this was a potion to become a vampire, a human-like race, so it would not cause much inconvenience. Sohyun carefully asked if he could return to his original form and was confirmed that it was entirely possible. With no other choice, Sohyun resolutely grabbed the bottle and drank it all immediately. A bright notification board appeared, indicating his heart was approaching the abyss. Sohyun felt the surge of cursed magic rising. The system confirmed the race had temporarily become a vampire and could be reverted at will. Looking at his reflected face, Sohyun realized the vampire and human appearances were not much different. He curiously observed the change in himself with unusually glowing red eyes. Sohyun wondered how this form would appear to magical creatures. Louise stood beside him, astonished at the mysterious appearance of the two companions. Louise exclaimed in surprise when she saw something and quickly called, "Hi, look there." Sohyun followed the little girl's pointing hand and saw small souls floating, even greeting them friendly. The curious souls asked if the group had come to the land of darkness or were just playing, and Sohyun was stunned when he realized he could understand them. Immediately, the system notified that Sohyun had comprehended the magical creature's language. He secretly felt delighted and thought to himself, "This is getting interesting." Bohemia quietly turned and left, messaging, "I go ahead, hoping the day you touch the darkness comes." Skotonathos also vanished into the mist, leaving a mysterious warning that the path to the dark sanctuary would only open tomorrow afternoon, advising the group to be careful to avoid danger. Warnings about the fog remained intact. It was the most dangerous. Two dukes departed, leaving Sohyun and the group amidst the magical creature village under the crimson sky. Sohyun slowly thought, according to Bohemia, there was no way to return to the surface immediately. Instead of worrying, it was better to plan based on the actual situation. Brian panicked when realizing the reality, "So we cannot return home immediately, can we?" The group decided to stay temporarily in the village. Sohyun approached a lizard NPC to inquire and quickly found an inn for Louise to rest. He planned to spend the remaining time walking around the village to gather more information from the magical creatures. Contrary to her usual fear, Louise became bold among the monsters. A skeleton soldier approached and offered her a skewer of local delicacy. Louise happily accepted. "Oh, so delicious. That is the specialty roasted stone turtle skewer here." She waved to the skeleton soldiers, leaving Sohyun astonished. He wondered whether Louise's demonic bloodline helped her quickly befriend the magical creatures, while Ayan was curious if their food suited humans. Sohyun suddenly remembered to send a message to inform everyone at home, as the group would be stuck here for a long time. Sohyun quickly messaged Saren and Tater about the separate quest chain. Saren agreed happily, wanting to consult with director Stephen Yang, and Tater was excited to help. He did not forget to message Ginny and Practice to apologize for being unable to support training this week, and received responses that they were busy with a major mission as well. Sohyun speculated based on both their factions, that this was certainly a challenge from the Sky faction. Suddenly, Ayan pointed to a distant structure and called Sohyun, "Over there." He squinted and decided to investigate later. Approaching, Ayan remarked the building resembled a solemn temple. Sohyun nodded, "Yes, let's go check it out." Upon arrival, they were blocked by an old vampire. Astonished, "Oh, you are vampires." The elder was delighted to meet fellow kin here. He mentioned that since the darkness disappeared 8 years ago, everyone had gradually left the village. Xiaohine stopped asking. The old man doubted. Is this common knowledge? Don't say you are of the fire faction. Xiaohine quickly explained he had just awakened from hibernation and was unaware of the news, simultaneously exploiting this weakness of their kind to cover it up. Elder Maka lightly clicked his tongue and began explaining the painful history of the tribe. He said they were loyal, borrowing magic from the darkness to survive and fight. But 8 years ago, the darkness vanished, and their magic dissipated. Even later, with help from lower-level demons, magic could not reach its former level. Without full blessings, the vampires gradually left to seek new ways to live. However, the old man wondered if, without the darkness granting power, would they need to abandon their faith. Believing that the darkness would revive one day, he persisted in performing daily rituals for a long time. A miracle appeared exactly a month ago. He vividly recounted witnessing the dark altar being covered by a strong flow of magic. Though brief, he insisted he saw clearly that faith had been rewarded. The vampire elder was excited, believing the darkness responded to the ritual. Taking Xiaohine's hand, he said that one is still somewhere, quietly preparing a grand plan. Xiaohine realized the reason high-level magical creatures were absent from the village because they were serving other forces. The detail the elder sensed a month ago caught Xiaohine's attention, coinciding with Louise reaching level 200. Suddenly, a sharp sound along with a burst of purple magic shocked Xiaohine. What was happening? Looking toward the castle under the crimson sky, he shouted, "Quickly go see." Upon arrival, the old vampire paled when seeing strangers. "Oh, those are..." Xiaohyun was shocked to see humans in this land. How could they have reached here? A Daeho squad with shields and spears fiercely attacking amidst the red mist. Louise worriedly pointed Xiaohyun. "Look," observing their formation. He assessed, yes, the way they confront them is definitely Sky Faction. Based on their equipment, he realized they were not holy knights or ordinary NPCs. Xiaohyun's gaze hardened. These were players. Xiaohyun broke into a sweat, not understanding why Sky Faction players were so numerous, all having valid reasons. In the Holy Kingdom, the Pope quietly planned after finding the secret path into the relic. Fearing the knights would fail, he exploited the players' recklessness. Admission tickets to the Dark Village were issued, promising rewards based on contribution points and blessings from the divine officials. The Pope believed the players' sacrifice would once again light the Sky Faction's lamp. He respectfully looked at the prophetic record and declared the day of Divine Light's execution was not far. In the magical creature village, Xiaohyun was shocked to see the bright blue notification board appear, reading carefully and being shaken when realizing direct interference from the opposing faction, using players to execute their plan without expending Daeho if they failed. Footsteps echoed throughout the village as Ayan and Louise raced against time. Looking at the remnants of the battle, Xiaohyun wondered if the situation was truly stable. He glanced at the fallen player corpses and judged that if defeated by skeleton soldiers, their levels were not high. What troubled Xiaohyun was why the Sky Faction could appear here. Suddenly, Louise broke from the group and dashed forward. Xiaohyun called in panic, "Louise, don't go alone, it's very dangerous." Louise froze in front of the rubble, trembling as she pointed. "Xiaohyun, look at this." Xiaohyun approached, and was stunned to see Louise cradling the skull of the kind skeleton soldier from before. The remaining purple soul softly spoke, "Miss." Louise hesitantly asked about the rest of the body. He gently reassured, "Young lady, no need to look so sad at me." He faced the outcome calmly, asserting that disappearing was an everyday matter for the residents here. Louise silently watched the fading soul fragments. She began to truly understand and regarded the magical creatures as close neighbors, feeling sorrow as the skeleton gradually vanished because of uninvited intruders. Watching the pitiful beings disappear one by one, he pondered Louise, regarded as the mother of darkness and monsters here. He wondered how much pain she felt seeing her children destroyed. Suddenly, alarm bells rang throughout the area. Red alert, the skeletal soldiers rushed toward the village gate amid loud shouts. A new intruder appeared, all Daeho ready for combat. A group of fully equipped celestial players marched into the blazing red mist. Instantly, the main quest notification was updated. The plan to invade the Abyssal Land began, and he had to bring Louise to the place called the Heart for her to awaken her new power and escape pursuit. He narrowed his eyes coldly, fully understanding the enemy's malice. So the light decree they mentioned referred to this matter. He realized that light and darkness were fundamentally inseparable entities. Now the Celestial faction was hunting to eradicate the seed of darkness, which was Louise. She was in danger, and he understood that to protect her, he had to become an enemy of the entire Celestial faction, a life and death choice for a player. Ian looked at he with resolute eyes, as if she was also waiting for him to make the final decision. Seeing he still lost in thought, Ian stepped forward and quietly asked, "What are you doing?" He snapped back to awareness, and Ian smiled excitedly, urging, "Let's fight, come on." He was briefly surprised by her decisiveness, as she belonged to the Celestial faction yet showed no hesitation. Seeing Ian's radiant smile, he also smirked confidently. He resolved to face all challenges ahead, then turned to instruct Louise, "Quickly find a place. Hide in the inn, absolutely do not go outside." Skotonathos looked into the distance, calmly noting that the Holy Kingdom's minions had finally arrived. But he affirmed the Abyssal faction would not stand idle. A painful scream tore through the mist, signaling the sweep had officially begun. Celestial players were shocked, unable to understand why an ordinary war quest suddenly featured a terrifying entity at the village entrance. Arriving to such strong opposition, could they survive moving deeper? In fact, the one sweeping fiercely was Ain with his support. Hours had passed since the two coordinated to halt the relentless wave of attacks. He worried as the Daiho enemies grew, guessing that the Holy Kingdom had placed a large quest reward. Despite the shifting mist, players still found this place, indicating the location was exposed. Ain gritted her teeth, admitting that if they kept struggling, it would be very hard for just the two of them to hold. She shouted, ordering everyone to retreat deeper into the village to preserve forces. On the opposite side, Celestial players grew more excited. They believed the fierce resistance of the monsters was a sign that treasures or massive merits were hidden inside. Ain's purple sword strike sent another enemy back to the respawn point. Suddenly, a strange warrior appeared behind, casually asking if Ain was an abyssal player who arrived first. He repeatedly praised her skills as cool, then unexpectedly invited forming a team to do the quest together. Ain froze and asked what quest brings all of them here, while he was also bewildered by this absurd situation. Ignoring the trouble from knave players, Ain finally returned to the inn. As they pushed open the door, Hume softly called Louise, "We're back." Louise beamed happily seeing his familiar figure. He, in vampire form, quietly asked if the battle outside had ended, but Ain shook her head confirming everything was still ongoing. A day had passed, and the battlefield now included not only the NPC Daiho team but also abyssal players joining the fight. Observing the celestial incursion, Skotonathos officially launched the quest to protect the Land of Darkness, calling on abyssal followers. Trains filled with abyssal players continuously arrived at the village, marking the first PvP war in ASEAN history. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a terrifying magical entity appeared, causing all magical attacks to freeze midair. That was Mayday, one of the top rankers who had joined the battle. She was successfully summoned by the Abyssal faction, causing Celestials to panic as no master could counter her. While Abyssal gathered many high-level players connected to Dukes, Celestials were mostly free players. Other rankers feared excessive risk entering the Abyss. Present there, she was astonished to encounter Ayan. Realizing Ayan had switched to Abyssal, Mayday quietly calculated that this was a good opportunity to repair a long-strained relationship. The exhausting battle dragged on until the path into darkness was about to open. At that moment, the sound of pounding hooves signaled the arrival of regular forces. The Holy Kingdom's paladins formally entered the battle under a ruthless night. Celestial players cheered, thinking reinforcements had arrived to help them overwhelm opponents. But reality was far more brutal than imagined. The pale purple-haired commander coldly swung his sword, defeating all who blocked his path, including his own faction. He cooperated with no one, attacking friend and foe alike, disdainfully calling them weak uselesslings. Facing the shock and outrage of players attacked without reason, he merely smirked, viewing them as lowly insects. The commander's gaze rose to the black sun in the sky, muttering about the mission to find the dark aura monster hiding in the village. He smirked, ordering his subordinates to clear everything, leaving no living being behind. At the inn, he looked out the window and saw the mist gradually clearing. A sense of unease made him shiver. He realized Celestials were certainly sending more than ordinary players, and the Holy Kingdom's regular forces had begun action. Suddenly, a blinding flash exploded nearby, making he turn pale in horror. He shouted violently, ordering Ayan to log out immediately. He rushed to shield Louise as a violent explosion struck. The shock almost crushed the entire building. They had traced Louise, and she was in danger. Smoke and fire engulfed the ghostly village, leaving a devastated scene after the catastrophic explosion. The sound of hooves trampling the rubble echoed coldly. The silver-armored commander coldly assessed that perhaps all had been wiped out. He thought the approach was noisy but the result perfect. A nearby knight bowed in confirmation, saying those infused with magic could not survive the last strike. However, the pink-haired commander remained unsatisfied. He pondered, the light remained silent, meaning darkness still existed somewhere. He looked toward the crimson mountains in the distance, wondering if it was the path leading to the relic. He decisively ordered all Daiho to seize the moment when the mist cleared to advance rapidly, while summoning subordinate knights to surround the target. As the Daiho squad departed, Louise Jones timidly peeked out from the rubble to observe. The girl whispered fearfully, "Are they gone?" Fortunately, he had shielded her, so she remained safe. In Dark Canyon, Ayan moved silently between the steep cliffs, seeing cracks and fractures along the way. Ayan remarked the area was full of battle traces. Apparently the Celestial Daiho squad had destroyed everything along the path. He narrowed his eyes seriously, realizing the commander earlier was Sakrun, a renowned NPC from Astra Online. He was horrified remembering the white light that obliterated the entire village in an instant. It was the Great Inferno, a high-level divine spell often wielded by the Holy Knights to purge the abyss. Because the situation was urgent, Seo Hyun had no time to use a teleportation scroll and immediately performed assimilation to protect Louise. The system notified that the melting effect was nullified, allowing her to escape danger thanks to the cleric's robe he had prepared. Meanwhile, Ain managed to log out before the explosion to stay safe. Logging back in, Ain anxiously asked if the mission was affected with the village destroyed. Seo Hyun looked at the unchanged notification board and realized that the Holy Knight in Kaiden was actually a spy who had infiltrated earlier. He realized he needed to get Louise out of the celestial sweep to delve deeper into the darkness, ensuring her safety. He thought about the mission notice. At the heart, darkness will awaken new power. He realized the mission was still ongoing and he had to bring Louise there. Fortunately, the path to the ruins had been guided by Bohemia beforehand, but seeing the traces, Seo Hyun worried the Holy Knights were moving in the same direction as Daeho. Suddenly, Louise approached with a pensive expression, asking if Seo Hyun could talk for a moment. Louise recalled the past, when assassins were terrifying, but here, everything had completely changed. The image of the kind skeletal soldier giving her a skewer of grilled meat made Louise's heart tighten. She wondered what she was feeling and whether feeling connected to the spirit beasts was unusual. Standing beside her, Seo Hyun silently understood Louise because he knew the girl feeling bonded with spirit beasts was natural, as she was the embodiment of darkness. This was truly her home. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Seo Hyun awkwardly scratched his head, looked directly into Louise's eyes, and calmly said, "Louise, don't be too troubled, but you are a demon." That was why she felt that way. The shocking information thrilled Louise, and Ain was also astonished. Seo Hyun signaled her to let him explain later. Yuzin asked repeatedly, "Because you are a demon, is that why we came here because of you?" Indeed, Louise bowed her head in acknowledgement, though she didn't remember her past. She had no desire to reclaim any memories or great power. Louise only wished to continue living peacefully. Seeing her small form, Seo Hyun realized she feared witnessing the death of the spirit beasts again. He gently placed his hand on Louise's head, advising, "There's no other way. Sooner or later you will have to face it. It will be difficult, but try to endure it." Though he wanted Louise to be safe, Seo Hyun understood that if they stopped, the abyssal faction would detect them, and the forces of light would grow stronger. Then Louise would have nowhere to take refuge in this world. Her eyes glowed red, alert to distant tremors. The girl softly called, "Seo Hyun, someone is fighting over there." Along the cliff, Seo Hyun and Louise hid behind a rock, watching as a pillar of magical light erupted in the valley. Louise recognized the holy knights she had seen in the village. Before them was a brutal scene as Daeho's celestial sweep cleared all obstacles, blades constantly swinging to tear the spirit beasts apart amid their pitiful screams. Louise trembled as she watched the enemy. They were not werewolves like before, and she was stunned to see the powerful warriors now overwhelmed and mercilessly defeated. "Seo Hyun, are you not going to fight?" The girl wanted to protect her people. Seo Hyun gritted his teeth and stopped her. "No, we absolutely cannot reveal ourselves now." He judged that Daeho and the enemies around here were not just a few. With their overwhelming numbers, confronting them head-on now was no different from suicide. Louise broke down, sitting with her knees drawn up and her face buried in her hands, crying helplessly. Seo Hyun felt pain seeing her bear pressure far beyond what a child could endure. Louise choked out to Seo Hyun, "If I am a demon, why am I this weak?" She wished she had power like Seo Hyun to change this tragedy. Seo Hyun observed in silence, realizing the situation was becoming extremely terrible. The demonic beasts that worshipped darkness roared their master's name before dying. Negative emotions like despair, pain, and hatred directly invaded Louise's soul. Her heart acted as those emotions tore through it. For someone who had regained her sense of self like the girl, receiving this dark resonance was a brutal trial. Seo Hyun looked at Louise and affirmed, "You can become even stronger than me." Louise was startled, her eyes brimming with tears. Unable to believe it because her level had still not improved despite all the hunting. Seo Hyun thought silently, understanding that when Louise empathized with demonic beasts, the girl had only two choices left: continue being controlled by those emotions or seize the power and subdue it. Purple mana began surging around Louise, signaling her awakening. Perhaps she would bravely face the truth that she was a demon. Seo Hyun understood clearly. Even though Louise did not yearn to become darkness, fate had placed her on the only path. As long as she was determined, the girl had enough power to change the situation and save everyone. Seo Hyun looked at Louise tenderly. "Louise, just follow me. I will help with everything." Louise sat hugging her knees, her eyes filled with tears, wondering whether she should entrust herself to Hume. But before this desperate situation, that was the only choice. The system announced that the fragment of darkness had resonated. Louise made up her mind, saying she would give her body to him one last time. The crystal fragment erupted with purple mana, and a notification confirmed that her empathy had been unlocked. From afar, Skotonathos froze in shock as he sensed an unfamiliar aura. The old man looked at the red sky, realizing the ground seemed to be in pain, and sensed the agony Louise was enduring. Skotonathos was shaken, wondering why darkness had appeared on this very day. The old man gathered purple mana, his eyes blazing as he looked toward the eclipse, knowing this was not the time to stand still. Skotonathos roared, determined to drive away the sky people before the sanctuary of darkness was destroyed. A colossal surge of demonic energy exploded before him, terrifying the skeletal wizard. From the black bone mist, the shadow of a great fang emerged. Bohemia appeared, ordering Skotonathos to be silent. Bohemia asserted that cause and effect were being turned back onto the proper track, and that the ban on interference was necessary. Skotonathos was confused, unable to understand the intent behind the order, and asked why he was forbidden at such a crucial moment. Before him stood Bohemia with 4 pairs of red eyes, radiating suffocating pressure amid the dark mana. The old man could only stand silently and watch, not daring to act. Bohemia repeated the order, revealing that he was merely conveying the will of Cardio, the great demon of deception. Suspicious, before Kario's might, Skotonathos bowed his head, and accepted that he would only observe the situation as instructed. Bohemia affirmed that everything was for the benefit of darkness, demanding that Skotonathos trust this choice. Skotonathos stood amid the purple demonic energy, inwardly wondering how simply standing by could possibly help darkness. Although he obeyed Kadrio's will, the old man was still troubled by the mysterious cause and effect Bohemia had mentioned, wondering how important it truly was. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Seohyun, confirming that Louise's empathy had been unlocked. He saw a new empathy appear in the girl's status window, proof that Louise truly was a demon, not an angel. According to the description, a transcendent being used power from the origin of all species and took note. She had to mentally prepare to receive every mixed emotion, while also transmitting emotions to those who submitted to her. Seohyun realized Louise could not use her power because she was not yet complete. Ain was astonished to learn the girl's true identity, not ordinary at all, but a great demon. Looking at tiny Louise, Seohyun grew worried that such a frail child was a great demon. Empathy unlocked, emergency mission updated. The girl had not yet formed her sense of self. If her heart shattered, she would vanish forever. To recover her sense of self, the group had to reach the heart of darkness before Daeho, and the Sky Corps destroyed the ruins. Otherwise, darkness would need hundreds of years to awaken again. Seohyun realized merely taking Louise away was not enough, and ordered them to depart immediately. Before Ain's surprise, he affirmed that their goal was to catch up to and surpass the Holy Kingdom's Night Order at all costs. Ain worriedly asked whether they should not silently tail them instead, because the difference in strength was too great. Seohyun answered decisively, every plan must change. The goal now is a frontal breakthrough. Only by striking head-on can we arrive before them. Up ahead, a knight walking through the canyon suddenly froze as he sensed something abnormal. He muttered about the bone mist gradually covering the surroundings. Louise erupted with purple mana, inflicting damage. A dark whirlwind hurled the enemy from behind. The knight only had time to scream miserably before being blasted away by the surge of energy and collapsing completely. Seohyun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The attack was effective. The group used the black wind Louise had created to form an air current within the bone mist and ambush from behind. In response to Ain's question about the knight being weaker than expected, Seohyun explained that the power within the bone mist was too great. Even Bohemia would find it hard to withstand, and warned Ain to be careful because it was dangerous for them too. Seohyun calculated that facing weaker enemies was possible, but this method could not be repeated many times. He hoped to quietly deal with them one by one and pass through this area. But things did not go as hoped. Ain reported that the group seemed to have caught up with Daeho, the Holy Knight, and that fierce fighting was happening up ahead. Seohyun gritted his teeth in worry because the situation was extremely terrible at such a sensitive moment. Looking at the demonic beast gasping in a pool of blood, he understood that if Louise activated empathy before they died, everything would spiral out of control. Immediately, the knight ahead noticed them, shouting an alarm about the appearance of the Black Line Maka and ordering the rear to stay alert and fight. Ain worriedly asked whether they should charge in. Seohyun firmly said the group had to break through and urged them to speed up immediately. Through assimilation, Seohyun felt the pain tearing Louise apart. Every time a demonic beast fell, the girl's heart felt as if it had been pierced through by a knife. This was the price of empathizing with the abyss. Shouts from the Sky faction rang out, "Divine mages, prepare the heavenly purification strike." A brilliant golden bolt of lightning poured down violently and Seohyun shouted his demand. "And draw the enemy's attention to open a path," he smirked with determination. "Leave it to me." Receiving the mission from Seohyun, he immediately activated his ultimate skill, his body ablaze with determination to destroy the enemy. Seohyun pondered silently, knowing that even if Ain could resist lightning damage, many dangers still remained. However, she found it hard to hold out long against the divine power of the celestial faction. The situation grew more severe as Louise's condition deteriorated rapidly. Siohan gritted her teeth in fear, realizing that if this continued, all escape routes would be completely sealed. In another scene, the old vampire from the village fled in a frenzy, shouting that he was nearly there, the master right before his eyes. Oh, the bundle. Trailing closely behind was Mayday, equally exhausted. She complained about the speed, unable to comprehend the chaos around her. The old man had just crawled from the rubble, teeth clenched, and Mayday realized he had emerged from underground after the explosion and decided to follow. He affirmed that as long as he lived, his faith would not waver, but his expression darkened when he realized today was the day the bone veil would open. If he did not hurry, he would face the horrifying effects of the bone veil. He accelerated urgently, while Mayday called out anxiously, "Hey, wait for me, let me go with you." She silently followed his back through the deadly land, observing the blood-stained staff on the ground, doubting the darkness ahead. Mayday followed the old vampire in panic, worrying if everything was truly okay. The crazed elder urged her to move faster, affirming the dark soul was near. The closer they got, the more he sensed the chaos in the master's mind and resolved to save the person he had served all his life. Ahead, the dark gorge became a gruesome battlefield, with holy knights frantically slaughtering demons. Witnessing the scene, the old vampire grew furious upon realizing the marauder's target was Louise, roaring to find the darkness immediately. Amid the violet bone magic haze, the tiny figure of Louise suddenly appeared. The old man cheered joyfully, finding that the person was indeed the darkness after the perilous escape. Without hesitation, he plunged into the encirclement of Daeho's celestial brigade. He generated a magic explosion that shook the earth. He roared with authority, challenging those in his way, just as the holy mage ordered Daeho to launch the second attack. The old vampire paled upon seeing the massive energy descend, screaming in despair. "Ah, no, oh darkness." Beams of golden light carrying purifying power descended, as if to annihilate Louise. The girl only managed to look up with fearful eyes at the deadly light. The terrifying explosion erupted with the old vampire's heart-wrenching scream. He had no time to question anything before chaos consumed everything around. Louise collapsed, covering her face in utmost pain. Siohan panicked, shouting in her mind, "Louise, are you okay?" He gritted his teeth in regret, unable to evade, wanting to use the teleport scroll to take her out, but there was no other way. Suddenly, Louise looked up in confusion. "Oh!" A faint ghost appeared before her, making her doubt and wonder if this entity had taken the blow for her and why. While she was still dazed, Ayan, with hair ablaze, roared, urging, "What is this? Why are you standing there? Hurry carefully." A holy knight lunged with his sword, aiming to lead Dai, but the blade nearly reached its mark. A werewolf beast sprang forward, biting his hand. The knight screamed in pain. Louise stood still, eyes glowing red, now understanding that the soul had recognized her as the master. Around Louise, demons from skeleton soldiers to werewolves rose to protect her, embodying the darkness. Siohan realized that since awakening empathy, her screams were no longer desperate at the sight of death. He manifested beside Louise sternly. "Louise, wake up, everyone is watching you." Seeing her stunned, Siohan decisively said, "You want to be stronger, right? Equip the Akmati status." The demon received power through empathy. Red chains of magic tightly bound Louise. Siohan emphasized she must endure this empathy. The screams of the demons were now torment for failing to protect their master. The screams were regrets for failing to guard her. The demons offered their souls, chanting in unison, "O young darkness, take all of us." Yoon was stunned watching red magic envelop Louise as she absorbed power from the souls. System notification, demon energy skill upgraded, defense increased by 200%, regenerates 500 demon energy per second. Louise hovered within the sinister aura. Hagar Byron knelt before Louise. He trembled, tears flowing, finally beholding the darkness. "My lord, you are the reason I live until now. Please fulfill my wish, O darkness." Louise was shocked as the old vampire gradually faded. System notification. Vampire Hagabyron sacrifices himself for you. Louise exclaimed, "Ah, eh." For 820 years, his faith never wavered. He lived waiting for this moment, beseeching in his final breath, "O darkness, take the last flame." Louise trembled, extending her hand. The magic from his sacrifice began to resonate powerfully. A massive purple beam exploded, tearing space and shattering the red bone magic veil. Aang gazed in horror at the energy, exclaiming, Siohyun sternly urged, "Louise, command, wield the demon's majesty to lead the demons." Despite the guilt, this is how demons fight and a challenge she must endure to survive under the darkness. Siohyun painfully watched Louise cry amidst the surging magic. System notification. Louise restores a small portion of self and dark power for a brief 5 minutes. A sudden change in air caused the holy knights to panic. The airflow has changed. "Oh, stop quickly. If not dealt with, it will be dangerous." Louise hovered, executing level 4 Dark Wind skill, purple magic slashes tearing through Day-Ho's ranks amid desperate screams. With magic amplified 144 times, Louis's attack became devastating. The knights stared at each other in terror. What is that? They panicked at Louise's overwhelming power, realizing she directly commanded Day-Ho's demon brigade. Witnessing the immense demon energy she controlled, they were astonished that a child could possess such terrifying power. Seo Hein noticed Louise's skill had evolved dramatically, thinking that with this power, they could break the encirclement. Louise focused all her magic, executing the Dark Sword technique. System notification indicated dark power now resided within her blade. The knights panicked, sounding alarms at the certain emergence of darkness, requesting contact with their base for reinforcements. Purple sword streaks pierced through the ranks of Day-Ho, making the Holy Knight scream in agony. Louise frantically swept through the battlefield, her power overwhelming every opponent. No one could react in time to her speed and force. Opponents kept falling, and Louise marveled at the terrifying strength she now wielded. Her eyes burned with a formidable red, showing this was truly the hidden power of a long-concealed demon. In her mind, she sensed a clear connection to the souls of all nearby monsters, from spirit bones and werewolves to the weakest shadows. Every life sacrificed to protect its master was precious. All were her subjects, and she had to be strong to defend them. Yet among countless souls, Louise felt Hume's presence strongest and closest. She secretly longed to become as powerful as him to protect everyone. Facing her, a knight roared orders for his comrades to hold until the grand Day-Ho of the captain arrived. A cataclysmic dark explosion erupted as Louise struck, engulfing the knights in desperate screams. Seo Hein observed and realized the situation was far from favorable. Though Louis could continuously wield dark power, its effective time had only 25 seconds left. Seo Hein calculated slowly, seeing that with so many enemies, clearing them in a short time was impossible. When the buff ended, even confronting a lone Holy Knight would be difficult. He resolved only one path remained. Realizing he could no longer hide underground, Seo Hein ordered Ian to prepare and flee. Ian asked in shock, "Huh?" Whereto he replied curtly, "Upwards." His terse answer left her puzzled about his plan. Before she could steady herself, Seo Hein inside Louise's body moved to grasp Ian's hand tightly, holding on firmly. Immediately, a surge of purple mana erupted violently, propelling both into the sky like a blazing arrow. Watching from afar, Mayday froze, unable to believe her eyes. She wondered if it was truly dark power, and whether Ian was synchronizing with Seo Hein. Mayday didn't understand the strange task that made the darkness vanish and decided to pursue. The Grand Day who below fell into chaos. Sakharin roared angrily as he reported the target had vanished. A trembling female knight confirmed they had ascended to the sky and disappeared. Sarkin shouted in shock, "The sky, what did you say?" The frenzy, werewolves charged madly. He swung his sword, cutting down a monster in fury. Despite the disadvantage, Sakharin tried to remain calm, believing there was still a chance to turn things around. He determined the target would head toward the Dark Relic, so the Grand Day-Ho had to catch up swiftly. Sarkin issued a final order to all Day-Ho, find and eliminate the darkness immediately. In the crimson sky, Ayan held Louise tightly, flying through the bone mana haze, both tense as the heavenly faction chased closely behind. They landed after the soaring leap. Louise collapsed from exhaustion amid the wailing, and Ayan approached worriedly to check on her. Louise panted, her body at its limit, and Ayan realized the dark mana was fading, her power time nearly over. Seo Hein froze as the soul was expelled from Louise's body, the assimilation forcibly undone. Louise suffered in pain from the side effects, clutching her head and sobbing, "My head hurts so much, I need a break." A system panel appeared warning of dark power. Due to overuse, Louise's soul needed 600 seconds to recover. Seo Hein, filled with pity, gently carried her to rest. He carried Louise along silently, Ayan anxiously asking around the dark gorge, "Do you know where we are?" Seo Hein admitted that Interlux's map didn't mark this place. It seemed the group had gotten lost. Amid the red bones, he resolved to find monsters to ask for directions. A cheerful female voice rang from behind, startling both Seo Hein and Ayan as a woman in robes appeared. White. Seo Hein squinted. "Who is that?" Lutia waved, smiling brightly. "Do you remember my name?" "That's right, it's me." Ayan cautiously asked her identity, Seo Hein still doubting if she was Lutia. The woman giggled. "Ah, here we go again. You should trust me, I'm the protector of that child." Seo Hein calculated, Louise is a demon, so is she a demon? He pressed her for her real name. Lutia smiled mysteriously. She couldn't reveal it yet. Seeing Seo Hein dazed, she approached and reminded him, "Not the time to ask my name." She extended her hand, channeling red mana to touch Louise, beginning a strange ritual. Seo Hein asked what she was doing. Lutia calmly replied, "To suppress empathy, Louise will be fine." She ordered the group to follow. To Seo Hyun's astonishment, Lutia confirmed she knew the group intended to reach the Holy Office, so she took the initiative to guide them. Watching Lutia's back as she quietly moved ahead, Ayan worriedly asked if it was okay. Seo Hein hesitated, not sure. Seo Hyun recalled Lutia from Ilona always appeared unexpectedly and voluntarily guided the way. Though suspicious, there was no way out of the situation. He resolved that at least she was genuinely helping and decided to follow. The group silently stepped into the glowing cave ahead. Suddenly, Seo Han was startled as the surrounding bone curtain drifted eerily. He wondered if the group was moving too fast. Lutia gestured. They were following the main underground artery, the fastest route. If anyone fell out of the flow, the bone curtain would swallow them immediately. No chance to stand. She strictly forbade touching the sides. This made Ian sweat in fear. Suddenly, Lutia asked if Seo Hyun's fatigue level was sufficient. He checked the system panel and confirmed it was okay. He faltered, astonished to realize Lutia mentioned fatigue level, a term specific to players. Before he could question further, Lutia laughed, announcing the group had arrived. He looked at Seo Hyun and asked unexpectedly, "You haven't prayed lately?" Seo Hyun blankly asked back, "What?" Lutia advised Seo Hyun to pray if he had time. Even now it wasn't too late, there was still a little time before the heavenly day who could catch up. Before them was a long stone staircase leading up to the ancient altar ablaze with red fire. Stepping there, Seo Han was stunned, wondering where this place was, while Louise recognized the familiar space. Seeing the little girl's exhausted expression, he asked worriedly whether she was truly all right. Louise stepped down gently, then admitted that she was feeling much better. Although she had recovered a great deal, the little girl still could not help wondering where this was and whether they had truly arrived. Before Hyun could answer, Louise suddenly froze before the magic circle, her eyes widening in astonishment. Somehow this place feels like it appeared in my dreams before. At that moment, the system notification panel blazed before Seo Hyun's eyes, and the quest updated automatically. Its contents revealed that only one step remained before darkness would touch the boundary between humans and the transcendent. When Louise stepped onto the magic circle at the top of the altar, the dark ritual would begin in 2 hours. Throughout that time, the little girl would sleep deeply, completely unable to defend herself, and her safety would depend on Seo Hyun. He pondered and realized this was the deepest place, or the heart that Hyun's quest had once mentioned. Seo Hyun said softly, "Louise, let me assimilate with you a little," making the little girl ask back in confusion. Seo Hyun clasped his hands reverently and began to pray. The system immediately announced that his prayer level had risen to level 9. He smiled and gave thanks, while also receiving good news that the hidden ability of the law robe had been unlocked thanks to the new skill. Seo Hyun thought to himself that he had only followed Lutia's words, but perhaps it was this sacred place itself that had allowed Louise's emotions to reach him more clearly than ever before. There were admiration, regret, gratitude, even fear of death. But above all of them was absolute trust. The little girl had placed all her trust in him and this place. Seo Han wondered in shock, could a great demon truly trust him to such an extent? His gaze turned toward Lutia, filled with suspicion. Seo Han believed she knew the law robe's ability very well, which was why she had urged him to pray. He narrowed his eyes, wondering who this woman really was, and how much she knew. If she had seen through everything, did she know how to change the cruel future waiting ahead? Seo Hyun looked at Louise and quietly instructed her, "Louise, when the ritual ends and you open your eyes, I may no longer be here." Louise asked back in shock, "Didn't you say that because you were a player, you would not die?" Seo Hyun answered quietly, "Yes, I will not die, but..." Seo Hyun understood that once this quest was completed, time in the Azan world would accelerate again. He wondered whether everything would be the same as that period 5 years ago. Based on his past experience, Seo Hyun guessed that this time it would probably be a lull lasting about 3 years. When the game temporarily came to a close, he would be pushed outside and would no longer be in Louise's world. Once the ritual began, Louise would fall into a deep sleep, and even Seo Han was not certain what would happen next. After that, the little girl would have to find her own identity again amid the surging current of dark magic. He painfully realized that this might be the last time he saw Louise's current innocent face. Seo Han wondered whether there was any other way to protect the little girl, or whether he could let her live peacefully forever in the guild's private room. Deep in his heart, he truly did not want Louise to step onto that perilous path. Ian approached and gently tapped Seo Hyun on the chest to dispel the heavy silence and urge him on. "What are you doing, Seo Hyun? Let us go." Looking at Ian's radiant smile, Seo Hyun gave a faint smile in return. "Yeah, let us go." He understood that this was already the final stretch, and no matter what he wanted, he could not selfishly keep Louise for himself, because anyone who bore the name of darkness was destined to be swept into the vortex of history. No matter how far they fled, the world's scenario would still force them to reveal themselves or be erased, because to this world, darkness was always the enemy. Seo Hyun clenched his fist tightly, determined to pour all his strength into doing everything within his power, because that was the very essence and also the true story of Asura and Azrian Online. Seo Han, Louise, and Ian stepped together onto the long, endless stone stairs, heading toward the radiant light at the top of the temple to complete the final ritual. Season 1 ends here, brothers. Do not forget to give Bear a like and a subscription.